Chapter 90. The variable is you through numerous calculations and the actions of Tang Sanzang. The matter of the variable has been directly excluded from him. For he appears to be an outcome of the variable, deliberately revealing himself. Perhaps the true variable lurking in the shadows is eagerly wishing for the Buddhist sect to bring about his demise. Moreover, even if Tang Sanzang were indeed the variable, they would have to watch helplessly. The journey to the West has reached its final chapter in this life. All their arrangements are confined to this very existence, a culmination of 5 centuries of effort and planning. It is hoped that the esteemed Guanyin will exhibit her wisdom and strive to navigate through this calamity. The voice of the Buddha Shakyamuni carried an air of uncertainty. No one could alter the course of events, particularly since Guanyin is a female figure. Tang Sanzang's actions of disrobing left others at a loss. In the heavenly court, upon witnessing this scene, Li Jing couldn't help but grit his teeth and draw in a sharp breath. This scoundrel Tang Sanzang actually chose to undress in front of his own goddaughter. How infuriating! It is worth noting that he had yet to disrobe completely, and yet Tang Sanzang had seized the opportunity first. Fortunately, nothing further transpired, as this trial still required his involvement. During this trial, the white mouse spirit captured Tang Sanzang and took him into an abyss. Sun Wukong set out to search for him and discovered the white mouse spirit venerating her own tombstone. No, her own tablet. Subsequently, Sun Wukong ascended to the heavens to seek assistance. Together with Neza, they descended to subdue this creature. This demon ought to have met its end. Yet upon beholding the strikingly beautiful white mouse spirit, Li Jing found himself unable to strike the final blow. After all, she was his goddaughter. It was only fitting to take some action. Beside them, Neza observed Li Jing with a hint of a sardonic smile. Although Neza and Li Jing are father and son, they resemble bitter enemies. It is widely known that Yin Shenyang was pregnant for 3 years before giving birth to Neza. However, Li Jing viewed him as a monster. When Neza was still very young, Li Jing abandoned him in the Feihu Gorge, hoping he would perish alone. Yet, Yin Shenyang found him and brought him back home. Countless times, Li Jing covertly attempted to eliminate Neza, but Neza, having become a disciple of Tai Zhenren, acquired formidable powers. Later, in his youthful arrogance, Neza clashed with the 3rd prince of the Dragon King of the East Sea, extracting his dragon tendons, which led to the 4 sea dragons descending and flooding Chintang Pass. Unable to bear the thought of innocent lives lost, Neza ultimately took his own life in atonement. Subsequently, Tai Zhenren reformed Neza's body using a lotus flower. However, at a critical moment, Li Jing, unwilling to allow Neza's resurrection, came to strike with his sword. In a twist of fate, he inadvertently killed Yin Shenyang. Her blood splattered upon the yet-to-be-reborn Neza. As he was born of Yin Shenyang, they were intrinsically linked. The blood-soaked lotus flower enabled Neza's revival. Countless times, Neza contemplated avenging his mother by taking Li Jing's life. Yet, Tai Zhenren had crafted the Linglong Pagoda specifically to counter Neza. Although Li Jing's powers were inferior to Neza's, the Linglong Pagoda was his nemesis. Time and again, Neza sought to slay Li Jing for the sake of his mother's honor, but to no avail. "What is your perspective on this matter, Li Jing?" inquired the Jade Emperor, taking a sip of the exquisite nectar. Instantly, all gazes turned towards Li Jing. "Your Majesty, I believe that the tribulation of the journey to the West may not necessitate my involvement." Li Jing chuckled wryly, as none could have anticipated that Tang Song would resort to such measures. A mere disagreement led to the removal of garments. I too share this sentiment. The Buddhist sect relies on the flourishing of the West, and our heavenly court could naturally develop without the need to deliberately facilitate this trial to benefit Buddhism. The foremost sycophant of the heavenly court, the Venus star, spoke up, yet pondered internally what sort of nonsense the bald monks of the West were indulging in. "Shouldn't we consider retrieving something to present to your Majesty? Surely, this would delight you greatly." One might say, some cannot even aspire to the roles of eunuchs or sycophants. The Venus star dares to claim the title of the second sycophant, while none would dare to acknowledge the first. All sycophants before him are but younger siblings. The Jade Emperor smiled. Venus speaks wisely. In that case, let us observe the unfolding events. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious, the sycophant quickly concurred. Witnessing his demeanor, some in the heavenly court could not help but twitch their lips in disdain. At the abyssal mountain, Guanyin Bodhisattva hesitated briefly before manifesting. "I pay my respects to the Bodhisattva," exclaimed Zhu Beiji and Xiao Wujing as they hastily knelt. Only Tang Yu and Sun Wukong remained motionless, perplexed by Guanyin's sudden appearance. "You may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with Tang Sun." Unlike her usual descent from the heavens, Guanyin directly approached Tang Yu. "Yes, Bodhisattva." The disciples promptly stepped aside. With a complex glance at Tang Yu, Guanyin addressed him. "Tang Song, accompany me." Tang Yu shrugged and followed her into the woods. Curious about her intentions, "Tang Sung, from where did you procure those cigarettes?" "They were gifted by the Supreme Elder for his disciples' refreshment." Tang Yu had long anticipated that Buddhism would eventually inquire about the cigarettes, and thus had prepared his response. "They were provided by the Supreme Elder. You may inquire with him if you wish." Not only would Buddhism hesitate to confront the Supreme Elder, but even if they did, he would surely shield himself. Tang Yu held this conviction firmly, thus attributing the matter entirely to the Supreme Elder. However, he found it curious that Guanyin's gaze appeared somewhat complex, and her tone lacked its usual severity. "And Tang Song, why do you indulge in meat and wine, lingering in brothels?" "Pleasure and delight," he replied succinctly, cutting straight to the essence. Guanyin was momentarily rendered speechless, rolling her eyes as her lips twitched in exasperation, unable to respond for a considerable time. "Aside from myself, the Buddhist sect has already commenced smoking. It is perplexing how the sacred Ling Mountain has transformed into this state. Not only smoking, but even the decor resembles that of the earthly brothels." Thus, Guanyin had refrained from returning to Ling Mountain for many days, instead residing at her own temple on Mount Luojia. A barely perceptible smirk crossed Tang Yu's lips. He needed no prompting from Guanyin to comprehend this situation. Nowadays, the frequency with which he seeks to exchange for cigarettes suggests that the Great Lane Temple has undoubtedly suffered significant degradation. Yet, Tang Yu finds it perplexing as to why Guanyin Bodhisattva would share such thoughts with him. The journey to the west has evidently encountered unforeseen changes. Guanyin Bodhisattva cast a subtle glance at Tang Yu, who remained impassive, his expression tranquil. What relevance does this hold for a humble monk? Tang Yu harbored absolute confidence in concealing his identity, firmly believing that he would not be exposed. Even if he were to be revealed, the identity of Tang Sanzang would deter the Buddhist sect from taking any action against him. After observing Tang Yu for an extended period, Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke with a gleam in her eyes, articulating each word. "The variable is you." Chapter 91. Disrobing at a disagreement. It is unclear how he might have revealed himself, causing Guanyin Bodhisattva to harbor suspicions towards him. Nevertheless, the notion of exposure is inconsequential. What truly matters is that certain matters become complicated, leading to potential troubles. The Bodhisattva jested, asserting that a humble monk, incapable of even restraining a chicken, could hardly be deemed a variable. As she deeply regarded him, Guanyin Bodhisattva averted her gaze. "I believe it is indeed you. There is no need for concern, for no one besides me is aware." Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The Bodhisattva's words carried profound implications. He dared to inquire whether she referred to himself or to the Buddhist realm. Naturally, it was about himself. After a considerable time, Guanyin Bodhisattva departed, content. Yet, Tang Yu understood that she must remain vigilant regarding the journey to the west, although she was merely concealed in the ether. The three disciples waited for an extended period, particularly Zhu Beiji, who felt a bold thought emerge within him. Could it be that his master had not offered anything to the Bodhisattva? As Tang Yu returned with a cheerful demeanor, Zhu Beiji shuddered at the sight. It seemed quite possible. Mounting his donkey, he gestured to his disciples, "Let us set forth." Within the bottomless cave, the white mouse spirit still bore a blush upon her cheeks, although she yearned for a harmonious union with the monk. Tang Yu's approach was rather direct, as he immediately began disrobing. It is worth noting that she was, after all, a young maiden mouse, and such directness was somewhat overwhelming for her. After resting for a brief moment in the bottomless cave, she resolved to act, even if Tang Sanzang were to undress. She could not flee. She would bring him closer, and in turn, she would have the opportunity to remove his garments. At the Hollow Mountain, Tang Yu awaited the arrival of the female demon. However, he soon fell into contemplation, pondering whether it was time to seek an opportunity to ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Though he had already attained the status of a Tai Golden Immortal, appearing formidable to outsiders, he knew that compared to those with great power, a mere flick of their fingers could send him into oblivion. While the identity of Tang Sanzang was not easily trifled with, there lay a higher being concealed above, one who had merged with the Tao of heaven. He remained unconcerned with such matters. Suddenly, Tang Yu raised his head, sensing some unusual movements around him. The golden cudgel appeared in Sun Wukong's grasp as he remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open, while the leaves rustled ominously all around. Amidst the gusting winds, slender trees succumbed, snapping under the force. Tang Yu's figure was swept away into the distance. In truth, Tang Yu had long sensed this impending fate. He could have resisted if he so wished, for this wind could not have carried him off. Yet, he remained still, willingly surrendering to the tempest and descending into the abyss. Fairy, the monk has arrived. Amitabha. Moments later, the wind dissipated. The disciples hastily opened their eyes, only to find a lone donkey left behind, braying softly. This is bad. The master has been taken by the demon. Sun Wukong exclaimed, aghast. Don't worry, brother monkey. It was merely a female demon, Zhu Beiji replied nonchalantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Our master has been captured. Sun Wukong retorted, increasingly anxious. I said there's no need to fret. The one to be concerned about is that female demon, Zhu Beiji shrugged, a blade of grass between his teeth. To him, it seemed Tang Yu would welcome being seized by such a creature. I concur with second brother, Shao Wujing said, fiddling with his skull necklace, his voice low. After a moment's contemplation regarding Tang Yu's actions throughout the journey, he acknowledged that while Tang Yu possessed considerable skills, especially in confronting the Buddhist sect, he was still but a mere mortal. Despite his reservations, Sun Wukong could not shake his unease. In a flash, he vanished, patrolling the mountains. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, plummeting into the abyss, felt no concern. He simply experienced a slight dizziness. Shaking his head, he finally opened his eyes to survey his surroundings. Not far ahead, the white mouse spirit smiled at him. Elder, Amitabha, fair maiden, Tang Yu replied, joining his palms in a gesture of reverence. Might I inquire what the fair maiden intends to do with this humble monk? Is it so difficult to seize the moment? The demon mused, taken aback by his boldness. Expecting Tang Yu to be fearful and shout in terror, she instead found him at ease, as if at home, reaching for the fruit on the table and indulging himself. Reflecting on past encounters where Tang Yu would undress at the slightest provocation, she began to understand his current demeanor. Little maiden, seeing the elder's arduous journey to the west. I have invited you to my abode in this abyss, the white mouse spirit said delicately. Isn't it customary to engage in something more? She continued, her intentions clear. I wish to cultivate a harmonious union with you, dear elder. The journey to the west is long and arduous. Why not remain here in my abode, where we might dwell together in bliss? Pouring a cup of wine for Tang Yu, her cheeks flushed slightly, reminiscent of a bashful bride. Tang Yu nodded eagerly, pondering. If given the choice, who would wish to venture to the west? He stood and began to remove his garments. The white mouse spirit gasped, turning away, her face aflame. Elder, are you not seeking a harmonious union? Should we not consummate our bond before paying homage to heaven and earth? Having never experienced the delights of a female demon, Tang Yu's anticipation grew. Elder, you the white mouse spirit blushed, her back turned to him. What is the matter? Tang Yu was perplexed. You summoned me for this? You might as well remove your clothes as well. Let us first engage in a simple exchange to gauge our compatibility. As his words grew increasingly inappropriate, the white rat spirit stamped her foot in frustration and vanished. She genuinely wished for a harmonious union with Tang Sanzang over a century, yet this was far too direct. Initiating with undressing. Who could possibly accept such boldness? Tang Yu, standing there bare, gazed at the spot where the white rat spirit had been moments before. After a brief pause, he shook his head. It amounted to nothing. Concealed in the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva had already closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Tang Sanzang was indeed full of surprises. To strip at the slightest disagreement was unprecedented. In the Western paradise, the multitude of Buddhas turned to Tathagata, the elder of Ling Mountain, urging him to devise a solution. Otherwise, this calamity would surely end in disaster. It seemed there would be no need for Sun Wukong to intervene. Tang Sanzang could very well handle it himself. The manner in which he sought to undress was so eager that it frightened off the female demon. There was no need for her to act. He was already in such a hurry. Tathagata furrowed his brow, puffing on his pipe. He had no recourse regarding Tang Sanzang. Who could possibly restrain him from undressing? Sighing, he contemplated this predicament with his disciples. Chapter 92. The transformation of Qi into the three pure ones. The Buddhas exchanged glances, each silent. Even Tathagata found himself at a loss. What could they do? Could they govern the heavens and the earth, yet not restrain Tang Sanzang from shedding his garments? It must be said, Tang Yu's actions had rendered them utterly helpless. Moreover, it was evident that Tang Sanzang had no need for the white rat spirit to utter a word. He seemed eager to remain in the abyss and cultivate a lasting bond with her. Casting a glance at the assembly of Buddhas, they all avoided Tathagata's gaze. He sighed heavily, realizing he could not rely on any of them. But how to resolve this calamity? Was it destined for failure once more? Frustrated, he lit a cigarette and took a puff, his eyes flickering with newfound determination. A plan emerged. Jin2Jedi. You shall descend to the mortal realm and bring Sun Wukong to the abyss. Have him devise a means to locate the shrine dedicated to King Li. Tathagata's earlier gloom lifted, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. If they could manage to bring the demon under control, it would simplify matters considerably. With the intervention of the heavenly court, Sun Wukong could assist in locating King Li and Neza, who might subdue the white rat spirit. Otherwise, Tathagata was genuinely worried that Tang Sanzang would remain in the abyss indefinitely. Observing Tang Sanzang's disposition, it seemed he would prefer just that. As per the Buddha's decree, Jin2Jedi hesitated. After all, they had guarded that monkey under the Five Elements mountain for 500 years. It was known that the monkey harbored a grudge against them, and there was always the possibility of a covert attack. After lingering in the abyss for some time, the white rat spirit had yet to return. Mistress, mistress, Tang Yu called out, if you don't come out, I shall take my leave. What does this demon mean? Ignoring him altogether seems sensible. If you wish to be assertive or cunning, do utter something definitive. Tang Yu genuinely yearned for an intimate exchange with the female demon, transcending the boundaries of their respective species, to foster peace and mutual advancement between humans and demons, and to explore together. Elder, I am here, the white mouse spirit replied. Her complexion still adorned with a lingering blush, her gaze shy. Although she was a demon, she was nonetheless a woman. The monk's direct approach left her momentarily unprepared, unable to adapt to such boldness. Ordinarily, one would expect a natural affinity to develop harmoniously, organically, and with ease. However, Tang Yu's immediate disrobing was rather alarming. My dear girl, will you not cultivate? If not, I shall take my leave, my disciple awaits me. While Tang Yu could understand a human girl feeling bashful, it was perplexing to witness a female demon exhibiting such shyness. At that moment, upon mentioning his disciple, Tang Yu sensed Sun Wukong entering the bottomless pit. Simultaneously, another presence emerged, Jin2Jedi. Guided by Jin2Jedi, Sun Wukong found the entrance to the abyss. However, Jin2Jedi maintained a considerable distance, wary of a sudden strike from Sun Wukong. The white mouse spirit's previously faded blush surged anew. Elder, why not stay in my bottomless pit for a while? Allow me some time to prepare. Such directness was beyond her comfort. What is there to prepare? Simply disrobe, and it is done. Otherwise, please return me, my eldest disciple. Sun Wukong will be here shortly. Rest assured, my bottomless pit descends thousands of fathoms underground, with countless winding passages, should one take a wrong turn. They may find it difficult to return. The white mouse spirit was confident in the concealment of her abyss, believing Sun Wukong would never locate it. Yet, Tang Yu harbored reservations, perceiving that every action of this female demon was under the watchful eye of the Buddhist domain. At that moment, Jin2Jedi also arrived. Chuckling. Indeed, those scheming monks have resumed their underhanded tactics, sending Jin2Jedi to facilitate the completion of a challenge. Should I keep him here? Guanyin Bodhisattva lurked in the shadows, ready to assist him, equipped with a grand array to obscure heavenly secrets, capable of eliminating Jin2Jedi without a trace. Amitba, may I inquire, esteemed lady, do you have a suitable place for convenience? Tang Yu stood, reciting a Buddhist invocation. This momentarily bewildered the white mouse spirit, for she had already transcended the need for earthly sustenance, and thus had no requirement for convenience. Yet, to her, Tang Sanzang appeared as a genuine mortal, and it was reasonable for him to seek such accommodations. The problem was, she had none. Seeing her expression, Tang Yu deduced that there was indeed no place available. He picked up the fruit platter from the table, emptied its contents onto the surface, and casually made his way toward an opening. As the mouse spirit remained oblivious, Tang Yu's figure gradually faded, disappearing in an instant. The hidden Guanyin Bodhisattva was suddenly startled, as she sensed that Tang Yu had stealthily appeared beside her, distinctly feeling the fluctuations of his aura. You are a Tai golden immortal, A voice of surprise escaped from Guanyin's lips. She had already discerned that Tang Sanzang was the variable, but when did he begin his cultivation? His progress was astonishing. He had evidently reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, merely a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal. Tang Yu smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Jin 2Journey has arrived. I am well aware, he stated, knowing that Guanyin had sensed his presence upon entering this realm. Suddenly, Guanyin appeared to grasp something. Gazing at Tang Yu, a cold smile crept upon Tang Yu's lips. Then there is no need for him to return. You take action, and I shall assist you in obscuring the heavenly secrets, ensuring that no one knows it was you. Do you not trust me? Caution is the mother of safety. Tang Yu replied calmly. Though he had engaged in extensive discussions with Guanyin at Xiankong Mountain, he would not place absolute trust in her. The circumstances had changed. Entrusting her to deal with Jin 2Journey would irrevocably bind them together. Guanyin found herself at an impasse. Very well, she conceded reluctantly. Inside the cave, the mouse spirit hesitated for a moment after Tang Yu's departure, then proceeded toward the cave entrance. Tang Yu's expression shifted, and at that moment, not far from the cave, another figure emerged, another Tang Yu, unmistakably. The duplicate pretended to adjust his robe, appearing as if he had just finished his business. Ba, benefactress, this humble monk has arrived. Guanyin was astonished by the scene before her, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fixating on the Tang Yu beside her, she enunciated slowly, one chi transforms into 3 pure ones. Chapter 93. A provocation. It is well known that one chi transforms into 3 pure ones is a supreme skill of the Supreme Lord Laozi, capable of manifesting 3 identical selves, with no distinction between the main body and its duplicates, even in terms of magical power and cultivation level. The true extent of the power of this technique remains a mystery, as the Supreme Lord has never revealed such a trump card. However, during the Fengshan tribulation, when the Tongtian teacher established the extermination sword array, it was speculated that the Supreme Lord alone could dismantle the array. Yet at that time, the Supreme Lord did not employ this technique. Instead, he collaborated with other saints to dismantle the extermination sword array. The true strength of the Supreme Lord remains unknown. Various saints respectfully referred to him as Elder Brother, indicating his superiority in power. After a considerable time, Guanyin finally emerged from her astonishment, realizing, I never expected you to possess this technique as well. One chi transforms into 3 pure ones. This is a technique coveted even by saints. Not only has Tang Sanzang secretly cultivated to the level of Tai Golden Immortal, but he also masters this technique. Now, let us seek the golden-headed Jedi, Tang Yu remarked, his figure flickering and vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the doppelganger of Tang Yu remained in the abyss, engaged in romantic exchanges with the white mouse spirit. Countless attempts to engage in intimacy had been thwarted. The moment he shed his garments, the white mouse spirit blushed like a ripe apple. This left Tang Yu feeling exasperated, yearning to impart the art of dual cultivation to her, and to share in the pleasures it entails. It is well known that such pursuits are beneficial to the body and can enhance one's cultivation, providing both delight and advancement, something many yearn for. Yet, the white mouse spirit remained inexplicably shy, causing much frustration. The golden-headed Jedi deliberately lured Sun Wukong deeper within, allowing him to witness the altar dedicated to King Li by the white mouse spirit. His mission was thus accomplished. Stealthily wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt immense pressure while in the company of the monkey. Though he maintained a safe distance, should Sun Wukong choose to strike, he too would meet an untimely end. As he observed Sun Wukong ascend into the heavens in search of King Li, relief washed over him. Grateful for the Buddha's protection, he felt fortunate to be alive. Suddenly, not far ahead, appeared a bald figure resembling his own. The large bald head glimmered in the darkness. Tang Sanzang, what brings you here? The golden-headed Jedi felt a surge of anxiety, but upon recognizing Tang Sanzang, he relaxed, though puzzled by the sudden appearance of the monk. Tang Yu smirked slightly. Make your move. Guanyin Bodhisattva materialized behind the golden-headed Jedi, wielding a jade purity vase, exerting tremendous pressure upon him. What do you intend to do, Guanyin? The golden-headed Jedi exclaimed in alarm, as the overwhelming force rendered him immobile. Tang Yu remained still, observing the scene. For one, Guanyin was more than sufficient to handle the golden-headed Jedi. The outcome was inevitable. The golden-headed Jedi's spirit shattered, leaving him no opportunity even for a leisurely soak in the sauna. Nevertheless, Tang Yu did not depart. continuing to veil the secrets of this place, making it difficult for others to uncover the events transpiring here. With Sun Wukong now seeking King Li, it was certain that the latter would arrive shortly. In such a scenario, it was impossible for someone to evade responsibility for the unfolding chaos. In the heavenly realm, Sun Wukong confronted King Li directly. The denizens of the celestial court were hardly surprised. In that case, King Li declared, "You shall lead Prince Neza and 20,000 heavenly soldiers to descend and assist this monkey in rescuing Tang Sanzang." The Jade Emperor, seated above, exuded authority, adhering strictly to the script. Truth be told, King Li felt a pang of reluctance concerning this adopted daughter, for she was indeed strikingly beautiful. Yet, with the emperor's decree issued, he had no choice but to comply. As he pondered secretly whether to mimic Tang Sanzang and partake in the pleasures of intimacy, he led the heavenly soldiers down to the mortal realm. However, the abyss was vast, with numerous winding entrances. Unintentionally, he went astray, finding it exceedingly difficult to retrace his steps, or perhaps unwittingly returning to his original position. Although the army of 20,000 was vast, once dispersed, it seemed rather insignificant. Li Jing hesitated momentarily before venturing into the abyss. Clutching the exquisite pagoda, he assumed an imposing demeanor, his face cold and expression somber, as if mourning a lost kin. Concealed in the shadows, Tang Yu scoffed disdainfully. Seizing a large stone from the ground, he hurled it towards the back of Li Jing's head. "Damn it," Li Jing muttered, rubbing his head. "Who the hell are you? Show yourself." With a sudden crash, he rolled his eyes, his head ringing as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness. A massive stone had unexpectedly appeared before him, striking him squarely on the forehead, causing stars to dance before his eyes. "Who the hell are you? Come out," Li Jing roared in fury. Two ordinary stones posed no real threat to him, but being struck so unexpectedly was a blow to his dignity as the heavenly king. Trembling with rage, he bellowed, "Who dares to reveal themselves?" Suddenly, an agonizing pain surged through his groin. Arc! Li Jing's eyes widened, and he let out a howl reminiscent of a wolf's cry. The frailty of man, regardless of his cultivation, was universally vulnerable. "Oh, it hurts so much." He shuddered, clutching himself, taking small, trembling steps forward. "Why is it so painful? Am I going to be incapacitated?" He glanced around, hastily removing his trousers to assess the damage. To his surprise, there was still a reaction. Observing his bare backside, Tang Yu's lips twitched slightly, and a spear suddenly materialized in his hand. If Wukong were here, his golden staff would surely bring you unparalleled pleasure. "Arc!" Li Jing screamed in agony, feeling an intense constriction, followed by a pain that pierced to the bone. "Damn it!" he groaned, turning to see a spear lodged in his rear, evidently transformed from a mere stone by someone's magical prowess, solely intended to torment him. "Who the hell are you?" Li Jing was on the verge of exploding with rage. This was infuriating and utterly disgraceful, a humiliation no man could endure. A shadowy figure blurred and drifted into the distance. Gritting his teeth, Li Jing shouted, "Stop right there." He pursued the dark silhouette, only to find Jin 2Journey smiling mischievously at him, seemingly mocking his plight. "Damn you." Infuriated, Li Jing had lost his composure. He brandished the exquisite pagoda towards Jin 2Journey in wrath. "How dare a mere Jie provoke me?" Amidst the pain, he felt an odd sense of exhilaration. What was this sensation? With a resounding crash, under the might of the exquisite pagoda, Jin 2Journey's corporeal form disintegrated into nothingness. Chapter 94. Li Jing's maneuver. Li Jing snorted in triumph, filled with a sense of satisfaction. "A mere little spirit dares to flaunt before me? Watch as I extinguish your existence." Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Li Jing abruptly sensed that something was amiss. A wave of foreboding washed over him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "Golden-headed spirit," he called out, but felt not a trace of the golden-headed spirit's essence. Panic began to set in. "Golden-headed spirit, do not jest. Come forth, I was merely teasing." Li Jing's voice quivered. For if the golden-headed spirit were indeed dead, it would spell catastrophe. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for a string of prayer beads lying motionless on the ground. These were the sacred beads bestowed by the Buddha to the 5 directional spirits, and Li Jing recognized them instantly. After calling out a couple more times, only echoes reverberated in response. Li Jing blinked in a daze, feeling numb and devoid of instinct. Cold sweat began to pour from his forehead, and with a shudder, a dampness seeped into his garments. "Golden-headed spirit, I was just playing." Li Jing felt tears welling up. He implored, "Please, come out." Hidden in the shadows. Tang Yu chuckled softly and turned to Guanyin, saying, "Now, let us see your performance. I shall take my leave." Since Li Jing's arrival, he had dispelled the veil of the celestial mechanism, ensuring that all present witnessed the grim scene. Li Jing had slain the golden-headed spirit. What transpired next was of no concern to him. He could depart freely. He shared a telepathic bond with his counterpart, fully aware of everything that had occurred. This white mouse spirit indeed embodied an ethereal purity, maintaining a sense of modesty and shyness. The profound exchange intended to foster mutual advancement and harmonious development between humans and spirits remained unfulfilled. Boldly, Guanyin's countenance turned stern as she manifested, "Li Jing, you dare to slay a spirit of the Buddhist realm?" As Guanyin appeared, Li Jing's cold sweat flowed freely as he stammered an explanation. "I truly do not understand what happened." He was genuinely bewildered. Logically, though the golden-headed spirit's cultivation was slightly inferior to his own, it was not so disparate that he could have easily extinguished its life, even with the exquisite treasure he possessed. "You do not know? You have slain a spirit of my Buddhist order, and you remain unaware?" Guanyin recited a Buddhist incantation, wielding the jade purity vase, from which she swiftly withdrew a willow branch. Witnessing this, Li Jing turned and fled, not daring to utter a sound. In the sacred mountain, silence prevailed. All Buddhas turned their gaze towards the Tathagata. A furious roar erupted from him. "Damn it! Li Jing dares to slay one of my order?" He surveyed the assembly and commanded, "Maitreya, descend and assist Guanyin in bringing Li Jing before me. I shall personally strip the skin from his body." This clearly demonstrated the Tathagata's wrath. Even to confront Li Jing, Guanyin found it effortless, yet the Buddha summoned Maitreya for absolute certainty. The Buddhist order was already weakened, with several members still languishing in rest. A slight improvement had been noted as they were about to emerge from their state of repose. However, a more grievous loss had occurred. The golden-headed spirit lay dead, beyond any hope of revival. Even their moments of respite would not suffice to cleanse this calamity. Thus decreed the Buddha. Maitreya Buddha hastened towards the abyssal mountain. At this moment, within the depths of the mountain, Li Jing was desperately fleeing for his life. He remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how such events had unfolded. The golden-headed Jedi was remarkably feeble, succumbing effortlessly to his fate. However, there was no time for contemplation. Given the gravity of the situation, he needed to report to the Jade Emperor. As matters had escalated beyond his control, it was imperative to seek assistance from his superior. Yet, the abyss was fraught with numerous entrances, a labyrinthine complexity that rendered his escape arduous. After countless trials, he finally glimpsed the sun, a surge of emotion swelling within him, a feeling akin to being reborn. Yet, the sun grew increasingly blinding. Alas, he had misjudged. It was merely a bald-headed figure. At that moment, despair enveloped Li Jing. Guanyin appeared not far behind, and Maitreya Buddha stood before him. "Li Jing, how dare you slay my disciple Jedi?" Maitreya Buddha shimmered with golden light, beads in hand, stepping forward. With a resounding cry, Li Jing summoned his full powers. A desperate man driven to the edge, prepared to fight to the death. Yet, events unfolded in an unexpected manner. Li Jing, with a fierce shout, assumed a defiant stance. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, "Spare me!" he fell to his knees. Maitreya Buddha gazed in disbelief at this scene. The very display of defiance was, in truth, a plea for mercy. Guanyin could not help but smirk subtly, utterly astonished that Li Jing, the famed king of Toda, had knelt in supplication. The subsequent events unfolded with relative ease, as Maitreya Buddha escorted Li Jing back to the Western Paradise. In the heavenly court, the report of Li Jing's slaying of the golden-headed Jedi had not gone unnoticed. While they found it hard to believe that Li Jing had indeed killed Jedi, the evidence was irrefutable. They witnessed Li Jing frantically darting about the abyss, only to see Jedi smiling at him. Unaware of the chaos that ensued when Li Jing unleashed the exquisite pagoda, ultimately leading to Jedi's demise. This presented a troubling predicament. Even the Jade Emperor pondered this. Considering that Jedi was a figure of the Buddhist order, and his untimely death at Li Jing's hands could provoke a significant backlash, especially from the Buddha himself, who might exploit this incident for extortion, causing great distress to the heavenly court. As for abandoning King Li, such a notion never crossed the Jade Emperor's mind. After all, Li Jing was one of his subordinates, and as the ruler of heaven, he could not neglect his own, lest he lose control over the three realms. Thus, he prepared himself for the impending turmoil. However, the ensuing narrative could only be described as a dramatic twist of fate. As Maitreya Buddha descended, the Jade Emperor had already arranged for reinforcements, intending to rescue Li Jing first. Once Li Jing was safe, other matters could be addressed. He had myriad methods to safeguard his own. At that moment, Li Jing radiated the aura of the king of Toda, embodying a spirit of unwavering defiance. Aware that he was no match for his opponent, he nonetheless remained resolute, eager for battle. The Jade Emperor silently nodded in acknowledgement, uttering, "Indeed, the renowned Li Tianwang is worthy of his title. I am quite gratified. Truly, our heavenly court's Li Tianwang, with such audacity, surpasses the majority." Unyielding in the face of adversity, he was prepared to battle despite knowing he was outmatched, thus preserving the dignity of the heavenly court. Taibai Jingxing hastily concurred, reinforcing the emperor's determination to protect Li Tianwang. However, the subsequent turn of events nearly caused the emperor to drop his jaw in disbelief. Contrary to expectations, Li Tianwang suddenly knelt on the ground, upright yet imploring, "Spare my life." Chapter 95, What on Earth? Instantly, the entire heavenly court was left agape. The Jade Emperor, eyes wide in disbelief, rubbed his eyes, questioning if he was mistaken. Taibai Jingxing was the first to regain his composure, but in his eagerness to flatter, he tripped over his own words and bowed his head, silenced by the gravity of the situation. "What is happening? Is that Li Jing? Come, someone tell me. Is this person truly Li Jing? He must be a fraud," the Jade Emperor demanded, his face darkening as he questioned the assembled deities. The gathered immortals averted their gazes, glancing about as though they had not heard. Surely, they knew better than anyone whether it was Li Jing. The posture he assumed spoke volumes. "Brother, you witnessed it with your own eyes. Why deceive yourself with questions? Taibai, what is going on?" The emperor directed at Taibai Jingxing. "Your Majesty, well." Taibai Jingxing stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, his words faltering. "Get out, all of you get out." With a swift kick, the Jade Emperor overturned the table before him, revealing his genuine fury. Li Jing's kneeling had utterly disgraced the heavenly court. After having mocked the Buddhist sect over the incident with Tang Sanzang, he now found himself facing swift retribution. Yet, this retribution arrived with alarming rapidity and magnitude. No need to ponder future consequences. Even encountering the Tathagata Buddha would seem insurmountable now. This single act of kneeling had stripped the heavenly court of its pride. "Your Majesty, calm your anger. You too be gone." With a kick, the emperor sent a peach flying, striking Taibai Jingxing squarely in the face, shattering it to pieces. With a furious flick of his sleeve, the Jade Emperor stormed off, having just extolled Li Jing only to be met with such a humiliating display. The slap to his face came far too swiftly. In the depths of the abyss, Tang Yu's true and auxiliary forms had merged. As for subsequent events, they could unfold as they wished. It was of no concern to him. Instead of worrying, he preferred to return and devise strategies with the enchanting female demon, Yoshi. However, this particular maiden was rather shy, and it appeared that winning her heart would require a gradual approach. Yet, accustomed to the expedients of fast food, he found little time for romance. Should he resort to a potion? But upon reflection, given the current chaos enveloping the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, he sensed he had some time to spare. Thus, perhaps he could cultivate their relationship, and if all else failed, he would have to resort to more forceful means with Yoshi. Although Tang Yu was not fond of being forced into difficult situations, he occasionally found the pursuit of excitement quite agreeable. After all, does one not yearn to experience a myriad of sensations? "Elder, within this bottomless pit, you need not worry. No one can disturb us here." The white mouse spirit, shyly, poured a glass of wine for Tang Yu. His gaze fell upon the grapes in the fruit platter, a clear indication of his desire to indulge in them. With a subtle glance in her direction, he expressed his wish to savor the grapes, though not in the manner she might presume. The white mouse spirit, fully aware of his intention, delicately offered him a grape, having peeled it with care. Such a life felt almost celestial. Who would prefer to fetch the scriptures from the West when they could remain here, delighting in the company of a fairy? Alas, circumstances were beyond his control. Tang Yu inadvertently tasted her finger as he reached for the fruit. "Oh dear, elder," the white mouse spirit exclaimed, withdrawing her finger with a blush, stamping her foot in playful indignation. This sight made Tang Yu yearn to draw her close and indulge in their shared desires. Truly, She was a beguiling fairy, leaving him momentarily entranced. "My dear benefactress, I would be most delighted to share a lifetime of happiness with you," Tang Yu sincerely professed. "When may we commence our delightful union?" The white mouse spirit's cheeks flushed crimson at his forwardness. Initially, she had indeed wished for a lasting bond with him, but his boldness left her somewhat flustered. "Elder, why must you be so wicked?" she coyly inquired. "Wicked? I could be far worse," Tang Yu replied with a chuckle. What further mischief lay in his mind was uncertain, but his expression suggested it was unlikely to be virtuous, likely involving their intimate desires. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the bottomless pit, and dust began to swirl ominously. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, quickly deducing the cause. The celestial army, dispatched by the heavenly court, had failed to penetrate the depths of the pit and, in frustration, began to push against the walls, charging recklessly. It must be said, this tactic was rather effective. However, they were misguided in their approach, and under such circumstances, they would likely never discover this place, with the risk of a collapse that could entrap them. Just as this thought crossed his mind, another thunderous sound erupted. The celestial soldiers, unaware of their misdirection, had ventured far from the pit. With their forceful push, seawater surged in, engulfing some of the celestial soldiers and providing them with an unintended aquatic bath. What in the world is happening? Retreat, retreat quickly. Ride the clouds. The chaos escalated, with sounds of alarm ringing through the air. Fortunately, Tang Yu remained oblivious. Had he known, he would have surely awakened from laughter in his dreams. Within the bottomless pit, Tang Yu exchanged glances with the white-boned spirit. "Do you truly think me an easy target?" she mused, her pristine teeth glinting as she emitted a disdainful sound before vanishing. Sipping his wine slowly, Tang Yu found himself lacking in amusement. At that moment, a monkey wielding a golden staff appeared before him. "Master, is that you, Wukong?" Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback by your sudden arrival. This left Sun Wukong momentarily perplexed. What could it mean? He regretted having arrived so hastily, fearing that the monk might have been devoured by a demon. However, at this moment, seeing his appearance, radiant and unscathed, he felt relieved. "Master, I have come to rescue you." Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the golden cudgel, scanning the surroundings warily. "Where are the demons?" "They were frightened away by you," Tang Yu replied, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. "You should leave first. I will soon handle this female demon. Once I am done, we shall embark on our journey together. Go find Air Daitzi and Sanlungzi. You three can enjoy a game of Do Di Zhu or something similar." Sun Wukong, utterly bewildered, had no idea what Do Di Zhu meant. Nonetheless, he understood that the monk was reluctant to depart, seemingly attached to the female demon. "What if you encounter danger, master?" Sun Wukong expressed his concern. Despite some of Tang Yu's actions being quite unexpected, Sun Wukong perceived him as an ordinary man. Any random demon could easily crush him. "Wukong, fret not. Just hasten away. I will conclude this matter in 3 to 5 years." He could already sense the return of the white mouse demon, urgently urging Sun Wukong to leave and not disrupt his endeavors. Chapter 96. Li Jing, the scapegoat. 3 to 5 years, and you will be done? What about the journey for scriptures? Sun Wukong was at a loss for words, but after all, he was the master. Well, since he did not require assistance, he would refrain from being a hindrance. After giving Tang Yu a few more cautious reminders, he concealed himself in the shadows. The white mouse demon returned, her abyssal void appearing disheveled, yet with a mere wave of her hand, it reverted to its original state. From his hidden vantage, Sun Wukong overheard a few exchanges and realized that this demon bore no ill will towards his master. At the very least, she did not intend to devour him. She merely desired to share her bed with him. No wonder the bald monk was reluctant to leave. Seeing that Tang Yu was in no danger, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash. It had been many years since he had returned home. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to visit Flower Fruit Mountain. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and the white mouse demon were deeply engrossed in their affectionate discourse within the cave, utterly content. However, as the saying goes, joy for some is sorrow for others. Take Li Jing, for instance. Without a hint of resistance, he was brought to Ling Mountain. Faced with the solemn visage of Buddha, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, compounded by the spiritual essence that permeated the air. Of course, this was in the past. At this moment, the Buddha, smoking a cigarette and wearing a stern expression, resembled a rogue leader. This appearance compelled Li Jing to steal a glance at him. Feeling as though this Buddha was a far cry from the majestic and compassionate figure he once knew. Seeing Li Jing audaciously scrutinizing him was indeed bold. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha summoned Li Jing before him, grasping his collar and regarding him with a look that suggested punishment was imminent. "What troubles you? What are you staring at?" These words echoed in Li Jing's mind, though he dared not voice them aloud. "Buddha, please spare my life," he implored. "You dare to harm one of my Buddhist disciples?" As the Buddha spoke, his voice resonated, leaving Li Jing's mind in a tumultuous state. The golden-headed Jedi was already deceased. While it would be utterly unthinkable for the Buddha to take Li Jing's life, it was not merely a matter of fear, but rather the realization that such an act would yield no substantial benefit. Should Li Jing meet his demise, it would likely incite a catastrophic conflict with the heavenly realm, a dire consequence to be avoided at all costs. Furthermore, with the golden-headed Jedi now gone, his essence scattered, a deceased individual holds no intrinsic value. However, the prospect of leveraging the death of such a figure for significant gain could indeed render the golden-headed Jedi's passing valuable. The notion of using this incident to extort the heavenly court for artifacts or treasures, perhaps in exchange for indulgences, was undeniably appealing. "Buddha, spare my life. I truly do not comprehend the circumstances," Li Jing hastily proclaimed, regaining his composure and realizing that someone might be orchestrating events from the shadows. Gradually, he began to piece together the unfolding scenario. Given the golden-headed Jedi's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable for him to have been vanquished so easily. Thus, the likelihood of an unseen hand at play became increasingly apparent. "You, Li Jing, have slain a member of the Buddhist order. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Your protestations are futile," the Buddha affirmed, sensing the disarray surrounding the situation. If his suspicions were correct, there would surely be further complications lurking beneath the surface. After all, even with the exquisite Linglong pagoda in his possession, it was improbable that Li Jing could have dispatched the golden-headed Jedi so effortlessly, reducing him to mere fragments of his former self. While the destruction of a physical form could be believed, the complete obliteration of the Jedi's spirit was far beyond Li Jing's demonstrated capabilities. Yet, this blame must be placed squarely upon Li Jing, for he was to be used as a pawn to coerce the heavenly court. "Your Majesty, I assure you, Buddha, it was not my doing. I too find this perplexing, and I trust in your divine insight to discern the truth," Li Jing pleaded. As the events unfolded, he gradually regained his equanimity, meticulously analyzing the situation, articulating his thoughts with newfound clarity. "Although the golden-headed Jedi possessed superior skills, it is inconceivable that I could have dispatched him in a single strike. I implore you to see through this misunderstanding, lest an innocent suffer, allowing those who lurk in the shadows to revel in their deceit. I suspect that a hidden adversary seeks to exploit this incident to incite discord between Buddhism and Taoism, hoping to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos." As he spoke, Li Jing felt a surge of indignation. Should he uncover the identity of the perpetrator, he would ensure they experienced the repercussions of their actions. The humiliation was unbearable. A vague sensation of dampness beneath him suggested that his injuries were more severe than he had initially realized, still bleeding. He shifted uncomfortably, wishing to alleviate the sticky feeling that had become a distraction. The golden-headed Jedi was a pivotal figure within the Buddhist order. While he was the heavenly court's towering Li Tianwang, it was evident that this unseen individual aimed to exploit the situation to incite a rift between the two faiths. He earnestly hoped that the Buddha would not be swayed by the machinations of malevolent forces. While his admonitions were ostensibly intended to caution the Buddha against being misled by petty schemers, they also served to assert his own esteemed position as a servant of the heavenly court, aiming to instill a sense of caution in the Buddha. Li Jing's mind was astute, and his words resonated harmoniously with the Buddha's own contemplations. "Manipulation?" The Buddha, with a chilling smile, remarked boldly. "Li Jing has slain my disciples without a hint of contrition, shamelessly offering up a multitude of evasions. Do you take me for blind? How could I doubt the veracity of what I have witnessed with my own eyes?" It appears the Buddha is resolute in placing the blame squarely upon Li Jing's shoulders. If not for this, how could one extort the heavenly court? "Li Jing, rest assured, I shall seek an account from the heavenly court regarding this matter." The crux of the situation lies in the fact that the Buddha is evidently intent on using this incident to blackmail the heavenly court. A couple of resounding slaps echoed, leaving Li Jing dazed and momentarily reeling to the side. "Humph, treat him well," the Buddha commanded, "for I shall soon approach the Jade Emperor to demand an explanation. The murder of my disciples cannot simply be brushed aside." The Buddha instructed them to entertain Li Jing, though the nature of that entertainment would likely not bode well for him. In the heavenly court, the assembled deities remained silent, as if frozen in trepidation. The Jade Emperor paced restlessly, his brow furrowed, a visage of deep concern. With this act of submission, Li Jing had utterly diminished the dignity of the heavenly court. However, as Li Jing is one of their own, neglecting this matter would surely be untenable. Yet, intervening would unmistakably lead to extortion by the Buddhist faction, and given their character, the price would likely be steep. What are your thoughts on Li Jing's predicament? The Jade Emperor inquired, his brow furrowed. Typically, it would be the Star of Tai Bai who would speak first at such a moment. Yet, having misstepped in his flattery, he now found himself at a loss for words, keeping his head bowed in silence. Several others exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, a stout figure, resembling a large vat, stood forth. It was the mighty giant spirit god of the heavenly court. In a voice akin to thunder, he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, from my humble perspective, Li Jing has indeed brought disgrace upon the heavenly court. This act of kneeling will render us the laughingstock of the West, stripping us of all dignity. In my view, Li Jing has fallen into the hands of the Buddhist sect through his own folly. He deserves his fate." Chapter 97. The extortion begins. The giant spirit god's message was clear. He had no desire to involve himself in Li Jing's affairs. Their relationship had always been fraught with discord, having nearly come to blows on multiple occasions. Naturally, the giant spirit god relished this turn of events, as it seemed to him a personal vendetta being satisfied. The Jade Emperor cast a disapproving glance at him and continued to survey the assembly of deities below. "Your Majesty," the Star of Tai Bai said, mustering courage, "although Li Jing is at fault, he is nonetheless one of our own. To disregard this small matter might tarnish your reputation." Stealing a furtive glance at the Jade Emperor, he continued, "Moreover, this situation carries an air of peculiarity. Li Tianwang possesses the pinnacle cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, and the golden-headed Jedi is also a Tai golden immortal. While there is a slight difference in their levels of skill, it is inconceivable that Li Tianwang could have so thoroughly vanquished the golden-headed Jedi in a single blow. Thus, I believe there may be some malevolent force at play, intent on framing Li Jing, or perhaps harboring greater schemes to incite a conflict between the Buddhists and Taoists. Indeed, you are truly my loyal subordinate. This analysis resonates deeply with me." The Jade Emperor subtly nodded in agreement. He had, of course, sensed the oddity of the situation. However, everyone had witnessed with their own eyes that King Li had slain the golden-headed Jedi. Should the Buddhist sect cling to this, it would undoubtedly create complications. Most significantly, King Li had actually knelt, thoroughly disgracing the heavenly court. "Your Majesty, I believe that although there may not be a great disparity in cultivation between the two, it is not impossible for Li Jing, wielding the Linglong treasure pagoda, to strike down the golden-headed Jedi in one fell swoop," spoke the giant spirit god. The Jade Emperor cast a glance at him, his brow slightly furrowing. "Very well, I shall exercise my own judgment in this matter. As Tai Bai has stated, Li Jing is a vital minister of the heavenly court, and indeed, this incident bears an air of peculiarity. Let us cease our comparisons. Heed my words. I shall dictate the course of action," the Jade Emperor declared with an air of authority as he surveyed the assembly below. "My words have been spoken. Who is in favor? Who stands opposed? You have already made your decision, yet you inquire of our opinions. Besides, opposition proves futile. You are the leader, and none dare to dissent," came the murmurs of agreement from the gathered deities. "Your Majesty is most wise," Tai Bai Jinxing remarked, casting a smug glance at the giant spirit god. The giant spirit god huffed in response, but since the emperor had made his decision, he could hardly voice dissent. Thus, he joined the chorus, affirming, "Indeed, Your Majesty," just as the Jade Emperor was about to gesture for them to withdraw. A lotus pedestal emanating an aura of pure sanctity slowly revealed itself. Upon this lotus throne, a figure emerged, initially hazy but gradually coming into full view. It was the Buddha, smoking a pipe, seated upon the lotus seat, casually scratching his toes, then rubbing his nose and sneezing. "Jade Emperor, I have come to demand an explanation." The Buddha continued to sneeze, clearly in need of a foot wash after an extended period. It seemed he would need to visit a sauna for a foot soak, which would promote circulation and aid in sleep. An explanation? What explanation? The Jade Emperor feigned ignorance, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "Do not jest with me. Do you truly not know why I am here? Given the magnitude of this incident, would I remain uninformed? How could I possibly know your intentions if you do not speak? Replied the Buddha, his expression growing cold, a faint aura of sanctity emanating from him. Humph. The Jade Emperor met his gaze unflinchingly, exuding an imposing presence. Li Jing has slain a member of my Buddhist sect. The deity, what do you propose we do about this? At this, the Jade Emperor burst into laughter, leaving the Buddha somewhat perplexed. Are you jesting? Li Jing has killed the golden-headed deity? Ha! Their cultivation levels are nearly equal. Do enlighten me on how this transpired. By the heavens, the Buddha thought. Incredulous at the Emperor's mockery. How could you question my first-hand account? Just because one witnesses an event does not guarantee its authenticity. As the leader of the Western paradise, surely you understand such basic truths, the Jade Emperor retorted, a proud expression adorning his face. Perhaps a schemer has fabricated this tale to frame Li Jing. Buddha, you are no child. Such matters should not elude your understanding. The protagonist's cunning is truly remarkable, as he swiftly renders the Buddha speechless with merely 2 sentences. Though the protagonist does not fully grasp the situation, he has witnessed with his own eyes the slaying of the Buddhist figure, Jie by Li Jing, and he demands an explanation for this event. The Jade Emperor's ulterior motives are not lost on the Buddha, who is well aware of them. However, the current visit is fundamentally aimed at extortion, and he will not alter his course merely due to the Jade Emperor's words. The protagonist has asserted that this incident is neither the doing of Li Jing nor related to the heavenly court, and he questions the rationale behind providing an explanation. The Jade Emperor remains resolute, attempting to intimidate him into compliance, but the protagonist is unwavering, declaring that he will not even leave a window open for negotiation. The Buddha finds himself somewhat embarrassed by the Jade Emperor's audacity, as they share a similar level of shamelessness. Although he has stated that he has witnessed the event, he insists it has no connection to the heavenly court and is not Li Jing's doing. In truth, both parties are acutely aware of the reality of the situation. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Li Jing killed Jie, and thus the heavenly court is indeed at fault. The protagonist lashes out without discernment. Had he refrained from acting, the matter would have been less contentious. Ultimately, it can be summarized that Li Jing is the root cause of this turmoil. With a disdainful snort, the Buddha summons a beggar, causing the court to gasp in disbelief at the sight of this disheveled figure. It is, astonishingly, Li Jing, yet he has been reduced to such a pitiful state, with a hint of blood staining his attire. One cannot help but wonder if he has been violated by the followers of the Buddha. The once pristine dignity of Li Jing now appears sullied. Yet, they remain oblivious to the humiliation he has endured. The Buddhist sect has faced enough tribulations recently, and they have seized the opportunity to vent their frustrations upon him. His powers have been sealed, and he has been mercilessly beaten by the Buddhas. The pain from his injuries, particularly those inflicted upon his backside, has intensified under their assault, causing him to bleed profusely. Once they have vented their anger, they discard him like a dead dog, leaving him to bleed and suffer in agony. Noticing that no one is paying attention, he discreetly retrieves a shoe insole to cushion his wounds. The Jade Emperor's gaze sharpens, and in a fit of rage, he confronts the Buddha, questioning how he could treat the ministers of the heavenly court in such a manner, as if they were easily trifled with. The Buddha, smoking a pipe and squinting, retorts, inquiring if there is any evidence to support the accusation that they are responsible. The Jade Emperor's previous tactics have been deftly turned against him. By the heavens, I have witnessed many forms of shamelessness, but this surpasses them all. Buddha, your actions are utterly outrageous. The Jade Emperor seethes with anger, itching to confront him directly. In Chapter 98, the Buddha's demeanor shifts, revealing a hint of grievance. You, from the heavenly court, have slain a member of my Buddhist order, and I come seeking an explanation, yet you accuse me of overstepping my bounds? Do you possess no sense of shame? I am deemed excessive for demanding justice after Li Jing's actions, and you, as the Jade Emperor, dare to call me shameless? I have never encountered such brazen audacity. The Buddha delivers his scornful words with a chilling laughter. Below, Li Jing resembles a beggar, discreetly wiping away tears of injustice. Though the Jade Emperor stands before him, he does not dare to approach recklessly, for should one act recklessly, the Tathagata might strike first. Although he harbored doubts about the Tathagata's willingness to slay him, one could never rule out the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Observing the current situation, it appeared that the two formidable leaders were engaged in a rather unpleasant discourse. Tathagata, is this matter the doing of Li Jing from our heavenly court? I trust you are well aware of this, and have come seeking an explanation from me? In that case, I too wish to demand an explanation from you. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata appeared momentarily perplexed, uncertain of what explanation he was to provide. The Jade Emperor continued, "You brazenly torment my heavenly king, Li, as if my Buddhist sect holds no significance in your eyes." The Tathagata's mind reeled. The audacity of the Jade Emperor was astonishing, as he had the gall to turn the tables. "Jade Emperor, I witnessed with my own eyes the death of a Buddhist disciple at the hands of Li Jing. Do you suppose I am mistaken?" The emperor retorted, "I have just stated that what is seen does not necessarily equate to truth. As the progenitor of the Buddhist sect, do you not comprehend this? Indeed, I concede that it appears Li Jing was responsible for the demise of Jin 2Journey, yet there must be hidden truths. However, you indiscriminately punish and assault innocent members of my sect. Do you truly place any value on my heavenly court?" The Jade Emperor's presence became formidable, asserting control with mere words. Li Jing began to weep, feeling assured that he had aligned himself with the right faction. The Jade Emperor was indeed a man of great integrity. The Tathagata found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. "Release my people from your heavenly court," the Jade Emperor proclaimed, lifting his chin in a haughty manner. The Tathagata's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation before he finally countered, "What if I refuse to release them? Do you believe my heavenly court fears you?" The Jade Emperor's tone grew icy. He had come to extort, yet was left speechless by the Jade Emperor's incisive retorts. It became evident that in matters of rhetoric, the Tathagata was indeed no match for the Buddha. "And what shall be done about the innocent lives lost in my Buddhist sect?" Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor scoffed, "This is a matter concerning your Buddhist sect. What relevance does it hold for my heavenly court?" The implication was clear. The deaths of your sect members were of no concern to me. At least, that was how the Tathagata interpreted it. How audacious! Unable to articulate a rebuttal, the Tathagata resorted to physical confrontation. "You dare!" The Jade Emperor stood unyielding, his power surging. The two quasi-saints engaged in a brief clash, their overwhelming auras causing the heavenly court to tremble slightly. It was uncertain whether the Buddha did so intentionally, but he seemed to envelop Li Jing in the ensuing chaos. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Emperor's countenance turned a shade of green. "You despicable being!" The Tathagata, unable to prevail in conversation, resorted to violence, deliberately ensnaring Li Jing within the fray. The message was unmistakable. Having lost a disciple, the Buddhist sect sought to ensure the heavenly court suffered a loss as well, or else they would be left feeling unbalanced. Realizing this, the Jade Emperor endeavored to shield Li Jing. Under the imposing might of the quasi-saint, Li Jing felt no pain. His expression one of astonishment as his corporeal form dissipated into thin air. Nevertheless, the Jade Emperor's intervention proved effective, preserving a fragment of Li Jing's soul, albeit just a mere sliver. One might say Li Jing was left in a state of near obliteration. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the Tathagata's eyes as he snorted softly and turned to flee. Now, Li Jing is left with only a fragment of his soul. Without the soul-condensing pill from the celestial lord above, restoration would be quite challenging. The golden-headed Jedi has perished. He originally intended to exploit this event to extort the heavenly court. However, the Jade Emperor's shamelessness rendered him speechless with just a few words. Nevertheless, the situation has improved. Although he did not manage to extort anything, at least the heavenly court has suffered a loss, which brings some balance to the mind of the Buddha. The Buddha, though, was infuriated by the Jade Emperor's wrath, his voice echoing with indignation. This cunning schemer, the Buddha thought, was utterly despicable. Li Jing stood there, a mere specter of himself. Initially, the Jade Emperor intended to punish him for his kneeling, but upon witnessing Li Jing's pitiful state, he could not bring himself to do so. He instructed his subordinates to gather Li Jing's soul and then sought a way to obtain the soul-condensing pill from the Supreme Celestial Lord. The Buddha felt a semblance of equilibrium restored. Yet, upon reflecting on the innocent Jedi's demise within the Buddhist realm, a shadow of gloom washed over him. Returning to the spiritual mountain with a stern visage, the other Buddhas fell silent, fearing the Buddha might unleash his frustration upon them. In the bottomless pit, Tang Yu and the White Mouse spirit grew increasingly intimate through their interactions. It would not be long before their relationship blossomed. One could only speculate how the Buddhist disciples were faring, especially after the death of the golden-headed Jedi, which surely left them in despondency. This thought lightened Tang Yu's mood significantly, especially since this time he had entangled the heavenly court as well. "Yu, what are you pondering?" The affectionate address already hinted at a deepening bond. Tang Yu felt a thrill coursing through him, but maintained a facade of authority, responding, "Ah, my dear, matters of men should not concern you." "I apologize," the white mouse spirit said hurriedly, pouring him a cup of wine. Her visage bloomed like a peach blossom, adorned with a hint of rosy hue, her seductive gaze radiating charm. Tang Yu nearly drooled at the sight, taking her hand in his. "Why, it seems we share a mutual affection. When love runs deep, the clothes must come off, and passions must be explored." "Ah?" The white mouse spirit was taken aback, still unprepared for such intimacy. Tang Yu, unwilling to waste time, pondered alternative strategies. After all, on this journey, countless beauties awaited him. How could he forsake the entire forest for a single tree? The white mouse spirit's expression grew conflicted. "There is promise," Tang Yu said, holding her hand with deep affection. "Do you realize how beautiful you are? Every time I see you, I am overwhelmed by the urge to be with you." Her face flushed like a ripe apple. She lowered her gaze, unable to utter a single word. Her heart raced. This monk was truly handsome, and his words were enchanting. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Tang Yu gently pulled her hand, leisurely leading her toward the bed. The white mouse spirit feigned reluctance, yet her resistance was half-hearted. Thus, they finally indulged in their desires. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain, gazing at the familiar landscape before him, filled with disbelief. How could this be? He uttered a painful whisper, which was soon followed by a thunderous roar that resonated throughout every corner of Flower Fruit Mountain. Chapter 99. A desolate Flower Fruit Mountain had transformed into a barren wasteland, devoid of its former splendor. Everywhere lay charred remnants, and the once vibrant mountaintops were stripped of all life. The monkeys that used to frolic freely, the wildflowers that blanketed the ground, the trees laden with an array of fruits, and the multitude of small creatures. Now, all was lost. Only a stretch of scorched earth remained, with not even a blade of grass to be seen. Why has this come to pass? Why has this happened? Sun Wukong, overwhelmed with anguish, began to howl in despair, frantically swinging his golden staff. In an instant, he materialized in the underworld. "Yama, you wretched old man, immediately investigate the whereabouts of all the monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain," Sun Wukong demanded, his visage twisted with fury. "Your Excellency, I cannot ascertain that," Yama stammered, trembling before the wrathful Monkey King. "In the days of your ascension, you incinerated the records of all monkey lives. Hence, I am unable to retrieve any information." Finding no answers in the underworld, Sun Wukong ascended to the heavenly court to seek news of his kin. Strangely, the once vibrant court fell into an unsettling silence. "What do I, a mere monkey, know of the whereabouts of your kind from Flower Fruit Mountain?" The Jade Emperor replied, his expression unchanging and indifferent. "Though I reign over the three realms, I cannot oversee every matter within them, and thus, I am not privy to the affairs of your mountain." After a prolonged moment of silence, Sun Wukong turned and departed. As he left, a few deities in the heavenly court could not help but exhale in relief. Upon returning to Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong soared above the terrain several times, yet he found nothing, no signs of life, no animals, not even trees or wild grass. Only a barren expanse of scorched earth remained. He returned to the water curtain cave, where the throne lay shrouded in dust. Sun Wukong stood on the mountaintop, frozen in place, as if he had turned to stone. He remained there throughout the night before finally departing. As he left, another monkey emerged, resembling Sun Wukong, but with a hint of malevolence in its demeanor. This monkey entered the water curtain cave and seemingly brushed against something. The adjacent wall slowly parted, revealing a hidden passage. The monkey ventured inside, where a soft glow began to materialize. Before him stood a vague silhouette of another monkey, not quite corporeal. This figure was battered and chained, with 5 massive iron chains binding its limbs and waist. Occasionally, the chains flickered with a sinister red light, emanating a terrifying power. "Oh, how tragic!" Reduced to this state, the newcomer mocked, laughter laced with malice. The chains trembled slightly, producing a thunderous sound. The battered monkey raised its gaze, a defiant smile breaking across its face, filled with an indomitable spirit and a rebellious audacity. "So what if it is?" The injured monkey laughed defiantly, still exuding an air of arrogance. "If one day I escape from this dire fate, I shall lead the kingdom of all demons, tread upon Ling Mountain, and battle the celestial court." The monkey shook his head lightly, chuckling. The kingdom of all demons was no more, and Flower and Fruit Mountain lay in ruins. The injured monkey gradually faded from view, staring blankly at the monkey, who continued to laugh, though the laughter grew increasingly hoarse, a low sound akin to weeping. Who says the kingdom of all demons has vanished? The injured monkey suddenly roared, his voice echoing with earth-shaking intensity. I am still alive. As long as I exist, the kingdom of all demons endures. With my presence, Flower and Fruit Mountain shall also remain. Even if I stand alone, I embody the kingdom of all demons. I am Flower and Fruit Mountain. The injured monkey descended into madness, his demeanor wild and frenzied, the chains upon him clinking noisily. How pitiful it is, the monkey observed, his expression devoid of emotion, to be so self-righteous and arrogant even now. A spark ignited in the injured monkey's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word with fervor. For I am the king of all demons, the great sage equal to heaven. In the abyss, Tang Yu relaxed as he lit a post-coital cigarette, embracing the white rat's spirit, feeling a wave of delight wash over him. The sensation of being with a demon was indeed unparalleled. He decided to linger here for a while, awaiting the summons from the Buddhist order to embark on his journey. However, Tang Yu suddenly felt a pang of reluctance to part with this enchanting spirit. Could he take her along to the Western paradise? It seemed plausible, for those monks needed him to fulfill the journey to acquire scriptures. Who he brought along should not matter. Having a female demon accompany him on the journey to the West would offer endless opportunities for merriment. He could easily amuse himself at the expense of those self-righteous monks. Ah, this life is simply delightful, he mused. Stay with me in this abyss, my dear. The white rat's spirit eagerly proposed. They say consuming Tang Sanzang's flesh grants immortality. Imagine the effect of feasting upon his descendants. I too wish for such indulgence, but you know I bear the sacred duty of acquiring scriptures. This is a noble endeavor for the benefit of all mankind, Tang Yu replied with solemnity, exuding compassion. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in the white rat's spirit's eyes. However, I can take you along on my journey, he added, reigniting her hope. Great. Let us continue, Tang Yu chuckled, leaning in closer. In the Western paradise, the joyful Buddha had emerged from the sauna, feeling rejuvenated after days of soaking. Such was the merit accrued, an exclusive privilege typically reserved for the Buddha himself, which he had now enjoyed. Observing the joyful Buddha, the Tathagata Buddha nodded approvingly. The Buddhist order seemed to be regaining its vitality, although there were still some vacancies. Progress was evident, which was indeed encouraging news. Yet, the return of Jin2Jieti was impossible. The thought cast a shadow over the Buddha. The journey to the West had scarcely begun, and already the Buddhist order had suffered the loss of a Jieti. This situation was clearly influenced by unforeseen variables. Yet no information regarding these variables was forthcoming. The Buddha felt a sense of helplessness. Matters beyond, even the saint's calculations were beyond his control. Alas, he sighed. The pressing matter remains the focus on the journey to the West. The mystical mirror emerged, revealing Tang Sanzang engaged in conversation with the white mouse spirit. The Buddha's countenance was notably serene, accustomed as he was to such occurrences. However, it had been several days, and the ongoing frivolity posed a risk to one's health. Should they fail to reach the Western paradise, the consequences would be dire. Maitreya Buddha was dispatched to the mortal realm, tasked with urging Tang Sanzang to commence his journey forthwith. Dithering was not an option. With a wave of his hand, the Tathagata summoned a precious elixir into Maitreya's grasp, this being the great Yuan pill, intended for Tang Sanzang. He felt a sense of exasperation. The pilgrim's frivolity was concerning, as it was feared he might meet his demise due to a woman, thus necessitating the provision of additional elixirs. The Buddha felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Chapter 100, Calling Third Sister-in-Law. The decision to send Maitreya to the mortal realm stemmed from the fact that this rotund figure was quite capable, far more so than Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Before the latter could even barter for incense, he had managed to offend Tang Sanzang thoroughly. Such a person was hardly fit for any task. It is worth noting that Samantabhadra was equally unfortunate. Many of his possessions had been bartered away for incense. Even his beloved lotus throne was lost. The incense he had obtained remained unconsumed, leaving him to scavenge remnants alongside his more fortunate counterparts. A bodhisattva reduced to such conditions, who would believe it? The world had grown harsh and unyielding, leaving one in a state of regression. By the decree of the Buddha, Maitreya responded with delight, sensing an opportunity for a small fortune. It was known that several Buddha had entrusted him with treasures to exchange for incense. Yet he had not encountered a suitable opportunity. This time was fortuitous. Upon arriving at the abyss, he projected his consciousness and found himself within the cave dwelling. Tangyu. Upon seeing the suddenly materialized Maitreya, particularly his rotund visage and sycophantic grin, felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Third brother, please, spare me your nauseating demeanor. If you cannot smile genuinely, then do not smile at all. It is repugnant. Tangyu was unreserved in his disdain towards Maitreya. The latter's smile faltered momentarily as he patted his own face, forcing a grin that appeared somewhat strained. He hastily transitioned to a more palatable expression. After all, he was in need of assistance. Third brother, the Buddha has instructed you to embark on your journey without delay. The pursuit of the scriptures must not be postponed. Maitreya implored, his demeanor obsequious. I understand. Now leave. Tangyu waved his hand, brimming with impatience. Just then, the white mouse spirit entered, carrying a fruit platter, only to drop it in shock upon spotting Maitreya, her expression tinged with anxiety. After all, this was the Maitreya Buddha of the West, a figure not to be taken lightly. Momentarily paralyzed with trepidation, she stood frozen. Su, come here, Tangyu beckoned. Their recent exchanges had fostered a thorough understanding between them, and he had learned that the white mouse spirit was named by Su. By Gu Jing is by Jing Jing, and by Shu Jing is by Su. I wonder if there are more female demons with the surname Baidakam. Casting a glance at Maitreya, Bai Su hesitated slightly before making her way to her beloved Yu's side. Maitreya Buddha paid her no heed, which gradually eased the tension that had gripped her. Third brother, let us hasten our journey, he urged. Maitreya Buddha, being quite astute, was aware that the Tathagata had sent him to prompt Tang Sanzang and the others to proceed swiftly. Although Tang Sanzang had acquiesced, one could never be certain that he would not turn back the moment Maitreya departed, retreating into the comforts of a gentle embrace. Thus, for the sake of safety, Maitreya felt compelled to witness their departure with his own eyes to truly set his mind at ease. Very well, Tangyu replied reluctantly, brushing his fingers against Bai Su's delicate face. Let us embark on our quest for scriptures. Bai Su blushed, fidgeting with her small hands. Upon hearing this, Maitreya Buddha was taken aback. Third brother, you intend to bring this female demon along on your pilgrimage? He exclaimed in disbelief. The notion of a scripture seeker accompanied by a female demon on their way to the great Thundersound Temple, occasionally indulging in playful banter, seemed utterly theatrical and ludicrous. Suddenly, a vivid scene unfolded before Maitreya's eyes. Tang Sanzang and the white mouse spirit, hand in hand, affectionately making their way to the spirit mountain, even displaying their affection in the presence of the Tathagata. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Maitreya's spine. What female demon? She is your third sister-in-law. Address her as such. Tangyu interjected sharply, correcting Maitreya's misapprehension. His own Baiyu was indeed extraordinary, leaving Maitreya speechless. As Maitreya regarded Tangyu, the white mouse spirit's eyes sparkled with affection. Yes, third sister-in-law. Maitreya smiled broadly at Bai Su. He then turned to Tangyu with earnestness. Third brother, my dear fellow, I am looking out for your best interests. Consider this. As a monk burdened with the great task of seeking scriptures, does it truly befit you to bring your sister-in-law along? I see nothing inappropriate in this. Tangyu replied, slightly furrowing his brow. I am indeed journeying to the west, and whether accompanied by one or another, the essence remains unchanged, does it not? Furthermore, as a demon, Susu's presence signifies the profound meaning of the Buddha's compassion in saving all beings. In the Buddhist doctrine, no soul is beyond salvation. All beings are equal, and if one sincerely seeks the Buddha, then the Buddha will embrace them. By bringing Susu along, we embody the Buddhist tenets of compassion and equality. Is that not a beautiful concept? Maitreya Buddha found himself somewhat bewildered. He had to admit that Tang Sanzang's sentiments held some merit. Yet, the image of a monk accompanied by a female demon on a pilgrimage to the west felt exceedingly peculiar. While Maitreya himself was unconcerned, as long as he had his smoke, he realized that the Tathagata could not approve of Tang Sanzang bringing a female demon on such a sacred journey. How could this be resolved? If the discussion continued, and Tang Sanzang grew irate, what if he denied him his beloved cigarettes? After contemplating, Maitreya resolved that this was a matter for the Buddha to address. He reassured himself that his task was simply to urge Tang Sanzang to set forth, regardless of whom he brought along. As long as they were heading west, the mission would be deemed accomplished. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to speak. Tang Yu asserted that his actions were a manifestation of the profound compassion inherent in the Buddhist faith, and he felt that he was at a disadvantage as he endeavored to propagate its teachings. He gazed at Maitreya Buddha, suggesting that some treasures should be offered as compensation. What kind of look is that? Do not regard me in such a manner. I am escorting someone, and the expenses along the way have been considerable. Surely, my contributions to the Buddhist community warrant some form of recompense? His audacity was astounding. He brazenly attempted to extort, claiming victimhood despite his intention to accompany a female demon. Maitreya Buddha was rendered speechless, yet powerless to act. After a moment's hesitation, he produced 2 treasures and presented them to Tang Sanzang, reasoning that such items would be of little use to a mere mortal, likely only to be pawned for a profit later. Initially reluctant to part with them, he reconciled himself to the notion that it was not a significant loss. Unbeknownst to him, all the treasures had been surrendered to the system by Tang Yu in exchange for fortune points. What began as a mere jest on Tang Yu's part unexpectedly resulted in Maitreya Buddha actually producing 2 treasures. Instantly, the rotund figure beamed with delight, exclaiming, "You are quite remarkable. I hold you in high regard." The term fatty momentarily caught Maitreya Buddha off guard, but he quickly realized it referred to himself. "Brother San, you flatter me," he replied, bending slightly at the waist. Seizing the opportunity, he added, "Brother, I wish to exchange for some cigarettes, if you would be so kind." With a wave of his hand, Maitreya Buddha summoned an array of treasures before Tang Yu, eagerly inquiring how many packs of cigarettes they could procure. After consulting the system and comparing it to previous prices, Tang Yu offered him 5 packs. Holding the cigarettes, Maitreya Buddha hesitated momentarily before retrieving a pill from the Buddha, stating, "Brother, this is a pill bestowed by the Buddha, capable of nourishing the kidneys and enhancing vitality." Tang Yu was taken aback. Could the Buddha truly be so benevolent? Nevertheless, he snatched it with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Lai." The address made Maitreya Buddha's head spin, yet he smiled, replying, "Yes, yes, Brother San. I shall certainly relay your thanks to the Buddha. Now, be off with you," Tang Yu said, waving him away with impatience. With his cigarettes secured, Maitreya Buddha departed, satisfied. After some time, Tang Yu also exited the abyss, realizing it was time to resume his journey. He wondered how his disciples were faring. As he ascended, he spotted 3 of them gathered around a fire, roasting something that wafted a delectable aroma, stirring his appetite. Upon seeing Bai Susu, Sun Wukong instinctively tightened his grip on his golden staff. Remain calm, remain calm. She is your master's wife," Tang Yu urged, concerned that the monkey might impulsively strike her, as she was far too delicate to withstand such an assault. "Master's wife." Pigsy, ever the charmer, grinned broadly, causing Bai Susu to blush. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing exchanged glances with her before diverting their gazes. Initially, she felt quite anxious, but as the situation remained peaceful, she gradually relaxed. Having consumed a substantial piece of meat, Tang Yu let out a satisfying belch, wiped his mouth, and cheerfully beckoned his disciples to embark on their journey. Suddenly, a woman joined their ranks, prompting Tang Yu to generously offer his sole steed, a donkey, for Bai Susu to ride. This act revealed Tang Yu's chivalrous nature. Not long after they had set off, a system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain the golden-headed Jiejia," framing Li Tianwang, resulting in him being left with only a wisp of residual soul. "You have seized fortune from both the Buddhist and Taoist realms. Reward, 5 million fortune points." Although Tang Yu had anticipated a significant reward for his actions, the magnitude was astonishing. Moreover, Li Tianwang was reduced to a mere remnant of his former self, truly unexpected. In the Western paradise, the Buddha looked upon the 5 travelers with a contemplative gaze. What was this? The seeker of scriptures was accompanied by a retinue? While the reputation of Tang Sanzang was already well known, it was brazen to bring along this enchantress, who frequently slipped into the thickets. Most notably, Tang Sanzang had entrusted the donkey to the white mouse spirit, causing him to tire after merely a few steps, necessitating frequent rest. At this pace, reaching the Western paradise would be a matter of eons. "Where one falls, there they lie," aptly described Tang Sanzang's predicament. As for the escapades in the thickets, the purpose was all too evident. The Buddha cast a stern glance at Maitreya, who feigned ignorance. "You merely instructed me to urge Tang Sanzang to commence their journey, and they have indeed set forth. Thus, my task is complete. A contemplative silence lingered among the assembled Buddhas, who would descend to the mortal realm and devise a means to eliminate the white mouse spirit. The Buddha lit a cigarette, his expression grim. If this continued, the quest for scriptures would be irrevocably delayed. Thus, the Buddha's heart turned towards a lethal resolve to eliminate the white mouse spirit and resolve the matter once and for all. After all, it was merely a spirit. Its demise would hold little consequence. The assembled Buddhas exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The journey to the west had become a volatile situation, and no one wished to tread upon it, opting instead to feign ignorance. Noticing the silence, the Buddha sighed, feeling a sense of despair for the absence of capable disciples. It was rather tragic that in the vastness of the spiritual mountain, no one was willing to share in his burdens. His gaze swept across the assembly, and the Buddhas instinctively averted their eyes, fearful of being saddled with the unpleasant task. Pu Xian, you shall take on this duty, he declared. Pu Xian Bodhisattva's expression darkened. He had already retreated to the back, but fate had not spared him. How unfortunate was his lot. Having previously clashed with Tang Sanzang over certain matters, he was now commanded to eliminate the woman by his side. Yet, the Buddha's decree was absolute. He had no choice but to comply. By the Buddha's will, Pu Xian Bodhisattva grimaced, resigned to his fate. Meanwhile, Tang Yu continued his journey, humming cheerfully, occasionally disappearing into the thickets, reveling in sheer delight. Why had he not thought of this sooner? Had he known, he would have brought Gao Zuilan along. Concealed in the celestial heights, Pu Xian Bodhisattva prepared to seize an opportune moment to strike. A diminutive white mouse spirit, brimming with confidence, effortlessly dispatched its target without revealing its own identity. The only prerequisite was the arrival of a suitable opportunity. Although Tang Yu had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, merely a step away from the great Luo Golden Immortal, his perception surpassed that of an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal, rivaling even that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Sun Wukong sensed something amiss in the heavens above, casting a glance skyward with a slight furrow of his brow. What business does the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra have here? Should I devise a way to send him away? Tang Yu fell into contemplation, his previous encounter with the Bodhisattva having left him rather displeased. Manjushri and Lingji are enjoying a hot spring. What need have you to join? With this thought, Tang Yu let out a cold chuckle within his mind, preparing to send this old fellow off to rest, lest he emerge to frolic and become a nuisance. After taking a couple of steps, Tang Yu paused. It was not out of genuine fatigue, but rather a reluctance to proceed. However, this scene, observed by the multitude of Buddhas in the West, was misinterpreted as Tang Yu having exhausted himself due to his recent escapades, leading to his current state of fatigue. Otherwise, would the Tathagata personally prepare elixirs for him? There was concern that his health might deteriorate, preventing him from reaching the West. Pigsy had grown accustomed to this and pointed to a nearby grove. Master, go ahead. I'll keep watch. After some consideration, Tang Yu decided to proceed. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that his body was indeed struggling. Concealed in the shadows, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra's eyes brightened with anticipation. An opportunity had finally presented itself. A heavenly mouse spirit and immortal Tang Sanzang. He felt assured of his ability to eliminate the mouse spirit discreetly and withdraw unscathed. After all, to him, Tang Sanzang was merely a mortal, incapable of perceiving his presence. Unbeknownst to him, his antics appeared as nothing more than a jest in Tang Yu's eyes. Moreover, Tang Yu was already inclined to send him to the sauna. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed by the Bodhisattva, who stealthily advanced, preparing for a decisive strike, intending to leave without a trace, thus fulfilling the Buddha's task. Here it comes. With a barely perceptible wave of his hand, Tang Yu activated the concealment array, sealing off the area. Chapter 102. The unexpected Bodhisattva Samantabhadra was entirely oblivious, even reveling in his good fortune. At last, the moment had arrived. After exchanging some items with the system, Tang Yu pulled by Susu down to sit beneath a tree, sharing an intimate moment. Goodness, how scandalous. The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra shut his eyes, unwilling to witness such a sight. Such opportunities were rare. If he did not seize this moment, it would be difficult to find another like it in the future. To his astonishment, he found himself reacting. Amitba, Amitba. The Bodhisattva hurriedly recited a couple of mantras, but to no avail. As before him, a vivid spring scene was about to unfold. It was the real deal. Such experiences had never been afforded to the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, and he could not help but feel his breath quicken and a warmth rising within him. Upon observing Tang Yu's demeanor, a pang of jealousy unexpectedly surged within him, accompanied by a compelling urge to push Tang Yu aside and seize the moment for himself. Alas, what a transgression! Such thoughts were utterly unacceptable. The more he endeavored to avert his gaze, the more irresistible the temptation became. Is this phenomenon truly so addictive? Tang Sanzang often found himself in similar predicaments. Though Bodhisattva Samantabhadra had his own experiences, they were confined to his own hands. He had yet to engage in real combat. A warrior wielding a weapon but never having faced the battlefield carries a stigma. Now, an authentic scene was about to unfold before him, and amid the tumult of emotions, it presented an exquisite opportunity. Yet, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra found himself wanting to observe a little longer. He was aware that this was inappropriate, yet he could not restrain his curiosity, feeling compelled to continue watching. Despite Tang Yu's affectionate interactions with Baisusu, he remained ever vigilant of his surroundings. Why had this old rascal not yet taken action? Was he truly captivated by the spectacle? At this rate, Tang Yu might lose control completely, and the situation could devolve into chaos. Displaying such behavior before Bodhisattva Samantabhadra made him feel somewhat bashful. Undress, undress, he incessantly chanted within his mind, only to quickly remind himself of his monastic vows. What a sin indeed! Yet, how captivating it was. He yearned to behold more. In that moment, he had entirely forgotten the sacred task entrusted to him by the Buddha, consumed solely by the desire to continue watching. Having never encountered such a scene before, he unwittingly shed his robe, his breath quickening with excitement. He was utterly entranced, completely oblivious to the necessity of concealing his presence in the shadows. Consequently, he was effortlessly discovered by Tang Yu, who sensed the intruder's intentions. Goodness gracious! This rascal dares to indulge in such a spectacle while engaging in his own indulgences. Tang Yu unintentionally dispelled the concealment array. Thus, everyone observing the pilgrimage witnessed this shocking tableau. Tang Sanzang's antics were of little consequence, as they had grown accustomed to his behavior throughout the journey. But what was Bodhisattva Samantabhadra doing? In the West, the expression on the Buddha's face turned a ghastly shade of green. Several other Buddhas gasped in astonishment. Heavens! Bodhisattva Samantabhadra is audaciously engaging in such blatant behavior. Though they were all Buddhas, they were still male, with their own fundamental needs. Many of the Buddhas discreetly kept erotic imagery hidden beneath their beds for personal amusement. Armed with spears, they strategized in their hearts, vanquishing countless foes, only to exhale heavily afterward. However, their actions were conducted in secrecy. Bodhisattva Samantabhadra's open display was a daring spectacle they dared not emulate. All eyes turned to the Buddha, whose countenance darkened ominously, evoking a sense of dread. The assembly of Buddhas fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. What mischief was this little rascal up to? The Buddha growled in a low, menacing tone. Such behavior, while understandable for a man, remained utterly shocking. In the comfort of your bed, whether clad in undergarments or wrapped in a blanket, one might think it permissible. After all, such indulgences are universally understood. Yet, to brazenly display one's actions, akin to presenting a prized golden needle mushroom, is utterly bewildering. What a spectacle! The dignity of the Buddhist realm has been tarnished. Setting aside all else, the celestial beings above must have observed this spectacle with clarity. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet that even the sound of breathing was stilled. One could hear a pin drop. Who will retrieve this fool? I shall peel his skin off, the Buddha spoke through gritted teeth. He had instructed him to vanquish the white mouse spirit, only to have him surreptitiously flaunt his golden needle mushroom. Such defiance of his command was audacious. And even more audacious was his unabashed display of frivolity. Maitreya, you go, the Buddha ordered, his countenance darkening as he pointed at Maitreya, who remained silent. Bring this rascal back to me. I shall flay him alive. The Buddha's body trembled with indignation. Tang Sanzang, the monk on a pilgrimage, was oblivious to the turmoil, merrily exclaiming his chants without a care. However, the Buddha meticulously noted his transgressions, preparing to confront him upon his arrival at the sacred mountain. Meanwhile, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva disregarded the dignity of the Buddhist order, lost in a trance of distraction, his mind clouded with thoughts of merriment. Maitreya, too, felt a tinge of anger. As a member of the Buddhist fraternity, was embarrassed by Samantabhadra's disgraceful conduct. Tang Yu observed Samantabhadra's antics with keen awareness. Initially, he contemplated sending him for a sauna, but now it seemed unnecessary. He was already engrossed in his shenanigans, and the Buddhist order's reputation lay in tatters. Just as this thought surfaced, a flash of light appeared in the sky, revealing his companion, Maitreya. Samantabhadra, enveloped in his meditation, found his breath quickening, his body trembling, on the brink of release. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck his face, jolting him back to reality. What had he been about to do? This was sheer folly. How could he have been so audacious as to laugh so heartily? Fool, what have you done? Maitreya delivered another stinging slap. Tang Yu grasped by Susu's hand, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. Hearing the commotion, the three disciples approached, puzzled by the altercation between Maitreya and Samantabhadra. The most alarming aspect was that Samantabhadra's robe was wide open, with the golden needle mushroom staining it with a hint of impurity. Samantabhadra's cheeks were red and swollen from the blows, rendering him speechless. What can you even say? Maitreya, although courteous to Tang Yu, showed no mercy to Samantabhadra, pulling his hair and delivering another round of slaps. Brother, forgive me, Maitreya said with a wry smile. Maitreya Buddha offered a sheepish smile to Tang Yu. Chapter 103. Approaching the Kingdom of Zhuzi. Tang Yu shrugged, adopting a spectator's demeanor, suggesting they could continue. Observing the behavior of Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, it was clear he had lost all semblance of dignity. Bruised and battered, he lay on the ground, his robe flapping open, while the little golden mushroom bounced defiantly, displaying a spirit of resilience. Maitreya Buddha chuckled awkwardly. Third brother, third sister, I shall take my leave now, and with a swift motion, he pulled Samantabhadra Bodhisattva along, vanishing from sight. It was likely that upon returning to the Western paradise, Samantabhadra would not fare any better, having shamelessly engaged in such antics. Master, what is happening? Asked the simple-minded one. It was quite unexpected that Maitreya Buddha had given Manjushri Bodhisattva a thrashing. It's nothing, just Samantabhadra playing with the golden mushroom, Tang Yu waved dismissively. Zhu Beiji expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Samantabhadra was bold enough to play with the golden mushroom in broad daylight. The assembly of Buddhas cast disparaging glances at Samantabhadra, who, shamed, lowered his head in silence. His robe was tattered, marred with dirt and filth. Tathagata Buddha wore a grim expression, remaining silent. Samantabhadra dared not lift his gaze to meet his eyes. You are quite something, Tathagata Buddha remarked with a sardonic smile. Samantabhadra trembled and fell to his knees, pleading for forgiveness. I seek your pardon for your great undertaking. Tathagata Buddha summoned him before himself, delivering a series of resounding slaps that left Samantabhadra dazed, his mind in disarray, unable to regain his composure for a long while. He was unceremoniously cast out of the Western paradise. Depart, and reflect in solitude. Do not emerge without my command. Tathagata Buddha trembled with fury, gasping for breath, hastily lighting a cigarette to calm his ire. Where had Tang Sanzang and his companions ventured? They had momentarily set aside the matter of slaying the white-boned spirit to focus on their own whereabouts. Reporting to Buddha, Tang Sanzang and his party are nearing the vicinity of Zhuzi Kingdom, Maitreya Buddha announced. Tathagata Buddha furrowed his brow slightly. Zhuzi Kingdom. This trial was arranged meticulously. However, an unexpected complication has arisen, namely the white rat spirit. Unbeknownst to us, this has inadvertently provided Tang Sanzang's party with an additional protector. Yet it appears too late to eliminate her. Furthermore, the unforeseen incident involving Samantabhadra has resulted in a significant loss for the Buddhist community. Concerning the trials of the journey to the West, the Buddha felt a sense of wanting to abandon the mission. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting, it was simply unthinkable. Even if he wished to retreat, the two saints behind him would not permit it. What are everyone's thoughts on this trial? Tathagata Buddha inquired wearily. This trial involves Guanyin's steed, the golden-haired howler, descending to the mortal realm as a demon, abducting the queen of the golden sacred palace of Zhuzi Kingdom. Subsequently, Tang Sanzang and his three disciples venture forth to rescue her. This could be considered a fundamental completion. However, aside from the uncertainties involved, Tang Yu's audacious maneuvers leave them bewildered. He seldom adheres to conventional methods, and one can never predict how he will navigate this calamity. Do you still have a plan? This youth lacks martial virtue. The multitude of Buddhas exchanged glances, yet none uttered a word. Even the Buddha himself found himself at a loss. What recourse did they have? As for the travelers of the journey to the west, they sought to remain uninvolved whenever possible. Manjushri, Lingji, the four directions of Jyoti, and the happy Buddha all served as cautionary tales, living examples of their caution. Most notably, the golden-headed Jyoti had already met his demise. This further instilled fear within them. Upon witnessing the travelers, they scurried away as far as possible. When silence reigned, the Tathagata let out a sigh, instructing the Bodhisattva Guanyin to keep a vigilant watch over this predicament. Should they fail, so be it. The journey to the west had rendered the Buddha quite powerless, even evoking a sense of resignation. I report to you, O Buddha, that Bodhisattva Guanyin has been closely monitoring the master and his disciples, spoke Maitreya Buddha. The Tathagata nodded subtly. Guanyin's attention provided him with some solace, as she could share the burden. Lighting a cigarette, the Tathagata's form flickered and appeared in the depths of chaos to pay respects to the two saints. What is the matter? The voice of Jyoti resonated from all directions. Yet his figure remained unseen. This displeased the Buddha, for he was, after all, the Tathagata, the sovereign of the Western paradise. To come here and not reveal oneself was a slight indeed. Yet, they were saints, and all beneath them were mere ants. Despite his status, he was still in service to others, a subordinate of sorts. Even in discontent, he dared not voice it. May I inquire about the uncertainties? He asked. It remains unknown. The only certainty is that the variables are concealed among the travelers of the journey to the west. Currently, chaos reigns within the journey, and many events have unfolded unexpectedly. The calamities completed thus far since the inception of the journey are few and far between. The Tathagata's voice faltered as he spoke. After a prolonged silence, the voice of Jyoti echoed from the depths of chaos. I am fully aware. The journey shall continue. As for the calamities, we shall find a way to make amends later. The journey to the west is inevitable, and should failure occur in this final life, the Buddhist community would surely rejoice in its resurgence. The expedition is destined, thus. Even though the heavenly court and the Taoist sects harbor numerous grievances and wish to see Buddhism diminished, they dare not take action. Hence, this presents a rare opportunity. Indeed, the last chance. Jyoti sighed softly. He and Zhuan-Ti still owed much merit to the heavenly Tao. They were counting on the completion of the journey to alleviate their debts. Although uncertainties had indeed arisen, both needed to seize this opportunity, for it was a hard-won chance. Should they miss it, the future flourishing of Buddhism would be challenging. Most importantly, the brothers had substantial debts to settle. I understand. I shall endeavor to arrange for the Buddhist community to facilitate the successful completion of this calamity. Nonetheless, in the eyes of the Tathagata, the journey remained fraught with difficulty. Very well, you may depart. The Buddha offered a respectful bow and returned once more to the sacred mountain, retreating to the secluded area of the rear mountain, a place for reflection and contemplation. There, he felt somewhat stifled and sought to vent his frustrations, and the target of this venting was none other than Puxian. After a considerable time, the Buddha let out a satisfied hum and departed contentedly. The Bodhisattva Samantabhadra lay upon the ground, his visage bruised and battered, a mere shadow of his former self. In a daze, he reclined on the earth, a solitary tear cascading down his cheek, swiftly followed by a fit of sobs. After delivering a sound thrashing to Samantabhadra, the pent-up frustration within had dissipated significantly. The Buddha, puffing on a cigarette, gazed at the azure sky above Mount Ling, exclaiming with gusto, "How refreshing!" As he approached the borders of the kingdom of Zhuzi, Tang Yu beckoned a few companions to take a respite, while he himself meandered intentionally into the depths of the forest. "Come forth," he murmured without turning his head. The figure of Avalokiteshvara materialized not far from him, holding a pure jade bottle and draped in a white monk's robe, radiating an aura of serenity. Ah, he thought, noticing for the first time how striking Avalokiteshvara appeared. We are nearing the kingdom of Zhuzi, Tang Yu remarked casually, glancing at her. In chapter 104, titled Purple Mist and Colorful Stones, Avalokiteshvara regarded Tang Yu with profound intensity, sensing an unsettling premonition that he seemed to possess an intimate understanding of the arrangements concerning Tang Sanzang and the Buddhist order. If that were the case, it would indeed be terrifying. Yet, she felt a flicker of relief. For having boarded Tang Sanzang's proverbial ship, there was no turning back. Jin Tu Jiedi had perished at her hands, and she had successfully framed it upon the shoulders of Li Tianwang, who was rumored to be left with only a wisp of his soul, wandering the heavenly realms in a state of merriment. Yes, the golden-furred howler is right there. Avalokiteshvara remarked. It is my steed. Tang Yu flashed her a grin. Since it is your mount, I shall refrain from consuming its flesh. Let it live to return. But you must ensure it behaves and cooperates with me. That is entirely feasible, Avalokiteshvara replied candidly. After a moment of contemplation, she furrowed her brow. However, if I were to assist you openly, it would undoubtedly be discerned by others. With a swift motion, Tang Yu flicked his wrist, and a small yellow paper fluttered into Avalokiteshvara's hand. This is the concealment of heavenly mechanisms talisman. Once activated, no one will be able to deduce your actions, he chuckled. Though, it is only valid for 1 month. Surprised, Avalokiteshvara scrutinized him, having long been aware of Tang Yu's possession of artifacts that obscure heavenly mysteries. It was this very tool that allowed her to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal without arousing suspicion. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Tang Yu's concealment array far surpassed the level of the talisman she held. Tang Yu, still harboring reservations about her, had only bestowed upon her a talisman with a 1-month validity. Then there are no issues. I will inform the golden-furred howler, she said. Her gaze towards Tang Yu filled with curiosity. Having attained enlightenment for many years, Avalokiteshvara, both in her current manifestation and as the previous Zihong Taoist, had not encountered such a treasure capable of veiling even the saints. At this moment, her resolve to accompany Tang Yu deepened. Trust in Brother San. Perhaps he truly holds the key to immortality. Yu, called by Susu, having noticed Tang Sanzang's prolonged absence. Is he indisposed? Without turning, Tang Yu shouted back. Just a moment, I'm busy. How long do you intend to linger with that female demon? Suddenly, Guanyin Bodhisattva posed a question. The mere thought of journeying to the Thunder Sound Temple with the female demon made her lips twitch slightly. The image was simply too beautiful to fathom. There would come a time when the Buddhist sect would intervene, but that was a matter for another day. Tang Yu was acutely aware of the intricate relationships involved. The Buddhist sect would never allow him to embark on a journey with a female demon. The individuals chosen for the journey to the West had been meticulously selected and planned for years by the Buddhist sect. Setting aside the detrimental impact on the sect's reputation, it was clear that they would not permit her to remain by his side. Though the white rat demon was not particularly powerful, she nonetheless provided valuable assistance. Her presence could lead to numerous unforeseen complications, making it impossible for the Buddhist sect to keep her around. Continuing to travel with her would yield no benefits. Even figures like Li Jing would not support her presence, as she was Li Jing's goddaughter, and this calamity had unjustly tarnished his reputation, leaving him with but a wisp of his former soul. Guanyin Bodhisattva offered a kind reminder. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. I am well aware of this. Yet I am without a suitable plan. He had originally intended to wait until he achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation and the arrival of the Tongtian saint, after which he would ask the Tongtian patriarch to take her away. Although the white rat demon was indeed a creature of the wild, the Jie sect welcomed all beings without discrimination. With the protection of the Tongtian patriarch, he believed there would be no unforeseen incidents. He felt a deep reluctance to part with the female demon. I happen to know of a suitable place, Guanyin Bodhisattva said after a brief hesitation. What place? Tang Yu inquired. The kingdom of 10,000 demons, she replied. Tang Yu looked at her in confusion, prompting Guanyin Bodhisattva to continue. Though the current kingdom of 10,000 demons is not what it once was, with only a few old and frail demons remaining, the demon queen possesses genuine quasi-saint cultivation. She looked at Tang Yu with a knowing smile. You are acquainted with the demon queen, are you not? Am I acquainted? Tang Yu responded, bewildered. The white bone spirit, Guanyin Bodhisattva revealed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Yu's eyes. When Sun Wukong had struck her down with a single blow, did the white bone spirit not perish? Moreover, the white bone spirit must surely know Sun Wukong. However, it was evident that he had suffered memory loss and could not recall her. How could she possibly still be alive, let alone become a queen? I do not know why she did not die. As for the demon queen, she was always meant to be one. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu glanced towards Sun Wukong, who was spinning his staff in the distance. And he began to form a suspicion. Who is the demon king? You are not mistaken. It is indeed Sun Wukong, Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed. The once formidable demon king had now been reduced to this state, evoking a sense of profound sadness. How had Wukong come to be like this? And what was his relationship with the white bone spirit? Guanyin Bodhisattva hesitated briefly before speaking slowly. It is widely known that Nuwa created humanity. Yet few are aware that the very first person she crafted existed in the primordial era, a time when no humans were present. Out of curiosity, Nuwa shaped a being from clay. This was the first human she ever created. To render him perfect, she bestowed upon him the essence of the boundless purple haze. Simultaneously, this individual was named Az, or alternatively, Azu. The name Az stems from her essence, formed by the gathering of resplendent purple clouds. Azu, on the other hand, signifies the primordial ancestor of humanity, crafted by the goddess Nuwa. Subsequently, humanity began to flourish upon the earth. In time, Nuwa, in her endeavor to mend the heavens, discovered a vibrant stone, which was lost at the edge of the sky and the corner of the sea. There, Azu remained in solitude, perhaps having acclimated to her loneliness, or perhaps unaware of its existence. How could one who has never encountered the clamor of the world comprehend the meaning of solitude? Until one fateful day, she stumbled upon the vibrant stone, which shimmered with brilliance, captivating her at first glance. She placed it against her heart and, on occasion, would converse with it, believing it could understand her words. Thus, she carried it with her wherever she roamed, up mountains, across rivers, and through rugged terrain. She would softly whisper tales of her adventures, the stone nestled close to her heart, gradually embedding itself within her very being, creating a hollow in her heart, stained with her essence. The stone became increasingly sentient, yearning to transcend its existence as mere stone. It longed to converse with Azu, to share her company. Hearing of formidable practitioners across the boundary sea, it resolved to seek them out, aspiring to become more than a stone. Thus, one day, the stone departed from the edge of the sky and the corner of the sea. In chapter 105, once the vibrant stone vanished, Azu searched fervently for it. Eventually, Nuwa returned and revealed that the stone had crossed the boundary sea, venturing into a realm of splendor. Weeping, Azu implored Nuwa to guide her in the search for her beloved stone. With a heavy heart, Nuwa acquiesced, and soon they located the stone. Having absorbed Azu's essence, it had gained consciousness, yet struggled to take form. However, with Nuwa's assistance, it soon emerged from its stony prison, transformed into a small monkey. Thereafter, Nuwa instructed both the monkey and Azu in the arts of cultivation, and they shared a blissful period together. Yet, on that fateful day when Nuwa was called away, she departed suddenly and never returned. Once a formidable leader of the Yaoju, Nuwa was also the mother of humanity. Under her guidance, the Yaoju thrived immensely. With her disappearance and the onset of the divine calamity, the gods reclaimed their positions, leaving no room for the Yaoju, who faced relentless slaughter and persecution. The once Mayodu gradually weakened, driven to the desolate lands of the 10,000 Yagal, which at that time bore no name, only later being designated as such due to the gathering of myriadal. It was during this tumultuous time that Sun Wukong was elected as their king. Despite the Yaoju's confinement within the 10,000 Yaguo, the celestial deities harbored no intentions of sparing them, persistently provoking and besieging them. Until that fateful day, the demon queen was cunningly lured out by the celestial beings, who captured her to threaten the surrender of the demon kingdom. Enraged, the demon king summoned the full might of his realm, recklessly launching an assault on the heavenly court. I personally witnessed the ferocity of that battle. Had it not been for the intervention of the Buddhist sect, the outcome of the conflict between the celestial beings and the demon race would have remained uncertain. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara spoke, "I shall imprint all that I have witnessed into your consciousness. Behold for yourself." A surge coursed through Tangyu's body, and the monumental clash of yours surged into his mind, a vision once seen by Avalokiteshvara, now etched into his very essence. Thus, he beheld clearly all that the Bodhisattva had observed. He saw the rebellious monkey, clad in golden armor and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, standing defiantly before the multitude of demons, exuding an unparalleled charisma. With a brazen smile upon his face, he appeared invincible. Were demons inherently malevolent? Why should they be slain? Is it merely for being demons? Whether celestial or demonic, they are but different identities. You hypocritical deities, perched high above, feasting on the incense and tributes of mortals. Yet you lack understanding, oblivious to the affairs of humanity, mere inept beings. Talent is the foundation of all existence, yet you gods have forgotten your original humanity. When humans sin, you punish them. What of the sins of the divine? Today, I shall obliterate this heaven. The monkey laughed defiantly, exuding an air of invincibility. Soon thereafter, The cacophony of battle erupted. The war between the demon race and the heavenly court commenced. A terrifying force descended from the heavens, reducing countless demon soldiers to ashes. A piercing cry resonated throughout the universe, and the figure of Nuwa appeared, soaring into the celestial domain, as if a battle of saints was unfolding. The demon race, oppressed by the heavenly court for so long, nursed a deep-seated resentment. With their overwhelming numbers, they began to gain the upper hand, forcing the celestial beings into a disadvantageous position. Amitabha, the Tathagata, accompanied by numerous Buddhas, arrived to join the fray. The demon king, wielding the golden rod, faced off against the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata, neither yielding an inch, his weapon roaring with ferocity. Not far away, Azu was imprisoned, anxiously watching the defiant figure. Zixia, the demon king bellowed, attempting several times to come to her rescue, yet finding no opportune moment. The Tathagata's eyes gleamed with intensity as he glanced at the demon queen. Suddenly, he retreated under a powerful strike and turned his attention toward her. Don't! The demon king screamed in anguish, desperate to reach her, oblivious to the attacks from behind. The Haoyan tower in the Jade Emperor's grasp struck him heavily, shattering his form, yet in an instant, he reconstituted himself, heedless of the looming threat as he charged toward the woman. Under the overwhelming force of the quasi-saints, the demon queen's form gradually began to dissipate. Yet a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth as she gazed at the rebellious figure, the one rushing towards her with fervor. Livewell, do not seek vengeance for me. These were the last words of the demon queen before her entire being vanished into thin air. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple mist, only to vanish without a trace. Ah! The demon king cried out in despair, his entire being spiraling into madness. Under the might of the Jade Emperor's strike, he was grievously wounded. As he faced the dual might of the Jade Emperor and the Buddha, he gradually found himself outmatched. Ultimately, what Tang Yu beheld was a monkey, battered and bruised, standing amidst the chaos, roaring defiantly, still unyielding, still audacious. His eyes were blinded, blood ceaselessly flowing from those once vibrant orbs. His once resplendent golden fur had turned to charred blackness. His magical essence ebbed away, alongside the gradual siphoning of his life force. Yet, he remained indomitable. He continued to swing the golden staff in a wild frenzy. Though it was apparent his movements had slowed, and he struggled even to maintain his grip. Buddha, dare you face me in battle? The demon king bellowed, challenging the heavens. Despite his apparent injuries, on the brink of collapse, he continued to cry out defiantly. At last, he could no longer wield the golden staff. Driving it heavily into the ground, gripping it tightly, motionless, his figure stood upright, akin to a steadfast spear. His body began to dissipate slowly, yet a faint whisper echoed throughout the celestial realm. I shall not perish. One day, I will return to defy the heavens, and at that time, I shall lead my kin once more to Battle Ling Mountain and ascend to the heavens. With a resounding crash, the golden staff fell. In the place where he stood, only the luminous staff remained. A small stone plummeted to the mortal realm of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, landing atop Flower Fruit Mountain. He was irrevocably returned to his original form. The once mighty demon kin, now bereft of their king, immediately found their morale shattered, many fleeing in disarray. The battle, once fierce, devolved into a one-sided massacre following the demise of the demon king and queen. The demon clan crumbled like a house of cards. Some formidable beasts were converted by the Buddhist teachings. Only a scant few managed to return to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The conflict between the demon clan and the celestial realm culminated in the complete defeat of the demons, largely due to the intervention of the Buddha. Tang Yu remained lost in contemplation, reflecting on the once unruly and audacious monkey. It was difficult for him to reconcile the current state of Sun Wukong with the proud figure he had once known. In the years that followed, a spiritual monkey would leap forth from a stone atop Flower Fruit Mountain, journeying across the Eastern Sea in search of enlightenment, subsequently causing turmoil in the heavenly palace, only to be subdued and imprisoned beneath the 5 elements mountain by Buddha. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara remarked. After a moment of silence, Tang Yu spoke. His second tumult in the heavenly palace will likely not be as simple as it seems. Chapter 106, Taibai's Journey to the West. Tang Yu had begun to piece together an understanding of events, from the demon king's defeat and reversion to his original form to his eventual emergence. This could very well signify the onset of the journey to the West calamity. The Buddhist order was also preparing for this eventuality. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara nodded slightly. Indeed, the so-called second tumult in the heavenly palace stems from his transformation from a mere monkey into the great sage equal to heaven. He also recalls the memories of his past life as a demon king, compelling him to once again challenge the heavens. Yet, due to the intervention of the Buddha, he ultimately faced failure. Even now, he is sealed, with certain memories suppressed. The specifics of this sealing I cannot fully comprehend. Thus, the Buddha, Tathagata, imprisoned him beneath the 5 Elements mountain, preparing for the impending calamity of the journey to the west. A hint of disdain flickered across Tang Yu's lips. Indeed, the Buddhist sect seemed to be comprised of a congregation of schemers, particularly that ancient and unyielding Tathagata, had it not been for his ambush on the demon queen, and for Sun Wukong standing resolutely against the 2 great saints, while being besieged by the numerous and fearless demon clan. Perhaps the demons would not have faced defeat. They may have even had the potential to overthrow the heavenly court in one fell swoop. Although it was evident that a saint intervened, it was the goddess Nuwa who thwarted that intervention. As for who that saint was, Tang Yu had a vague suspicion. Subsequently, Jin Chanzi was cast down to the mortal realm. At this moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva cast a glance at Tang Yu. It took him a while to process all that he had learned. So it was. The world is aware that Sun Wukong emerged from a stone upon Huagua Mountain. Yet few know that in his previous life, he was the king of all demons. No wonder the Supreme Lord Laozi remarked that the discarded multicolored stone resonated only with Sun Wukong. It was because he had been stained with the blood of Zixia's heart. Contemplating this, Tang Yu reached out and gently touched the multicolored stone, which had been bestowed upon him by the Supreme Lord. He wondered what purpose it truly served. After a considerable time, Guanyin Bodhisattva had departed, en route to Qilin Mountain to inform the God of Fortune to cooperate with Tang Yu's endeavors. At this moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva had utterly betrayed the Buddhist sect, no longer caring for the impending calamity. For what the Buddhist realm could offer her, Tang Yu could equally provide. Master, why have you been gone for so long? Zhu Beiji inquired, glancing at him curiously. It seemed excessively lengthy for a mere trip to relieve oneself. Nothing much, just a bit of an upset stomach, Tang Yu replied, turning his gaze to Sun Wukong. He was tumbling about, leaping far away, resembling an innocent little monkey. Reflecting on the formidable and unruly demeanor of the Demon King, and then observing the current Sun Wukong, one could scarcely find any resemblance. What a pitiable monkey. Tang Yu sighed inwardly, drawing by Susu closer. Susu, I can no longer accompany you. Guanyin Bodhisattva is right. Staying with me would undoubtedly place you in peril. Initially perplexed by Puxian's arrival, it now seemed clear that he had come to eliminate Bai Susu. Yet, this old rascal, seeing the intimacy between Susu and him, had taken to playing coy. Yuyo, are you going to abandon me? Bai Susu pouted, her expression one of pitiable grievance. I knew all men were like this. They sleep with you, and then forget you. For a moment, Tang Yu was at a loss for words. What had he even said? No, Susu, it's not that. It's just that being with me is dangerous, Tang Yu explained. You know my circumstances are quite complex. Complex indeed. The next destination is the kingdom of Zhuzi. If I bring you along, how will I be able to visit the brothels and engage with those lovely ladies? I am sending you away for your own good. Rest assured, once I accomplish my quest for the scriptures, I will have you by my side, and we shall never part again. Tang Yu gazed at her with profound affection. Yuyo. White Susu began to choke back her tears. If you continue to follow me, I will be unable to protect you. Tang Yu said with a bitter smile. Thus, you must listen and leave first. I assure you, I will come to retrieve you. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince White Susu to depart. Fearing that the unprincipled monks might strike at her on the way, Tang Yu thoughtfully exchanged a concealment talisman for her, ensuring her safe passage to the kingdom of 10,000 demons. However, before she left, the two shared a bout of laughter and merriment, treating the sky as a canopy and the ground as a bed. Though she suffered several mosquito bites on her rear, the experience was nonetheless delightful. With lingering reluctance, White Susu waved goodbye and departed. Watching her leave, Tang Yu sighed deeply. He then urged his donkey to hasten its pace, knowing that the kingdom of Zhuzi awaited him, where meat, wine, and lovely maidens awaited his arrival. In the Western paradise, the Buddha, observing the group undertaking their pilgrimage, sensed something amiss. Lately, he felt his mind becoming increasingly muddled. It was a source of concern. He had to personally oversee everything. Hastily, he lit a stick of incense. Ah, refreshing. Suddenly, he realized the source of his unease. One of their number was missing. The white mouse spirit was nowhere to be found. A flicker of delight crossed his heart. It seemed the white mouse spirit had the wisdom to recognize that she was not meant to be part of their company and had taken her leave. To prevent any unforeseen complications, it would be best to eliminate her. The Buddha began to calculate with his fingers, his expression shifting slightly. He was unable to predict the outcome. What could be the reason? A variable. Surely, some unforeseen element had intervened, rendering his calculations futile. It appeared that this white mouse spirit might pose a future threat. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha deemed himself somewhat paranoid. After all, she was merely a celestial being. It would be effortless to dispose of her. Thus, he resolved not to dwell on it. Clearly, too many events had transpired recently, causing him to be overly anxious. This could not continue. He needed to adjust his mindset, lest he find himself graying prematurely. The group continued their approach to the kingdom of Zhuzi, hoping no further mishaps would occur. The Buddha sighed. As long as the variable remained, he would find no peace. He suspected this variable might very well be Sun Wukong. It seemed prudent to find a suitable moment to send the six-eared macaque down to the mortal realm. Regardless of whether the variable was indeed Sun Wukong, this monkey could not be allowed to linger. Your enlightenment, the Venus star seeks an audience, Ananda reported. This caused the Buddha to furrow his brow. What could this sycophant want? Let him enter. When the Venus star stepped into the great thunder sound temple, he was momentarily taken aback by the swirling incense surrounding the various Buddhas, gently rising and falling. Almost everyone was smoking. The air was thick with smoke, causing him to cough incessantly. Greetings, Buddha. Rise, the Buddha replied. What brings you to the Western paradise, Tai Bai? Is it possible that the Jade Emperor has matters to discuss with me? Unlikely. He was left with but a trace of his soul, and besides, the two had never seen eye to eye. Even if there were matters at hand, it would be unlikely for anyone to send a lackey like Xing. May I inquire? Buddha, what is it that you are smoking? Asked the Celestial Emperor of Tai Bai. Chapter 107. The Jade Emperor's curiosity as he observed the entire Ling Mountain enveloped in smoke. Tai Bai grew increasingly intrigued by this peculiar substance. It must be something extraordinary, otherwise, the Buddha would not indulge in it. His purpose for visiting was to acquire this very cigarette, wishing to bring some back for the Jade Emperor's enjoyment. As a subordinate, it was essential to know how to ingratiate oneself. Ah, this is indeed a remarkable item, revitalizing and strengthening smoke. The Buddha had whimsically named it. Tai Bai sensed that the Buddha was somewhat aware of his intentions. Might I ask, Buddha, from whence does this revitalizing and strengthening smoke originate? The Buddha chuckled softly. That is a secret of mine, procured at a considerable price from elsewhere. He took a drag, squinting his eyes, appearing enigmatic. Could you perhaps sell me some of this tobacco? Tai Bai was forthright about his desires. Of course, but bear in mind, it was acquired at a steep cost. The Buddha replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he was quite pleased. If possible, he would not mind becoming a distributor, extorting from the heavenly court. Yet, he had to devise a way to monopolize it from Tang Sanzang. Otherwise, it would inevitably be discovered that it had originated from him. But from where did Tang Sanzang obtain it? Yes, he vaguely recalled Tang Sanzang mentioning that it was given to him by the Supreme Lord Laozi for stimulation. Truly a fine gift from a sage. The matter of monopolizing the tobacco was pressing. It would be ideal to compel him to swear an oath to heaven's way, ensuring he could not go back on his word. One must admit, the Buddha was quite astute in business. If this plan were successful, he could extort a considerable sum from the heavenly court, even securing the entire supply of Ling Mountain's tobacco without spending a dime, causing the heavenly court to bleed profusely. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated the Buddha became. Truly, he was a genius. He couldn't help but pat his bald head. Price is no issue. Might you sell me a package? I too wish for the Jade Emperor to sample it, Tai Bai said with a sycophantic smile. This was undoubtedly a treasure. If brought back, it would surely please the Jade Emperor. Naturally, the tobacco was exchanged for the price of a 9-turn golden pill from Tang Sanzang. And since you wish to become the general distributor, the profit margin will surely be substantial. Thus, the price was raised to double. Tai Bai was momentarily taken aback by such costliness. However, seeing the entire Ling Mountain indulging in it, he gritted his teeth and pulled out all his possessions to exchange for a package. On his way back to the heavenly court, he gazed at the revitalizing and strengthening smoke in his hands. Curiosity piqued. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it and took a drag. As the smoke filled his lungs, a jolt of energy surged through him, and his mind cleared. It was indeed a remarkable substance. No wonder all of Buddhism was partaking in it. With a cigarette in his mouth, he hastened back to the heavenly palace. The Jade Emperor was in the Queen Mother's chambers, sharing hearty laughter with her. Having procured an abundance of exquisite garments from the mortal realm, the Queen Mother shyly tried them on, even breaking into a dance. However, a sudden wave of warmth washed over him, and he wiped his nose only to find blood streaming forth. Alas, his composure was faltering. Unable to restrain himself, he approached the Queen Mother, ready to indulge in his desires. At that moment, a palace maid gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Your Majesty, the Grand Star of Venus requests an audience." "Refuse him. Tell him to leave," the Jade Emperor retorted. "But Your Majesty, the Grand Star insists that he has urgent matters to report." The Jade Emperor sighed. It was indeed burdensome to be the sovereign of the three realms. Every matter required his direct attention. Little did he realize that his throne was, in fact, a serendipitous acquisition. During the celestial tribulation, when Jiangxia was bestowing titles, he was asked who would ascend to the throne. The position of the Jade Emperor was originally intended for Jiangxia himself. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "Fear not. Someone shall take the helm." The Jade Emperor, originally named Zhang Yuan, was a disciple of Hongjun. Upon hearing Jiangxia's words, Hongjun pondered, "Ah, dear child, is not your birth name Zhang Yuan? Then you shall go forth." Thus, Zhang Yuan ascended to the position of Jade Emperor, while Jiangxia, having toiled in vain, descended to the mortal realm to be reborn. Note, there are many legends regarding the Jade Emperor. Most know him as Zhang Banyan. Yet there are tales of him being Zhang Yuan, Zhang Ziran, and Haoyan. For the sake of narrative development, we introduce him as Zhang Yuan here. Having discarded his trousers, the Jade Emperor suddenly realized someone sought his attention. Fuming, he hastily donned his pants. "What is it?" he inquired, his displeasure evident. The Grand Star of Venus knelt before him, resembling a loyal hound. "Your Majesty, I have encountered the Buddhas of the Western Paradise, who are partaking in this substance. I have procured a package at a premium from the Buddha of the Western Paradise as a tribute to Your Majesty." The Grand Star presented the cigarette with reverence. The Jade Emperor was no stranger to this item. He had first seen Tang Sanzang indulging in it through the mystic mirror, and soon, the Buddhas of the West had taken it up as well. Curiosity piqued, he had wondered what it was. To his surprise, the Grand Star had foreseen its significance. Indeed, he was a loyal servant, attuned to the Emperor's heart. The Buddha had referred to it as revitalizing and boundless smoke. The Grand Star elaborated. The Jade Emperor inspected it closely, noticing a small inscription on the box, "Smoking is harmful to health." He scoffed dismissively. "Am I to be concerned about health when I am neither aging nor mortal? Ridiculous." He retrieved one, hesitated for a moment, then placed it between his lips. With a snap of his fingers, the Grand Star ignited the cigarette with a flickering blue flame. As he inhaled deeply, the Jade Emperor's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. He could even faintly sense a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. It was well known that for beings of their caliber, advancing further was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. He had not anticipated that this revitalizing and boundless smoke would possess such remarkable effects. "Indeed, this is a treasure. I was rather hasty in the past. Had I known of such a gem, I would have exchanged for it long ago. Little did I realize, it was merely an illusion. Only the first taste evokes such a deception, making one believe their cultivation has advanced slightly. Tai Bai, you rascal, I did not misjudge you." The Jade Emperor, with a beaming smile, patted his shoulder. Tai Bai Jinxing, overjoyed, expressed gratitude for the Emperor's praise. The following day during the morning court, all the deities witnessed this spectacle. The Jade Emperor sat regally upon his dragon throne, a cigarette delicately perched between his lips. The other gods exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. "There is no need for astonishment, my lords," the Jade Emperor remarked. "This is the revitalizing and boundless energy smoke that Tai Bai has brought back. It truly is an excellent item." He flicked away the ash from his cigarette. However, there was one drawback. After smoking, a lingering scent remained. "Yesterday, I had wished to enjoy it, but the Queen Mother had disdainfully pushed it aside. It took several peaches and copious amounts of jade to suppress that odor." Upon discovering the delightful smoke, the Jade Emperor lit another cigarette and savored the experience. Chapter 108. Your Majesty, is this cancer? It turns out it was a favor from Tai Bai's sycophant. This sycophant was quite adept at ingratiating himself, bringing back any fine items from the mortal realm for the Jade Emperor's enjoyment. This endeared him to the Emperor, making him a favored figure in the celestial court. Curiosity piqued among some deities regarding this revitalizing and boundless energy smoke. Since the Jade Emperor deemed it a fine item, it must indeed be so, and they too wished to partake. Meanwhile, in the Western paradise, the Buddha was orchestrating the descent of Maitreya Buddha to the mortal realm. This exquisite smoke must be monopolized from the hands of Tang Sanzang. If it could compel Tang Sanzang to make a solemn oath to the heavenly way, that would be even better. As several Maitreya Buddhas sought to exchange for the smoke from Tang Sanzang, the Buddha recognized this young fellow's aptitude for handling affairs. He felt reassured in trusting tasks to him. The Buddha even willingly opened the treasury of the Buddha's abode, selecting some treasures to entrust to Maitreya Buddha for extensive procurement. He anticipated that it would not be long before Tai Bai Jinxing returned to exchange for more smoke. The Buddha aimed to prepare in advance, acting as an agent to profit from the price difference and to exploit the heavenly court. The more he contemplated this, the more he admired his own cleverness. This time, he must devise a way to completely monopolize the smoke from Tang Sanzang, even if it required a significant expenditure. The Buddha, with earnest intent, declared, "Sending Maitreya Buddha to the mortal realm to monopolize the smoke is one matter. He may also assist Guanyin Bodhisattva when necessary to facilitate this challenge." "As you command," Maitreya Buddha responded, joyfully embarking on his descent to the mortal realm. In the land of Zhuzi, Tang Yu and his companions entered the capital, instantly capturing the attention of a multitude. Their party was simply too peculiar. Tang Yu remained unfazed by the spectacle. Posters were affixed along the city walls, proclaiming that the king was ill. Whoever could cure the king would be rewarded with half the kingdom. This was a matter of the heart. 3 years prior, the Empress of the Golden Holy Palace was performing a captivating dance for the emperor. A sudden yellow phoenix swooped down, whisking away the Empress of the Golden Holy Palace. Since then, the emperor has been plagued by anxiety, primarily due to the brazen audacity of the golden-haired howler. Not only did it abduct the Empress of the Golden Sacred Palace, but it also left behind a taunting message. "I am the Sa Tai Sui of Qilin Mountain. If you dare to defy me, come forth." As the sovereign of a nation, how could one tolerate such blatant provocation? The king of the Zhuzi kingdom indeed dispatched emissaries to confront the Sa Tai Sui. However, the arduous journey to Qilin Mountain, fraught with peril, resulted in the loss of many lives along the way. By the time they reached Qilin Mountain, few remained. The outcome was predictable, being a monster. No number of men would suffice against it. Consequently, the king of Zhuzi not only lost his beloved but also squandered resources and soldiers, rendering his already small kingdom even weaker. On one hand, he fretted over his woman being taken by the monster, and on the other, he worried about potential invasions from neighboring nations. Burdened by such worries, the king fell ill. Upon glancing at the imperial edict, Tang Yu hesitated momentarily. According to the doctrines of the Buddhist monks, even if one were to disregard the summons, the underhanded spirits would inevitably devise their schemes. Thus, it seemed more prudent to proactively accept the summons. Approaching the proclamation, Tang Yu seized it without hesitation. Instantly, the surrounding populace began to murmur. To them, Tang Yu remained indifferent. Inquiring about the location of a brothel, he and Zhu Beiji hastily ventured inside. Just as he was about to select a courtesan, a battalion of soldiers marched in with great fanfare, causing the establishment to kneel in fear, assuming a raid was underway. "Who has accepted the imperial edict?" The leading soldier inquired loudly. Tang Yu frowned slightly at their haste. Surely they could wait until he had finished his business. "I have accepted it," he announced, rising. The leading soldier paused in surprise, taken aback by the sight of a monk within a brothel. Realizing that a revered monk had accepted the imperial summons, he promptly requested Tang Yu to accompany him to the palace to attend to his majesty. After some contemplation, Tang Yu acknowledged the necessity, reasoning that within the palace, courtesans would surely abound. With the current circumstances, it was apparent that business could no longer be conducted here. Moreover, having accepted the summons, if he did not accompany them to the palace, it seemed likely they would forcibly escort him there. After weighing his options, Tang Yu nodded. "Very well. Please inform your sovereign to prepare a banquet." The leading soldier hurriedly sent a messenger back and thoughtfully arranged for a palanquin for Tang Yu. In the western heavens, the Buddha side, another twist of fate has emerged. What shall be done now? Under normal circumstances, it was expected that Sun Wukong out of mere curiosity would accept the imperial edict to offer his medical skills to the king of Zhuzi. However, it was now Tang Sanzang who had taken the initiative, prepared to enter the palace and attend to the ailing monarch. Did he possess any medical knowledge? Yet, with the vigilant oversight of Maitreya Buddha and Guanyin Bodhisattva, it was likely that this daunting task would be accomplished regardless. With this thought, the Buddha felt a measure of relief. Accompanied by several disciples, he followed the guards to the royal palace, where it was reported that someone had accepted the imperial edict. Ministers knelt in reverence, welcoming the revered monk. Upon entering the emperor's chamber, the king of Zhuzi appeared somewhat pallid and greeted. "I pay my respects to the holy monk of the great Tang." For the moment, the focus shifted from the monk's acceptance of the edict to the prospect of healing the ailing king. Merely the arrival from the Tang dynasty is formidable. It is already well known that this monk is a brother of Emperor Li Shimin. Consequently, King Zhuzi adopted a more courteous demeanor. "I beseech the holy monk to offer a diagnosis for me. If you are able to cure my ailment, I am willing to share my kingdom equally." "Nonsense," replied the monk. "I have no interest in your realm. Li Shimin is my elder brother, and with a mere word, I could claim half of the Tang." Such condescension is intolerable. The expression on King Zhuzi's face faltered slightly. Indeed, the Tang dynasty's power is formidable, far beyond what our border state can compare. Some ministers also appeared displeased. Had it not been for the Tang's holy monk, they might have already taken action against him. Wuking, Erdai, and Sandang looked at their master. Having not heard prior of his medical expertise, now finding the situation somewhat amusing. "Let us dine first. After our meal, I shall attend to His Majesty," Tang Yu stated. He indeed possessed no medical skills, though if he desired, he could easily exchange for various abilities through the system. "Quickly, prepare the banquet," King Zhuzi commanded urgently. Under Tang Yu's subtle guidance, a table laden with delicacies was arranged. The four of them feasted heartily. After satisfying their appetites, under King Zhuzi's anxious gaze, Tang Yu leisurely pretended to take his pulse. "Your pulse is absent?" Tang Yu remarked, surprised at the lack of a heartbeat. "Master, you are mistaken," Erdai whispered discreetly. Oh." Upon further inspection, he felt the pulse on the back of the hand, explaining the absence of the heartbeat. King Zhuzi's eyes held a glimmer of skepticism. He could not even take a pulse correctly. Nevertheless, perhaps he genuinely possessed some capability, for how else could he have received the imperial edict? After feigning to check King Zhuzi's pulse for a considerable time, Tang Yu finally opened his eyes and sighed. With that sigh, King Zhuzi became immediately tense. "Holy monk, what is the verdict on my ailment?" "Your Majesty, you have cancer," Tang Yu stated plainly. Chapter 109. The absence of followers. Tang Yu casually declared a death sentence to King Zhuzi, informing him of his cancer. An incurable affliction that essentially meant his time was nearly up. Knowledge of cancer was foreign to King Zhuzi and many of the ministers, leading them to exchange bewildered glances and engage in hushed discussions. "Pray tell, holy monk, what is cancer?" King Zhuzi's expression grew grave as he pressed for clarification. "Cancer is an incurable disease, those afflicted with it." Tang Yu, fully aware of the implications, refrained from continuing, instead sighing, "Your Majesty, it may be best to enjoy whatever you wish to eat." King Zhuzi was utterly bewildered. How could he be afflicted with such an incurable disease? His vast empire felt incomplete, and yet it seemed it would all come to an abrupt end. One of the ministers inquired, "Dare I ask, holy monk, what exactly is cancer?" They had never even heard of such a condition. How could this be explained to them? Tang Yu approached the writing desk, picked up a brush, and casually sketched a circle with a few small dots within it. "Behold, this is the human internal organ, initially devoid of any affliction, remarkably healthy and pristine. Yet, these minute specks gradually manifest upon the royal insides, these very dots." He meticulously encircled several points, and Tang Yu, with utmost professionalism, elucidated, "These specks grow incrementally, eventually coalescing into a mass." Swiftly, he wielded his pen, filling the circle abundantly. "Observe, by the end, the entirety of the person's insides is overtaken by these dots, which signify cancer." With a swift motion, he tore the paper, elevating it dramatically. At that juncture, the individual would be utterly doomed. Tang Yu gazed sincerely at them. "Do you comprehend my words?" The ministers remained silent. Is His Majesty afflicted by illness? Some, harboring ulterior motives, began to concoct schemes for usurpation. Meanwhile, others contemplated the ramifications of this predicament. It is imperative to prepare in advance. Otherwise, when the emperor passes, it would be too late. Fortunately, their wit led them here, or else such critical news would remain unknown. King Zhuzi's complexion turned ashen, his body quivering slightly. shaken by Tang's discourse. Am I to perish? Am I to meet my end? This is inconceivable. I beseech the holy monk to save me. The king of Zhuzi immediately knelt, desperately imploring, if the holy monk can grant me life, I am willing to leave the city for the sake of the people. At that moment, he entirely forgot his beloved empress. Notions of empire and dominion became trivial. His sole focus was on preserving his life, for that was paramount. Sigh. Tang seized the moment. Cancer is an incurable malady. Alas, I possess no remedy. He shifted his tone. However, this ailment primarily hinges upon one's mindset. As long as one maintains a positive outlook, embracing joy daily, one may indeed heal spontaneously. The king of Zhuzi appeared perplexed. Although he could not fathom the connection of mindset, the monk's implication seemed to suggest that daily merriment might suffice for healing. Suddenly, he broke into laughter, resolved to uphold a cheerful disposition. The holy monk's words, I shall undoubtedly remember. Ah, splendid. Tang rose. Fetch me a few maidens. Upon utterance, both the king and his ministers were momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Yet, it appeared that the words of the Tang holy monk were devoid of jest. I shall arrange this forthwith. King Zhuzi, with great discernment, promptly commanded the preparation. He summoned his favored consorts and several palace maids he deemed worthy, lining them up for Tang's selection. It was inevitable that his favorites had been previously indulged. Tang, feeling peckish, had no desire for remnants. However, to the discerning, one might find that leftovers possess a unique allure. Perhaps, just this once, he would sample the remnants. Thus, among his favorites, Tang chose two, embracing them as he departed. As for the empress of the kingdom of Zhuzi, at this moment, the king entirely cast her aside, preoccupied solely with the imperative of survival. Confronting cancer was the priority. To be cheerful, one must indeed be cheerful. Whoever obstructs my joy shall weep. In the Western paradise, the Buddhas were taken aback as Tang diagnosed the king of Zhuzi. To their astonishment, they discovered that Tang Sanzang possessed medical skills. When Tang revealed the diagnosis of cancer, bewilderment enveloped them. They had never encountered such a condition. However, Tang Sanzang explained that it was an incurable ailment, indicating a grave predicament. Gradually, through Tang Sanzang's elucidation, they began to comprehend the situation and advise the king on what he should eat. The Buddhas then realized the dire fate awaiting the king. Yet, this should not have been the case. All began to calculate, including the Tathagata, who, upon his calculations, discerned that the king still had over 40 years to live. However, the Tathagata quickly surmised that Tang Sanzang was a quack, evidently attempting to frighten the king. Indeed, this tactic succeeded in alarming him, causing him to forget about his beloved consort. His sole concern became maintaining his composure and seeking joy. Tang's actions left the Buddhist community speechless. Given his demeanor, one could hardly expect Sun Wukong to rescue the consort. Even if he knew, he likely would not intervene. Instead, Tang embraced the king's favored concubine, reveling in merriment. Was this calamity truly destined to conclude? It ought not to. For both Maitreya and Guanyin were watching over the situation. If they remained astute, all could be well. The Tathagata lit a cigarette, his expression inscrutable. This period had been exceedingly taxing. It seemed he needed to unwind, perhaps with a sauna. In a flash, he appeared at the merit pool. Manjushri Lingji and the four directions were previously engaged in jovial banter, but upon seeing the Tathagata, they fell silent. At that moment, the Tathagata sensed something amiss. The merit pool was lacking in faith power. He hastily began to calculate, and upon doing so, his complexion turned ashen. It was revealed that wherever Tang Sanzang had been, the monks had begun to indulge in meat, wine, and even visit brothels. Why? The esteemed monks from the Tang dynasty, indulging in such vices, were entrusted with significant responsibilities to journey westward for scriptures. They had devoted their lives to abstaining from such indulgences in the name of faith. If the Tang holy monk could act thus, did it imply their own ascetic practices were flawed? Consequently, they began to emulate the Tang monk's path, indulging in revelry, drinking, feasting, and visiting brothels. There was even an aged abbot who was carried down the mountain by his disciples to a brothel, ultimately perishing in the embrace of a courtesan. The Tathagata's expression darkened profoundly. He would not extend the same courtesy to these ordinary monks as he did to Tang Sanzang, for he had no means to discipline him, as he was compelled to observe his every action. However, these ordinary bald donkeys continue to prattle on. Is this not a slap in the face of the Buddha? Moreover, this matter is of great significance. One must recognize that the transmission of such things from person to person is indeed formidable. If this persists, the Buddhist community may find itself devoid of followers. Even if there are any, should they indulge in meat, wine, and the pleasures of the flesh, their presence becomes as inconsequential as none at all. Oh, yet is not the taste of wine and meat delightful? And is it not pleasurable to revel with charming maidens? Suddenly, the Buddha found himself pondering this notion. Amitabha, what a transgression! Seated upon the lotus throne, he discerned an unsettling countenance among the Buddhas below. Silence enveloped the assembly, as if a chill had settled in. A significant upheaval was afoot in the Buddhist realm. Many followers had begun to emulate Tang Sanzang, indulging in wine and meat. Who shall resolve this predicament? With a grim expression, the Tathagata gazed downward. It appeared that, as long as it did not pertain to the pilgrimage of scriptures, many were quite willing to partake. Buddha, allow me to address this. The tiger subduing Arhat stepped forward. Very well, you may proceed. For such individuals, strict punishment is imperative. Should it be necessary, execution may ensue. The Buddha was thoroughly enraged. What has become of the faithful followers of the Dharma? A reformation was essential. A warning must be issued to deter the reckless from transgressing. This, however, placed the tiger subduing Arhat in a quandary. But upon hearing the word kill, his expression changed, filled with bitterness. Can one truly slay so many mortals without consequence? Should such an act occur, it would undoubtedly entangle him in karmic retribution. While the death of one or two may not bear significant weight, this multitude was daunting. He dared not proceed with execution. Reluctantly, the tiger subduing Arhat acquiesced and descended to the mortal realm. Indeed, some monks were seen emulating Tang Sanzang, drunkenly reveling within the temple, including those from the very temple that honored him. The tiger subduing Arhat let out a huff and swiftly gathered them all. He was quite astute and intended to bring them back to the spiritual mountain for the Buddha to address the matter personally, thus avoiding karmic entanglement. Additionally, some monks were found in brothels, merrily cavorting with the maidens therein. Initially, the Arhat intended only to seize the transgressing monks, but as many became emotionally entangled, he had no choice but to apprehend both the monks and the maidens. Upon returning to the spiritual mountain, he waved his sleeve, releasing the monks. Many remained in their stupor, including those from the brothel, where maidens continued their exercises beneath them. Others clutched wine gourds and roasted meat, causing the assembly of Buddhas to collectively gasp in shock. Several inebriated monks, utterly oblivious, stumbled to their feet, engaging in drunken brawls. "Which temple do you hail from?" one drunken monk exclaimed, belching audibly, his expression defiant. The Tathagata's countenance darkened, and his eyes suddenly radiated with a fierce light. In an instant, the monk was reduced to ash. At this moment, several monks regained their senses, trembling and rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they gazed upon the Buddha. "Buddha, spare us!" they cried, and many of them sank to their knees. A few courtesans, emboldened, shouted excitedly, "Brother, what are you intending to do? You've frightened this celestial maiden." One of them, with a mischievous smile, beckoned, "Come, feel my heartbeat." In the ancient Tang dynasty, the term celestial maiden implied a courtesan. Thus, this maiden was even attempting to seduce the Buddha himself. The smoke from the Buddha's mouth nearly slipped away, causing him to shudder involuntarily. With a wave of his hand, several of the women were instantly reduced to ashes. As for the monks, the Buddha, in his mercy, granted them a direct passage to the 18th level of hell. There, they would encounter Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who was diligently overseeing affairs in the underworld. Consequently, this matter was resolved rather swiftly. However, upon concluding these issues with the monks, the Buddha did not feel a sense of relief. Ultimately, it was all due to Tang Sanzang, was it not? This entire sequence of events had taken the entire Lingshan by surprise. Even more alarming was the emergence of a phenomenon of human transmission. With a considerable distance still remaining to reach Lingshan, he could only pray that Tang Sanzang would refrain from further mischief. As for Tang Sanzang himself, he was free to act as he pleased, for there was no control over him. The only wish was that he would not corrupt the followers of the Buddha. In the heavenly realm, after finishing a pack of cigarettes, the Jade Emperor sought out the star of Venus once again. This left the star of Venus with a dismal expression, for he had exchanged all his possessions for that single pack. He no longer had any magical artifacts to barter. Yet, after delivering his message, the Jade Emperor returned to the Queen Mother's palace, leaving the star of Venus standing there, unsure of how to proceed. The tasks assigned by His Majesty must be attended to, yet the lack of magical artifacts posed a significant dilemma. Lost in thought, he wandered to the outside of Li Jing's chamber. Inside, the Linglong Pagoda sparkled brilliantly. Meanwhile, a fragment of Li Jing's soul was currently being rescued in the Yushu Palace, as he was a disciple of the primordial lord and could not be neglected. Thus, efforts were underway to save him. In the haste of his departure, the primordial lord had dispatched a rescue vehicle, and the Linglong Pagoda had been left behind. After taking a few steps away, the Star of Venus suddenly returned, casting furtive glances around as if a thief. He then entered Li Jing's room. Goodness, he thought. How long has it been since Li Jing washed his feet? The pungent odor nearly overwhelmed him. He looked outside to ensure no one was watching, then stored the Linglong Pagoda and turned to leave. In the mortal realm, having concluded some matters with the golden-haired howler, Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva appeared above the Zhuzi kingdom. From a distance, she spotted Maitreya Buddha gazing down below with a look of deep contemplation. "I pay my respects to Maitreya Buddha," Avalokiteshvara said with a slight bow. Maitreya Buddha nodded in acknowledgement. The Buddha instructed him to seek out Tang Sanzang in exchange for cigarettes, ideally aiming to monopolize the transaction. However, he struggled to find an opportune moment. At this juncture, he found himself in the kingdom of Zhuzi, alongside the beloved consort of the Zhuzi king, engaged in a light-hearted banter. Even with his eyes shut, a mere sweep of his spiritual awareness provided him with a clear understanding of the surroundings. Guanyin Bodhisattva had, to some extent, surmised the intentions of Maitreya Buddha. It appeared that these cigarettes were indeed far from benign, leading to a profound decline within the Buddhist community. Many Buddhas had forsaken their nightly rest, wandering aimlessly in search of celestial treasures to exchange for cigarettes. This peculiar state of the Buddhist order increasingly evoked a sense of unease. Observing Tang Yu lounging in bed, seemingly preparing for slumber, Maitreya Buddha hastily descended. In a flash, he materialized within the room. "Oh dear, you startled me," Tang Yu gasped, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the rotund figure. In chapter 111, concerning Maitreya Buddha, Tang Yu exhibited no courtesy, retorting candidly, while Maitreya Buddha dared not express any grievances, for he was the one in need. "Brother San, pardon the intrusion, but I seek your assistance," Maitreya Buddha said with a sycophantic grin, bowing obsequiously, resembling a grand eunuch. From her lofty perch, Guanyin Bodhisattva observed this scene with growing concern over the decline of the Buddhist order, noting that even Maitreya Buddha had become a subordinate to Tang Sanzang. She felt a sense of relief for having seized her own opportunities to associate with Tang Sanzang. With a cigarette between his lips, Tang Yu regarded Maitreya Buddha, producing a specially prepared cigarette to offer him. Maitreya Buddha received it with trepidation, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother San." After lighting it and taking a puff, he continued, "Brother San, I wish to propose that you consider supplying cigarettes exclusively to the Buddhist order." Tang Yu responded, tilting his head in confusion towards the portly figure. "You see, the heavenly court has recognized the benefits of these cigarettes and has expended a considerable sum to acquire a package from the Buddha. However, it is only a matter of time before they discover that these cigarettes originate from you, Brother San," Maitreya Buddha disclosed candidly, presenting no alternative solution. Thus, the Buddha's desire was for Brother San to refrain from supplying the heavenly court, directing all provisions solely to our Buddhist community. After all, you are a member of the Buddhist order, and we ought to prioritize its interests. Furthermore, the Buddha mentioned that he could offer you an increased price for the cigarettes. Tang Yu grasped the situation. So, the Buddhist community had begun engaging in commerce, aspiring to act as intermediaries and profit from the heavenly court. Their primary objective was to establish a monopoly on the cigarette supply, compelling the heavenly court to rely on the Buddhist order for their acquisitions, even if it meant being exploited. Surprisingly, the heavenly court had also partaken in smoking, which caught Tang Yu off guard. Throughout, his dealings had been solely with the Buddhist community. He had never intended to ensnare the heavenly court, yet they had unwittingly leaped into the trap. After Maitreya Buddha spoke, he gazed at Tang Yu with an expectant smile, awaiting his decision. "No, I am a businessman. It is illogical to miss out on a lucrative deal for others' benefit." Tang Yu firmly rejected. He intended to leverage cigarettes to gain influence over the Buddhist sect, which likely harbored similar aspirations to dominate the heavenly court. This was utterly unacceptable. Since he had willingly stepped into the trap, Tang Yu was determined to seize control of the heavenly court, allowing no advantage to the Buddhist sect. Brother San, contemplate carefully. The price is not an issue. Nothing to consider. The heavenly court is currently exchanging cigarettes with you. I shall refrain from commenting, but should they approach me for exchange, I would not decline. It is illogical to forego a business opportunity presented at my doorstep. Tang Yu waved his hand impatiently. Do you have anything else? If not, be on your way. I wish to sleep. Seeing Tang Yu's resolute demeanor, Maitreya Buddha chose not to press further. Should he provoke Tang Yu, resulting in a cessation of cigarette supplies to the Buddhist sect, it would spell disaster. Brother San, I do have a matter to discuss. Maitreya waved his hand, revealing a multitude of magical artifacts before Tang Yu. Brother San, how many of these could be exchanged? The Buddhist sect proved quite generous, presenting such a plethora of treasures. Based on their value, Tang Yu promptly exchanged for 50 packs. He then waved, signaling Maitreya could leave. After completing the exchange, Maitreya Buddha and Tang Yu bid each other polite farewells before departing. Originally, the Buddha had instructed him to keep an eye on Tang Sanzang and assist Guanyin Bodhisattva in ensuring the completion of this arduous task. However, without fully monopolizing the cigarette supply from Tang Sanzang, the heavenly court would inevitably discover the situation and seek Tang Sanzang directly for exchanges. The matter of cigarettes was indeed paramount. Thus, Maitreya hurriedly returned to the Western Paradise to report to the Buddha and seek his judgment. As for this task, with Guanyin Bodhisattva present, she would find her own solutions. Upon returning to Ling Mountain, Maitreya recounted the events. The Buddha furrowed his brow slightly. Realizing that deceiving the heavenly court would not be an easy feat, is the price offered by the Buddhist sect insufficient for Tang Sanzang? As a member of the Buddhist order, how can he neglect the interests of the sect, fixating solely on magical artifacts? Yet, what does a mere mortal require with such treasures? My head is in disarray. Perhaps a smoke will clear my thoughts. With an abundance of cigarettes, I need not hold back. I shall indulge freely. At that moment, Ananda arrived to report. I humbly informed the Buddha. The star of Taibai requests an audience. Let him enter. The Buddha quickly straightened his posture. This rascal was undoubtedly here to exchange cigarettes again. Salutations, Buddha. Taibai Jinxing perpetually felt a twinge of guilt. Having pilfered Li Jing's Linglong pagoda and casually appropriated several treasures from his chamber. One item was one thing, two were no different. Thus, he took them all. Taibai, what brings you here? The Buddha inquired knowingly, feigning ignorance while holding a cigarette. Taibai Jinxing awkwardly smiled. I humbly report. I have come to exchange some cigarettes with you, Buddha. That is entirely acceptable, the Buddha replied. Not long ago, Maitreya returned with a full 50 packs. Even if I distribute the remaining 30 packages to those below, there are still these 30 packages in the hands of the Tathagata Buddha. Glancing at the assembly of Buddhas, it was clear that the Jade Emperor, Taibai Jinxing, could not openly present Li Jing's exquisite pagoda. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. I humbly report to the Buddha that I have brought some particularly special treasures. The implication was evident. Among so many people, he could not reveal them openly, but would have to discreetly present them to the Buddha. The Tathagata Buddha raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, recalling that the last time, he had thoroughly emptied Taibai Jinxing's coffers in exchange for a single package of cigarettes. Yet now, observing Taibai Jinxing's demeanor, it was clear he had brought something of value. As for the notion of him mocking the Buddha, he would need more than 2 courageous hearts for that. The Tathagata waved his hand, isolating the assembly of Buddhas. At that moment, only he and Taibai Jinxing remained, and the Buddha found himself increasingly curious about the gravity of Taibai Jinxing's demeanor. What could it possibly be? Gritting his teeth, Taibai Jinxing produced the items. Moments later, he departed, satisfied with 2 packages of cigarettes. The Buddha's gaze lingered on him, tinged with an unusual curiosity. The other Buddhas exchanged glances, their intrigue piqued. What had Taibai Jinxing brought to exchange for the cigarettes, wrapped in such mystery? In the heavenly court, Li Jing had completed his rescue and returned discreetly. The first order of business was to retrieve the exquisite pagoda. As the towering King Li, without the pagoda, he lacked his imposing presence. Most importantly, this exquisite pagoda was the bane of Neza. If Neza were to discover that the pagoda was not in his possession, he might very well turn against him. Chapter 112. Neza defies heaven. Although he and Neza were father and son, years of estrangement had created a chasm between them. The fact that Li Jing had inadvertently slain Yin Shenyang had left Neza unable to forgive him for so many years. If he were to learn that the exquisite pagoda was missing, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his mother. Such an act was within Neza's capabilities. The reason Li Jing refrained from boasting was entirely due to the exquisite pagoda. Upon returning to his chamber, he was struck with dizziness at the sight before him. Nearly collapsing. Where was the pagoda? Where had the exquisite pagoda gone? He hurriedly searched the room, turning it upside down. Yet no trace of the exquisite pagoda could be found. It was lost. Along with it, several other treasures had vanished. However, Li Jing paid little heed to the other artifacts. His sole concern was the exquisite pagoda. As the towering King Li, he could not afford to lose the symbol of his identity. Most critically, if Neza were to discover this, he dared not imagine the consequences. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Simultaneously, he felt a warmth spreading from his rear. Undoubtedly, in his state of anxiety, his hemorrhoids had flared up again. Calm down. He must remain composed. Perhaps it had been placed elsewhere. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jing forced himself to regain his composure, attending to his discomfort. He extracted the insoles from his shoes and placed them beneath him for relief. Upon opening the door, he prepared to seek solace elsewhere, only to encounter Neza approaching. Father, when did you return? Despite addressing Li Jing as father, Neza's tone lacked any semblance of respect, cold and detached. Li Jing involuntarily shuddered. How ironic it is that one fears that which one dreads. He forced himself to regain composure, clasping his hands behind his back, and feigned nonchalance as he replied. I have just returned from the Yushu Palace, where I sought to heal my wounds. Neza, perceptive as ever, noted the tension in his father's demeanor. Father, where is your Linglong pagoda? Typically, Li Jing cradled the exquisite pagoda, never letting it out of his grasp. Yet now, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, an oddity that did not go unnoticed. Li Jing shuddered again, his heart racing. I have put it away. Suddenly, Neza smirked, brandishing the fiery spear. Poised atop his wind-fire wheels, pointing the weapon menacingly at Li Jing. Unfilial son, what do you intend to do? Li Jing, alarmed, instinctively retreated a couple of steps. His hands no longer hidden behind him, revealing their emptiness. I intend to kill you. The fiery spear transformed into a blazing arc, lunging towards Li Jing like a ferocious fire dragon. Despite being Neza's father, Li Jing's own powers paled in comparison. Without the Linglong pagoda, he was rendered powerless. He stumbled aside, narrowly evading the attack. However, behind him, the palace was reduced to ashes under Neza's onslaught. Unfilial son, this is patricide, an act of rebellion, Li Jing exclaimed. Huh. In the past, I repaid your debts to my father and mother, and what I owed you has been settled. Now, I am left with only my mother's blood. Today, I shall avenge her. Neza relentlessly thrust the fiery spear, forcing Li Jing to flee in desperation. Although Li Jing could not match Neza's prowess, he fought valiantly for a fleeting moment, channeling all his remaining strength in hopes that someone would soon notice the commotion and come to his aid. Otherwise, he was destined for ruin, having barely escaped once. He was unwilling to endure such a fate again. Neza's wind-fire wheels struck Li Jing squarely in the chest, sending him flying a considerable distance. The fiery spear, cutting through the air with a thunderous roar, bore down upon him. With a resounding crash, a tremendous force intercepted the spear, redirecting it several meters away. Yet, Li Jing still succumbed to the residual impact, his body disintegrating. Neza, how dare you? Roared the giant spirit god and the four heavenly kings, their gazes filled with fury. Neza laughed heartily, retracting his fiery spear, and turned to escape to the lower realms. How audacious! Where do you think you're going? The giant spirit god shouted as he and the four heavenly kings pursued him. The Jade Emperor, flanked by his retinue, approached, and upon witnessing Li Jing's disembodied soul, he sighed deeply. This unfortunate child, having just recovered from the Yushu Palace, now meets with disaster once more. I beseech your majesty to take action and apprehend that rebellious child. My exquisite pagoda has been lost, and I implore you to discern the truth and locate the thief of the tower. Li Jing harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the individual who has stolen the pagoda. Had it not been for the loss of the exquisite pagoda, would he have descended to such a state? Standing beside the Jade Emperor, the Morning Star lowered his head, uttering not a word. Summoned forth 50,000 celestial soldiers at once, accompanied by the mighty spirit of the earth and the four heavenly kings, to capture Neza. The Jade Emperor's expression was grim. Such events occurring within his celestial realm would surely invite ridicule from the Western paradise. As you command, your majesty, replied the Morning Star, departing hastily. Seizing the opportunity to escape, he fled towards the mortal realm, for remaining with Li Jing was unbearably taxing. In his frantic flight, Neza found himself in the kingdom of Zhuzi. Meanwhile, the 4 disciples in Zhuzi were feasting. After a moment's hesitation, Neza descended. "Little Neza, what brings you here?" inquired Sun Wukong, who was well acquainted with him and held some fondness for the lad. "Holy monk, please save me." Neza, displaying his cleverness, knelt before Tang Yu. His actions in the celestial realm amounted to rebellion, and thus the heavenly court would not let him go unpunished. Tang Sanzang and his disciples were undoubtedly formidable. Merely the presence of Sun Wukong, who once wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, rendered the court powerless. Tang Yu, startled, questioned, "What has transpired?" Neza sighed, succinctly recounting his rebellion against the heavens. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. "Well done, little Neza. Fear not, for with me here, anyone who dares to harm, you will have to reckon with my magical staff." Tang Yu shot him a disdainful glance. Realizing that this monkey was blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Reflecting on Sun Wukong, he recalled the formidable Medicine King. Were Sun Wukong to possess his former strength as the Demon King, safeguarding Neza would be a trivial matter. After a brief contemplation, Tang Yu declared, "This is a minor issue. Rise." "Thank you, holy monk." Neza expressed his gratitude as he stood. Beyond the horizon, the sound of war drums resonated, a thunderous cacophony. A multitude of celestial soldiers appeared in the skies over Zhuzi. The inhabitants of Zhuzi had never witnessed such a spectacle, leading them to kneel in reverence, including the king of Zhuzi. Only Tang Yu and his companions remained unmoved. "Bold Neza, how dare you harm a high-ranking official of the heavenly court? Surrender at once," proclaimed the Morning Star, wielding his authority. "Ah, Morning Star, return to the Jade Emperor and inform him that I shall protect Neza," Tang Yu interjected, clearing his throat. "What authority do you possess?" The Morning Star dismissed Tang Yu with contempt, regarding him as a mere mortal, a Buddhist who could not interfere in celestial affairs. Faced with this scene, Neza felt a tremor of anxiety. Sun Wukong brandished his magical staff, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Tang Yu's expression shifted in surprise. He had been insulted. Observing his expression, Sun Wukong and his companions retreated a step. If his intuition proved correct, the Jade Emperor was in for a misfortune. Although his master lacked cultivation, his actions were utterly irrational, and throughout their journey, he had never encountered adversity. It was always others who suffered. "Ah, splendid. Allow me to clarify my identity," Tang Yu scoffed. "Wukong, handle him. Should anything go awry, I shall take responsibility." Sun Wukong stepped forward, brandishing his golden staff, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that compelled the heavenly beings to step back in trepidation. Great sage, we are merely here to apprehend Neza. We hope the great sage will refrain from intervening, allowing us to report back," Tai Bai Jinxing said with a sycophantic smile, showing no signs of defiance towards Sun Wukong. If this monkey chose to involve himself, matters could indeed become complicated. Tang Yu let out a cold laugh. "He may refrain, but I shall not." Tai Bai Jinxing regarded Tang Sanzang, a mere mortal, with disdain, not understanding the audacity that led him to believe he could intervene. Tang Yu surveyed his surroundings and called out loudly, "Mithria, I know you can see me. Come here at once, or I shall sever the supply of incense to the Buddhist sect." Sun Wukong hesitated to intervene directly, so he began to summon his allies. Confident that the Western Paradise was undoubtedly monitoring their situation, hence his loud calls. In the Western Paradise, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the expression of the Buddha was far from pleasant. Tai Bai Jinxing had become insufferably arrogant, dismissing Tang Sanzang with disdain. Regardless of Tang Sanzang's actions, he was still a member of the Buddhist community. If Tang Sanzang were to be deemed insignificant, what did that make the Buddhist sect? While lost in thought, a sudden outcry from Tang Sanzang pierced the air. "Mithria!" It was clear he was summoning the Buddha of joy. The mention of severing the incense supply was undoubtedly a serious threat to their sustenance. Mithria Buddha stepped forward, concern etched on his face. If Tang Sanzang truly cut off their incense, it would spell disaster. The Buddha understood this implication. Truthfully, he had no intention of meddling in heavenly affairs. Even if the heavenly realm collapsed, it would bear no consequence to the Buddhist sect, and he would have preferred to observe from the sidelines. However, Tang Sanzang's provocations compelled his involvement, for he was indeed a member of the Buddhist community, and the exchange of incense depended on him. "By all means, Mithria, descend to the mortal realm. but do refrain from interfering in heavenly matters. Handle this situation as you see fit, the Buddha instructed, weary from the burden of it all. Understood, Buddha. Maitreya's countenance was troubled. Tang Sanzang was directly calling upon him, leaving him no choice but to descend. As a quasi-saint, he felt it beneath his dignity. In the mortal realm, at the kingdom of Zhuzi, Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, pointing at the heavenly beings with fervor. Neza brandished his fiery spear, his feet dancing upon the wind and fire wheels. Zhu Beiji hesitated momentarily, yet he firmly grasped his nine-toothed rake. Observing the others preparing for a confrontation, it seemed unreasonable for the three fools to remain passive. He joined a few companions, and their expressions indicated they were poised for action. Suddenly, the head of the Jade Emperor buzzed with alarm. If they intervened, the situation could escalate dramatically. Setting aside the others, simply the presence of Sun Wukong and his multitude of heavenly soldiers was formidable enough. Remain calm. There's no need for conflict, Tang Yu signaled to them. My younger brother will arrive shortly to resolve this matter. He believed fervently that Maitreya Buddha would soon return. Should he fail to appear, there would be no more offerings of incense for them in the future. Observing from the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva pondered whether she should reveal herself, as she was allied with Tang Yu. However, upon hearing Tang Yu mention his younger brother, who was unmistakably Maitreya, she decided to remain hidden for the time being, as it appeared her presence would not be required. A radiant golden light hurtled towards them in haste. It was Maitreya Buddha, speeding along, fearful of being late and inciting the ire of the third brother. With a flash of golden brilliance, Maitreya appeared beside Tang Yu, greeting him with an ingratiating smile. Third brother. The Jade Emperor was taken aback. How had Maitreya arrived? And why did he address Tang Sanzang as third brother? He felt his mind spinning in confusion. Initially believing Tang Sanzang's loud exclamations were futile, he was astonished to see that he had indeed summoned a powerful ally, a near saint. In such circumstances, subduing Neza seemed utterly impossible. He insulted me. Tang Yu pointed at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a brief hesitation, Maitreya reached out and summoned the Jade Emperor with ease. Maitreya Buddha, the Jade Emperor exclaimed in shock. With a mere touch, Maitreya sealed his powers and unceremoniously tossed him before Tang Yu. Third brother, I have sealed his powers. You may dispose of him as you see fit. Maitreya said with a sycophantic grin, appearing quite the bootlicker. In his eyes, Tang Sanzang was merely a mortal. Even if he had subdued the Jade Emperor's powers, he was still a Tai golden immortal, invulnerable, only suffering minor physical discomfort. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu rolled up his sleeves and grinned at the Jade Emperor. What do you intend to do, Tang Sanzang? The Jade Emperor suddenly felt a twinge of fear. What am I going to do? I'm going to deal with you. Grabbing him by the collar, Tang Yu pulled the Jade Emperor close and delivered a couple of resounding slaps. Following that, he kicked him down, swiftly seizing a nearby stool and bringing it crashing down upon the Jade Emperor's head. The Jade Emperor yelped in pain, and while such ordinary blows would not be fatal, they were certainly painful. What are you looking at? Join in, strike him on the head. Hit him hard. Tang Yu greeted several of his disciples, urging them to join him in action. Chapter 114, Call upon the younger brother. The disciples quickly regained their focus and sprang into action, including Neza. Neza, ever the conscientious one, lent Tang Yu a wind fire wheel. With the wheel in hand, he delivered a series of strikes to the head of Tai Bai Jinxing. In mere moments, Tai Bai Jinxing had been reduced to a grotesque shape. Mi Panzai's lips twitched slightly. The blows had been excessively severe. Observing the situation, he hastily advised, Third brother, that's enough, enough. Panting, Tang Yu finally ceased his assault, leaving Tai Bai Jinxing resembling a pig's head. Come. Are you still going to scold me? Tang Yu tugged at his collar, lifting him up. Third brother was not a petty man. He rarely resorted to violence over trivial matters. Hence, when he did act, it was always with considerable force. As evidenced by Tai Bai Jinxing's current state, he had undoubtedly endured a serious beating. Blood streamed from Tai Bai Jinxing's nostrils. His eyes swollen to the point of being nearly shut, and his front teeth were knocked out, causing his speech to be slurred. Third brother, I was wrong. Above in the heavens, the celestial soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Should they intervene to rescue Tai Bai Jinxing? Certainly not. With the likes of the Buddha Maitreya, a quasi-saint, and the Monkey King Sun Wukong in the fray, it was a formidable assembly not to be trifled with. As for the giant spirit god, Standing at a mere 4.5 feet, along with the 4 heavenly kings, they took delight in the spectacle. History had always shown that those who ingratiated themselves with emperors often found themselves scorned by powerful ministers. Thus, though they uttered no words, they reveled in Tai by Jinxing's plight. King of the Purple and Golden Kingdom was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "My heavens! The great monk of the Tang dynasty is so formidable, even daring to strike a deity." Still boasting? Tang Yu glared, questioning. "Third brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again." Tai Bai Jinxing's speech was mumbled and weak, revealing his vulnerability. This Tang Sanzang is nothing short of a rogue. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. If I continue to provoke him, I shall surely receive another beating. Neza, I will protect you. Is that acceptable? Tai Bai Jinxing hesitated. Third brother, it is the Jade Emperor's command to apprehend Neza. Buddha Mithriya quietly approached to remind, "Third brother, it is prudent for us in the Buddhist realm to refrain from meddling in heavenly affairs." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu found himself in a dilemma. He could shield Neza temporarily, yet he could not offer perpetual protection. Once he distanced himself, the heavenly beings would undoubtedly take action. Tang Yu had developed a fondness for Neza. Tang Sanzang should not continue to disregard the weighty matters of the heavenly court. After observing the unfolding drama for a while, it was time to intervene. The giant spirit god, his voice booming like thunder, addressed Tang Sanzang. "You should focus on your journey for the scriptures. Why meddle in the affairs of heaven? Who are you?" "Wu Dalong." Tang Yu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the short, stout figure resembling a clay pot. "I am the giant spirit god of the heavenly court," he declared, his voice resonating in Tang Yu's ears. It was astonishing. One could hardly have anticipated that the giant spirit god would appear so short and stout, akin to a clay pot. "Ah, the giant spirit god?" Tang Yu continued to grip the hands of the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The expression on Tai Bai's visage was one of utter grievance. Utterly bewildered as to what he had uttered that warranted such a reaction. "Release the esteemed official of heaven at once, or I shall not be so lenient," came the warning. In a swift motion, the giant spirit god conjured 2 massive axes, scraping them against his boot in a show of readiness. "I have little patience for those who repeatedly butt heads with destiny," he declared. Tang Yu flashed a grin at Mithriya Buddha. His intent unmistakable. He beckoned for his younger brother to take action against Tai Bai. Yet Mithriya found himself in a quandary. Taking action against Tai Bai Jinxing, he could at least justify, as the latter had insulted a figure of the Buddhist order. However, to strike against the giant spirit god could easily ignite a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Observing Mithriya's hesitation, Tang Yu leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke towards him. This was a blatant threat. Tang Sanzang's implication was clear. If no action was taken, securing future favors such as cigarettes would be considerably more difficult. The discord between heaven and the Buddhist realm had become apparent, and it seemed there was little consequence in taking action now. With this thought, Mithriya stepped forward, his aura of a quasi-saint radiating. Though he had been courteous to Tang Sanzang due to his own needs, he was far less accommodating towards others. "Be mindful, Mithriya, this is a matter of heaven, and your Buddhist interference is rather presumptuous," the giant spirit god bellowed. Mithriya frowned, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap. "Ah!" cried the giant spirit god, his figure shrinking to a mere speck, vanishing into the distance. The celestial soldiers above instinctively recoiled, knowing that with Mithriya and Sun Wukong present, capturing Neza under these circumstances was utterly impossible. The 4 heavenly kings exchanged glances, each discerning the unspoken consensus. It was time to retreat. There would be other opportunities in the future, and there was no need to confront them head-on at this moment, especially since they were ill-equipped to do so. However, Tai Bai Jinxing still remained firmly in Tang Sanzang's grasp, with no indication of release. "Must we abandon Tai Bai here and depart?" shouted Emoli Hai. "What if I choose not to release him?" Tang Yu replied defiantly. "My brother is not one to hold grudges. He typically exacts his retribution immediately, though it may take him a while." The audacity of Tai Bai's insults had deeply wounded Tang Yu's pride. Although he had already vented his frustrations upon Tai Bai, his anger simmered still. Emoli Hai glared, yet upon seeing Mithriya, he quickly quieted. "Withdraw your forces," he commanded reluctantly. Thus, Emoli Hai had no choice but to comply, leaving Tai Bai behind. He intended to return to report to the Jade Emperor, allowing him to render judgment. With the intervention of Buddhism and Maitreya's presence, he dared not act rashly. Provoking a conflict between the two spiritual paths would only lead to chaos. Such matters were best left to the higher echelons to resolve. Maitreya had initially intended to speak further, yet seeing that Tang Sanzang had no intention of releasing Tai Bai, he fell silent. The giant spirit was sent flying far away by a single strike from Maitreya Buddha, crashing headfirst into a great mountain with a resounding thud. After a moment, he managed to extricate his head from the ground, shaking it vigorously as he surveyed his surroundings, eager to discern where he had landed. Below him, a gathering of demons armed with weapons glared menacingly at the fallen giant spirit. Alas, the kingdom of 10,000 demons, he murmured, shuddering. Although the kingdom had indeed fallen from grace, the return of the demon queen was no trivial matter. She was a veritable quasi-saint, nearly vanquishing Li Jing. A misunderstanding. I merely passed through. The giant spirit hastily attempted to explain himself. Suddenly, a terrifying aura began to permeate the air, the horizon awash in an endless purple hue, rendering the sky dreamlike and surreal. The demons swiftly knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay homage to the demon queen." The giant spirit's expression faltered, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Chapter 115. The wicked complained. First, a woman adorned in purple emerged gracefully, as if a celestial fairy had descended from the heavens. The giant spirit's face contorted into a grimace that was more painful than tears as he turned to see her standing not far behind him. In her hand, she held a small purple flower, occasionally bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance, her face aglow with a naive, youthful smile. Despite her seemingly harmless demeanor, the giant spirit trembled. A misunderstanding. I was merely passing through and will be on my way immediately. Despair washed over him. What an absurd situation it was to have been slapped into the kingdom of 10,000 demons by Maitreya Buddha. He pondered whether it had been a deliberate act. Deep down, he understood that a follower of the Buddha would never resort to violence. Yet the atmosphere in the kingdom of 10,000 demons was entirely different. Though the demon queen appeared innocent and cheerful, her strikes would be merciless. Li Jing was a testament to that. The giant spirit, wearing a forced smile, began to retreat cautiously step by step. At that moment, the demon queen lifted her gaze towards him. He halted abruptly, his smile strained. "I shall leave now at once." He stealthily took 2 steps back. The demon queen's lips curled into a slight smile as she declared, "Those who trespass into the kingdom of 10,000 demons shall be executed." The giant spirit froze in terror. A misunderstanding. But the demon queen had already stepped forward. Looking around in desperation, the giant spirit suddenly dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Please spare me, Your Majesty." The queen paused, momentarily taken aback. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the giant spirit surged upward, attempting to escape. "Humph!" The demon queen scoffed lightly, her figure vanishing from sight. The giant spirit ascended rapidly. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from above, and a delicate foot descended directly upon his head. No matter how he wielded his powers, he could not evade it. The foot pressed down relentlessly, plummeting with the speed of a cannonball. Bang! He plummeted straight to the ground, his entire body embedding itself in the earth, leaving only his head exposed. The impact left him dazed, with stars dancing before his eyes and a buzzing in his head. The enchanting demon empress floated gracefully nearby, landing effortlessly. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, a purple petal struck the giant spirit's body. The giant spirit let out no cries of anguish. However, the demon empress refrained from delivering a fatal blow, allowing him to retain a fragment of his lingering soul. In the current weakened state of the myriad demon nation, it was prudent to avoid confrontation with the celestial court. Yet, it was equally essential to convey to others that the myriad demon nation was not to be trifled with at this juncture. Thus, the demon empress chose not to obliterate him entirely. Presently, various factions were closely monitoring the journey to the west. Although the myriad demon nation remained feeble, it still possessed the capacity for battle. The celestial court would undoubtedly refrain from attacking the myriad demon nation at such a moment, for that would merely benefit the Western Buddhist sect. This was an opportunity that could be seized to further develop the myriad demon nation. In the celestial court, upon receiving reports from the 4 heavenly kings, the Jade Emperor's countenance darkened. With so many individuals involved, they had failed to capture Neza, and Tai Bai Jinxing was still being held as a hostage. What on earth is happening? Why has Tang Sung suddenly intervened? and even managed to sway Maitreya Buddha? Li Jing sobbed softly below, wiping his tears. The pagoda. He wanted his pagoda. The Jade Emperor, already irritable, grew even more displeased at Li Jing's lamentations. Can you cease your wailing? I am currently investigating the matter of the pagoda. Li Jing stifled his cries, his nose twitching. A lotus platform materialized, filling the celestial court with a serene aura. Buddha Vairocana sat regally upon the lotus throne, appearing before them, smoking a pipe, his forehead adorned with bumps, his eyes narrowed. Jade Emperor, I have come to demand an explanation from you. This left the Jade Emperor somewhat bewildered. Why had the Buddhist sect suddenly intervened in the affairs of the celestial court? They had sent the giant spirit flying with a slap, and Taibai Jinxing was being detained by Tang Sanzang of the Buddhist sect. Are you truly seeking an explanation from me? He exclaimed incredulously. What audacity! You dare to demand an explanation from me? Buddha Vairocana flicked the ash from his pipe and tilted his head back. Indeed, you celestial beings dare to insult my Buddhist disciples. If not from you, from whom should I seek an explanation? Although Maitreya Buddha's actions may have been excessive, there was little recourse, as Tang Sanzang held the Buddhist sect's fate in his hands. Following these events, the celestial court would inevitably come seeking answers from the Buddhist sect. Once they approached, the Buddhist sect would find itself at a disadvantage. Thus, after careful consideration, Buddha Vairocana resolved to take the initiative, adopting the tactic of the villain crying foul first, and sought an explanation from the Jade Emperor. Transforming passivity into proactivity, Buddha Vairocana was incredibly astute. Even he admired his own clever maneuver. Unable to respond, the Jade Emperor was left speechless. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never to this extent. I did not demand an explanation from you. Yet here you are, the villain, coming to me first. Gazing upon the Buddha, seated high above in the celestial realm. He held a cigarette between his lips, casting a disdainful glance downward. This made the Jade Emperor feel a subtle shift in his own grandeur. Taking out a cigarette, he lit one for himself, and his dragon throne began to rise slowly, matching the Buddha's height. He fixed his gaze upon the Buddha. Surely I did not miss here? You seek an explanation from me? Tang Sanzang is indeed a disciple of the Buddhist order and bears the monumental responsibility of the journey to the West. If he is deemed insignificant, then what does that make the Buddhist order? The Buddha seized upon this matter with tenacity. The Jade Emperor, in a fit of indignation, retorted with a mocking laugh, how shameless your Buddhist order is. Very well, if that is the case, I too demand an explanation from you. You of the Buddhist order have audaciously interfered in my heavenly matters, overstepping your bounds. Moreover, you dare to harm my subjects? Do you truly believe my heavenly court to be so easily trifled with? As if it were devoid of defenders? His aura surged, fueled by fury. It was utterly vexing. Initially, he had intended to leverage this incident to extort the Buddhist order. Yet, the audacious Buddha had the audacity to strike first, challenging him. Although the denizens of the Western paradise were aware of their own shamelessness, they could not fathom it extending to such egregious lengths. It was utterly infuriating. Indeed, it was your heavenly court that first insulted a member of the Buddhist order. Bringing this upon yourselves, the Buddha huffed, increasingly impressed with his own cunning. Initially, due to Maitreya Buddha's involvement, he thought the situation had become complicated. However, with a few choice words, he had deftly shifted the blame onto the heavenly court. You truly are shameless. The Jade Emperor trembled with rage. You lack the means to discipline your own and dare to insult a member of my Buddhist order. When we take action to restore our dignity, what crime is there in that? The Buddha felt an ever-growing sense of control over the situation. Chapter 116. Calling him younger brother, these words nearly caused the Jade Emperor to faint from indignation. It was the epitome of shamelessness. Under the interference of the Buddhist order, the heavenly court had suffered losses, albeit not catastrophic, while the Buddhists remained unscathed, yet brazenly sought an explanation, fixating on trivial matters. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened further. Buddha, what do you intend? Do you believe that my heavenly court fears you? His aura surged, yearning for a confrontation with the Buddha. The Buddha, calmly exhaling a plume of smoke, diffused the tension with nonchalance. I merely seek an explanation. Is that not reasonable? I have never thought that your heavenly court fears the Buddhist order, yet equally, we will not tolerate humiliation. The Buddha stood steadfastly on the side of righteousness, advocating for the honor of the Buddhist order. The Jade Emperor's lips twitched in irritation as he huffed in response. Furiously, he gestured for heavenly kings. lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to descend to the mortal realm and capture Neza. If there is any interference from the Buddhist order this time, there will be no mercy. Unable to direct his ire at the Buddha, he vented his frustration upon Neza. This declaration was, of course, meant for the Buddha's ears. Should the Buddhist order dare intervene again, he would not hold back. The Buddha emitted a soft hum, a mere pretense to brush aside the matter at hand. The demand for an explanation was nothing more than a preemptive strike. The Emperor of Heaven's countenance revealed his growing ire. Should the pressure persist, he might recklessly put his own life on the line. Although the Buddhist realm appeared formidable, it had yet to experience a true resurgence, awaiting the conclusion of the great calamity of the journey to the west. Thus, in this moment, the strength of the Buddhist order remained inferior to that of the heavenly court. The Buddha, wise as he was, chose not to speak further, fearing the emperor's wrath. Indeed, Your Majesty, the four heavenly kings acknowledged, preparing to descend to the mortal realm. As long as they did not investigate the affairs of the Buddhist order, everything else was of no concern to the Buddha. This was an internal matter of the heavenly court, in which the Buddha had no desire to intervene. However, Tang Sanzang, that bald donkey, exhibited a certain insidiousness. At the slightest disagreement, he threatened the very lifeblood of the Buddhist order, calling upon his younger brothers for assistance. This was utterly confounding and left him at a loss. Stealthily, the Buddha departed, fortuitously encountering the remnants of the giant spirit. With a flick of his wrist and a subtle gesture, he seemed to perform some act, subsequently vanishing without a trace, returning to his spiritual mountain. In the mortal realm, in the kingdom of Zhuzi, Tang Yu feasted heartily with Neza, seemingly unperturbed by the events transpiring elsewhere. As for the Jade Emperor, at that moment he was busy pouring wine and serving dishes, aware that a moment's inattention could lead to a severe beating. Yet, serving others and reading the atmosphere was his forte. His pig-like visage bore a sycophantic smile as he attended to Tang Yu, currently massaging his back. Little Neza, rest assured. Should anything arise, I, your little brother, will handle it. Tang Yu pounded his chest in assurance. His younger brother, Maitreya Buddha, possessed a cultivation akin to that of a quasi-saint. No matter how many came, they would be effortlessly dealt with. Concealed in the shadows, Maitreya felt a wave of dizziness. Nearly collapsing. Damn it! It was evident that Tang Sanzang regarded him as free labor. Neza, devouring meat, casually remarked, Saint Monk, I do not mind. Although I may not possess the abilities of the great sage, if pushed to the brink, I too shall cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace. Hearing Neza's intent to create chaos, Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. Tang Yu was at a loss as to whether to label Neza as naive or youthful and reckless. The notion of causing turmoil in the heavenly palace at the slightest disagreement. Did he not realize how formidable the palace was? The king of Zhuzi began to harbor increasing respect for Tang Yu, even hesitant to voice his thoughts in his presence. This saintly monk was indeed impressive. He had not only given Tai Bai Jinxing a sound thrashing, but had also placed him under soft confinement, attending to his needs. At this moment, the king of Zhuzi felt an overwhelming impulse to rid himself of these calamities. The pressure was immense. A man who dared to strike Tai Bai Jinxing was certainly no ordinary figure, and he feared that a single misstep might provoke the saintly monk's displeasure. The saint had even advised him to maintain a cheerful disposition, but under such extreme tension, how could one possibly do so? Isn't this forcing oneself to a tragic end? The thunderous drums resounded once more. Several individuals turned their gazes simultaneously. The sky was densely populated with celestial soldiers. The leading four heavenly kings bellowed, Neza, come forth and surrender. Yet, this was not the end. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. The star of Venus glanced at Tang Yu, yearning to flee but refraining from doing so. What brings you here again? Tang Yu inquired, observing the multitude of figures high above. He had always deemed the Buddhist sect as ineffectual. However, it appeared that the heavenly court was even more incompetent. To capture Emir Neza, they had dispatched such a vast number of personnel. Tang Sanzang, this matter does not concern you. You would do well to continue your westward journey, lest you provoke our ire, boomed Emoli Hai. Those dispatched for this mission were authorized to act without mercy against any interference. Of course, he dared to confront other Buddhist sects, but he trembled at the thought of Tang Sanzang. The latter bore the weight of great merit, tasked with the sacred mission of acquiring scriptures. If he were to be harmed, it would undoubtedly lead to a conflict between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sections. In such a case, The saints behind each faction would inevitably intervene, escalating matters beyond control. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a respectful distance from Tang Sanzang. Not worth the trouble, indeed. Tang Yu's eyes widened in indignation. How dare you threaten me? Neza, Sun Wukong, and others readied their weapons, prepared for battle. The Star of Venus glanced at Tang Yu and stealthily advanced a couple of steps. Yet Tang Yu was ever vigilant of this old trickster and swiftly pulled him back. With a resounding slap, he silenced the Star of Venus. This matter is under my brother's jurisdiction. Tang Sanzang, do not overstep your bounds. This is a matter of the heavenly court. Do you truly wish to interfere? In the eyes of the four heavenly kings, Tang Sanzang, a mere mortal, was an easy target. However, that monkey, Sun Wukong, was no trivial adversary. It was best to avoid conflict if possible, expediting their departure for everyone's benefit. Tang Yu flashed a commanding smile and shouted, "Brother, I know you are there. Come forth. My brother is in danger. They intend to bully him. Hurry and come to his aid." Hidden in the shadows, Maitreya Buddha trembled. This is unbelievable. Tang Sanzang has not yet finished. Whenever there is trouble, it is always my brother he calls upon. Last time he interfered, and if he does so again, it would be hard to justify. Perhaps I should just pretend I did not hear him. Guanyin Bodhisattva, standing nearby, couldn't help but smirk, as if mocking the situation. Instantly, the celestial beings grew tense. Oh no, Tang Sanzang is rallying his allies again. He is calling for his brother once more. Chapter 117. Would you join the teaching of the interception? The tension among the celestial beings escalated. Was Tang Sanzang truly relentless? Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped the surroundings. Tang Yu's brow knitted further as he called out again, "Brother?" The area remained still, devoid of any response. Maitreya Buddha, concealed in the shadows, chose not to reveal himself. Feigning ignorance, one must recognize that incessantly meddling in the affairs of the celestial realm is decidedly unwise. The Buddha, seated in the Western paradise, nodded slightly. Indeed, one must concede that this rather corpulent figure, Maitreya, conducts his business quite adeptly. He possesses a keen sense of priorities and demonstrates a commendable ability to adapt. With Tang Yu, he is courteous, yet displays no such restraint with others. His previous interference could be seen as an act of honoring Tang Sanzang, but to intrude again would be indefensible. Thus, maintaining a facade of ignorance seems the wisest course. This old rascal truly excels in his undertakings. It appears he may be of great use in the future. Meanwhile, Manjushri and the four heavenly kings emerged from the sauna, each invigorated, even experiencing unnoticed enhancements in their abilities. Only Lingji remained in the waters, while Puxian engaged in solitary contemplation, observing the rejuvenated Mahayana temple. The Buddha felt a surge of joy, though tinged with regret. The golden-headed guardian would not return. The journey to the west had barely commenced, and already one from their ranks lay entombed. Yet, when weighed against the trials of the journey to the west, the demise of the golden-headed guardian seemed trivial. In the kingdom of Zhuzi, Tang Yu's expression shifted slightly. A blatant disregard had been displayed. His younger brother's utility appeared diminished. Tang Sanzang, you must withdraw at once and refrain from intervening in celestial matters. Upon witnessing the emergence of Maitreya Buddha, Emo Lihai felt a sense of relief. Sun Wukong and Neza, weapons in hand, seemed poised for conflict. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, recognizing that confronting the heavens now bore little advantage. Moreover, he could not perpetually shield young Neza. Perceiving his dilemma, Neza, astride his fiery wheel and wielding his blazing spear, stepped forward, pointing it defiantly at the heavenly soldiers. If battle is what you seek, then let it commence. Neza, how audacious you are. You dare to harm a high-ranking celestial official and rebel against the heavens. Surrender at once. Neza laughed heartily. Why do you only dare to shout from afar? Come down and engage me in combat. The four heavenly kings exchanged glances, preparing to act in unison to subdue Neza. A light laugh resonated through the heavens and the earth, drawing the attention of all present. Neza, would you care to join my sect? The figure of Lady Lishan materialized, standing gracefully in midair, her presence ethereal. Maitreya Buddha's gaze sharpened, despite being a fellow quasi-saint. He had not sensed her arrival, nor could he ascertain when she had come. Yet, it was evident she had been concealed in the shadows for quite some time. What in the world is happening? The four heavenly kings were left bewildered. One Neza, already entangled with the Buddha's influence, now faced a more formidable contender in Lady Lishan. To directly inquire if Neza would join their sect? If he were to accept, how could they ever hope to reclaim him? A mere fantasy, indeed. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Lady Li Shan's sudden appearance. Neza bowed before her, declaring, "I am willing to join the sect." Without the slightest hesitation, he knelt upon the ground. "Very well, if that is your wish. I shall escort you back to Bo Palace." Li Shan Laomu gazed at the four heavenly kings and declared, "Neza is now my disciple of the Jie sect. I intend to take him back to Jinao Island. Do you wish to obstruct me?" Before Mo Lihai could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Li Shan Laomu. "And what of it? At this moment, he is already my disciple." Her tone was unwavering and commanding, leaving no room for dissent. The four heavenly kings dared not express any displeasure towards her. She was not one to be trifled with. Not long ago, even the Buddha had suffered defeat at her hands. After a brief contemplation, Mo Lihai remarked, "I shall report this matter to the Jade Emperor." He bellowed, "Retreat! Back to heaven!" In an instant, the multitude of heavenly soldiers vanished without a trace. "Oh wait, what about me?" cried the star of the White Tiger, Taibai Jinxing. Uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental, the four heavenly kings had overlooked him. His powers were sealed, rendering him unable to return to heaven. Was he to remain here, enduring the relentless torment inflicted by Tang Sanzang? Tang Yu approached and delivered a resounding slap, silencing him. Taibai Jinxing covered his face, remaining mute. He cast a glance, whether deliberate or not, towards the concealed Maitreya Buddha and the others, as Li Shan Laomu whisked Neza away, disappearing from the spot. Initially, one might have expected a fierce battle. However, with Li Shan Laomu's arrival, the situation was effortlessly resolved. In the west, the Buddha laughed heartily, reveling in the embarrassment of the heavenly court. They had failed to capture Neza time and again, and now that he had joined the Jie sect, apprehending him was utterly impossible. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, yet he felt powerless. He could not fathom why the Jie sect would involve itself in such matters, as it brought disgrace upon the heavenly court. "Let us put Neza's affairs to rest for now." The Jade Emperor sighed. "What I wish to know is, who stole Li Jing's Linglong pagoda? Had it not been lost, this calamity would not have occurred." Ultimately, the thief of the pagoda was pivotal. Below, the deities exchanged glances, astonished that such a theft had transpired in the heavenly court. "Whoever is responsible, step forward. I assure you, it will be as if nothing has happened." The Jade Emperor's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, scanned the assembly. "Your Majesty, please grant me justice," pleaded Li Jing, now a mere soul, lamenting his plight once more. "Since no one admits to it, very well, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly." The Jade Emperor bellowed, "Taibai Jinxing, I command you." The moment the words left his mouth, he sensed something amiss. Where was Taibai Jinxing? The four heavenly kings, those rascals, had completely forgotten him in the mortal realm. Within the Xianguang mirror, Taibai Jinxing's figure appeared clearly. At that moment, he was kneeling on the ground, washing Tang Seng's feet. Setting aside Taibai Jinxing's cultivation, his talent for flattery and astute observation ensured his place anywhere. Even Tang Yu could not help but admire this sycophant. He truly knew how to ingratiate himself, with a gentle massage of the waist and legs, and preparing a basin of warm water for foot soaking. Every detail was attended to with utmost care. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened further, a scowl forming as he contemplated the audacity of Tang Sanzang, who dared to humiliate a high-ranking minister of the heavenly court. "For heavenly kings," he commanded, his voice laced with authority, "I order you to retrieve the Star of Tai by immediately." "At your command," they responded in unison, descending to the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Peering downwards, he soon realized the unsettling truth. Where is the giant spirit god? Chapter 118. Relocating Qilin Mountain. In a flurry of calculations, the Jade Emperor's countenance grew even darker. The gathered deities fell silent, acutely aware of their sovereign's displeasure. To provoke him at such a moment would be tantamount to courting death. Li Jing, too, ceased his lamentations, stifling his emotions. Upon further scrutiny, the calculations revealed that the giant spirit god had been cast away by Maitreya Buddha to the realm of 10,000 demons, where he met his demise at the hands of the demon queen. Yet, at the very least, his soul had not been utterly extinguished. But where, then, was that trace of spirit? What was happening? Why could he not discern its location? It was as if someone had deliberately obscured the heavenly secrets. Continuously recalibrating his calculations, The Jade Emperor remained unable to pinpoint the whereabouts of that lingering soul. Doubts began to creep in. Had the giant spirit god perhaps betrayed him? Summon someone to swiftly investigate the giant spirit god's whereabouts, he commanded, his brow furrowed, seated imperiously upon his dragon throne, casting a disdainful gaze upon the subjects below. In the kingdom of Zhuzi, Tang Yu reclined on his bed, indulging in fruit, while Tai Bai Jin Xing attended to him, kneading his legs with a sycophantic smile. Brother San, is the pressure sufficient? Yes, it will suffice, Tang Yu replied absent-mindedly. His thoughts consumed with the urgency to ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. If he did not, he feared his current state would become unmanageable. During his recent days with the beloved of the king of Zhuzi, he had refrained from employing his dual cultivation technique, wary of inadvertently breaking through. Now, the great Luo Golden Immortal seemed merely a fragile veil to him, one he could easily pierce at any moment. Yet, he was also acutely aware of the pressing challenge ahead. Having lingered for several days, it was time to embark on his journey. This challenge did not concern him overly. After all, Guanyin Bodhisattva had already established communication. Even without that, he felt confident in traversing the obstacle with ease. After all, the steed of Guanyin Bodhisattva had nearly become his own. Though their bond had deepened in secrecy, Guanyin still outwardly represented the Buddhist order, which could not openly facilitate his passage. The trials of the Buddhist realm must still unfold. His troublesome identity as Tang Sanzang was indeed burdensome. Yet he understood that it was this very identity that had kept him safe thus far. Had another attempted his journey, the Tathagata would undoubtedly have ensured their demise. Could he circumvent the challenge? It was not an impossibility. The urgency lies with the monks of the Buddhist realm, not with him. Seeking someone, he acquired a map and glanced over it briefly. To circumvent the obstacle would require several hundred additional miles. Very well, let us take the detour. Tai Bai Jingxing's voice thundered across the heavens. What is the hold-up? King Zhuzi wore a pained expression. Usually, others bowed before him, yet in recent days, he had found himself kneeling before others repetitively. Accompanied by his ministers, he hastily prostrated himself. We pay our respects to the four heavenly kings. Stealing a furtive glance at Tang Yu, Tai Bai Jingxing understood that this was an organized retrieval mission. However, in the absence of a directive from Tang Yu, he dared not venture forth, for the fear of retribution lingered. A mere disagreement could lead to a swift retaliation. Third brother, Tai Bai Jingxing said with a sycophantic smile. Let us be on our way. Tang Yu waved his hand impatiently. After all, keeping Tai Bai Jingxing captive served little purpose beyond trivialities. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai Jingxing dashed out like a hound released from its tether, following the four heavenly kings back to the heavens. Meanwhile, Tang Yu beckoned to his disciples, preparing for their departure. Before leaving, he meticulously instructed King Zhuzi to maintain his composure. Cancer is no trifling matter. King Zhuzi readily acquiesced, secretly relieved to see this calamity depart. He felt indifferent towards the celestial warriors, even dismissing Tai Bai Jingxing's grandstanding. What concern could a mere earthly emperor have? He feared that a single misstep might incur their displeasure, thus being in Tang Yu's company weighed heavily upon him. Leading his ministers, he accompanied Tang Yu and his entourage to the palace gates, ensuring ample provisions for their journey. Thus, the master and his disciples, herding a flock of sheep and a few cattle, departed the capital of Zhuzi. Of course, herding livestock was a task suited for the inexperienced, but such was the consequence of his lowly status and limited power. In this world, lacking strength equates to a lack of rights. Regarding the challenge posed by Qilin Mountain, Tang Yu and his disciples prepared to navigate around it, convinced that the monks would not allow them to pass unchallenged. This time, he was eager to see what tricks they would employ. Concealed in the shadows, Avalokiteshvara gazed at the group of four shepherding the cattle and sheep, nearly swooning at the sight. Their chosen route clearly indicated their intention to bypass Qilin Mountain. However, how Tang Yu proceeded was no concern of hers. After all, she was now allied with him. The urgency resided with the monks of the Western Paradise. In the west, the Buddha Shakyamuni observed the group with furrowed brows. What on earth does Tang Sanzang intend to do? He questioned in bewilderment. The spirit mountain was equally perplexed, having indulged in feasting in the kingdom of Zhuzi, now departing with a herd of cattle and sheep for sustenance on their journey. In Lingshan, the assembled crowd fell into a state of speechless contemplation, particularly as they observed Tang Sung and his companions clearly circumventing the impending trial of Qilin Mountain. King of the Zhuzi kingdom, 2, was nearly paralyzed with fear, having been nearly struck dumb by the specter of calamity. The prospect of the golden sacred palace's matron was scarcely worth mention, as survival took precedence above all else. The denizens of Lingshan turned their gaze expectantly toward the Buddha, seemingly awaiting his directive and solution. Lighting a cigarette, the Buddha sighed deeply, feeling as though he had nurtured a host of inept individuals who were of no assistance in alleviating his burdens. Avalokiteshvara, too, was remiss. Witnessing the missteps of Tang Sanzang and his disciples, she failed to intervene. How could this be rectified? Was it possible that this trial would end in futility once more? Such an outcome was unacceptable. The number of resolved challenges on the journey to the west was scant. To abandon the quest due to a mere setback would render the continuation of the journey pointless. The Buddha had long sensed that unforeseen complications would arise, yet he had not anticipated Tang Sanzang's audacious maneuver. He found himself perplexed. Had they truly traversed several hundred miles? Was this not exhausting? The resolution of this trial remained uncertain. Yet they had indeed strayed hundreds of miles off course, further delaying their arrival at Lingshan. After much contemplation, the Buddha could devise no suitable strategy. With a puff of smoke, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. A solution had emerged. Maitreya, the Buddha commanded, descend to the mortal realm and position Qilin Mountain squarely in the path of Tang Sanzang and his disciples. Reluctantly, the Buddha resolved to relocate Qilin Mountain. You seek to take a detour, do you? Let us see how you navigate past the mountain now placed before you. The earlier heaviness of his mood dissipated, replaced by a radiance of satisfaction as the Buddha reveled in his own cleverness. According to your will, Maitreya replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. Is this truly a solution? Yet, given the Buddha's authority, he complied. Descending to the mortal realm, Maitreya harnessed his immense powers to uproot Qilin Mountain entirely, transforming it into a vast expanse of open land. He bore the mountain aloft as he traversed the skies, exuding an aura of formidable majesty and audacious pride. Though Avalokiteshvara stood at a distance, the commotion was too pronounced to go unnoticed. She hastily calculated the situation, a peculiar smile gracing her features. She had not anticipated the Buddha would resort to such drastic measures, moving mountains to fulfill this trial. This indicated the urgency within the Buddhist realm. Even the slightest hope was not to be squandered in the completion of this challenge. However, the question lingered. Was there truly sufficient space for such a colossal mountain? Tang Sanzang and his companions intended to bypass Qilin Mountain, yet their route traversed densely populated regions, even threading through small nations. Maitreya, holding the mountain aloft, soon spotted the figures of Tang Sanzang and his disciples in the distance. Preparing to position Qilin Mountain nearby, it was intended to be on their unavoidable route. However, after a thorough reconnaissance, an appropriate location could not be found. There were inhabitants, numerous towns, and several small nations. It was quite careless. The terrain should have been surveyed beforehand. Maitreya Buddha found himself filled with regret, realizing he ought to have inspected the landscape first. What should he do now? It was impossible to simply hold up a great mountain. The imposing Qilin Mountain, spanning 600 miles, if placed in the path of Tang Sanzang and his companions, would undoubtedly cause great calamity. Such consequences would entangle him in excessive karma, bringing him no benefit. Maitreya Buddha felt trapped, utterly uncertain of how to proceed. To abandon the mountain was inconceivable. To lift it was even less feasible. After much contemplation, he returned Qilin Mountain to its original position. What was this old fellow doing? Was he exercising? Inside Qilin Mountain, the celestial emperor looked around in bewilderment, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate what was wrong. It felt as surreal as a dream. Due to Maitreya Buddha's direct relocation of the entire mountain, he remained blissfully unaware of any anomalies. With Maitreya's profound cultivation, it was improbable for him to notice anything amiss. Upon returning the mountain to its rightful place, Maitreya hastily returned to Ling Mountain to report to the Buddha. The mountain was too vast, it could not be accommodated. Was there truly no solution to this conundrum? The Tathagata Buddha murmured, pondering how to facilitate the completion of this challenging task, yet no suitable strategy emerged. Initially, it was believed that relocating Qilin Mountain would allow them to evade their fate. But geographical constraints had thwarted those plans. It seemed the heavens were determined to bring down the Buddha's teachings. Once again, Maitreya Buddha, as he spoke of this, clearly noticed him turn his head. Indeed, one could not always rely on a single individual for assistance. The Tathagata Buddha surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling upon Manjushri Bodhisattva. Manjushri, it falls to you to descend to the mortal realm. Inform Guanyin Bodhisattva to instruct Jin Mao Ho to devise a plan to capture Tang Sanzang directly. Reluctantly, he had to take the initiative, otherwise there seemed to be no recourse left. Manjushri Bodhisattva paused, feeling an innate dread towards the travelers on their journey to the west. If possible, he wished to remain uninvolved in their affairs. He was well aware that previous involvements had nearly led to disaster. Moreover, having just emerged from the sauna, he had no desire to enter another. As you wish, Buddha, Manjushri Bodhisattva replied, his face somber. After contemplating, it was merely a message to convey. Once he informed Guanyin Bodhisattva, he could swiftly depart without further incident. Yet, he could not shake off the shivers of apprehension. The travelers to the west were akin to a thunderstorm. After reporting to Guanyin, Manjushri turned to leave, wishing to linger no longer. Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression turned peculiar. Did they truly believe that sending Jin Mao Ho to capture Tang Sanzang would suffice to fulfill the task? In her view, that was highly improbable. Tang Sanzang himself is an unpredictable variable, endowed with the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Furthermore, he often deviates from conventional methods. Nevertheless, he made his way towards Qilin Mountain, intent on informing the golden-furred howler. Upon arriving at Qilin Mountain, the golden-furred howler hastily knelt before him, proclaiming, I pay my respects to the Bodhisattva. This scene was fortuitously observed by the Empress of Golden Holy Palace from a distance. It is worth noting that they are allies. This demon is in league with the Buddhist sect. She had been abducted by the golden-furred howler for 3 years. Were it not for the clandestine assistance of the Southern Pole immortal, who provided her with a precious garment, she might have been subjected to the howler's advances. However, she dared not easily remove this enchanted attire, resulting in her inability to bathe for 3 long years. As she passed through, the lesser demons pinched their noses in distaste. It is indeed perplexing to imagine that this demon is aligned with the Buddhist sect, causing much confusion. Scratching his head, his hair had become tangled, resisting his efforts to comb through it. The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara imparted her instructions to the golden-furred howler, emphasizing the importance of being opportunistic and cooperating with Tang Sanzang as much as possible. Concerned for the howler's safety, Avalokiteshvara presented him with her golden bell. The monkey, Sun Wukong, is not to be trifled with, and since the golden-furred howler is her steed, it was prudent to provide him with a defensive talisman. Observing the golden bell, the howler gradually felt reassured. This was a treasure of the Bodhisattva. Possessing it would surely facilitate the capture of Tang Sanzang. As Avalokiteshvara departed, the golden-furred howler bellowed, Gather the troops. Instantly, the lesser demons assembled. My lord, whom shall we strike? This time, we shall not harm anyone. Remember, our primary concern is to ensure our own safety. The golden-furred howler, displaying his benevolence, expressed genuine concern for his subordinates' well-being. Though somewhat anxious, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. The affairs of the mortal realm were drawing to a close, and he would no longer have to endure the presence of this foul-smelling woman. He cast a glance at the Empress of Golden Holy Palace. You will soon return home. Make sure to take a good bath. Your odor is unbearable to most. The Empress, bewildered, had no inkling of the demon's intentions. Did this imply she would be released? Accompanied by his minions, they ventured forth, soon discovering the whereabouts of Tang Sanzang and his entourage, who were herding a large flock of cattle and sheep. This left the golden-furred howler somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, the immediate priority remained the task assigned by the Bodhisattva. Chapter 120, Plug Your Nose. Sun Wukong twitched his nose and immediately became tense. There was a demonic aura. Grasping his golden staff, he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. No one, including Tang Yu, was as sensitive to demonic energy as Sun Wukong. What the hell? Is this monkey that on edge? The golden-furred howler shivered, then retrieved the golden bell given by Avalokiteshvara. These 3 golden bells are treasures of Avalokiteshvara. One ring would unleash a searing fire of 300 zhong, another would emit a blinding light of 300 zhong, and the third would release a blinding sandstorm of 300 zhong. However, the Bodhisattva Guanyin has allied with Tang Yu. Therefore, when entrusted to him, some of the magical power of the golden bell was sealed, diminishing its formidable might. He produced the 3rd bell, giving it a gentle shake, and instantly a tempest of yellow sand erupted, resembling a colossal golden dragon, its claws outstretched, descending upon the master and his disciples. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Yu vaguely grasped the reality of the situation. The practitioners of the Buddhist realm had found themselves unable to manage their own affairs, resorting to unleashing the golden-haired howler. The swirling yellow sand rendered visibility nearly impossible. Nevertheless, amidst the chaos, Tang Yu did not forget to address his dim-witted disciple, Esteemed. I shall find you a beautiful maiden. Would you care for that? Upon hearing of a maiden, Esteemed's eyes instantly sparkled. Master, where is she? He exclaimed loudly, fearing that Tang Yu might not hear him. In a moment, perhaps some medicine? Tang Yu inquired with genuine concern, well aware of his disciple's frail condition. Indeed, he was not in the best shape. With a bashful smile, Zhu Beiji replied, Thank you, master. Tang Yu hurriedly tossed him the medicine, adding a reminder, fly alongside me. He could already feel the wind lifting his body, propelling him into the distance. Reaching out, he grasped Tang Yu's trousers in a panic. Let go of my trousers. Tang Yu shouted, but the wind was too fierce for Esteemed to hear. Both men closed their eyes and soared into the distance, offering no resistance. Tang Yu was entirely aware of the Buddhist arrangements, thus he felt fearless. As for Esteemed, he believed that following his master would surely lead to encounters with maidens. After a considerable time, the yellow smoke dissipated, leaving only Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing at the site. Where's the master? Sun Wukong cried out anxiously. Damn it! That bald donkey has been captured by a monster, Sha Wujing replied. Glancing at the sheep blown dead by the wind, he felt a pang of sorrow. He then retrieved his knife and cutting board, preparing to skin the sheep, light a fire, and stew the meat. Big brother, you need not worry at all. Just think. Has the master ever suffered on this journey? Let us eat some meat first. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong fell silent. After careful consideration, it seemed indeed true. Though the master lacked magical power, he had always come out on top throughout their travels. Moreover, he had just vaguely heard his master speak to Esteemed about needing a maiden. Observing Sun Wukong's state, Sha Wujing sighed. Poor monkey. He still does not fully comprehend the tribulations of the journey to the west, yet he remains so anxious. Tang Yu and Zhu Beiji safely landed within the lair of the golden-haired howler. Noticing his trousers had been pulled down to his ankles, Tang Yu complained, Esteemed. What were you doing pulling my trousers? After expressing his dissatisfaction, he surveyed his surroundings. Leading the group was a formidable figure, brandishing 3 golden bells, flanked by numerous minor demons. Sai Tai Sui was utterly bewildered. The Bodhisattva had merely instructed him to capture Tang Sanzang, but what now? Observing this bewildered demon, he stood frozen in place. Could this be a fool? Tang Yu nonchalantly seated himself upon his throne of demons, gazing at them. The golden-haired howl remained in a state of utter bewilderment. Indeed, the Bodhisattva had advised him to cooperate with Tang Sanzang. Bring me some meat and wine. Tang Yu commanded as if he were at home. Since the Bodhisattva had instructed him to assist Tang Sanzang, he felt compelled to comply. The golden-haired howl hastily instructed the lesser demons below, quickly, bring the meat and prepare the wine. In the west heaven, confusion ensued. One could not help but wonder if the golden-haired howl had suffered a blow to the head. Had he captured Tang Sanzang merely to serve him as an ancestor? Shouldn't he be intimidating and threatening him? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, it was indeed a good thing that Tang Sanzang had been secured in the cave, as long as Sun Wukong came to rescue him. And the Bodhisattva appeared at the opportune moment to collect the golden-haired howl and then return the Queen of Golden's sacred palace to her abode. It could be considered a somewhat successful completion of the tribulation. Upon observing Sun Wukong and his companion, the Buddha's eyes widened in astonishment. There they were, Sun Wukong and the simpleton, feasting on a whole roasted lamb. Flames erupted from Sun Wukong's mouth as Sha Wujing expertly turned the meat. They appeared utterly unfazed by Tang Sanzang's predicament. What in the world was happening? The Buddha's expression darkened. It seemed the unexpected variable was indeed Sun Wukong. Prompt action was required to have the 6-eared macaque replace him, regardless of whether it was him or not. This rebellious monkey needed to be dealt with swiftly for peace of mind. In the lower realms, the golden-haired howl was indeed very accommodating to Tang Yu. Quickly arranging a lavish feast of meats, Zhu Beiji surreptitiously consumed some medicine, unknowingly becoming invigorated. This was untenable. He felt himself losing control, his body trembling uncontrollably. The master had clearly stated that there would be maidens here, yet all he saw were a throng of male demons, not a single female among them. One glance at the foolishness of the second simpleton revealed that he was indeed affected. But what of the Queen of Golden's sacred palace? In Tang Yu's eyes, She must be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Otherwise, the king of Zhuzi would not have been so captivated. Master, I can't control myself, Zhu Beiji stammered. Observing the golden-haired Hao, Tang Yu directly inquired, Dog, where is the queen of Golden Sacred Palace? Dog, who are you addressing? The golden-haired Hao's complexion soured, realizing he was being addressed. However, he could not afford to offend Tang Sanzang. He gestured towards the cave. Zhu Beiji dashed inside like a gust of wind. Ugh! Suddenly, the sound of retching reverberated from within. Tang Yu, utterly perplexed, stood up, unsure of what had transpired. Why was he vomiting? He prepared to investigate the cause. Saint, please wait a moment. The golden-haired Hao thoughtfully produced 2 small pieces of cotton and handed them to Tang Yu. In Tang Yu's confusion, the golden-haired Hao stuffed the cotton into his own nostrils. He then looked at Tang Yu, clearly indicating that he should do the same. Although bewildered, Tang Yu complied and proceeded into the cave. A disheveled figure, resembling a beggar, suddenly appeared before him. The cave emanated a nauseating stench, which explained why Jin Mao Ho had stuffed cotton into his nostrils. This odor was indeed unbearable for most. Zhu Beiji retched uncontrollably. Yet the effects of the medication had begun to take hold of him, and he unconsciously moved toward the Golden Holy Palace. In Chapter 121, Proving the Way with Strength, the Golden Holy Palace lady, looking much like a beggar, was perplexed by the lascivious gaze of Zhu Beiji. As he approached her, she instinctively took a few steps back. Leaning against the wall, her small hands clasped tightly against her chest, she watched Zhu Beiji with palpable tension. As he drew nearer, Zhu Beiji emitted another round of retching. However, the effects of the drug had dulled his senses. Like poles repel while opposites attract, under the influence of the potion, he could still perceive the overwhelming stench. But his primal instincts took precedence. He reached out towards the Golden Holy Palace lady, but suddenly withdrew his hand. The colorful celestial robe, bestowed upon her by the Antarctic immortal, had remained untainted even after 3 years of captivity in the cave. The moment he touched it, a sharp pain shot through him. Nevertheless, Zhu Beiji had nearly lost his sanity, gripping the arm of the Golden Holy Palace lady tightly. He howled, his eyes bloodshot, refusing to let go. Tang Yu gasped, overwhelmed by the repugnant odor. Let us go, let us go. If we stay any longer, I'll be sick too. Jin Mao Ho stared at Zhu Beiji in disbelief, astonished by his resilience in the face of such pain. Despite the agony, Zhu Beiji remained steadfast, howling as he followed Tang Yu out. After a considerable time, Jin Mao Ho remarked with admiration, such pure swine. Forget the piercing pain of the celestial robe. Even that stench couldn't deter Zhu Beiji. Truly, he is extraordinary. Once the great marshal of heaven. The sounds of Zhu Beiji howling echoed within the cave, unmistakably his voice. Concealed in the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva had closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was a scene too dreadful to witness. Meanwhile, in the West Heaven, the assembly of Buddhas was collectively bewildered. This trial was supposed to conclude with the return of the Golden Holy Palace lady to her domain. Yet now, King Zhuzi was preoccupied with fears of cancer, and the Golden Holy Palace lady was being offered up by a pig. How had Zhu Beiji become so gallant? The colorful celestial robe from the Antarctic immortal had failed to dissuade him from his desires. The visage of the Tathagata turned ashen, not only from witnessing Zhu Beiji's conduct, but also due to the presence of Tang Sanzang. Jin Mao Ho treated him with utmost reverence, as if he were an ancestor. Had he endured countless hardships to capture Tang Sanzang only to revere him? Little did he know, Jin Mao Ho was equally confused. Guanyin Bodhisattva had instructed him to cooperate with Tang Sanzang's endeavors, and this was indeed what he was doing. In a discussion of indulgence in meat and wine, everything was arranged accordingly. With a sigh, the Buddha contemplated, lighting a cigarette, his brow furrowed, his visage suffused with sorrow. He hoped that Sun Wukong and the others would feel compelled to rescue Tang Sanzang, allowing Guanyin Bodhisattva to intervene, thus enabling them to navigate this challenge with ease and simplicity. As for the goddess of the Golden Sacred Palace, although she had been offered by Zhu, a means would be devised to erase her memories and return her to the kingdom of Zhuzi. Nearby, Jin Mao Ho served Tang Yu like a grand eunuch. Within the cave, the sounds of Zhu Beiji's wailing continued. To be honest, even Tang Yu found himself admiring this noise, having never realized that his somewhat foolish disciple possessed such vigor. Of course, the potency of the medication was the primary reason, rendering him utterly intoxicated and devoid of rational thought, fixated solely on the phrase Yo 11 Yo 11. Produced by the system, this was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Tang Yu leisurely sipped his drink, which to him was as tasteless as water. I shall rest, unless it is urgent. Do not disturb me, he commanded Jin Maoho, as if instructing a subordinate. Yes, yes, Jin Maoho replied repeatedly, bowing and scraping. He proceeded to another cavern. Another version of Tang Yu materialized, casting a glance at his doppelganger before vanishing from sight. He needed to break through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, for he could no longer suppress his ascension. Had he not been staunchly holding back, he might have unwittingly transcended long ago. In an instant, he appeared several hundred miles away in an open space. Producing the communication stone bestowed by Lao Jun, he crushed it without hesitation. Jinao Island. Bio Palace. The Lord of Tongtian, sensing the call, glanced in his direction and stepped forth, appearing before him in a heartbeat. Upon seeing the figure clad in azure, Tang Yu offered a slight bow. Tang Sanzang pays respects to the saint of Tongtian. Indeed, replied Tongtian with appreciation. You are truly on the verge of becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal. I am also grateful for the elixir provided by the saint, Tang Yu humbly acknowledged. You need not be so modest, Tongtian stated directly. Focus on your breakthrough. I shall obscure the heavenly secrets for you. Thank you, saint, Tang Yu bowed again. His entire being surged with magical energy, akin to a relentless river flowing without end. In that moment, he ceased suppressing his cultivation and stepped into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. With this ascension came the impending heavenly tribulation. Tongtian's gaze was profound, as if he sought to penetrate the very essence of Tang Yu. What is happening? Upon hearing the sounds of the heavenly tribulation, it was evident that Tang Sanzang was indeed undergoing his own tribulation. Yet, why were there no signs of calamity clouds? This anomaly stemmed from the concealment array surrounding Tang Yu, which shrouded the heavenly secrets of this realm. Naturally, outsiders could not perceive it. Tongtian could faintly hear the thunder due to his proximity and his status as a sage. Others, however, would remain entirely oblivious to his tribulation. The heavenly thunder crashed down relentlessly, unknown to the outside world. Tang Yu did not rely on his innate cultivation to withstand the heavenly tribulation. Instead, he drew the tribulation into his body to temper his flesh. He harbored unwavering confidence in his eventual ascension to sainthood. However, the path to achieving this sanctity was of paramount importance. It is widely acknowledged that there are three paths to sainthood: the sanctification of the physical body, the slaying of the three corpses, and the attainment of merit. The sanctification of the physical body is the most formidable, followed by the slaying of the three corpses, with the attainment of merit being the weakest. Yet, aside from the primordial deity Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth, no one has successfully tread this path. In the past, Hongjun aspired to achieve sainthood through the sanctification of the physical body, validating the Tao through strength, but ultimately failed at the final hurdle, reluctantly settling for the path of slaying the three corpses. Both Taishang Laojun and Tongtian also took the route of slaying the three corpses. Conversely, the two saints of the West attained sainthood through merit, as did the goddess Nuwa. However, Nuwa's creation of humanity and her efforts in mending the heavens were acts of great merit. As for the two Western saints, Jane and Zhuanti, their sainthood was barely secured by borrowing merit from the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Tang Yu was determined to pursue the path of the sanctification of the physical body, seeking to validate the Tao through strength. Chapter 122. Zhu Beiji pleads for mercy under the heavenly tribulation. His flesh was battered and bruised. Yet, with each passing moment, he recovered more swiftly than before. The final bolt of tribulation, imbued with the supreme might of the heavens and the earth, descended relentlessly. With a mighty roar, Tang Yu's gleaming bald head sparkled under the weight of the tribulation. His expression remained fearless, his entire being resonating with magical power. With a powerful punch, he confronted the final bolt of tribulation head-on. Bang! The entire storm of calamity seemed to warp and twist. Ultimately, the thunderous sounds of the tribulation echoed twice before dissipating into nothingness. In that moment, Tang Yu fully transcended into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A faint aura leaked out. Tongtian's gaze sharpened as he solemnly remarked, "You seek to validate the Tao through strength?" Despite Tang Yu being shielded by the concealment of Heaven's mechanism and the protective aura of the Saint Tongtian, the sheer force of this tribulation was overwhelming. Particularly given Tang Yu's reckless act of drawing the lightning tribulation into his body for tempering, Some of his essence inevitably leaked out. In the West, the Buddha Shakyamuni wore a grave expression as he swiftly calculated the situation. What was happening? He had just faintly sensed the aura of Tang Sanzang, almost perceiving a trace of the great Luo Golden Immortal's cultivation. However, upon further calculation, he found no abnormalities. Tang Sanzang was still slumbering within the golden, fur-howling cave. The Buddha relaxed, seriously doubting the veracity of his perception, suspecting he was merely fatigued. It seemed he truly needed a break. Perhaps a sauna would do him good. Lighting a cigarette, he made his way to the pool of merit. Stripped down, he sat at the edge, dipping a foot into the water to test its temperature. Hiss! The pool of merit was rather warm. Nonetheless, that was favorable. A bit of heat made for a more comfortable soak. Gradually acclimating to the temperature, he submerged himself entirely. Summoning a Buddha who tended the pool, he requested a pristine white towel to drape around his neck. With a cigarette in his mouth and soaking in the bath, he reveled in the moment of comfort. The Tathagata felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation. After a brief moment, he took a towel and wiped his body, observing a faint layer of grime floating atop the merit pool. It had indeed been a while since his last bath. He was beginning to feel rather unclean. Draping the towel around himself, he exited the merit pool and, with a wave of his hand towards the Buddhas, said, "Come, give me a scrub, add some salt, and pour in a bit of milk." He conjured a bed and lay down upon it. The two Buddhas promptly wrapped towels around their hands and began to scrub the Tathagata, applying smoke and milk to cleanse him thoroughly. One of the Buddhas fetched a basin and poured a full basin of water from the merit pool over the Tathagata. "All done, Buddha," they declared. The Tathagata closed his eyes, his face reflecting pure enjoyment. "Now, please work on my back, and later, tend to my feet. It is rare to have this moment of relaxation. I wish to cast aside all thoughts and indulge in the full treatment." The two Buddhas each took one of his feet and began to knead gently. As they pressed on a particular spot, the Tathagata inhaled sharply, feeling a jolt of discomfort. "Buddha, this area corresponds to the main kidney. It seems there might be some issues there," one of the foot-massaging Buddhas remarked with a professional tone. The Tathagata's expression shifted in surprise. Had he perhaps overindulged in laughter and merriment? It was said that such behavior could harm the body, and indeed, he had shown little restraint. He realized he must find a way to procure elixirs that bolster vitality and nourish the kidneys, to restore balance within himself. However, it must be noted that the Buddhist community was not as affluent as it once was. Resources were quite limited. The expenses incurred from exchanging incense for cigarettes with Tang Sanzang were not insignificant. In the 33 heavens, within the Doshui Palace, the Supreme Old Lord wore a contemplative expression, seemingly lost in thought. He swiftly calculated with his fingers, but felt no significant insights. Approaching the heavenly path stone, he waved his whisk, causing the stone to shimmer, as if the myriad worlds and sentient beings flashed through it. "Is it you, Tang Sanzang?" the Supreme Old Lord murmured. Numerous sages were attentively observing and calculating, yet they found themselves at an impasse. The reason was simple. Tang Sanzang was currently slumbering in the cave of the golden-haired lion. After all, Tang Sanzang was merely a mortal. Could he possibly ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal? Those who achieved such heights had often spent countless years, even millennia, in pursuit. Yet here was Tang Sanzang, a mere novice. Even if he had begun cultivating from birth, it would be improbable. Thus, he was dismissed outright. In the lower realms, after transcending tribulations, Tang Yu offered a slight bow to Tong Tian, saying, "Thank you, sage." Gazing at Tang Yu, Tong Tian inquired, "Do you wish to pursue the path of strength as your means to enlightenment?" Tang Yu smiled ambiguously, choosing not to respond. It was rumored that one could break through the heavens by reaching the ultimate limit of strength. Tong Tian cautioned, "If you truly reach that final step, I fear the one above may not simply watch you walk out unchallenged." "Thank you for the reminder, sage." After a brief pause, Tang Yu continued, "As long as I am powerful enough, even that being above will find it difficult to contend with me." With a flick of his finger, a drop of crimson blood appeared in Tang Yu's hand. "This is the blood of the ancestor dragon, a treasure I stumbled upon, of no use to me. I shall bestow it upon you." "Thank you, sage," Tang Yu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. This was the blood of the ancestor dragon, far more precious than any elixir. The dragon race is renowned for their formidable physicality. Tang Yu immediately absorbed it, a faint aura of authority emanating from him, albeit fleeting. Astonishment flickered in Tong Tian's eyes. After all, This was the blood of the ancestor dragon, effortlessly digested. It seemed that the cultivation method mastered by Tang Sanzang surpassed that of ordinary beings. Perhaps he could indeed tread a path that no one had traversed since the Great Pangyu. Soon, Tantian departed, and Tang Yu returned to the lair of the Golden Mane Roar, where he integrated his mane and auxiliary bodies. Zhu Beiji was still groaning. The lady of the Golden Sacred Palace had begun to roll her eyes, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Her body trembled increasingly, nearing the point of release. As the moment of release approached, Zhu Beiji's discomfort eased somewhat. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor filled the air. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He uncontrollably retched again, and soon, the expulsion began from both ends. Finally, the ordeal concluded. The lady of the Golden Sacred Palace lay motionless, her eyes rolled back. Zhu Beiji continued to vomit, yearning to escape. The temperature here was unbearable for anyone. However, having just lost some essence, he felt somewhat weakened. Coupled with the pungent smell, his head spun, and his legs felt weak. This medicine's effect is too potent, he thought. Ugh. Zhu Beiji kept heaving, struggling to pull up his trousers, crawling towards the exit for fresh air. Help! Quickly help me! He cried, his voice mixed with the sounds of retching. Help! His voice grew weaker, interspersed with bouts of vomiting and white foam. He was beginning to roll his eyes back. Was he truly going to suffocate here? What a calamity! Chapter 123. The Immortal of the South Pole. Naturally, Zhu Beiji's cries for help were heard. Yet, the stench here was unbearable for anyone. Even the Golden Mane Roar and his fellow creatures were reluctant to enter. The lady of the Golden Sacred Palace lay in bed, on the verge of tears. At over 60 years old, she found herself in such a predicament. It was overwhelming. She nearly faced her demise. No wonder there is a saying about being gored by a pig. It seemed that being gored by a pig wasn't entirely inconceivable. She hastily adjusted her disheveled attire and approached the struggling Zhu Beiji. Piggy, she called. Seeing her, Zhu Beiji was nearly in tears, unable to bear the stench. What do you want? He choked out. Let me out. The lady of the Golden Sacred Palace scratched her head, and a few specks of grime fell onto Zhu Beiji's face, as if he were buried under snowflakes. With a chuckle, she pulled him onto the bed. It must be said that although the venerable Lady Jin Shenggong is in her 60s, her vitality remains remarkably robust. Effortlessly, she drags the body of Zhu Beiji. As for what follows, it requires no further contemplation. He has been turned against. Sun Wukong has been patrolling the mountains diligently. 2 days have passed, and he cannot help but worry about his master. As for Sha Wujing, he remains unconcerned. He possesses far greater knowledge regarding the trials of the journey to the west than the monkey does, and thus, he is well aware that the bald monk, Tang Sanzang, is not destined for death. Hence, he leisurely tends to the cattle and sheep on the mountain without haste, observing Sun Wukong's movements. The Buddhas in the West cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. They genuinely feared that this monkey might forget about Tang Sanzang. As long as Sun Wukong is active, it is certain that he will swiftly discover the cave of the golden-haired howler, and with a few playful antics, Guanyin Bodhisattva will stealthily manifest, thereby managing to overcome this challenge, albeit with some difficulty. Having just finished his sauna and massage, the Buddha witnessed this scene, and his spirits lifted considerably. To be honest, the prospect of completing a trial so smoothly left him incredulous. After enduring numerous setbacks, the sudden emergence of ease was inevitably suspect. It appears this trial should pose no significant issues, the Buddha murmured to himself. However, he was soon plagued by concerns. What about the venerable Lady Jin Shenggong? Should her memories be erased, and she be returned to the kingdom of Zhuzi? Upon contemplating this, the Buddha felt a slight discomfort in his eyes. This fierce woman truly exhibited tenacity, having caused Zhu Beiji to roll his eyes and foam at the mouth. Manjusri Bodhisattva, it is your duty to inform the South Pole Immortal that the resolution of the trial is imminent, and he should retrieve the rainbow robe. By your command, revered Buddha. Manjusri Bodhisattva received the edict and descended to the mortal realm. He soon arrived at the abode of the South Pole Immortal and explained his purpose. The South Pole Immortal hastened to Qilin Mountain, concealing himself in the shadows, preparing to seize the opportunity to reclaim his rainbow robe. What is that odor? Although the scent was somewhat foul, it also held an intriguing quality. Upon inhalation, his previously congested nose cleared, and he found the aroma rather captivating. Unconsciously, he sniffed, taking in a couple of deep breaths. The moment the South Pole Immortal arrived, Tang Yu sensed his presence. Now, having attained the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, He was far beyond the capabilities of a Tai golden immortal. Should he allow this old fellow to remain here? After all, he was one of the disciples of the Tao of the primordial beginning. Tang Yu harbored a distinct aversion towards the old man. And during his last conversation with Guanyin Bodhisattva, he had an inkling that they might have conspired with the Buddha. In Tang Yu's estimation, it was undoubtedly related to the tribulations of the journey to the West. Given the numerous unforeseen occurrences surrounding the current tribulation, the Buddhist realm seemed somewhat overwhelmed and would certainly require assistance. Thus, it was not improbable that they were colluding with the primordial beginning-'s disciple. Guided by the scent, the South Pole immortal drifted quietly within. With closed eyes, he inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was this very aroma. Tao Yu was acutely aware of his actions, a chill running down his spine. This old rogue seemed to harbor peculiar inclinations. He was all too aware of the man's intentions, undoubtedly concerning the rainbow robe. One must admit, the Buddhist sect was indeed laboring tirelessly for the sake of the impending calamity. A glimmer of amusement flickered into S' eyes as he stifled a derisive laugh within. Suppressing his revulsion, he made his way to the abode of the goddess of the Golden Holy Palace, where she and Zhu Beiji were engaged in hearty laughter. Tang Yu found the scene rather disconcerting. With great effort, he managed to suppress his distaste and touched the rainbow robe draped over the goddess, seemingly affixing something to her. He hurried back to his resting place, gasping for breath. The elder of the southern pole was incessantly sniffling, a hint of pleasure evident on his face. "Monsters, come forth! Monsters, come forth!" Sun Wukong's voice echoed from outside. The golden monkey shook with anticipation, while the hidden Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed in relief. Although fully aware of Sun Wukong's purpose, the golden monkey had to maintain a facade of confrontation. Accompanied by his minions, he strode out with great bravado. Who might this be? It is none other than the stable keeper. This title was a source of embarrassment for Sun Wukong. "Monsters, prepare for battle." With his golden staff in hand, Sun Wukong charged forward. A cacophony of clashes ensued as the two engaged. Without the assistance of Guanyin's golden bell, the golden monkey was no match for Sun Wukong and soon began to falter. "Monsters, where do you think you're going?" As the golden monkey attempted to flee into the cave, Sun Wukong bellowed, his golden staff slicing through the air. "Ba, Wukong, cease your assault." At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared, halting Sun Wukong. "Wukong, he is my steed, the golden monkey, who has momentarily descended to the mortal realm as a demon." The golden monkey knelt. Feigning humility, "Bodhisattva, spare my life." He then revealed his true form. Ba, Wukong, go save your master," Guanyin instructed, leading the golden monkey back to Mount Luojia in the South Sea. Within the cave, the goddess of the Golden Holy Palace and Zhu Beiji had concluded their skirmish. Zhu Beiji stared blankly upward, surprisingly oblivious to the foul odors that had once plagued him. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to it. "Hurry and get dressed, you fool. We're done here, it's time to leave," Tang urged from outside. Zhu Beiji, disheveled in his attire, stumbled out, followed closely by the goddess. This matter had reached a temporary resolution, yet it still allowed the Buddhist sect to achieve their aim, leaving her somewhat discontented. A loud guffaw echoed through the air as the elder of the southern pole materialized. "I am the elder of the southern pole, here to reclaim my rainbow robe." The robe from the goddess's shoulders fell into his hands, and he discreetly inhaled its fragrance, confirming it was indeed the source of the scent. Witnessing this, Tang Yu could not suppress a sardonic smile. Chapter 124. Ensnared in the brothel, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a medley of enticing aromas. A fragrance emanated from the revered goddess of the golden sacred palace, as well as from the resplendent garment of kaleidoscopic hues. This scent caused Tang Yu and his companions to hold their breath. It was overwhelmingly potent, unbearable for the unaccustomed. The Antarctic immortal discreetly parted his lips, inhaling deeply a couple of times, finding it rather exhilarating. With the vibrant garment in hand, he let out a hearty laugh before vanishing without a trace. "Old fool, I doubt you will be laughing much longer," Tang Yu mused silently. The gazes of the master and disciples converged upon the goddess of the golden sacred palace. What was to be done? After all, she had already established a physical connection with the foolish one, hence the resolution primarily rested upon his shoulders. Regardless of the approach taken, it would be prudent for her to take a bath first. Otherwise, she would be akin to a walking toxic bomb, intolerable to anyone nearby. The goddess of the golden sacred palace, with a pitiful demeanor, tugged at the corner of Zhu Beiji's attire. Her murky eyes and furrowed cheeks framed a disheveled mane of white hair. Yet, she whimsically clung to Zhu Beiji's clothing, evoking a shiver in Tang Yu. Master, this Zhu Beiji finds himself in a predicament. To be frank, though advanced in years, he provided an experience unlike any other. Don't inquire of me. You must explore it yourself. Tang Yu waved his hand and stepped aside, lighting a cigarette. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Beiji turned to the goddess of the golden sacred palace, declaring loudly, I shall inform you that to be my woman, we must establish 3 rules. As for the specifics of these rules, Tang Yu found no desire to delve into them. However, he could not help but admire this foolish one for his lack of pickiness. Whatever was available sufficed. When they located the 3rd simpleton, he was busy tending to sheep. This filled Tang Yu with discontent. He had allowed the monster to be captured, and yet, this one was indulging in a feast. Master, the sheep are almost ready. Sha Wujing set the pot to boil water. The goddess of the golden sacred palace had taken a bath that polluted an entire river, with countless dead fish floating atop, severely disrupting the ecological balance. Although she appeared cleaner, she seemed older, with even more wrinkles. It was no wonder, after such a long time without a wash. The filth had settled into her creases, making them less apparent. Yet, after the bath, the truth was laid bare. In the Western paradise, the Buddha, with a grim countenance, seethed at the thought of that wretched Zhu Beiji. Last time, Tang Sanzang had brought the white rat spirit. Now, Zhu Beiji intended to take someone along as well. Did he truly believe that the Buddha could not act against Tang Sanzang? Damn it, he exclaimed. Maitreya Buddha, descend to the mortal realm and return the goddess of the golden sacred palace to the kingdom of Zhuzi, and seal her memories with Zhu Beiji. With a stern expression, the Buddha issued his command. As you wish, Buddha, Maitreya acknowledged, accepting his divine duty and making his way to the earthly realm. Meanwhile, the Antarctic immortal, holding his kaleidoscopic garment, occasionally took in its invigorating scent. Suddenly, the garment in his grasp became searing hot, prompting him to glance down. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The clouds above, overwhelmed by the immense force, dissipated into nothingness. In the very location where the Antarctic immortal resides, thick smoke billowed forth, resembling a great dragon, swirling ominously. After a considerable time, the haze dissipated, revealing a true warrior standing amidst it. With an outstretched hand, he maintained the posture reminiscent of clutching a garment woven from rainbow-hued clouds. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared engulfed by darkness. Flickering embers danced along his hair and beard, gently spiraling upward. His face, as dark as coal, barely allowed the piercing contrast of his eyes to be discerned, which remained wide open. After a brief moment, his eyes blinked softly. The movement of his gaze hinted at a glimmer of hope for this warrior's salvation. What on earth had transpired? An explosion had erupted. The Antarctic immortal's mind buzzed, still grappling with the shock of the event. A vague sense of something amiss enveloped him. His body felt heavy as he plummeted rapidly, aware that his magical energy was swiftly depleting, rendering him unable to control his descent. Alas, this was dire. The Antarctic immortal was alarmed, yet powerless to alter his fate. With a resounding thud, he crashed into a brothel, landing in a room where a young couple was engaged in a tender moment. Their startled screams echoed as they beheld the elderly figure descending from above. The cries quickly attracted attention from outside, prompting the madam of the establishment, accompanied by a group of minions, to rush in. The couple continued to shriek, trembling in fear. The impact left the Antarctic immortal dazed, utterly disoriented regarding his whereabouts. His magical prowess had entirely evaporated. Yet his corporeal form retained a resilience akin to that of a celestial being, preventing immediate demise. The madam, witnessing the chaos, approached the Antarctic immortal and began to strike him. The significant damage inflicted upon her establishment and the fright experienced by her patrons could not be overlooked. As she rummaged through his possessions, she deemed them mere rags, unaware that many of these items were precious artifacts he had painstakingly acquired. To the denizens of the brothel, these trinkets appeared utterly worthless, insufficient to compensate for the extensive damage caused. It was crucial to note that he had plummeted directly from above, leaving an imprint of his form upon the establishment, resulting in substantial loss. Yet, in their eyes, he was merely an elderly man without the means to provide restitution, and they could not simply let him leave unscathed. Observing that the old fellow remained upright despite the multitude of blows, They resolved to keep him as a means of settling the debt. "Let me go?" the Antarctic immortal pleaded weakly. Upon realizing he had not been knocked down, it became evident that he was bound to a tree and being assaulted. Thus, the once great immortal found himself reduced to a mere servant in a brothel, an unwitting debtor. Even now, he remained utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how his splendid robe had erupted in flames, resulting in the obliteration of his magical abilities. "Old man, serve the wine," he was instructed. With a smile gracing his face, the Antarctic immortal responded, "Coming right up, my lord." With a drink in hand, he merrily dashed over. The earthly Maitreya quickly spotted Tang Sanzang and his companions, and just as he was about to descend to escort the lady of the golden sacred palace back to the kingdom of Zhuzi, he hesitated momentarily. As a thought crossed his mind, the last time Tang Sanzang summoned him, he had refrained from descending. Surely he did not harbor a grudge over such a trivial matter? After all, it would be a shame to see the image he had painstakingly built with third brother come crumbling down due to this incident. After a brief moment of indecision, he resolved to go down, for he was tasked with a command from the Buddha. Even from a distance, as he approached third brother, a sycophantic smile emerged on Maitreya's face. Chapter 125. Pregnant Tang Yu cast a fleeting glance at him before averting his gaze, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He continued to serve his disciples as they feasted on mutton. Seeing their master disregard him, the disciples naturally followed suit, leaving Maitreya in an awkward predicament, having made himself the butt of the joke. It was unexpected that a figure of his stature, a quasi-saint, would be so easily overlooked. "Third brother, I come bearing news. The Buddha has instructed me to escort the lady of the golden sacred palace back." Maitreya chuckled awkwardly. Tang Yu, still preoccupied with his meal, did not even glance his way. "Get lost," he retorted. Maitreya's expression faltered. Indeed, the carefully crafted image he had established in third brother's mind had been utterly shattered. Yet there was little he could do. He had already intervened once, and a second attempt would surely provoke discontent in the heavenly court, potentially causing trouble for the Buddhist order as well. The lady of the golden sacred palace clutched Zhu Beiji's arm tightly, her intentions clear. She did not wish to leave. "Third brother, the Buddha has commanded that I return now," Maitreya stammered, preparing to take her away. "Care to try moving her?" Without lifting his head, Tang Yu continued to devour his mutton, finishing the last morsel before wiping his greasy hands on Maitreya's robe. Maitreya's lips twitched, caught between anger and restraint. "Third brother, your pilgrimage is hardly made easier by the presence of such a lady, and consider this. The lady of the golden sacred palace is quite advanced in years, over 60. And accompanying you on this arduous journey may soon lead her to her end. The path to the west is fraught with peril, with demons lurking at every turn. Should misfortune befall her, she could easily become prey to monsters. I believe you are well aware of the challenges ahead. It would be in everyone's best interest for my younger brother to escort her back to the kingdom of Zhuzi. Wouldn't you agree?" The bald monk's words bore a semblance of wisdom, prompting Zhu Beiji to ponder the matter. The journey to the west was indeed treacherous, and the lady of the golden sacred palace, being somewhat advanced in age, would likely struggle to endure the hardships ahead. Although he held a fondness for the elderly lady, bringing her along might only endanger her well-being. Tang Yu was already aware that the Buddhist order would not permit them to take the lady of the golden sacred palace along. This was merely a means to vex them. "I believe this is hardly an issue," Tang Yu replied with a smile directed at Maitreya. "Alas, dear brother, I do this for your own good, as well as for hers. Please heed my counsel and allow me to escort her back." Maitreya Buddha, on the verge of tears, felt helpless. He could not forcibly take away the golden holy palace, for such an action would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Tang Sung would certainly not offer them another incense stick, sealing the fate of the Buddhist realm. "Financially, I find myself in a tight spot," Tang Yu stated candidly. Maitreya's expression faltered, realizing the implications of extortion, brazenly so. How could this be resolved? Maitreya also faced a dilemma. While he possessed some treasures, they were all deemed invaluable to him. Had he known this would occur, he would have brought along some discarded artifacts. But what could be done now? Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly produced a shimmering seed, which seemed to imbue the surroundings with a verdant hue. "Brother, this is a seed of the rainbow marvel tree, bestowed by the saint of supreme purity. Today, I present it to you in reverence." Maitreya's heart ached, yet his face bore a disingenuous smile. Externally cheerful, internally distressed, he epitomized the truth of that sentiment. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to extort a bit, never anticipating such a rare treasure. If placed within the system, he had confidence he could cultivate another rainbow marvel tree, an innate treasure of the saints. With a sly grin, he remarked, "It is rare for you to show such filial piety. This is indeed commendable." Maitreya shivered, his lips twitching slightly, yet he dared not voice his discomfort. "Well, brother, as for the golden holy palace," Zhu Beiji interjected, "I believe my younger brother makes a valid point. Our journey westward has been fraught with challenges, and traveling with a woman may complicate matters, possibly causing her unnecessary troubles. It would be wise to temporarily return her to the kingdom of Zhuzi. There will be ample opportunities in the future." Zhu Beiji remained silent, contemplating the matter, until he finally sighed. "The master speaks the truth. We should not take her along." With gentleness, he addressed the golden holy palace. "You should return to the kingdom of Zhuzi for now. I shall come back for you once I have obtained the true scriptures. How old is she? Will she truly wait for your return?" Of course. Such words remained unspoken by Tang Yu. The golden holy palace appeared on the verge of tears, gazing at Zhu Beiji with evident reluctance. A woman in her 60s displaying such emotions sent shivers down Tang Yu's spine. "Thank you, dear brother," Maitreya expressed his gratitude profusely. Yet the thought of the rainbow marvel tree seed caused him further anguish. With a wave of his hand, he whisked the golden holy palace away. Zhu Beiji watched their departing figures, filled with sorrow. "Do not be disheartened. When we reach the next destination, there will be plenty of lovely maidens. I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Upon hearing the mention of a young lady, the eyes of Zhu Beiji instantly brightened, and his melancholic sentiments began to wane. Swiftly, he accompanied the lady of the golden sacred palace towards the kingdom of Zhuzi. Suddenly, she fainted, startling Maitreya Buddha, who feared she had met her demise. In a flurry, he began to calculate her fate. Upon doing so, his countenance dramatically altered. By the heavens! She was with child, a spiritual fetus. It is well known that Neza was also a spiritual fetus, having been the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl of Niwa, born of the body of Yin Shenyang after 3 years of gestation. Now, the lady of the golden sacred palace was pregnant as well, and astonishingly, it was also a spiritual fetus. A woman of over 60 years was expecting a child? The thought of Zhu Beiji fathering a son left Maitreya in utter bewilderment, completely at a loss as to how to proceed. If it were merely an ordinary child, he could easily erase its existence. But this was a spiritual fetus. For a moment, he stood there, dazed and helpless, with the lady of the golden sacred palace in her condition. Returning her to the kingdom of Zhuzi was out of the question. After a brief contemplation, Maitreya resolved to take her back to the spirit mountain and present her to the Buddha, allowing him to decide her fate. As they journeyed to the spirit mountain, although the lady of the golden sacred palace remained unconscious, her white hair seemed to gradually recede, hinting at a transformation back to youth. The spiritual fetus nourished its mother. Maitreya felt an increasing sense of the extraordinary nature of this spiritual fetus. Chapter 126. The Demon Clan with the Lady of the Golden Sacred Palace in tow. They hurried to Spirit Mountain. The Buddha was somewhat bewildered. "Didn't I instruct you to return her to the kingdom of Zhuzi? Why have you brought her here instead?" "Buddha, there has been an incident," Maitreya replied gravely. "She is with child." Instantly, the assembled Buddhas of Spirit Mountain were taken aback. Irrespective of Zhu Beiji's prowess, it was remarkable that she had become pregnant at her age. The Buddha furrowed his brow, expressing irritation that Maitreya had not resolved this minor issue independently. "Buddha, it is a spiritual fetus," Maitreya clarified. The Buddha's expression shifted. His gaze sharpened as if attempting to see through the very essence of the lady of the golden sacred palace. Indeed, it was a spiritual fetus. He swiftly began to calculate the implications. If it was a spiritual fetus, which divine being had descended? Yet, after much deliberation, he remained at a loss. Perhaps due to the interference of the journey to the west, events related to it had become increasingly difficult to predict. "Buddha, what shall we do?" Maitreya inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha declared, "Since it is a spiritual fetus, let the lady of the golden sacred palace remain at Spirit Mountain, serving as a companion to Gao Tzuelan." He intended to embrace the spiritual fetus into the Buddhist fold for his own purposes. However, the duration of the gestation for this spiritual fetus was uncertain. Neza had been born after 3 years in the womb. The spiritual fetus of the Lady of the Golden Sacred Palace evidently surpassed the reincarnated Neza, likely indicating a longer period of gestation. The son of Zhu Beiji was, astonishingly, A spiritual fetus? In the presence of the myriad Buddhas of Ling Mountain, I found myself momentarily bewildered, unable to fully comprehend the situation. The Buddha, compassionate as ever, tended to the lady of Ginseng Palace, administering a potion for her to consume. Buddha, as the spiritual fetus nourishes the mother, do we truly need to take any action? Maitreya Buddha remarked. You know nothing. The reason for this nourishment is her frailty. The spiritual fetus is compelled to provide sustenance. Yet this merely prolongs the time before its emergence. Maitreya Buddha stroked his nose, falling silent thereafter. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, chaos reigned, and anxiety permeated the air. In light of Li Jing's loss of the Linglong Pagoda, the heavenly court had established a task force to investigate the matter. The leader of this investigation was none other than the illustrious Taibai Jinxing. His expression grew somewhat peculiar as he accepted the decree, pondering to conduct a superficial inquiry and swiftly move past the incident. Due to the theft, many deities hesitated to leave their treasures unattended in their chambers, resulting in an unusual sight at morning meetings, with everyone adorned with an array of magical artifacts. These items were deemed unsafe when left behind. The most secure place was upon their persons. Nez's rebellion had led him to join the Jiejiao, leaving the heavenly court at a loss, compelled to move on from that issue. However, another matter loomed: the disappearance of the giant spirit, who had been reduced to a mere wisp of his former self after an encounter with the Ao. There were no traces of him, yet it was certain that he was alive, albeit with no word from him. The Jade Emperor sensed that someone had deliberately obscured the heavenly secrets, preventing the denizens of the heavenly court from locating him, darkening his countenance further. Having only recently engaged in the journey to the west, such unforeseen events had already transpired. Reflecting on the journey, he wondered, where is the southern polar immortal with his report? Upon calculation, the Jade Emperor nearly succumbed to despair. Cursed be it. The southern polar immortal has sunk to the depths of a brothel, reduced to a commoner. He commanded, quickly descend and retrieve the southern polar immortal. We must act swiftly to prevent further embarrassment, for it would be a scandal of monumental proportions if word spread of his disgrace. In the 33 heavens, the Supreme Old Lord gazed intently at the current heavenly path stone, occasionally furrowing his brow, sometimes calculating with his fingers. Am I truly unable to surpass this barrier? If no opportunity arises, my journey may reach its end. I shall now rely on the unpredictable nature of Tang Sanzang to perhaps bring forth a glimmer of hope. With a soft sigh, he looked skyward. Even if my path concludes, yours does as well. You may meld with the heavenly way, seemingly exalted and in control of all beings. Yet is it not also a manner of the heavenly path controlling you? As he paced within the Doshun Palace, holding his whisk, he murmured softly, to break before establishing, to establish without breaking. How should I choose? Must I truly proceed in this manner? Atop the heavenly path stone, a woman appeared, enveloped in slumber. The surroundings were entirely dark, devoid of any light. Only that woman lies in slumber, her eyes tightly shut. Yet an aura of boundless terror envelopes her. In that fateful battle of yore, she deliberately shattered the essence of the sage through another's hand, descending into this deep sleep. Though she appears to remain in repose, she teeters on the precipice of life and death, undergoing a metamorphosis. Should her transformation succeed, her essence would surely coalesce in an instant, transcending the cycles of life and death to reach unparalleled heights. Yet, such ascension is merely a step higher, incapable of breaking through the heavens. From her presence, one can distinctly sense a formidable and fearsome power. Evidently, there are secrets concealed within, making the situation far from simplistic. The Grand Supreme Elder walked back and forth, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. After a moment, he sighed softly. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Under the heavenly path, even the sage is not exempt from being an ant, though integrated with the heavenly path. A dead ant may also represent a means of eternal existence, forever elevated, forever wielding control over life. What, then, shall be my path? Bang! The heavenly path stone. A faint, ephemeral black aura flickered, vanishing almost instantaneously. Yet, it was still perceived by the Grand Supreme Elder, who frowned slightly and approached the heavenly path stone. Hastily investigating the demonic clan, swiftly, he began to calculate. The son of Zhubeiji? He was taken aback. However, the unpredictable variable of Tang Sanzang had led to an overwhelming number of unforeseen events, rendering matters difficult to grasp. If Tang Sanzang remained unchanged, then no variables would arise. After all, with Tang's arrival, a series of chain reactions had been set into motion. This is akin to the birth of an individual whose path is predetermined. Originally, this person was simply a mortal destined to lead a mundane existence. Yet, a sudden twist of fate propels this individual to wealth. Consequently, not only does this alter his own destiny, but it also transforms the fates of his family and those around him, thereby affecting countless others and numerous events. This exemplifies a chain reaction, just as it is now, merely due to the variable of Tang Sanzang. An abundance of unexpected occurrences has emerged. Chapter 127, The Sage's Plot. Investigating the variables, there are now too many celestial secrets obscured and concealed, such that even the sages can no longer calculate with absolute precision. All of this stems from the variable that is Tang Sanzang, which has unleashed a myriad of causalities, altering many destinies. The Grand Supreme Elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time before stating, "Even if you are a variable, what of it? Until one reaches sagehood, one remains an ant. Even if you can surpass the sage, what then?" His voice brimmed with confidence, seemingly dismissing the sages entirely. He let out a hearty laugh and proceeded into the palace of Duoshui. In the Zhixiao Palace, Hong Jun's expression grew grave as he continued to calculate. The demonic clan? Who among them could it be? In the great calamity of the Longhan era, he and the demonic clan, alongside the demon Lord Rahu, had jointly vanquished the once mighty ancestor dragon. He devised a cunning plan and successfully sealed Luo Ho away for eternity. Subsequently, there was no doubt that the demon clan suffered a crushing defeat, leaving them in a state of desolation. Yet, at this moment, Hong Jun faintly sensed the presence of the demon clan, as if they were poised for a resurgence. Nevertheless, in his eyes, apart from Luo Ho, the rest of the demon clan were merely trash, utterly inconsequential. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Let them do as they please. I doubt they could overturn the heavens. However, regarding the issue of uncertainty, what if there are changes? Even if the world were to be destroyed and epochs to cycle anew, he would remain exalted, reigning over the heavens. In the Yusu Palace, the primordial supreme being sent a message to the Buddha. "What is it that you seek from me?" The Buddha inquired, seated upon his lotus throne, smoking leisurely. "Why does this appearance seem so worldly?" The primordial supreme being was momentarily taken aback, then continued, "I have come to understand the issue of uncertainty in the journey to the West." "Who is it?" the Buddha asked eagerly. Knowing that this uncertainty had caused numerous troubles for the Buddhist sect, it seemed that every meticulously arranged plan encountered unforeseen complications. Undoubtedly, these were the machinations of uncertainty at play. If anyone desired to uncover the truth of this uncertainty and eradicate it, it was the Buddha himself. "I suspect it lies among the travelers of the journey to the West." Upon saying this, the primordial supreme being smiled faintly, exuding confidence. The Buddha remained silent, observing the primordial supreme being, waiting for him to elaborate. However, after a prolonged silence, the primordial supreme being did not continue. And then, this left the primordial supreme being bewildered. He had already informed the Buddha that the answer resided within the group of travelers. Simply investigate those few individuals, and the matter will be resolved. "Is that all?" the Buddha asked, his gaze fixed upon him. He felt as though he had been played for a fool. He had long been aware of the uncertainty within the journey to the West. Did he really need the primordial supreme being to tell him? "What else do you have?" the primordial supreme being questioned, puzzled. The Buddha flicked the ash from his cigarette and took another drag. Initially, upon hearing about the uncertainty, he thought the primordial supreme being had confirmed something substantial. Now, it appeared he had been deceived. "I have already known about the uncertainty in the journey to the West. It is being dealt with there." "Then investigate. There are only a few of them." "What do you mean by that?" The primordial supreme being was taken aback and replied, "That is your concern now." The Buddha rolled his eyes. Had anyone else dared to mock him in such a manner, he would have struck them down instantly. Nevertheless, he suspected that the uncertainty stemmed from Tang Sanzang, for his actions throughout the journey hardly resembled those of a monk. "Do you not feel this?" "I am not blind. I can see it myself." "And if it is indeed Tang Sanzang, what will you do?" "Eliminate him." The Buddha felt as though he had been toyed with, and his mood soured. Naturally, he sensed the Buddha's displeasure. The primordial supreme being slightly furrowed his brow. "What is your attitude?" The Buddha lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag to steady his voice. "It is evident to me that there is something amiss with Tang Sanzang. Do you not find his actions rather conspicuous?" I suspect he may very well be a pawn, deliberately positioned to divert our attention, allowing him to operate from the shadows, orchestrating something covertly. I must admit, the words of the Buddha seemed to hold a semblance of truth. He continued, moreover, can you be certain of the variables in Journey to the West? It is also a matter of suspicion, is it not? If there is doubt, then it may not necessarily pertain to Journey to the West. Those who influence the great calamities of Journey to the West do so with utmost secrecy, without the intervention of any sage. Do you not find this peculiar? This discourse left Yuan Shi Tianzun somewhat bewildered. What exactly do you mean? Speak plainly. The Buddha extended his hand, shrouding the entire matter in mystery. Considering the possibility of such covert manipulation altering Journey to the West without the involvement of any sage, I cannot help but wonder if it is indeed the one above. Moreover, it seems he has subtly altered Tang Sanzang, presenting him to us as the variable, for it is likely that only the one above could achieve such a feat. The Buddha gestured upwards, clearly insinuating suspicion towards Hongjun. Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the Buddha as though he were a fool. In his gaze, the Buddha appeared somewhat uneasy. What? Am I mistaken? Are you unwell? Has your mind been muddled? This remark caused the Buddha's expression to chill. What reason could he have for such actions? Pray tell, is it to prevent the flourishing of your Buddhist sect? A jest indeed. He has amalgamated with the Tao of heaven, elevated above all. Whether your sect thrives or wanes bears no consequence on his standing. Yuan Shi Tianzun found himself at a loss for words, somewhat admiring the Buddha's whimsical audacity. Who would dare to cast doubt? Indeed, this reasoning is quite sound. How had I not considered this? I was remiss. The Buddha's face flushed. I have indeed been rather hasty. Yet the matter of the variables in Journey to the West weighs heavily on my mind. If this continues, Journey to the West may be doomed. The existence of these variables has caused the Buddha much distress, disrupting his eating and sleeping, leading to considerable hair loss from daily anxiety. Fear not. As long as the two saints from the West cooperate with me, we shall collectively establish a grand array to decipher the mysteries of the heavens. And surely we can unveil the variables. However, it is said that the grand array is intolerable to the Tao of heaven and will inevitably attract heavenly tribulations. No matter. It is but a trifling tribulation. Very well, in that case, I shall promptly report to the two saints. The Buddha hastily departed, journeying deep into the chaos to urgently inform the two saints. The grand array requires the simultaneous invocation of the three saints to unravel the impossibilities. Yet, the combined powers of the three saints would clash with the Tao of heaven, rendering it intolerable, and thus, heavenly tribulations would surely descend. A moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of the array, with the backlash potentially harming all three, which is not an impossible outcome. Nevertheless, the variables in Journey to the West have indeed reached a critical juncture that necessitates their removal. Chapter 128. The six-eared macaque descends to the mortal realm. Should this situation persist, the Journey to the West would undoubtedly meet its demise. For the sake of the great calamity faced by the journey, the two saints had been preparing for an extensive period. They had invested considerable effort in this lifetime, anticipating a flourishing of the Buddhist faith and hoping to repay their debts to the heavenly Tao in the process. However, an unforeseen complication emerged, igniting their frustrations. Brother, what is your perspective? Cunny inquired. I deem it feasible, Jane replied, but the summit of celestial mechanisms has never been truly enacted. Thus, we remain unaware of the backlash it may unleash, nor do we know what kind of heavenly tribulation may arise. You, I, and the primordial celestial venerable, regardless of the backlash or the severity of the tribulation, shall have no fear. Jane nodded in agreement. Very well. In that case, let us thoroughly investigate the variables at play and eliminate them promptly. If this continues, the multitude of uncertainties may render the completion of the journey to the West exceedingly difficult. With their resolution established, the two prepared to delve into the matter of the variables. They soon located the primordial celestial venerable and commenced their clandestine plotting. The Buddha, in high spirits, was pleased to have three saints establishing the summit of celestial mechanisms. The eradication of variables seemed imminent, and at that juncture, the journey to the West would be firmly set on its destined path. Shortly after departing from Qilin Mountain, the system's notification echoed through the air. Congratulations, host, for altering the return of the Golden Holy Palace-'s goddess, seizing fortune from the Buddhist sect, and receiving 3 million fortune points. Congratulations, host. for the successful operation resulting in the pregnancy of the Golden Holy Palace-'s goddess, earning 10 million fortune points. Tang Yu was taken aback. Initially, he believed it would be challenging for the Buddhist sect to comprehend the situation, yet he was unexpectedly met with joyous news. The goddess of the Golden Holy Palace was actually pregnant? At 60 years of age? Well, such a possibility was not entirely out of the realm of feasibility. He cast a peculiar glance at Zhu Beiji. This fool had proven quite formidable. Had he considered alerting the dimwit? After a moment of contemplation, he feared that the Buddhist sect would certainly devise a means to terminate the child. Perhaps it was best to remain silent to spare the fool from sorrow. Alas, his poor disciple, having just taken form, would likely meet a tragic end. The Buddhist sect was truly inhumane. Tang Yu understood that the Buddhist sect had invested everything in resolving the challenges of the journey to the West, eagerly awaiting its resurgence. What were mere tactics in the face of such determination? Moreover, the Buddhist sect was inherently difficult to contend with, including those two saints. One could always say, "You and I share an affinity with the West, whether it pertained to individuals or magical artifacts. The good things always seem to align with them." How shameless. He opened the system interface to find he had accrued over 30 million fortune points. However, upon glimpsing the array of top-tier artifacts within the system, he gasped in astonishment. The succession of zeros left him dizzy. Indeed, he realized he was still impoverished. Engaging with the system, he promptly cast the seed of the rainbow marvel tree into it. Will this system be able to cultivate it? Indeed. And the cost? 10 million fortune points. In the realm of cultivation, one must question why one would not seize opportunities for advancement. Reflecting upon this, Tang Yu resolved to nurture the celestial multicolor tree. Host, to cultivate the celestial multicolor tree, please confirm by clicking below. Yes or no? He affirmed. Upon confirmation, he observed his fortune value plummet from over 30 million to just above 20 million. A painful loss indeed. Recovering such a significant sum would require countless endeavors against the Buddhist sect. Nevertheless, it seemed the expenditure was justified, for the seed of the celestial multicolor tree was sprouting rapidly before his very eyes. Once cultivated, he could challenge the Tathagata Buddha and the Grand Thundersound Temple. One could only wonder if such an act might lead to the Buddha's enlightenment. Perhaps it was plausible, for this was a sacred artifact of a saint. With the concealment of heavenly mechanisms array at his disposal, wielding the celestial multicolor tree would surely cast doubt upon the true perpetrator, redirecting suspicion towards the cunning Zhuan-Ti. After all, the celestial multicolor tree was a unique spiritual root in existence since the dawn of creation, widely recognized as Zhuan-Ti's artifact. This thought sent Tang Yu into a fit of laughter, envisioning the consequences should he proceed with such a plan. His sudden laughter bewildered his disciples, sending shivers down their spines, yet they had come to understand their master well, suspecting he was concocting another scheme. Noticing their peculiar gazes, Tang Yu cleared his throat and stifled his mirth, surveying his surroundings. Where were they? A map would have been prudent. Dismounting, he called to his disciples. "Let us rest here for a while. If you are weary, take a moment to recuperate. There is no rush on my part. The urgency lies with those in the West." Sha Wujing began preparing a meal, skillfully boiling water and butchering a sheep with seamless proficiency. Having traveled from the kingdom of Zhuzi, he not only tended to the herding of cattle and sheep, but also prepared sustenance for the group. Despite his grievances over being the youngest and possessing the least power, he dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities. As the master and disciples feasted on lamb, savoring the flavors, they were now accustomed to such indulgences, having witnessed Tang Yu's extraordinary feats along their journey. Their initial shock and astonishment had transformed into an acceptance of the remarkable. After their meal, Tang Yu sat aside, eyes closed, emanating an aura of sanctity akin to that of a revered monk. In truth, he was secretly cultivating his skills through the ninefold heaven technique. While the status of a great Luo golden immortal might seem formidable, to Tang Yu, it remained insufficient. Meanwhile, in the West, the Tathagata Buddha pondered the arrangements for the next tribulation. What was it again? His mind momentarily clouded. He summoned someone to retrieve the script for review. Now he understood. Yet, his disciples appeared to be meandering leisurely, entirely unconcerned with the journey to the West. The Buddha, perplexed, contemplated the situation and acknowledged that there remained a considerable distance before they could resolve the impending dilemma. After a moment of reflection, he spoke, summoned the six-eared macaque. He intended to dispatch the six-eared macaque swiftly, wishing to resolve the matter of Sun Wukong without delay. Whether or not Sun Wukong was a variable, he would replace him regardless. If Sun Wukong indeed proved to be a variable, it would be even more advantageous. The issue would be resolved directly. Even if he were not, the replacement would still serve his purpose. It was a win-win situation. The sages had already prepared their formations concerning the variable, and thus it would not be long before the truth would be revealed. Before long, the six-eared macaque approached the hall and knelt, declaring, "Six-eared macaque, pays respects to the Buddha." The Buddha responded, "Go forth, do not disappoint me." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the macaque to descend to the mortal realm at an opportune moment to replace Sun Wukong. Chapter 129. The key to the treasury of heaven and earth. The six-eared macaque somersaulted down to the earthly realm, entirely unconcerned. In his eyes, replacing Sun Wukong was a trivial endeavor. Who was he? The six-eared macaque, gifted in sound perception. He possessed the ability to discern the truth and understand the past and future with clarity regarding all matters. Hence, whatever transpired with Sun Wukong and his companions, he could easily comprehend if he wished to. Moreover, he was also of initial level de luo Jingxian cultivation, comparable to that monkey. As long as their confrontation was fierce and tumultuous, he could seize the opportunity to present himself before the Buddha, who would undoubtedly resolve the matter of that monkey. At that point, he would safeguard Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west to obtain the scriptures, a deed of immense merit. Such thoughts ignited excitement within the six-eared macaque. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. During the incident at the White Bone Ridge, the yellow satin had transformed into a golden hair from Sun Wukong, taking root and sprouting within him. Consequently, Sun Wukong had ascended to the pinnacle of de luo Jingxian at that time, merely a step away from becoming a true saint. It remained unclear whether the Buddha had forgotten this detail or simply neglected to inform the six-eared macaque. Upon descending to the earthly realm, he encountered the group of disciples. Gifted with sound perception and profound understanding, the six-eared macaque found himself utterly baffled. He realized he could no longer see through the dynamics among the disciples. He was unable to decipher even the dialogue between Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang. As for advancing closer to eavesdrop, that was out of the question. Sun Wukong, being of similar cultivation, would undoubtedly sense his presence. What to do now? The six-eared macaque found himself in a quandary. Should he recklessly advance? Should he confront Sun Wukong directly, creating chaos to blur the lines between reality and illusion? However, his innate abilities were now constrained. He had no knowledge of their specific conversations, and any hasty action could easily expose his true identity. After some contemplation, he decided it would be wiser to follow discreetly, seeking an opportunity to strike. If a suitable opportunity truly eludes him, he must take the initiative and engage in battle with Sun Wukong, subsequently devising a means to draw him to the presence of Buddha Shakyamuni, thus fulfilling his mission. In the celestial realm, the Jade Emperor found himself in a state of agitation. What was the source of his distress? Simply put, he had run out of cigarettes. Without them, he felt a pervasive lack of motivation. Just moments ago, the Queen Mother of the West had sought his attention, yet he had been too distracted to engage. Damn it, he muttered. Summon the Morning Star. The Jade Emperor was once again seeking out the Morning Star, intending to send him to procure more cigarettes. Soon, the Morning Star arrived. "Your Majesty," he acknowledged with a bow. "Rise, for I am out of cigarettes." The Morning Star paused, fully aware that this was a summons to fetch more cigarettes. However, he had no treasures left. The last 2 packs had been obtained by stealthily exchanging them for Li Jing's Linglong Pagoda, which had led to a series of unfortunate events. The audacity of the emperor to request more cigarettes was baffling. In truth, the Morning Star had indulged in smoking himself. Out of curiosity, he had lit one after the last exchange, and although he had procured 2 packs, he had secretly stashed one away for his own enjoyment. "Your Majesty," the Morning Star began hesitantly. What troubles you?" "Your Majesty, I no longer possess any treasures." The Morning Star's expression was troubled. "These cigarettes are exceedingly expensive. I am unsure where they are sourced from in the West." At that moment, the Morning Star recalled that Tang Sanzang also smoked, having first seen him with a cigarette through the Xianguang mirror. Could it be that all these cigarettes originated from Tang Sanzang's possession? The Jade Emperor paused, then spoke slowly. "I see. Very well, you may select some treasures from the heavenly treasury shortly." He was eager to have a cigarette immediately. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the Morning Star replied, accepting the decree. He proceeded to the heavenly treasury, selecting a few artifacts. He was mindful of the celestial realm. choosing items that were not particularly precious. In a corner, he spotted a piece of scrap metal, rusted and clearly worthless. He took it without hesitation along with some other odds and ends. His plan was to descend to the mortal realm and seek out Tang Sanzang, hoping to exchange something for cigarettes. If that failed, he would head to the west. Upon reaching the mortal realm, he quickly discovered the whereabouts of the master and his disciples. Tang Yu regarded the morning star with confusion. What brings this lackey here? Has he not had enough punishment? The morning star, recalling his previous beating, momentarily lost his cheerful demeanor. Ahem, holy monk, he greeted with a smile. Tang Yu produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips while casting a sidelong glance at him. Little White, have you grown so bold as to abandon even calling him third brother? Seeing Tang Sanzang with the cigarette brought the morning star joy. It seemed likely that this item truly originated from him. Third brother, the morning star said, his tone obsequious. May I inquire if this cigarette was exchanged through your hands in the Buddhist realm? At this moment, Tang Yu finally comprehended the purpose of this old rascal's visit. It was indeed for the coveted cigarettes. It appeared he had yet another opportunity for extortion. All right, third brother, could you secure some for me? Money is no object. Of course, that is entirely feasible, came the reply. The price at the Buddhist sect is equivalent to that of a 9-turn golden elixir. What the hell? Those Buddhist monks are truly unscrupulous. They are charging an exorbitant price, double what it should be. It is known that even the Great White Star exchanges for cigarettes at the rate of 2 9-turn golden elixirs. He inwardly cursed the Buddhists. What is the matter? If the price is too steep, then you can leave. Observing that the Great White Star remained silent, Tang Yu assumed he might find the price excessive. Not excessive at all, not in the slightest. The Great White Star insisted repeatedly. He then handed over a collection of magical artifacts retrieved from the heavenly treasury to Tang Yu. After a quick calculation of their approximate worth, he tossed 3 packs of cigarettes to him with a dismissive wave, indicating he could take his leave. Meanwhile, the Buddha, observing this scene, furrowed his brow in distress. He had initially believed he could become a distributor or a second-hand cigarette dealer. However, before his plan could be enacted, it had already declared bankruptcy. To become a second-hand cigarette dealer, he had proactively opened the Buddhist treasury, exchanging for an entire 50 packs of cigarettes, all intended to deceive the heavenly court. Awaiting their exchange. Yet unexpectedly, all his aspirations had crumbled. This Tang Sanzang is utterly disobedient. He simply cannot provide cigarettes to the heavenly court. Does the price offered by the Buddhist sect not suffice? Moreover, as a member of the Buddhist community, should you not consider the sect's interests? The assembled monks fell silent, acutely aware of the Buddha's displeasure and frustration. After the Great White Star departed, the magical artifacts were cast aside by Tang Yu, who exchanged them for fortune value through the system without a second glance. Suddenly, a piece of rusted scrap metal was ejected by the system, seemingly unable to be processed. What the hell? The Great White Star actually tried to deceive me with this worthless scrap. The sound of the system's notification resonated in Tang Yu's ears, declaring, "The key to the heavenly treasury." Chapter 130, The Cataclysm of the Dragon and Han. Tang Yu was utterly astonished. He gazed incredulously at the rusted scrap, realizing that it was, in fact, the key to the heavenly treasury. It dawned on him that this was not mere scrap metal. Rather, it was composed of a unique material that he could not identify. Nevertheless, it was extraordinarily hard. Cautiously probing it with his own magical power, he initially feared he might break the key, but as he carefully examined it, he found it entirely unharmed, which gradually assuaged his concerns. He discovered that even with his cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal, he could leave no mark on this key, a testament to its formidable hardness. The key, appearing rusted and resembling a mere scrap of iron, measured about an inch in size and was square in shape. Its edges were remarkably uniform, as if severed by a sharp instrument. Besides the rust, there was a faint outline of a dragon's head visible on the key. It was not complete. Tang Yu observed the marks surrounding him and discerned a significant truth. The original key had been severed, or perhaps shattered for some unknown reason, leaving behind this solitary fragment. The heavenly treasure vault housed within it the riches of the ancient dragon clan, the Void Phoenix clan, and the primordial Qilin, treasures concealed for ages. It contained rare celestial materials, countless magical artifacts, and remnants of an era when the primal beasts roamed freely, where the Phoenix ruled the skies and the Qilin dominated the land. Yet, among them, the dragon clan stood as the mightiest. Despite the formidable strength of the 3 clans, they became the primary targets of the primal races. Ultimately, the three clans joined forces, sweeping through the wilderness and establishing their supremacy. However, the reign of the Triad was short-lived, giving way to the infamous Dragon Han cataclysm. Unwilling to accept their joint dominance, the Dragon clan allied with the Void Phoenix clan and swiftly eradicated the weakest Qilin. Shortly thereafter, a fierce war erupted between the dragons and the phoenixes. Following this conflict, the phoenixes faced defeat, allowing the dragons to claim absolute power over the wilderness. At that time, the ancestral dragon, brimming with ambition, vowed to conquer the heavens and the earth. Little did he anticipate that Hongjun would conspire with the demonic clan of Luoho, igniting a cataclysmic battle. The ferocity of that conflict was unimaginable. Ultimately, both the demonic clan and the dragon clan suffered irreparable losses, with Hongjun and Luoho uniting to slay the ancestral dragon. With the death of the ancestral dragon, the dragon clan fell into decline. This monumental clash left the demonic clan similarly battered, with Luoho gravely injured in his battle against the ancestral dragon. Seizing the opportunity during Luoho's weakness, Hongjun covertly sealed him away. In the aftermath, the dragon clan waned, and the demonic clan was imprisoned, marking the conclusion of the Dragon Han cataclysm. In this tumultuous saga, there were no true victors. If one could be named, it was solely Hongjun. The Heavenly Treasure Vault was a trove of countless celestial materials and treasures plundered from the Phoenix and Qilin clans by the ancestral dragon, sealed away in its sanctum. These were the ultimate treasures of the ancient wilderness, even in comparison to the treasures of the Buddhist realm or the Heavenly Vault. This Heavenly Treasure Vault would undoubtedly eclipse them all. The deities were well aware of its existence. Both the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata had diligently sought it out, yet to no avail. Over time, they relinquished their pursuit, focusing instead on their respective endeavors. In Tang Yu's eyes, these unfortunate beings had been manipulated by the cunning Hongjun. Even Luoho, with such limited intellect, was deemed the supreme ruler of the demon realm. It was all a facade. Hongjun had clearly orchestrated their mutual destruction. How could one so oblivious to such a simple ruse hold such a position? It was as if their arrogance had led to their downfall, leaving them sealed away. A fitting end for those lacking foresight. Gazing at the key in his hand, Tang Yu sighed. Where the Heavenly Treasure Vault lay remained a mystery to all. Even the Tathagata and the Jade Emperor, with their multitude of followers, could not uncover its location. Tang Yu held little hope that he would succeed where they had failed. Moreover, he held a fragmented key in his hand, which, in Tang Yu's view, was utterly useless. It seemed implausible that one could simply stroll along and fortuitously stumble upon the remaining pieces of the key. Suddenly, he looked up to behold a magnificent treasure trove before him. Was this not a mere figment of his imagination? Surely, even in dreams, such occurrences were not orchestrated in this manner. He had carelessly tossed the key to the celestial treasury into the system, leaving it there for the time being. Initially, the mere possession of such a key had brought him an inexplicable sense of joy, but now he realized that his elation was rather premature. Master, that scrap metal you were holding earlier, I believe I have seen it before, Sun Wukong remarked uncertainly. Tang Yu turned to him, retrieving the key to the treasury once more. You've seen it? Indeed, but it was not quite like this. It was also a piece of scrap metal, seemingly triangular in shape, found within the Dragon clan's treasury. Sun Wukong performed a somersault as he continued. At that time, I had a hearty laugh at the East Sea Dragon King's expense, mocking him for storing a mere piece of scrap in his treasury. This monkey had once raided the Dragon clan's treasury, and even the golden staff he wielded had been pilfered from them. Thus, he was no stranger to the treasures of the Dragon clan. Although the golden staff was indeed seized from the East Sea Dragon Palace, it was conceivable that it had originally belonged to Sun Wukong. This was evident to Tang Yu, who had witnessed the fierce battle between the demon tribes and the heavenly court on that fateful day. The demon king had also brandished a golden staff during that conflict. Ultimately, the demon king perished, transforming into a stone that fell to the earthly realm of Huagua Mountain. The golden staff, too, had plummeted, its whereabouts now a mystery. The proximity of the East Sea to Huagua Mountain made it plausible for the staff to have landed there. Otherwise, with so many unable to wield the golden staff, why did it obey only Sun Wukong's commands, expanding or contracting at his will? Alas, the poor monkey had lost his memory. According to Sun Wukong, it seemed there should indeed be another key within the Dragon clan's treasury. This was only natural, as the ancestral dragon was the progenitor of their clan. They would undoubtedly possess an intimate understanding of their own history and affairs. However, given the Dragon Clan's current weakened state. Even if they were to receive the keys to the celestial treasury, they would likely be incapable of safeguarding it. In fact, such an endeavor could very well lead to their own demise. One must understand that in times of vulnerability, possession could be a source of original sin. For the sake of the Dragon Clan's safety, perhaps a clandestine visit to the East Sea was in order. The allure of the celestial treasury was too enticing to resist. Thus, it was decided, whenever time permitted, he would pay a discreet visit to the Dragon Clan, avoiding any ostentatious display of hospitality to spare them the expense. Riding on his donkey, he let his mind wander as he journeyed forth. The six-eared macaque stealthily trailed behind, seeking an opportunity to usurp Sun Wukong's position. Yet, throughout the journey, no suitable moment seemed to present itself. His original plan had been to reveal himself as soon as Tang Sanzang instructed Sun Wukong to beg for alms. But with such a large flock of cattle and sheep in tow, that notion had become utterly impractical. Chapter 131. In quest of the celestial mechanism, a vast multitude of sheep lay before them, far too many to consume at once. Should they send Sun Wukong to beg for alms? Absolutely not. And as for Tang Sanzang, one must wonder, why embark on a journey to the west with such an abundance of sheep? The six-eared macaque furrowed his brow, still at a loss for an appropriate means to substitute for Sun Wukong. Observing the carefree silhouette of Tang Sanzang, he found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, the monk was humming a tune. Upon closer listening, the six-eared macaque couldn't help but nod in appreciation. What exquisite lyrics! The trio of master and disciples remained silent, their emotions a tangled web. Particularly, Sun Wukong felt that this song was penned specifically for him. 5 centuries have passed, the world transformed. Even the stubborn stone is now cloaked in moss. Yet, one heart remains unyielding, yearning for freedom and ease, unperturbed by the flames of retribution or the frost of despair. Still, aspirations remain steadfast, and faith endures. Time has slipped away, stirring deep emotions. Why, oh why, must it be arranged in such a manner? Tang Yu casually hummed the tune, leaving his disciples in a state of melancholy. Memories of joyous days spent at Flower Fruit Mountain with his fellow monkeys flooded Sun Wukong's mind, followed by the tumult of the heavenly palace, where he was imprisoned beneath the 5 elements mountain by the Buddha. He gazed at the moss-covered stone, reflecting on the passage of time and the transformation of the world. 500 years confined beneath the mountain. Who could fathom the pain and resentment that dwelled within his heart? In the west, the multitude of Buddhas exchanged glances, sensing the poignant depth of the song. Yet, upon closer examination, it appeared to be a ballad dedicated to Sun Wukong. The Buddha, in quiet acknowledgement, conceded that Tang Sanzang possessed a modicum of talent, for his singing was indeed melodious. Deep within the chaos, a disturbance arose. The Buddha's figure flickered, manifesting within the tumult. The trio of Jane, Zhuanti, and Yuan Shi Tianzun sat cross-legged, forming a triangular configuration. We shall employ our powers here to discern the source of the anomaly, Zhuanti declared. The 3 exchanged glances and simultaneously initiated their incantations. Their powers converged, coalescing into an overwhelming force that spread through the azure skies. Thunder rumbled ominously, as if the very void were collapsing and chaos were fracturing. From the lofty heavens, an invisible pressure descended. Damn it, the power of the heavenly Tao, Zhuanti cursed. The trio's strength was formidable. Should they continue to manifest it, it could easily affect the mortal realm. The heavenly Tao must intervene to diminish this force. Boom! A series of thunderous roars reverberated in their ears. Surrounding the depths of chaos were faintly discernible dark red calamity clouds. Curse it, the Buddha muttered, his form flickering as he hastily departed from the scene. This was a lightning strike summoned by a sage. As a quasi-saint, a single bolt could spell his doom. Boom! Faint flashes of lightning pierced through the clouds, illuminating the eternal darkness of chaos like sparks igniting a prairie fire. The surroundings grew ever brighter, as a breeze tousled their hair and beards. Yet, the trio remained oblivious to it all, continuing their incantations. They sought answers from the heavens. In search of that fleeting glimpse of destiny's change, the heavens above twisted ominously, as if the very sky were collapsing. Ultimately, an image materialized, revealing Tang Sanzang and his companions. They had all come to a shared realization. The variable they sought was concealed among their group. Witnessing this scene, a sense of secret delight blossomed within them. They were on the verge of discovering the identity of this variable. At Zishao Palace, Hongjuan's countenance darkened to a frightening degree as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, atop the 33 heavens, Taishang Laojun let out a scoff, addressing Yuanshi Tianzuan. Are you courting your own demise? His figure too disappeared into the ether. In the depths of the 19th layer of hell, a woman lay in a coffin of ice. And at that moment, she opened her eyes. Awakening from slumber, her gaze pierced through the darkness, radiating an extraordinary brilliance, as if she were transcending time itself, perceiving both the past and the future. A cacophony erupted from the malevolent spirits of the 18th layer, as some of the souls began to disintegrate into nothingness. The realm of the underworld trembled, with Yama's form swaying as he muttered, "What on earth is happening? Someone, go investigate this matter immediately." The light in the woman's eyes gradually faded, yet she remained wide awake, unblinking. Moments later, the slumbering ice coffin, along with the woman, vanished without a trace. In the depths of chaos, dark red calamity clouds thickened ominously, suffocating all beneath their weight. Yuanshi Tianzuan and his companions continued their incantations, nearing the final step. On the cusp of revealing the variable, the indistinct images in the heavens shifted rapidly, at times showcasing Sun Wukong, at others revealing Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, until they finally settled on Tang Sanzang. The words of the Bodhisattva Kt resonated with shock. The images shifted once more, persistently depicting the four disciples. "This cannot be," they exclaimed in disbelief. Three sages probing the secrets of heaven could not uncover the variable. Suddenly, a thunderbolt descended. "This is dire," Kt gasped. With a resounding roar, a bolt of lightning struck down, infused with boundless power. The descent was agonizingly slow, akin to an ox pulling a cart, leaving visible traces in its wake. Yet, where the thunder struck, the void began to collapse, and space itself warped. Kuidi-Ai's expression changed dramatically as he cursed. "By the heavens, this is meant to strike me." The lightning loomed above him, still plummeting at a deliberate pace. Abruptly, the strike accelerated, hurtling towards Kuidi-Ai's head with a speed that seemed to transcend time and space, impossibly swift. The prior lethargy of its descent had merely been a prelude to this moment of sheer velocity. Kuidi-Ai's complexion paled. Most of his magical power was still bound within the grand formation. The terrifying might of this celestial tribulation instilled a sense of trepidation within him. If he were to hastily withdraw his power from the formation to resist the tribulation, then both Jane and Yuanshi Tianzuan would undoubtedly suffer a backlash. Gritting his teeth, Kt resolved to withstand the heavenly calamity. With a thunderous roar, the tribulation struck down. With a piercing scream, Zhuan Ti's body was reduced to ashes. Under the cataclysmic tribulation, his saintly form was utterly obliterated, a truly inconceivable event. However, the three saints acted in unison, seeking to grasp the heavenly secrets. The combined might of the trio was potent enough to annihilate this realm, an affront to the very fabric of existence. The ensuing thunderstorm was unimaginably fearsome. Were it to be a solitary soul invoking the tribulation, it would unlikely exceed their inherent limitations. Yet, at this moment, three individuals simultaneously summoned it, and the outcome was predictable. As Zhuan Ti's body shattered, the array for grasping the heavenly secrets instantly lost its equilibrium. The overwhelming force recoiled upon Zhuan Ti and the primordial supreme. Despite their vigorous resistance, they were still met with backlash, sustaining significant injuries. In the celestial heights, a scene vanished without a trace in an instant. Cursed be this. Zhuan Ti's physical form reconstituted beside them, having not foreseen such a catastrophic tribulation. Above, the storm continued to rage, dense crimson clouds pressing heavily upon the three saints, making it difficult for them to breathe. Chapter 132. The Wrath of Hongjun. The calamity clouds gathered in the sky, their endless might shaking the void. The three saints stared, dumbfounded, at the ominous clouds above. This level of might, this tribulation, was far more formidable than the one they had previously endured as saints, truly terrifying. What was happening? Zhuan Ti shouted in alarm. The tribulation had rendered even him, a saint, trembling. Suddenly, a voice echoed, and amidst the haze, Hongjun materialized, coldly snorting. Is it not your combined powers that have disturbed the heavenly order, resulting in such a terrifying force? He stood aloof, hands clasped behind his back. Outside the tempest of tribulation, though he had merged with the heavenly path, he could only influence it to a degree. In simpler terms, while he could effect minor changes, he remained incapable of altering the overarching laws governing its operation. The intensity of this tribulation was formidable. Should Hong Jun rashly step into it now, he too might suffer dire consequences. Master, the three saints offered a respectful salute amidst the calamity clouds. Humph, you reap what you sow. Hong Jun's expression darkened. The clash of the trio's power against the heavenly order also left him feeling the strain. Thunder roared, resounding through the void. The crackling sounds were incessant. As bolts of lightning intermingled with flames rained down, the fabric of reality distorted, the space blurred, and chaos trembled. The thunderclaps caused the three saints to wail in distress. Particularly, Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin found their hair singed away, emanating a scent of charred flesh. Their bodies were shrouded in darkness, save for their eyes that darted about. With mouths agape, thick black smoke billowed forth. Zhuan-Ti muttered a curse under his breath. As a saint, it had been many years since he had found himself in such a wretched state. His garments, crafted as artifacts of extraordinary defense, had been shredded by the tribulation. Now, he stood bare, exposed to the elements. The calamity clouds thickened ominously, growing ever more terrifying. The Grand Supreme Elder emerged. I seek your guidance, Master. Hong Jun remained silent, observing the three individuals enduring their tribulations. At this moment, the trio was in great distress, despite their status as saints. They felt utterly powerless in the face of the thunderous onslaught. Beneath the heavens, those below the saintly realm are akin to mere ants. And within the celestial order, how different are the saints? Zhuan-Ti felt a well of despair, unable to fathom that such a formidable thunderstorm would descend upon them. Even more frustrating was the fact that they had yet to predict the variables at play, only to be struck by divine wrath. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression was equally grim. He had initially believed that this time they could thoroughly analyze the variables, allowing the journey to the west to proceed unscathed. Yet now, he realized his naivety. Thunder rumbled ominously. Zhuan-Ti, with a grave expression, gazed at the sky. Do not panic, it is not as dire as it seems. Jiejing reassured him, urging him to focus on the tribulation, lest he be distracted. You are mad. This is indeed a serious matter, Zhuan-Ti retorted. Abandoning the formalities of addressing him as senior brother, the ominous aura of the tribulation clouds hinted at even more formidable strikes yet to come. Although they were saints and unlikely to perish easily, they were not immune to injury. It is worth noting that their hidden wounds from years past had yet to heal completely. Those injuries were remnants of the Feng Xin calamity, sustained while confronting the sword array of the heavenly execution led by the celestial master Tang Tian. Among the saints, Tang Tian was undoubtedly the foremost in offensive prowess, except for the Grand Supreme Elder, of course. The Grand Supreme Elder was unfathomable, and no one had ever witnessed him unleash his full power. Reflecting on the past, during the confrontation with the sword array, there lingered a feeling among the three that they had been manipulated by the Grand Supreme Elder. He had summoned them to breach the array, and they had ventured deep within, suffering significant injuries while the Grand Supreme Elder emerged unscathed. In the crucial moment, he had delivered a powerful strike, which ultimately dismantled the sword array. Although the three brothers were grievously wounded, the Grand Supreme Elder had suffered no harm. Upon further contemplation, it became evident that they had, in fact, been used, resulting in their injuries lingering through the ages, only now beginning to heal. Meanwhile, the Grand Supreme Elder continued his cultivation, widening the chasm between their powers. With little time to ponder, the trio focused on combating the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Thunder roared. In the distant void, a distortion rippled through space. An overwhelming force surged forth, causing all present to fixate intently. An ice coffin materialized from the void, within which lay a woman, her eyes tightly closed, ensnared in slumber. How did she arrive here? The Grand Supreme Elder scrutinized the figure within the ice coffin, as if seeking to peer into her very essence. Strangely, despite the terrifying aura surrounding her, she exhibited no trace of magical power, appearing as an ordinary mortal. Hong Jun's expression turned grave as well. The ice coffin began to spin, and the formidable energy it had initially radiated gradually dissipated. To their astonishment, the ice coffin autonomously descended beneath the heavenly tribulation, entering its embrace. What in the world? Zhuan-Ti's expression shifted, and he cursed aloud in shock. Originally, the tribulation faced by the three individuals was of comparable intensity, as it was indeed their shared trial. However, It bore the weight of 3 saints' endorsement, rendering each of them somewhat overwhelmed. Astonishingly, the woman voluntarily entered the fray of the tribulation, amplifying its potency from 3 saints to 4. The expressions of the celestial worthy of primordial beginning and the celestial worthy of guidance shifted slightly as they gazed skyward. The ominous clouds of calamity thickened ominously. What are you intending to do? Even the sage of the Western paradise felt tears welling up, yet the tribulation had already descended, necessitating immediate action. Hongjuan's countenance changed dramatically, as if he discerned the meaning behind the slumbering woman's actions. Cease all resistance. Do not employ your powers, he bellowed. Yet, in that moment, who could heed his command? To refrain from resisting with their powers would surely result in grievous injuries. Thus, the 3 of them summoned their innate energies to withstand the tribulation. Their combined forces coalesced into a strike powerful enough to rend the heavens asunder. At that moment, the thunder of tribulation from the heavens descended. One would naturally expect that the clash of their powers with the thunder would incite a tumultuous upheaval. Strangely, however, not a whisper of disturbance ensued. It was the slumbering woman who commanded the icy coffin, soaring beneath the tribulation, where the energies of the 3 converged. The might of the 3 and the heavenly thunder simultaneously struck her. A resounding crash echoed as the icy coffin shattered, yet the woman remained in slumber, eyes closed. The forces of the tribulation and the saint's energies seemed but gentle streams merging into an ocean, as if entirely consumed by her presence. Fools! You've jeopardized your great endeavor. Hongjuan's expression shifted dramatically, unleashing a torrent of invective upon the 3 saints. You appear utterly foolish. Hongjun lost his composure, resembling a haranguing crone. This indicated that matters had spiraled out of control. The 3, including the celestial worthy of primordial beginning, wore grim visages. As saints, they were taken aback by such unrelenting vitriol. Had they been capable of overpowering him, they would have surely retaliated. Master, we intended to. The celestial worthy of primordial beginning began, but Hongjun cut him off with another scathing rebuke. The Grand Supreme Elder stared intently at the woman, pondering her metamorphosis. Was she harnessing their powers and the thunder to undergo a final transformation? Did she not fear the obliteration of her very essence beneath such formidable forces? At this moment, the Grand Supreme Elder appeared to grasp something profound. He gazed at the woman, striving to fathom her being. Yet, her essence was as clear as water, devoid of any power, easily perceived by anyone. The Grand Supreme Elder comprehended that this woman was far from ordinary. Yet, he could not penetrate the depths of her mystery. What path of transformation was she traversing, and where lay his own? The Supreme Lord of Tao fell into silence. The celestial tribulation had yet to dissipate, and its formidable presence seemed to intensify. The 3 saints found themselves in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to what transgressions had warranted such harsh reproach. After all, they were saints. Save for the ancient being Hongjun, they roamed the world unimpeded, unburdened by any constraints. Yet now, they were being chastised by Hongjun as if he were scolding a grandchild. Under any circumstances, such treatment would be unwelcome. The 3 saints felt a deep sense of frustration. But the urgency of the moment demanded their full attention. They had to resist the celestial tribulation with all their might. With a scoff, Hongjun stepped into the heart of the tribulation. The situation was dire. Zhuan-Ti was nearly brought to tears. What was happening? Originally, they were to endure the tribulation as 4, but now an even more formidable force had joined. Was this transformation? Coldly, Hongjun proclaimed, extending his palm, which seemed to cradle the stars and the sun and moon. The lightning strikes aimed at him were captured within his grasp. With a mere flick of his hand, he wielded the elements of nature. He had merged with the Tao of heaven. To say he was one with it was not an exaggeration. Although he could not alter the grand flow of the Tao, he could still manipulate its minor forces. The descending bolts of tribulation were deftly controlled within his palm. He gazed at the woman beneath the celestial tribulation. With her eyes tightly shut, she allowed the strikes to rain down upon her. Yet, each bolt seemed to dissolve into nothingness, absorbed as though they were mere strands of hair lost in the ocean. Was she using this to undergo a transformation? Seeking to take that final step? In an instant, Hongjun's palm expanded, resembling a barrier that could seal heaven and earth. The lightning he had held in his grasp now descended upon the woman, infused with Hongjun's immense magical power. Sensing the terrifying surge of energy, the woman's eyes suddenly flew open, radiating an intense light as she focused on the chaos around her. The overwhelming might of the heavenly thunder, intertwined with Hongjuan's power, became even more formidable. A flicker of pain crossed her brow as her form blurred and suddenly vanished from sight. She had plunged deep into the tribulation, and wherever she went, the lightning would follow. Should she return to the vast world, it would surely be annihilated by such a tempest. Oh, the anguish! Hongjun felt a deep sense of vexation, but knew he had no choice but to intervene and dissipate the tribulation she carried. If she truly brought it back to the grand world, his role as the spokesperson of the Tao would be rendered moot. After a considerable time, the tribulation subsided. The three saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Jie Yin, and Zhuan Ti, emerged from the ordeal looking utterly disheveled, as if they had just emerged from a coal mine. Hongjun cast a long, penetrating glance at them, snorted disdainfully, and then vanished. The trio, feeling downtrodden and aggrieved, reflected on their mere intention to investigate the variables, only to be met with such a powerful tribulation and harsh rebuke from Hongjun. Most importantly, each of them had sustained considerable injuries, and to recover, they would undoubtedly require some time. The wounds inflicted by the sword array of the exalted immortal had only just begun to heal when they were further grievously harmed during the tribulation. The two Western figures, Jane and Zhuanti, hastily departed, needing to enter seclusion to mend their injuries. Brother, the primordial heavenly sovereign bowed to the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Gazing at him, the Elder Lord inquired, "Did you partake in the journey to the West?" "Indeed, brother. Should the journey be completed, I shall undoubtedly gain a measure of merit from it." "Humph, your Chan teaching is firmly established and holds a revered position. Why meddle in the affairs of others?" The Grand Supreme Elder Lord, after casting a profound glance at him, vanished without a trace. The primordial figure gazed at the heavens in silence, heaving a deep sigh. The might of the heavenly tribulation was not lost on the Buddha. Were he to plunge into the tribulation, he would surely be struck down without a hint of surprise. Only after the tribulation dissipated did he delve into the chaos, intent on inquiring about the unfolding changes. As he did so, two small figures sped past him. "Oh dear!" The Buddha shuddered. What in the world? He was aware of a certain dark demon, cloaked in shadows as if perpetually shrouded in night, subsisting by devouring darkness. One of the small figures flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Are they here to consume me?" The Buddha trembled at the thought. "Alas, I have yet to discern the changes," he mused, utterly astonished. The Buddha stared incredulously at the two figures. Heavens! Are these truly the two saints of the West? I had thought them to be dark demons. He heard Zhuanti continue, "We have been injured beneath the heavenly tribulation and are now retreating to seclusion. Please do not disturb us." The Buddha stood rooted in place, bewildered. The great formation set by the three saints had failed to reveal the identity of the changes, and they had been severely injured during the tribulation. The Buddha fell into contemplation. Should the journey to the West continue? His gaze flickered, as if pondering a deep thought. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu distinctly felt that, in that fleeting moment, the veil of the heavenly mechanism around him trembled, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yet, moments later, it returned to its original state. What could this mean? Was someone employing their powers to deduce his fate? "Master, there's a farmhouse ahead," Zhu Beiji remarked. As dusk approached, he suggested, "Let us rest here for the night. Beiji, go knock on the door." Tang Yu dismounted from his donkey. Thump, thump. Zhu Beiji began to pound on the door. "Ah, a monster!" an old man exclaimed, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Casting a glance at his master, Zhu Beiji continued to knock. "Open the door, old man. Hurry up. Are you giving me attitude? Open the door. Oh, look, you have a young lady here." Zhu Beiji's eyes suddenly brightened at the sight. Chapter 134. Preparing to target this simpleton, upon seeing a young lady, was utterly captivated. It was as if he had never laid eyes on a woman before, leaving one at a loss for words. Tang Yu approached and gave him a light tap on the head, admonishing him to behave, for he was frightening the lady. Did he not notice that the young girl was on the verge of tears? However, upon observing the peculiar assembly of their group, it was understandable that anyone would feel apprehensive. "Ba, dear lady, do not be afraid. I am but a humble monk from the Tang dynasty wandering towards the West. Fear not, fear not. As for these few companions, they are my disciples. Given the long journey to the West, it is indeed prudent to have a few guards." Noticing that dusk had settled, they expressed their desire to find lodging for the night and kindly requested the lady's assistance. The woman gazed at them for a moment before rising to invite them into the inner chamber. "Masters, please," she said, as they spent time together. Both the elderly man and the woman gradually eased their apprehensions, for they truly felt no malice from the newcomers. They even slaughtered a sheep and shared a meal together, which significantly enhanced their goodwill towards Tang Yu and his companions. Meanwhile, the six-eared macaque lurked outside, watching as they feasted and drank with abandon. Feeling his eyes burn from the sight, trained by the Buddha since his youth, he could be considered part of the great Thunder Sound Temple himself. Indulging in wine and meat was an experience he had never known. Days had passed since Guanyin Bodhisattva had returned to the great Thunder Sound Temple, and she found no desire to linger there. The surroundings were shrouded in smoke, with each Buddha puffing on their own cigarettes. The delicate veils occasionally brushed against their bald heads, creating an oddly surreal scene. She could not fathom the purpose of this smoking habit, which seemed to dull the minds of the Buddhas. However, it was no longer her concern. Salutations to the Buddha. Guanyin Bodhisattva bowed respectfully. The Tathagata Buddha looked momentarily taken aback, realizing he had forgotten to make space for Guanyin. He turned to the fierce tiger Arhat, who understood and stepped out from his own veil to offer his place to her. Guanyin furrowed her brow, hesitating to enter. "I have heard that the three saints have set up a grand array to probe the heavenly mysteries. Might I inquire, Buddha, have the uncertainties been clarified?" She had come to seek answers regarding this matter, her concern for Tang Sanzang's exposure weighing heavily on her mind. After all, it was a grand scheme laid by the three saints. Upon hearing her words, the Tathagata sighed. "We have not uncovered the truth. The uncertainties are deeply concealed. Even the combined efforts of the three saints have yielded no results. Moreover, those saints have faced their own tribulations." A hint of surprise flickered in Guanyin's eyes. She had never anticipated that Tang Sanzang could so effectively cloak the heavenly secrets, eluding even the three saints' scrutiny. This solidified her resolve to align herself with Tang Sanzang. "Guanyin, your timing is fortuitous. I have dispatched the six-eared macaque to the mortal realm to replace Sun Wukong. However, he has yet to find a suitable opportunity, so I would ask for your assistance in this matter. It is imperative that Sun Wukong be replaced." Had the tightening spell still been upon his head at that moment, he might not have been so impatient. After all, the monkey had already been subdued and could have been led into the fold of Buddhism. However, with the spell now absent, how could one hope to control this monkey? Allowing him to remain might invite calamity. In order to prevent prolonged troubles, it would be prudent to resolve the matter swiftly. To assist the six-eared macaque? She would much rather aid Tang Sanzang and his companions. Upon descending to the mortal realm, she swiftly discerned the lair of the six-eared macaque. The six-eared macaque bowed to the Bodhisattva. Rising, he addressed her. Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke calmly. "The Buddha has dispatched me to the mortal realm to lend you a hand." "Thank you, Bodhisattva, but my master and his disciples are currently indulging in feasting and revelry, leaving no suitable opportunity for action. As I see it, in the absence of an appropriate moment, I shall have to charge in and create confusion." A hint of bitterness flickered across the visage of the six-eared macaque. "Fear not, a moment's delay will suffice," Guanyin reassured him, casting a glance at the six-eared macaque, who possessed merely rudimentary skills of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, while Sun Wukong had already reached his zenith, mere steps away from becoming a quasi-saint. If the two monkeys were to engage in battle, it was likely that a single strike could spell the end for the six-eared macaque. Yet, it was evident that the Tathagata had not alluded to this fact. Guanyin would certainly not draw attention to it either. In a state of half-awareness, Tang Yu heard someone calling his name. Sun Wukong sprang up, and initially, Tang Yu suspected it was merely an illusion, yet upon seeing Sun Wukong's reaction, he realized someone was indeed communicating with him, albeit subtly sensed by the monkey. "What are you doing awake, you monkey? Have you had too much to drink?" Tang Yu turned over. Sun Wukong warily surveyed the surroundings before lying back down. One image of Tang Yu vanished from sight, while another remained, peacefully slumbering. Soon, he spotted Guanyin Bodhisattva's figure and rose to join her, both standing amidst the vast heavens. The six-eared macaque had descended, and the Buddha intended for him to replace Sun Wukong. Guanyin Bodhisattva decided it was prudent to discuss this with Tang Yu. As for the notion of the six-eared macaque substituting Sun Wukong, she deemed it impossible, for Sun Wukong's cultivation had far surpassed that of the six-eared macaque. A mere few exchanges would likely result in the six-eared macaque's demise at the hands of Sun Wukong. Regrettably, the six-eared macaque remained unaware of this. Tang Yu found this surprising. He had not anticipated the Tathagata's urgency. Reflecting further, he surmised that it must pertain to the element of unpredictability. He had concealed his own cultivation level so well that no one had detected it. Consequently, when it came to matters of uncertainty, it was only natural for suspicion to fall upon the most powerful, Sun Wukong. Recently, the primordial supreme being and the two saints of the West had conspired to establish the celestial mechanism array to probe into the uncertainties. Yet they had consistently yielded no results. Guanyin Bodhisattva gazed intently at Tang Yu. No wonder at that time, Tang Yu had felt the oppressive aura of the celestial mechanism array threatening to unravel. So it was. The primordial supreme being had indeed meddled in the journey to the West. Tang Yu slightly furrowed his brow. This old fellow, rather than fulfilling his role as the leader of the Chan school, was intent on stirring trouble. I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Yet it appears you have designs upon me. Should I refrain from acting against you, it would indeed seem rather unreasonable. For those of the Chan sect, it may be prudent to allow them a respite. During the calamity of the Fengshen, the Chan sect emerged victorious, vanquishing the Jie sect. Presently, there exists a somewhat clandestine rapport with the Lord of Heaven, and assistance has been rendered to Tang Yu in safeguarding his path to the great Luo Golden Immortal. In light of this, it would be fitting to return the favor, perhaps ensnaring a few of those insidious Chan sect individuals. However, his involvement poses no hindrance. Initially, I contemplated sparing the Chan sect denizens should he choose to observe from the sidelines, but that necessity has dissipated entirely. Tang Yu chuckled softly. Chapter 135. A single blow to vanquish the tiger Arhut. Seeing the sinister smile upon his face, Guanyin Bodhisattva could not help but shudder. It seemed that the Yuan Shi Tianzun and his Chan sect followers were destined for misfortune. Reflecting upon the current state of the Buddhist order, it had been thoroughly ensnared by Tang Sanzang. The six-eared macaque has descended to the mortal realm. What course of action do you propose? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired. The matter of the six-eared macaque was indeed pressing. She had only just managed to divert his attention, and it would not be long before he returned. Tang Yu fell into a moment of contemplation. Is there any means to restrain the six-eared macaque? Given his formidable cultivation, subduing him would serve as a significant advantage. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva offered a wry smile. I possess the restrictive bracelets, yet should I employ them to control the six-eared macaque, the Buddha would likely suspect my involvement. Tang Yu was well aware of this. It was imperative not to utilize the two incantations at her disposal to bind and control the six-eared macaque, as this would undoubtedly expose Guanyin Bodhisattva's collusion with him. Moreover, even if such control were feasible, would the Buddhist order acquiesce? Guanyin Bodhisattva cautioned. Even if he succeeded in subduing the six-eared macaque, the Buddhist order would not stand idly by, they would certainly intervene. Very well then, let him meet his demise, albeit one that bears some value. System. Is there a means to influence the minds of others? Tang Yu communicated with the system. Control God pill. The system swiftly responded, detailing its usage and effects. The Control God pill enables one to infuse their consciousness into the pill and administer it to another, thereby exerting control over them. It is tasteless and odorless, allowing one to command the recipient to act against their will, even to the point of self-destruction, without any repercussions. Tang Yu rejoiced. This was precisely what he sought. Yet upon seeing the cost, he grimaced. 50,000 fortune points. Gritting his teeth, he exchanged for the Control God pill, infusing his consciousness into it. He then entrusted it to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Find a way for the six-eared macaque to ingest this pill, and I shall handle the remaining matters. Guanyin Bodhisattva held the pill with curiosity, pondering its effects. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Xiaoyin. Tang Yu flashed her a smile before retreating to his chamber, merging with his other self. Xiaoyin. This left the Bodhisattva Guanyin momentarily disoriented, nearly causing her to faint. Her heart raced, and her complexion flushed. In haste, she recited a couple of Buddhist mantras, which allowed her to regain her composure. Soon, the six-eared macaque returned. Guanyin took out a control elixir and said, Six-eared, I have observed that you have not made any significant progress since your breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Here is a pill that can aid your cultivation. Thank you, Bodhisattva, the six-eared macaque exclaimed joyfully as he snatched the control elixir and, without a second thought, consumed it. Upon the ingestion of the control elixir by the six-eared macaque, Tang Yu distinctly felt every movement of the macaque, as if he could even perceive its thoughts. However, The six-eared macaque remained oblivious to this control. The thought of performing a somersault entered its mind, and it uncontrollably flipped over. The six-eared macaque, bewildered, wondered why it had suddenly performed such a maneuver. This control elixir was indeed a remarkable item. With it, Tang Yu could entirely command the six-eared macaque, dictating its every action with a mere thought. Guanyin observed the six-eared macaque with curiosity, unaware of the effects of Tang Sanzang's elixir. After a prolonged observation, she could discern no peculiarities in the macaque's behavior. Tang Yu pondered, what should he have the six-eared macaque do? Prolonged control might lead to the attention of the Buddhist realm, and the efficacy of the control elixir was not indefinite. This thought troubled Tang Yu. After some contemplation, he decided to direct it to act against the Buddhist order, ideally eliminating a few of its members. At least that would be a fitting end for them. To the Western paradise. This thought flashed through the six-eared macaque's mind, prompting it to soar into the sky, heading westward. Guanyin called out, "Six-eared macaque." Seeing that the macaque did not respond, she had no choice but to follow suit, hastily flying toward the Western paradise. Upon the sudden appearance of the six-eared macaque in the Great Hall, the assembly of Buddhas looked on in confusion. Shouldn't it be in the lower realm? Devising a plan to replace Sun Wukong? Six-eared macaque, why have you returned? Inquired the nearby Fuhu Luohan. Indeed, what is the purpose of your return? The six-eared macaque, equally perplexed, was completely unaware of the unfolding situation. The Tathagata Buddha was not present in the Western paradise. This was a realization Tang Yu had gleaned through the six-eared macaque's senses. To be precise, the Tathagata was not absent. Rather, he was indulging in a sauna, preparing to receive a back massage and foot rub. At that moment, he reclined on a bed, eyes half closed, a cigarette in hand, fully immersed in relaxation, while a Buddha, holding a towel, was diligently scrubbing him down. Seeing that the six-eared macaque remained silent, Fuhu Luohan questioned further, has this child lost his wits? Six-eared macaque, why have you returned to the Western paradise instead of acting in the lower realm? A heart of freedom iron soldier materialized in the six-eared macaque's grasp. With a clang, it aimed to strike at Fuhu Luohan's head. For the six-eared macaque, after all, was originally a being of the Buddhist realm. The Buddha of the tiger, unprepared and unsuspecting, faced an unexpected demise at the hands of the six-eared macaque, an exalted being of considerable power, surpassing the Buddha of the tiger by a notable margin. A single strike sealed the fate of the Buddha, leaving Guanyin Bodhisattva, who returned to Ling Mountain, in utter disbelief at the scene before her. At that moment, she seemed to comprehend the true purpose of the elixir bestowed upon Tang's son. Yet, could it be that such drastic measures were necessary? The collective astonishment among the myriad of Buddhas in the West was palpable. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own vision. The Buddha of the tiger had perished, slain by the audacious six-eared macaque. The first to regain composure was the Buddha of the dragon, who charged directly at the six-eared macaque. Armed with a formidable iron staff, the macaque wielded it with a fierce vigor, causing the great thunder sound temple to tremble. The Lord Buddha, indulging in a moment of tranquility, opened his eyes, bewildered by the commotion surrounding him. What was happening? Was there an earthquake? The sounds of battle reached his ears, startling him. Who dared disturb the sanctity of his great thunder sound temple? In a flash, he appeared within the main hall. Momentarily taken aback, "You audacious one, six-eared macaque!" the Lord Buddha exclaimed, extending his hand towards the macaque in an attempt to seize him. Yet, the macaque somersaulted away, vanishing atop Ling Mountain. Chapter 136. The betrayal of the six-eared macaque. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. The six-eared macaque, who had long since taken refuge in the Buddha's teachings, had betrayed them, even going so far as to slay the Buddha of the tiger. The Lord Buddha's countenance grew icy, striking fear into those present. The sound of muffled sobs filled the hall. It was the Buddha of the dragon, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Buddha, tiger has perished." The Lord Buddha, lost in thought, calculated for a considerable time before finally uttering, "Cursed be the six-eared macaque." With a heavy sigh, he continued, "The Buddha of the tiger retains a flicker of his spirit. Great dragon, journey to the underworld and facilitate his reincarnation for the time being. One day, I shall lead him back to the path of enlightenment." With only a remnant of his spirit remaining, the Buddha could only offer him rebirth, contemplating future methods to guide him back to the fold. The Lord Buddha furrowed his brow, unable to fathom how the previously stable six-eared macaque had succumbed to madness and struck down the Buddha of the tiger. This calamity only compounded the struggles facing the already weakened Buddhist order. Guanyin, what is the meaning of this? Your Holiness, I witnessed the six-eared macaque suddenly descend into madness. Rushing back to the west, I too was perplexed, which is why I followed him to the Thundersound Temple. Little did I anticipate that he would go so far as to attack the Buddha of the dragon. Even I could not intervene, Guanyin Bodhisattva replied, her tone respectful yet firm. She too had been taken aback by the macaque's sudden aggression, pondering what kind of elixir could have stripped him of his self-control. The Lord Buddha continued to calculate, yet his efforts yielded no answers. Was this an unforeseen variable? A source of deep-seated fear stirred within him regarding this unpredictable turn of events. This is an existence that even the three revered sages could not fathom. Could it be that he surpasses the sages in strength? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. The Buddha speculated that there must be something about him that obscures the heavenly secrets. Cursed be it, it seems that unforeseen variables are at play. The Buddha mumbled in frustration. Yet, he could not comprehend the means by which the six-eared macaque was being controlled. Summon the six-eared macaque at once. I shall personally interrogate him to see if any clues can be discovered. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva shuddered. If the six-eared macaque were truly captured and revealed that she had provided him with a pill, her exposure would be inevitable. However, she reasoned that Tang Sanzang would likely not allow the six-eared macaque to survive long enough for that to happen, so she felt no immediate concern. With a wave of her hand, she revealed the location of the six-eared macaque. Instantly, the Buddha's expression changed dramatically, and he urgently commanded, "Quick, go and stop him." What could have occurred to cause such disarray in the Buddha? It was that the six-eared macaque was approaching the heavenly court. Armed with his iron staff, he exuded an imposing aura, clearly intent on causing chaos in the heavens. If such a calamity were to unfold, it could easily incite a war between the Buddhas and the Taoists. No wonder the Buddha's countenance had altered so drastically, filled with alarm. The effect of the controlling spirit pill lasts only 3 days, and Tang Yu was determined to make the most of it. Having already dealt with the dragon subduing Arhot in the west, he sought some amusement in the heavens. Soon, the plaque of the southern heavenly gate came into view for the six-eared macaque. Some heavenly soldiers, unfamiliar with him, mistook him for Sun Wukong and thus paid their respects. "We greet the great sage." The six-eared macaque snickered disdainfully, remaining silent as he swung his iron staff down. With a resounding crash, one of the heavenly soldiers was instantly reduced to ashes. He exuded an overwhelming presence, causing the remaining heavenly soldiers to retreat in fear. "Great sage, what is your intention?" they exclaimed in horror. What could this monkey possibly be planning? Surely, he does not intend to wreak havoc in the heavens once again. His demeanor suggested as much. The six-eared macaque remained silent, wielding his iron staff as he began to strike within the southern heavenly gate. Wherever he passed, heavenly soldiers fell, crying out in distress. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, engaged in discussions with his ministers. The exquisite pagoda of Li Jing had been missing for many days, with no news to be found. Additionally, the great spirit of heaven had also disappeared, leaving the Jade Emperor in a foul mood. "Your Majesty, trouble arises." A heavenly soldier rushed in breathlessly. "What nonsense is this?" "Your Majesty is quite well," Tai Bai Jinxing retorted. "No, Your Majesty, Sun Wukong has invaded," the soldier exclaimed. Panic etched on his face. At this, the gods of the heavenly court were momentarily stunned. Sun Wukong has invaded? Has this monkey gone mad? Is he here to cause chaos in the heavens? But wait, Sun Wukong was supposed to be accompanying Tang Sanzang on his journey to the west. The assembled gods turned to the Xian Guang mirror and indeed saw Sun Wukong right beside Tang Sanzang. The Jade Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a series of disturbances from outside, accompanied by the mournful wails of heavenly soldiers. With a wave of his hand, the six-eared macaque materialized. How could another Sun Wukong emerge? The deities of the heavenly court exchanged puzzled glances. Only a few aware of the true nature of the six-eared macaque, including the Jade Emperor himself. The reason the Buddhist sect had taken in this monkey was to exploit him at a pivotal moment to replace Sun Wukong. The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened. The audacity of the six-eared macaque to launch an assault on the heavenly court was astounding. He was a creature cultivated by the Buddhist sect, entirely subservient to their will. Did the Buddhists dare to challenge the heavenly court? Yet, despite their differences, it was inconceivable they would strike now. especially since the Buddhist sect had yet to attain significant power and needed the assistance of the heavenly court for the trials of the journey to the West. Even if the Buddha had suffered some indignity, he would not resort to such actions. It appeared that a deeper issue was at play. The Jade Emperor quickly deduced the situation with remarkable clarity, a testament to his intellect as the sovereign of the three realms. However, the immediate priority was to address the six-eared macaque. For heavenly kings, I command you to proceed to the southern heaven gate at once and capture the demon monkey. As you command. At the southern heaven gate, the six-eared macaque clashed with the heavenly soldiers, who mistakenly believed this monkey to be Sun Wukong. The memories of Sun Wukong's previous havoc in the heavenly palace were still vivid, instilling fear in their hearts as they retreated in disarray. Sun Wukong, you bold creature. The four heavenly kings arrived with a booming shout. In response, the six-eared macaque unleashed a barrage of attacks, sending them scrambling to evade the onslaught. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the heavenly soldiers were swept off their feet, their cries echoing throughout the battlefield. The six-eared macaque's visage remained stoic, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. The four heavenly kings launched a simultaneous effort to subdue him. With a resounding crash, the weapon known as the Heart's Desire struck the ground, releasing an overwhelming force that momentarily halted the four heavenly kings. The six-eared macaque soared into the air, his form flickering before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent the Pipa King flying, snatching the pipa from his grasp. Strumming the pipa, the six-eared macaque began to play a melody. As he played, he sang. Chapter 137. The six-eared macaque causes turmoil in the heavenly palace. Oh, the moon has passed over the floral wall, and I, a humble servant, am filled with sorrow. Standing beneath the eaves, my eyes keenly survey. As neighbors stroll back and forth, their faces weary and yellowed. With his eyes closed, the six-eared macaque played the pipa, lost in the rhythm. The surrounding heavenly soldiers stood in bewilderment, entranced and frozen in place. Chaos erupted as they began to strike at one another in confusion. The remaining three heavenly kings shared a look of disarray, though their expressions betrayed a struggle against the seductive strains of the music. In the stillness of the night, a gentle tap upon the curtains echoed, accompanied by the call of my lord, "Do not raise your voice." Upon opening the door, I seized my lord's hand with fervor. The three celestial kings were left utterly bewildered, involuntarily swaying and shedding their garments, embarking on an impromptu striptease. Observing this spectacle, the six-eared macaque chuckled, casually tossing his pipa into the heavens while wielding the iron rod with unrestrained force. The heavenly soldiers cried out in despair, collapsing in disarray. With the iron rod in hand, the six-eared macaque advanced, seemingly intent on breaching the inner sanctum of the celestial court. Report, Your Majesty. The heavenly soldiers have suffered a grave defeat. The monkey is advancing upon the celestial palace. Panic-stricken, the celestial warriors hastened to inform the Jade Emperor. The Emperor's countenance darkened, and he vanished, reappearing at the southern heavenly gate, standing resolutely before the monkey. Witnessing the plight of his celestial forces, the Emperor's aura surged. Six-eared macaque. How audacious of you! The entourage, including the Star of Venus, paused in astonishment. Six-eared macaque. What manner of creature is this, resembling Sun Wukong, and seemingly possessing similar powers? I am Sun Wukong, not some six-eared macaque, the creature protested, cunningly denying his identity, a tactic orchestrated by Tang Yu, who understood that the more one denies, the more resolute others become in their beliefs. The Jade Emperor scoffed. The six-eared macaque had been nurtured within the Buddhist fold from a young age, devoted to the Buddha, inevitably imbued with an aura that the Emperor found distasteful, something absent in Sun Wukong, who bore the rebellious and tempestuous traits of his demon heritage. You dare to intrude upon my celestial court? The Emperor thundered, while contemplating the capture of this monkey to seek answers in the West. After all, this creature was one of their own. Turnabout is fair play. This year it is my turn to reign. Jade Emperor, you have lingered for millennia, your seat firmly rooted. How about relinquishing your position to me, the old monkey? The six-eared macaque chuckled lightly, his words audacious enough to make even the Buddha hesitate. Only Sun Wukong from years past had dared utter such boldness. You are brazen, shouted the Star of Venus. The throne of the Jade Emperor is the sovereign of the three realms. How could a mere monkey presume to claim it? Though he thought otherwise, voicing such thoughts would surely cost him dearly. A serene atmosphere enveloped the scene, accompanied by the blossoming of lotus flowers as the Buddhist arhats, including Guanyin and Manjushri, arrived. Six-eared macaque, you have the audacity to harm the arhats of Buddhism. Guanyin Bodhisattva exclaimed first, her words aimed at the Jade Emperor, indirectly informing him that the six-eared macaque had betrayed the Buddhist fold and harmed the tiger's subduing arhat, thereby severing ties with their order. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Jade Emperor's eyes, so even the tiger's subduing arhat had fallen victim to the six-eared macaque's wrath. Initially, witnessing the grave losses of his celestial soldiers, the Jade Emperor was filled with rage. However, upon hearing of the demise of the Buddha's venerable subduer of tigers, a sense of balance was restored within him. He couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, as it seemed that his own losses were not as devastating after all. The six-eared macaque, wielding the mind-controlling iron rod, exuded an air of disdain towards the world. Do you wish to besiege me? What do I have to fear? He twirled his weapon with a flourish. In the mortal realm, Tang Yu pondered deeply. The six-eared macaque could not be allowed to perish so easily, for he still held some utility. Yet now, surrounded by so many adversaries, escaping would not prove to be an effortless task. In the heavenly realm, the six-eared macaque was the first to strike. The mind-controlling iron rod transformed into a massive iron staff, radiating an imposing aura. Originally, the Jade Emperor had intended to intervene, but with the arrival of the Buddha's followers, he found pleasure in watching them engage in mutual destruction. Withdraw, follow my lead, he commanded the surrounding celestial soldiers, signaling them to refrain from interference. The malicious intent of the Jade Emperor was well understood by the Buddhist followers. However, the six-eared macaque, a traitor to their ranks and a slayer of the venerable subduer, compelled them to act regardless of the circumstances. The Buddhist monks sprang into action, while Guanyin Bodhisattva remained still, believing that the monkey might have fallen under Tang Yu's control. She even anticipated that the six-eared macaque might orchestrate a significant upheaval. With the brilliance of Buddhist light illuminating the scene, a dozen monks launched their assault. Yet, the six-eared macaque grew emboldened with each skirmish, wielding his mind-controlling iron rod with ferocity, pushing the monks back until they were left merely defending themselves. This six-eared macaque, cultivated by the Buddhist sect, truly does not disappoint. He is remarkably powerful, the Jade Emperor observed, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. The arduous efforts put into nurturing the six-eared macaque had resulted in him turning against the West, even slaying a venerable monk. The Buddhist sect had effectively shot themselves in the foot. Your Majesty, will you not lend a hand? Manjushri Bodhisattva inquired. With your 2 bodhisattvas and over 10 monks, surely you can subdue a mere six-eared macaque? The Jade Emperor chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Tai Bai jinxing, ever eager to please, hastily arranged for the Emperor's dragon throne to be moved closer, bringing along some sunflower seeds and fruits. Seated comfortably on his throne, he cracked seeds and puffed on his cigarette, reveling in the spectacle. The southern heavenly gate had already suffered significant damage. Let the battle continue. For the Buddhist sect, the loss of a monk was trivial compared to the celestial realm's minimal losses. Nonetheless, they would seek accountability from the Buddhists for these casualties, hoping to extort some recompense. The mind-controlling iron rod swirled with vigor, fiercely pushing back the encircling monks. Tang Yu was acutely aware that if the six-eared macaque continued to flaunt his prowess, he would likely meet his end here. However, the surrounding energies were palpable, as certain individuals were determined to prevent the six-eared macaque's escape, sealing off his retreat. In a sudden flash, the six-eared macaque transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the inner sanctum of the heavenly realm. The Jade Emperor's composure was shattered. Chapter 138, Rampant Destruction. The southern heavenly gate had already been reduced to ruins, and the Jade Emperor was far from anxious. In fact, he seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. However, at this moment, the six-eared macaque charged into his stronghold. Should this sanctuary be compromised, it would result in a significant loss. Hastily, he summoned his celestial soldiers to pursue. The six-eared macaque wreaked havoc within the heavenly palace, first delivering a kick that sent the Jade Emperor's throne and table crashing. With his trusty iron rod, he swept through the surroundings, causing objects to shatter or collapse. After this rampage, the six-eared macaque surged deeper into the palace, witnessing his domain transformed into utter chaos. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Damn it. He turned to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is the six-eared macaque truly one of your Buddhist disciples? This time, I demand accountability from the Buddhist realm. Your Majesty, the six-eared macaque was indeed one of us. But he has since defected and even slain our arhats. We have come for that reason, responded Manjushri Bodhisattva, murmuring a Buddhist incantation. Observing the destruction wrought by the six-eared macaque, some Buddhists within the heavenly palace quietly chuckled, relishing the misfortune. Were you not here to enjoy the spectacle? Now that the heavenly palace has been ravaged, it seems retribution has arrived. Regardless, I shall seek an explanation from Tathagata. The Jade Emperor commanded, quickly, apprehend the six-eared macaque. The arhats of Buddhism, along with Guanyin and Manjushri, watched as the six-eared macaque wreaked havoc, their laughter echoing, yet they remained inactive. After all, it was not their realm being torn apart. They found delight in the calamity. Charging into the imperial horse palace, the former post of Sun Wukong as the stable master. The current stable master hurriedly emerged to pay his respects. I, the stable master, salute the great sage. Go tend to your duties, the six-eared macaque replied, sending him flying with a kick. Entering the horse enclosure, he flung open the gates. A stampede ensued, the thunderous sound akin to a dragon's roar. The celestial steeds burst forth, galloping wildly, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. The thunderous hooves resounded like a cataclysm. Having completed his rampage, the six-eared macaque vanished without a trace. The Jade Emperor's anguished cry reverberated, his saintly aura expanding, calming the previously frenzied celestial steeds, who now lay prostrate on the ground. The Jade Emperor's chest heaved. Damn it, I shall not let the six-eared macaque escape my wrath. The heavenly palace, once impervious, had never faced such disarray since the days of Sun Wukong's rebellion. Meanwhile, the Buddhas of the Western Paradise observed the scene with quiet amusement. They swiftly pursued the six-eared macaque, declaring, "Six-eared macaque, where do you think you're going?" Not far away, the seven fairy maidens were frolicking, blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. Before they could comprehend the situation, the six-eared macaque barreled into them, sending them tumbling down to the mortal realm. Fairies! They shrieked as they plummeted towards the earth. Armed with his iron rod, the six-eared macaque descended into the depths of the eastern sea. Great sage, what brings you to my dragon palace on this unusually tranquil day? The East Sea Dragon King hastily came to greet him. The dragon clan has long since fallen from its former glory, though they serve in the heavenly court. Their duties are merely to summon clouds and dispense rain, each guarding their respective seas. This arrangement exists because the four seas form a grand array. In the past, Rahu was stealthily ambushed and sealed by Hongjun, leaving the remnants of the demon clan imprisoned within the four seas. The title of East Sea Dragon King carries considerable weight, yet it merely denotes the guardian of a seal. Once, the dragon clan basked in unparalleled prosperity and brilliance, poised to ascend to supremacy in the three realms. Alas, those days are but a distant memory. The present dragon clan cannot afford to offend anyone and survives in the narrow crevices of existence. Thus, even though it is evident that the white dragon was ensnared by a nefarious scheme, there remains a sense of helplessness. It is indeed tragic that a member of the dragon clan has been reduced to a mere pawn, serving as a steed. The six-eared macaque leaped onto the table, seizing several fruits to devour. Old Dragon King, I have come to procure a few treasures. Great sage, the dragon clan's treasure, the sea-calming needle, has already fallen into your hands. The dragon clan is now devoid of any artifacts worthy of your esteemed gaze. This audacious monkey has returned to plunder once more. The six-eared macaque chuckled coldly, not waiting for a response, and charged toward the dragon clan's treasury, swinging his staff at the vault's door. The entire East Sea trembled. Great sage, please, you mustn't. The East Sea Dragon King exclaimed anxiously. The six-eared macaque burst into the treasury, creating chaos. Ultimately, he discovered a piece of rusted scrap metal, which he concealed discreetly, ensuring no one would notice. As he searched and wreaked havoc, the dragon clan's treasury descended into disarray. With a triumphant howl, the six-eared macaque surged forth from the sea. Great sage, the East Sea Dragon King continued to call out desperately from behind. Someone, immediately investigate the items missing from the treasury. I must report this matter to the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court. This monkey is far too audacious, treating the East Sea Dragon Palace as his own abode. Without regard for protocol, he rummaged through the treasury. Though the East Sea Dragon King remained unaware of precisely what treasures were lost, however, he had an unsettling premonition that something was indeed amiss. Otherwise, that monkey would not have left so easily. As the six-eared macaque soared from the East Sea, he discarded the piece of rusted metal. At that moment, A shadowy figure materialized, catching the scrap before vanishing without a trace. In the heavenly court, chaos reigned. The Jade Emperor wore a frighteningly dark expression. He had already dispatched celestial soldiers to capture the six-eared macaque. Yet, given the extent of the losses in the heavenly court, he would demand an explanation from the Buddha. A lotus flower appeared, and the Buddha descended, smoking a pipe and draped in a robe, slowly revealing himself. Regardless of the circumstances, such an incident in the heavenly court warranted his attention. Moreover, the six-eared macaque was a creature nurtured by the Buddhist order, and the Jade Emperor might exploit this fact for extortion. Thus, the Buddha chose to make his presence known. Upon witnessing the disarray of the heavenly court, a faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Esteemed Jade Emperor, I extend my heartfelt sympathy regarding the tribulations your court has endured. The Buddha, with a sorrowful expression, recited a sacred mantra, yet inwardly, he reveled in delight. Since you have chosen to manifest personally, it spares me the trouble of seeking you out. Regardless of circumstances, you must provide me with an explanation. An explanation? The Buddha feigned ignorance. I have come to assist you as I heard of the six-eared macaque's unruliness in the heavenly court. Why then do you seek an explanation from me? Upon hearing such shameless reasoning, the Jade Emperor was incensed to the point of laughter. Should I then express my gratitude to you? Today, I shall refrain from thanking you. For the six-eared macaque was once a member of my Buddhist order. In light of recent events, I must convey my deepest apologies. The Buddha recited another mantra. Oh, once a member of your order? Does that absolve you of any responsibility for the actions taken now? It does. We too have come to capture the six-eared macaque. Our objectives align. The Jade Emperor paused, nearly succumbing to the wrath coursing through him. Buddha, do you not possess a shred of dignity? The six-eared macaque was nurtured by your order. With such devastation wrought upon my heavenly court and significant casualties incurred, should you not provide me with an explanation? The emperor's gaze bore into him, his chest heaving with evident fury. I have already expressed my profound sympathy, the Buddha sighed. Although the six-eared macaque was raised within my order, none could have anticipated such an outcome. Our revered Arhat, with but a fragment of his true essence remaining, regrettably requires reincarnation. The implication was clear. The Buddha professed ignorance regarding the macaque's actions while alluding to the losses incurred by his own order as well. Sensing he had somewhat faltered in his rationale, the Buddha produced a cigarette and offered it to the Jade Emperor. With a scoff, the Emperor accepted it, igniting the smoke. The two leaders, representatives of their respective realms, began to exhale clouds of smoke. Do you not find this peculiar? The six-eared macaque, whom I nurtured, has undergone a drastic transformation. How could such a shift occur? The Buddha flicked ash from his cigarette, placing it once more between his lips. I believe there are external forces at play here, although I am unaware of the specifics of how they may have controlled the six-eared macaque. It is evident that these events are not of his own volition. Should you and I allow trivial matters to incite discord between us, it may very well enable those forces to exploit the situation to their advantage. Trivial matters? The Jade Emperor seethed. My heavenly court has been ravaged. And you dare label this a triviality? Time and again, chaos has erupted within the heavenly palace, and all instigated by monkeys. What of my dignity? I, the Jade Emperor, have been mocked, even retreating beneath a table when Sun Wukong stormed in. I am the sovereign of the three realms, and my reputation has been tarnished beyond measure. Another monkey has leapt onto the scene, flaunting itself. Does it perceive the heavenly palace as a battleground? Calm yourself. I merely misspoke. The Buddha hastily corrected his previous statement. What I meant to convey is that, at this juncture, we should strive to set aside our grievances and earnestly investigate the variables at play, for that is of utmost importance. Investigate, indeed. The three saints had set up the heavenly secrets array and still failed to uncover anything. The Buddha had no illusions about his ability to discern the variables. He merely uttered such words to shift the focus of the conversation. What do the variables have to do with me? I am aware that the six-eared macaque is a creature nurtured by your Western paradise, creating chaos in my heavenly palace. Shouldn't there be some accountability on your part? This old scoundrel is relentless. It appears he seeks to extort me. The Buddha pondered for a moment. Your Majesty, I deeply apologize regarding this matter. The six-eared macaque is under the control of the variables and has little to do with our Western paradise. My intention is to prioritize the investigation of these variables, for it will reveal who is targeting the Buddhist realm and the heavenly palace. His words were exceedingly astute, deftly shifting the blame onto the variables, claiming they are the ones attacking both the Buddhist realm and the heavenly palace. Indeed, this assertion rendered the Jade Emperor silent. Regardless, Buddha, I still believe your sect owes my heavenly palace an explanation. The Buddha slightly furrowed his brow, tossing a pack of cigarettes. Is this sufficient? The Jade Emperor gazed at the cigarettes in his hand, his expression fluctuating. After such significant losses to the heavenly palace, do you intend to settle with merely a pack of cigarettes? Buddha, what do you mean by this? Your Majesty, let us deliberate on this matter, said the Buddha. But he was interrupted by a nearby Arhat rushing in. I report to you, my Buddha, the six-eared macaque is heading towards Spirit Mountain. By the heavens! The Buddha was taken aback. In a flash, he sped towards Spirit Mountain. What on earth is this six-eared macaque up to now? After wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, it seeks to cause further destruction at Spirit Mountain. The Jade Emperor cackled with glee. The six-eared macaque, wielding the iron staff of free will, sped towards Spirit Mountain. All of this was orchestrated by Tang Yu. It could be said that the six-eared macaque was utterly bewildered, yet completely under Tang Yu's control, with no room for resistance. Tang Yu aimed to seize this limited opportunity to orchestrate something grand. Just ahead, the plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple came into view. The iron staff of free will instantly magnified, hurtling towards the thunderous sound ahead. With a resounding boom, dust erupted from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Although the temple was under reconstruction and had been reinforced by the Buddha, it still showed signs of cracking under the weight of the iron staff, and in one area, it even collapsed. The monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple trembled, some already sensing something amiss, hastily taking flight. As they looked toward the approaching six-eared macaque, they were immediately filled with fury. Six-eared macaque, how dare you? With a resounding shout, the Buddha of Joy unleashed a string of prayer beads towards the six-eared macaque. The macaque dodged repeatedly, laughing maniacally. Haha, I never intended to return to this world alive. Several figures stood high above, surrounded by an air of tranquility. Yet their presence exuded a tempestuous energy. It was evident that the newcomers were somewhat enraged, causing their auras to be unstable. Observing the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which had been marred by yet another crack, the Buddha of Compassion inhaled sharply and turned his gaze towards the six-eared macaque. Six-eared macaque, what has driven you to this madness? In the Buddha's eyes, it was clear that the macaque was under the influence of some unforeseen variable. Despite the macaque's current state, the Buddha had no intention of slaying him. Perhaps through him, the subtle threads of change could be discerned. Moreover, the six-eared macaque held significant potential within the Buddhist realm and could serve as a substitute for Sun Wukong in critical moments. The Buddhas of Lingshan rose in unison. At this moment, the six-eared macaque found himself completely encircled, with no escape above or below. Standing in the center, wielding his iron staff with fierce resolve. His expression remained indifferent, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. This monkey was a true embodiment of masculinity. Despite being in such dire straits, not a hint of fear crossed his countenance. Why ponder the reasons when one can act? The six-eared macaque let out a long howl. Today, though I may perish, I shall remain the six-eared macaque. One could not help but admire his audacity at such a moment. If you surrender willingly, I shall spare your life, intoned the Buddha of Compassion, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing long after. With a crack, the plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, already precariously hanging from the macaque's strike, fell slowly, shattering upon impact with the ground. This monkey would rather stand and die than kneel and live. The macaque remained unyielding. It was evident that surrender was not an option for him, and the Buddha's countenance darkened. Could he allow the monkey he had painstakingly nurtured to perish so easily? The Buddha extended his hand, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped the sky. He prepared to capture the six-eared macaque and then speak. The macaque laughed heartily and swiftly retreated. Behind him, the beads of Maitreya Buddha flashed and struck heavily against his back. He let out a muffled groan, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. A strike from a quasi-saint was formidable, indeed. Through the macaque's sensations, Tang Yu felt the terrifying power of the quasi-saint. This was beyond the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In the presence of a quasi-saint, the great Luo Golden Immortal had no means to retaliate. Had Maitreya Buddha not shown mercy, the macaque would have likely been obliterated. Nevertheless, Tang Yu had no intention of allowing him to survive. Before him, the radiant light of the Buddha shone, and the mighty hand of the Buddha of Compassion grasped the six-eared macaque firmly within its grasp. This force seemed capable of crushing his entire body. Six-eared macaque, do you not acknowledge your transgressions? The Buddha thundered. Avalokiteshvara immediately felt a surge of anxiety, as the six-eared macaque had fallen into the Buddha's grasp. It was not merely a matter of the elixir he had provided. Otherwise, suspicion would undoubtedly arise. Buddha, spare my life, the six-eared macaque pleaded. A true man knows when to yield, and if one cannot prevail, it is wise to seek mercy first. The Buddha's grip slackened slightly, and seizing the opportunity, the six-eared macaque leaped away, his figure darting swiftly into the distance. This wretched monkey, the Buddha cursed under his breath. It was clear he had been deceived by the six-eared macaque's feigned submission, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance to escape. Observing the direction in which the six-eared macaque fled, the Buddha commanded, Maitreya, you shall personally apprehend the six-eared macaque. As you wish, revered Buddha, Maitreya replied hastily, pursuing the fleeing figure. The Buddha sighed as he beheld the re-emerging cracks in the great Thunder Sound Temple. With a wave of his hand, the temple restored itself to its circular form. The six-eared macaque raced forward, with Maitreya relentlessly in pursuit. Six-eared macaque, where do you think you are going? Surrender at once. As for the six-eared macaque, Tang Yu had almost given up on him. A fitting opportunity would soon arise for him to meet his demise. At this moment, their group of disciples had already set forth on their journey. Not far ahead lay the boundary of Yuhua Prefecture. Tang Yu pondered carefully. It seemed there was a lion spirit involved. Regardless, he thought, let it be, it would end in death. He would feast on the flesh directly. As they pressed onward, the atmosphere ahead grew increasingly lively. Tang Yu purchased some skewers of meat, savoring them with grease dripping from his mouth. In the west, the assembled Buddhas observed this scene with stoic expressions, for they had grown accustomed to it. However, it was rare for Tang Sanzang not to plunge directly into a brothel, which surprised them slightly. Let us hope no further complications arise, the Buddha sighed. Yet, in his view, the absence of complications seemed impossible. As long as uncertainties persisted, their journey to the west would not improve. But who was the source of these uncertainties? Even the celestial array devised by the three saints had failed to uncover it. What could the Buddha do? This six-eared macaque had left him somewhat fatigued. With a wave of his hand, the figure of the six-eared macaque appeared in the Xian Guang mirror, frantically fleeing, evading capture. Maitreya, casually puffing on his pipe, followed at a leisurely pace, resembling a cat toying with a mouse. Could not Maitreya simply apprehend the six-eared macaque directly? What was the meaning of this farce? The Buddha furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Realizing his escape was futile, the six-eared macaque landed on the ground, brandishing the heart's desire iron rod. You insufferable fatso, have you not had enough? Six-eared macaque, will you not surrender? Maitreya flicked the ash from his pipe, seemingly indifferent to the six-eared macaque's presence. You've repeated that line several times, and I am utterly tired of it. The six-eared macaque tapped his ears and declared, surrender is an impossibility in this lifetime. I shall never yield. Maitreya's expression turned cold as he prepared to act, only to hear the six-eared macaque laugh heartily. Even if I must die, it shall be by my own hand. With that, the six-eared macaque positioned the iron staff against his neck. Upon reflection, he realized his weapon was a staff, not a blade. He aimed the staff at his own head. This scene left the gathered deities momentarily stunned. What was the six-eared macaque intending? A suicide? Six-eared macaque, surrender and return to the Western paradise, and I shall spare your life, Maitreya spoke. The Tathagata had instructed him to capture the six-eared macaque, who was a spirit monkey of the heavens, akin to Sun Wukong. Despite the unforeseen circumstances that prevented his substitution for Sun Wukong, opportunities would arise in the future, provided the six-eared macaque remained alive. The Tathagata felt a surge of anxiety. You lot, those old schemers of the Buddhist realm. Do you think I will return with you? The six-eared macaque continued to aim the staff at his head, as if ready to end his own life at any moment. The Buddhist assembly, upon hearing such insults directed at their order, wore expressions of discontent. Six-eared macaque, you dare speak so boldly and insult the Buddhist teachings? They questioned. And what if I do? You are but a group of ancient schemers, each with polished heads but filled with malice. You preach compassion and the salvation of all beings. Yet I see through your facade, the six-eared macaque retorted, growing more fervent with each word. From childhood, I have grown up in the spirit mountain, and not once have you offered me a single banana. What manner of creatures are you? To mistreat animals. He wore an expression of sorrowful grievance. Maitreya trembled slightly. The words of the six-eared macaque struck a nerve. The macaque laughed heartily once more, declaring, "I would rather die than accompany you back." The control elixir was nearing its expiration, and Tang Yu was prepared to let him die. However, contemplating the legacy of the once great Monkey King, he felt that death must be met with grandeur. Thus, the six-eared macaque decided to recite a poem befitting his current state, a lament for a hero at the end of his road. Chapter 141, Yuhua Prefecture. With that, the six-eared macaque aimed the staff at his head and began to recite. The plowman works beneath the midday sun, with sweat dripping onto the earth. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it in longing for my homeland. It seems I have misrecited, but let it be so. Everyone present was left bewildered, utterly perplexed by the meaning of his words. The six-eared macaque laughed heartily. "I am off then." With a resounding thud, the iron staff struck his head, causing his primordial spirit to explode, resulting in an irreversible demise. Even Mithriya was unable to intervene in time. The Tathagata sighed heavily. Is this how the six-eared macaque meets his end? And prior to his death, he managed to taunt both the celestial court and the Buddhist order. Mithriya stepped forward to check if there was any hope of revival, but the six-eared macaque was utterly beyond salvation. Even his primordial spirit had self-destructed. Amitabha. The Mithriya Buddha recited a mantra and returned to the Western paradise. The Tathagata, feeling somewhat disheartened, lit a cigarette and pondered. It was evident to all that the Buddhist realm was in a state of melancholy. Consequently, the assembled deities understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from uttering any trivialities, lest they incite the displeasure of the Buddha. "Buddha, I have returned," Mithriya announced as he reappeared at Mount Ling, settling into his delicate pink canopy. The six-eared macaque had perished, but what of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong? Never mind, he thought. For now, he must focus on addressing the immediate challenges at hand. Tang Yu and his disciples entered Yuhua Prefecture, not hurrying to the palace to exchange their travel documents. The simpleton gazed longingly at a distant brothel, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he looked toward Tang Yu. Go ahead, go ahead. I find myself in a lackluster mood today and shall not accompany you," Tang Yu replied, tossing a few coins to Zhu Beiji. With a hearty chuckle, Zhu Beiji ventured into the establishment, while Tang Yu, accompanied by Wukong and San Lungzi, entered the largest tavern in the area. "Bring forth the finest dishes, particularly the meats," he commanded the waiter. Throughout their journey, they had indeed consumed a considerable amount of beef and lamb, but sufficient was sufficient. "A monk desires meat?" The waiter stared blankly at Tang Yu, momentarily bewildered. It wasn't until Tang Yu prompted him that the waiter hurried off to fulfill the order. The trio was a picturesque sight wherever they roamed, drawing curious glances from onlookers. With a cigarette between his lips and an impassive expression, Tang Yu remained unfazed. Before long, the table was filled with an array of dishes. Tang Yu beckoned his disciples, and they devoured the feast with fervor. After a prolonged meal, they emerged from the tavern, satisfied, with a toothpick dangling from Tang Yu's mouth, attracting many curious gazes. He approached a nearby soldier and inquired, "How does one reach the palace?" The sun had set, and a brief rest at the palace would save them the cost of lodging. "Just proceed straight ahead, and you shall see the palace," the soldier replied. As Tang Yu was about to take a step, a figure appeared in the sky, ethereal and indistinct. It was a woman, draped in garments as pure as snow, exuding an otherworldly grace. "Weak water," both Sun Wukong and Sha Wujing exclaimed in unison. The goddess of weak water, born and raised amidst its currents, once commanded a fleet of 100,000 water soldiers under the title of Marshal Tianpa, guarding the heavenly river, known as the 3,000 Weak Waters. "Greetings, holy monk." The goddess of weak water addressed them, her hair as dark as ink, skin fairer than snow, delicate brows arched gracefully, and a refined nose perched above eyes that seemed to ripple with the essence of flowing water. Tang Yu smiled, inquiring, "What brings you to the mortal realm, my lady?" Many commoners fell to their knees, paying their respects. Casting a glance at her surroundings, Weak Water remarked, "As I pass through, why is there no sight of Marshal Tianpa?" Tang Yu gestured toward the nearby brothel with a slight nod. Could it be that Weak Water had come to visit Zhu Beiji? It was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. The banks of Weak Water had been solitary for a millennium, and tales spoke of its lethal toxicity. Anyone below the saintly rank was strictly advised to keep their distance. However, Zhu Beiji was inherently immune to the Weak Water. Thus, when he ascended to the position of Marshal of the Heavenly Canopy, he spent many years accompanying the Weak Water. A flicker of surprise appeared in her eyes. She had not anticipated that the former marshal of the heavenly canopy would linger in such a smoky den as a brothel. As if recalling something, her gaze dimmed. After a moment, she offered a faint smile to Tang Yu, saying, "Holy monk, I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell." With that, her figure soared away. As the weak water departed, those who had knelt on the ground finally rose. Tang Yu and his disciples swiftly made their way to the royal palace, only to be surrounded by soldiers before they could draw near. "Bold monk, do you dare to walk into the lion's den?" Everyone knew that in Yuhua Prefecture, the emperor despised monks. This was linked to a dream the emperor had one day. In his dream, he was besieged by a group of bald heads, leaving him in a cold sweat. Yet those bald heads laughed uproariously, bowing their heads to intimidate him, which startled him awake. He deemed this a bad omen and thus began issuing orders to suppress the bald-headed monks, resulting in the absence of temples in Yuhua Prefecture. Tang Yu frowned slightly, Wuking. "Incapacitate them, but do not take lives." Sun Wukong stepped forward, chuckling, and with a single breath, sent everyone sprawling to the ground. As they proceeded towards the palace, a multitude of bodies lay behind them. An alarm resounded throughout the palace, signaling a potential coup. All the soldiers within the palace assembled, yet under Sun Wukong's breath, they all collapsed. The emperor of Yuhua Prefecture sat trembling upon his dragon throne, too fearful to move. Tang Yu approached and casually sat beside him, tossing 2 grapes into his mouth. "Your Majesty, do not be afraid. We are not here to usurp power," Tang Yu reassured him. The emperor, looking quite pitiful, seemed on the verge of losing control. A grimace, more painful than tears, crossed his face as he stammered, "Holy monk, what brings you here?" Only upon hearing they were not there to seize power did the emperor's heart begin to settle. These individuals were clearly not ordinary. With just one breath, his elite soldiers had fallen, leaving him utterly defenseless. If they truly sought to usurp power, he could only watch helplessly. "Please sign this for me," Tang Yu said, producing a pass and tossing it over. "Additionally, arrange a few rooms for us. I am weary and in need of rest." Tang Yu spoke as if he were at home, issuing commands to the emperor. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," the emperor replied, not daring to voice any dissent, hastily stamping the pass. He then ordered someone to escort Tang Yu and his disciples to their quarters. Once Tang Yu and his companions entered the room, the emperor collapsed from his chair, gasping for breath. The Western Paradise. Witnessing this scene, the Buddhas were momentarily at a loss for words, all glancing towards the Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha, pipe in mouth, furrowed his brow. No one had anticipated that Tang Sanzang would audaciously resort to forceful means. Was this calamity truly destined to end in disaster? Chapter 142. The cowherd the Buddha, the Tathagata, furrowed his brow, his expression laden with sorrow. Originally, the journey to the west was meticulously planned. All that was required was to adhere to the script. There was no need for such worry and exertion. However, now an unforeseen variable had emerged, seemingly disrupting the entire narrative. "What are your thoughts on this predicament?" the Tathagata inquired. Tang Sung had boldly ventured forth, with the initial plan revolving around recruiting the king of Yuhua State and his 3 children as disciples. Yet, that now appeared impossible. Zhu Beiji had become enraptured in a brothel, likely to remain there until the time of departure. The king of Yuhua had been thoroughly intimidated by Tang Sung, scarcely daring to utter a word. The strategy had originally entailed accepting the 3 princes as disciples, after which Sun Wukong and the others would lose their weapons. Ultimately, they were to confront and eliminate the yellow lion spirit. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, remaining silent, each appearing to distance themselves from the matter. If even the Buddha finds himself at a loss, what hope do we possess? Amitabha, the ancient Buddha of the lamp, intoned, gradually articulating, "Buddha, it seems the recruitment of disciples from Yuhua State is no longer feasible. This challenge may need to be temporarily abandoned. As for the matter of the stolen weapons, perhaps we could have disciples of the Buddhist order covertly procure a few weapons and frame the yellow lion spirit, while simultaneously relaying information to Sun Wukong and his companions." The Tathagata's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It indeed presented a viable solution. However, how could they stealthily acquire the weapons of the 3? The weapons of Sha Wujing and Zhu Beiji were easily accessible, taken without much effort. Yet, Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang was concealed in his ear, and this monkey was notoriously vigilant. Stealing it without detection seemed utterly impossible. Should the Buddha be concerned about the theft of the weapons? The ancient Buddha of the lamp smiled confidently and continued, "We may forego attempting to steal Sun Wukong's weapon, focusing instead on the other two." The yellow lion spirit was a foster grandchild of the 9 sacred primordial spirits. If this trial were to be abandoned, it would have further implications regarding other challenges. After a moment's contemplation, the Tathagata nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the ancient Buddha's words. "In that case, let us proceed." He surveyed the assembly, noting that the Buddhas were averted in their gazes, clearly reluctant to engage with the affairs of the journey to the west. Typically, such matters would fall to Guanyin Bodhisattva, as she had been involved in the journey. However, after such an extended period of reliance on her, the Buddha felt a twinge of discomfort. "Maitreya Buddha, you shall descend to the mortal realm to address this issue." The Tathagata sighed, sensing the vastness of Ling Mountain and realizing he had few capable individuals at his disposal. "Your command is respected." Maitreya Buddha descended to the earthly realm. For him, procuring the weapons of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing would be a trivial endeavor. Then, casting the counterfeit onto the yellow lion spirit seemed to pose no challenge. In the heavenly court, ravaged by the 6-eared macaque, the Buddha Shakyamuni had offered nothing more than a packet of cigarettes. However, there was a sliver of good news. The long-absent giant spirit, standing at a height of 1 meter and 45 centimeters, had returned. According to the giant spirit, he had been influenced by some force, as he had clearly seen the heavenly court before him, yet had veered off course, leading him to wander aimlessly for days. The Jade Emperor's countenance darkened. From the giant spirit's account, it was evident that some magic had been cast upon him. Who could commit such shameless acts other than those schemers from the West? The giant spirit felt aggrieved, reduced to a mere remnant of his former soul by the demon queen. Yet even this fragment of his soul had been targeted. The Jade Emperor sighed. "I shall seek a celestial elixir from the Grand Supreme Elder Lord for your restoration. Furthermore, the 4 heavenly kings shall descend to the mortal realm. The 7 fairies have been cast down by the 6-eared macaque, and you must strive to retrieve them." "Yes, your majesty," the 4 heavenly kings responded, embarking towards the lower realm. In the lower realm, within a small village, resided a rather unfortunate-looking individual, lacking affection from his uncle and grandmother. He had been orphaned since childhood, living in abject poverty. His only possession was an old yellow cow. This boy engaged in all manner of mischief, setting fire to firewood stacks, vandalizing crops, peeping at widows while they bathed, and swindling pocket money from children. Consequently, he remained unmarried at his advanced age. The villagers held him in contempt, referring to him as the coward. One night, after surreptitiously observing Widow Zhang at the village's edge as she bathed, he felt a dampness in his trousers. He wondered when he might finally have a wife to share genuine laughter with. "Cowherd, my master," a deep voice resonated. Startled, the cowherd shivered and instinctively grasped a handful of wild grass. Who speaks?" he queried, scanning his surroundings, his face marred by a prominent mole, the hair atop it seemingly bristling. "It is I, your old cow," came the muffled response from the nearby cowpen, where the old yellow cow occasionally bent down to nibble on fodder. The cowherd gazed at the old cow in disbelief, his expression akin to one who had encountered a ghost. "Is it truly you?" he stammered. "Indeed," the old yellow cow replied with a grunt. "Do you desire a wife?" Upon hearing this, the cowherd's face fell into despair. Who wouldn't want a wife? At just 60, it is impossible not to wish for one. Yet, I am acutely aware of my circumstances, impoverished, unattractive, a rural dweller, standing at 1 meter 49, with nothing to my name. A wife is but a distant dream for me. Who wouldn't want a wife?" he lamented. "But, old cow, you can see for yourself that even the widows disdain me. What hope do I have of finding a wife?" "My master, do not be disheartened. I have a plan," the old cow reassured him. The cowherd's eyes sparkled as he gazed intently at the old yellow ox. The ox continued, "Not far from here, by the riverbank, 7 enchanting maidens are bathing. If you take a fancy to one, simply seize her clothes, and she shall become your bride." "Is it truly that simple?" the cowherd questioned, his skepticism evident. "Indeed, it is quite simple," the old ox assured him. Given that the ox could speak, he was certainly no ordinary creature. One could say he was a divine being. With this in mind, the cowherd decided to test the waters. Under the cover of night, he stealthily approached the riverbank, where he discovered 7 extraordinarily beautiful maidens bathing, their garments strewn carelessly aside. Remembering the ox's words, the cowherd found himself in a quandary. How could he possibly choose just one among such beauty? Could he take them all? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. If the old ox claimed that taking their clothes would make them his wives, then why not seize them all? After all, he believed his vitality was still commendable, despite being in his 60s. With resolve, he gathered all 7 garments and dashed homeward. "Old ox, I've brought them all back," the cowherd exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The old yellow ox's eyes widened in shock, and he felt as though he might faint from disbelief. "You foolish boy, you have doomed me," the ox stammered, his voice choked with emotion. The cowherd, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, remained lost in dreams of impending marital bliss. "Old ox, what should I do now?" Before the ox could respond, a bright light flashed from above, and 7 figures materialized. These were none other than the very maidens he had seen by the river. But now their expressions were cold and frosty. "Despicable rogue, return our garments at once," they demanded. The cowherd turned to the old ox for help, utterly bewildered. Yet, the old ox merely lowered his head, munching on grass and remaining silent. One of the maidens giggled and waved her hand, causing her garment to float back to her. "Sisters, cease your ruckus. Why frighten a mere mortal?" It was then that the cowherd realized these maidens were celestial beings, explaining their extraordinary beauty. As the garments returned to the maidens, they laughed lightly at the cowherd's dazed expression, finding the situation amusing. "Since we have descended to the mortal realm, let us linger here for a while," suggested one. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," another agreed. The cowherd stood in a state of utter bewilderment, completely unsure of how to proceed. One of the maidens glanced toward the distant houses, then back at the cowherd's home. With a wave of her hand, a grand courtyard materialized before them. The cowherd rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was truly witnessing this. The maidens, still laughing softly, entered the courtyard. Niulang hesitated momentarily. These women appeared to harbor no ill intentions. After all, they were celestial beings and would surely not harm a mere mortal like himself. Thus, he followed them inside. The following morning, the entire village was astounded. 7 heavenly maidens had mysteriously appeared in Niulang's home. This fellow had indeed stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Initially, it was believed he would never find a bride, yet without a word, 7 women had suddenly taken residence, even renovating his house in the process. Maitreya Buddha had covertly descended to the mortal realm, making his initial appearance in a brothel, only to be met with the sight of Zhu Beiji laboring diligently among the women, a scene that was rather disconcerting. Hence, he decided to manifest himself within the imperial palace of Yuhua Prefecture. There, Sha Wujing sat nearby, meticulously arranging a skeleton necklace, each skull gleaming brightly. His weapon lay discarded at his side. With a flick of his wrist, Maitreya Buddha performed a spell, causing the weapon to gradually fade away, disappearing without a trace. Remarkably, Sha Wujing remained utterly oblivious to the occurrence. Elated, Maitreya Buddha reappeared in the brothel, stealthily pilfering Zhu Beiji's weapon as well. He had devised a cunning plan to frame the yellow lion spirit for the theft. When the loss of their weapons was discovered, he would disguise himself as a mortal and guide them to believe that the yellow lion spirit was the culprit. Subsequently, he would surreptitiously place the weapons in the lair of the yellow lion spirit. Contemplating this scheme, Maitreya Buddha felt it was flawlessly orchestrated, and he could not help but commend his own cleverness. Upon awakening in the brothel, Zhu Beiji immediately sensed something was amiss. His weapon was inexplicably missing, and he could no longer feel its presence. He hurriedly began searching, nearly overturning the entire establishment in his frantic quest, yet to no avail. Frustrated, Zhu Beiji dashed out of the brothel, only to be met by a figure who stood before him, gazing intently. This startled Zhu Beiji momentarily, but he soon approached and inquired, "Lady Weakwater, you emerged from the brothel?" The voice of Weakwater carried a hint of complexity. Zhu Beiji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile, saying, "Fair lady, I have lost my weapon and must urgently seek it. Farewell." With that, Zhu Beiji hurriedly made his way toward the imperial palace, intent on locating his master and fellow disciples. Watching him vanish, Weakwater felt a pang of sorrow. "It is gone, the thread of affection," she murmured, her voice tinged with emotion. Within the palace, Sha Wujing soon discovered that his weapon was also missing and quickly sought out his master. Tang Yu pondered for a moment, grasping the gravity of the situation. "Wujing, where is yours?" Sun Wukong retrieved the golden cudgel from behind his ear. "My golden cudgel is here." "What?" exclaimed Sha Wujing. "Your weapon is also lost." Zhu Beiji just returned, anxiously stating that his rake is missing as well. At that moment, Zhu Beiji reappeared, his expression fraught with concern. Elder brother, yours too? Tang Yu perceived the essence of the Buddhist realm, recognizing the cunning tactics employed by those within it. In the land of Yuhua, the primary challenge was the loss of weaponry. The reason why Sun Wukong's weapon remained intact was likely due to its inability to be stolen. In contrast, taking away the weapons of Zhu Beiji and San Lingzi would be a trivial endeavor. Do not panic. The situation is not dire, Tang Yu reassured. Even if all my possessions are lost, it still remains manageable. He continued, this matter bears a peculiar air. Shortly, I shall summon the king of Yuhua to inquire if there are any monsters lurking nearby. In the shadows, Maitreya Buddha concealed a sly smile, having achieved the desired outcome. It seemed that this challenge would pose no significant obstacle. In the west, the Buddha Tathagata also nodded discreetly, acknowledging Maitreya's commendable handling of the situation. Soon, Tang Yu summoned the king of Yuhua. The king, resembling a eunuch, wore a fawning smile as he inquired, might I ask, esteemed monk, what brings you to send for me? It dawned on him that even those who served him, like the eunuchs, led arduous lives. Much like his own interaction with Tang Yu, he feared that a single misstep could cost him his life and his kingdom. Are there any monsters nearby? The king pondered briefly before responding. To the north of the city, 70 miles away, lies Leopard Head Mountain. On that mountain, there exists a cave known as the Tiger's Mouth, within which resides a formidable beast, the Yellow Lion King. It is undoubtedly this monster that is responsible, Zhu Beiji remarked. It must be that creature's doing. Maitreya Buddha, hidden in the shadows, found himself momentarily bewildered. His original plan had been to transform or manipulate a mortal to divert attention towards the Yellow Master Jing. However, he was taken aback by Tang Sanzang's proactive inquiry, which unwittingly redirected the focus. Why was everything unfolding so seamlessly? Maitreya and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 144. Negotiating terms. Everyone had assumed that this challenge would require the subtle machinations of Maitreya and others to progress. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang Sanzang had taken the initiative to ask. The Buddhist realm had endured numerous trials and tribulations. Such sudden smoothness raised suspicions. Could Tang Yu genuinely be so benevolent? It was evidently improbable. Upon learning the whereabouts of the weapons, Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing were eager to embark on their quest. Since they now possessed knowledge of the weapon's location, there was no need for haste. Tang Yu contemplated before stating, our journey westward can certainly take us around Leopard Head Mountain, allowing us to seize the opportunity to reclaim the lost weaponry. Tang Yu felt a twinge of sympathy for the Yellow Lion King. Although he was a monster, he never harmed the innocent. Even when hosting a banquet, he would personally finance the purchase of provisions through his own means. It was solely due to the calamities wrought by the Buddhist realm that he became entangled in this fate, ultimately leading to his demise. Suddenly, Tang Yu recalled a phrase uttered during the tumultuous reign of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, in his previous life. If a monster does not commit evil, why should it be slain? Is it merely due to differing origins? The practitioners of the Western Buddhist realm appeared to be a duplicitous lot, willing to engage in any act for their own benefit, all the while cloaking their actions in the lofty guise of universal salvation and equality among all beings. I shall take my leave of you. Zhu Beiji hesitated momentarily. Weapons are of paramount importance. Losing them carelessly leaves one devoid of a sense of security. However, perceiving his master's demeanor, it was evident that there was no urgency. Heeding his master's counsel was prudent. There was no need for haste. Tang Yu flashed a confident and enigmatic smile at the simpleton. The simpleton was not foolish, despite his seemingly naive appearance. How could one of such disposition possibly rise to the rank of the Grand Marshal of Heaven? Since his master had spoken thus, Old Pig felt no urgency. Excellent. The child is indeed teachable. To the king of Yuhua State, Tang Yu commanded with the authority one would use with a subordinate. He instructed the preparations for a meal. The king of Yuhua promptly ordered his attendants to make the arrangements. There was no choice. Circumstances dictated actions. He had previously found himself in such a predicament before, and now it was his turn to face the consequences. Being bossed around by a bald monk, he dared not utter a word of protest. In the west, the assembly of Buddhas appeared somewhat bewildered. It was clear from Tang Sanzang's words that he intended to accompany his disciples on the detour to Leopard Head Mountain. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Could he not simply wait comfortably in the royal palace of Yuhua State, with ample food and drink, and attendants at his service, including maidens? Speaking of maidens, they found it peculiar that Tang Sanzang had not indulged in such pleasures here. Had he changed his ways? Or was his health failing? Yet, they were unaware that, in Tang Yu's view, the so-called dual cultivation technique had been mastered to its fullest. Continuing further would yield minimal progress. Rather than squander time with those women, it was far more beneficial to diligently cultivate his own 9-9 celestial art. Let it be. As long as this challenge is accomplished, it suffices, Buddha Shakyamuni remarked with indifference. In his eyes, it mattered little whether Tang Sanzang followed along. As long as they vanquished the yellow lion spirit and completed this trial, it surpassed all else. After all, this trial was part of a chain reaction. If this challenge remained unfulfilled, they could not proceed to the 9 holy primordial spirits. The Buddha's wisdom was undeniable, regardless of whether others deemed his reasoning sound. One must pay homage. This was the bare minimum of professionalism expected from a subordinate. Buddha Shakyamuni, puffing on a cigarette, gazed into the mystic light mirror, observing the master and disciples with a profound expression, as if contemplating something of great significance. Moments later, he vanished, appearing in Flower and Fruit Mountain. Upon entering the water curtain cave, he activated a hidden mechanism. The walls parted to reveal a severely injured monkey, bound by 5 massive iron chains, affixed to his limbs and waist. The chains glimmered with a faint crimson hue, emanating a palpable aura of formidable magical energy. The monkey's silhouette appeared indistinct, resembling more of a spectral form than a corporeal one. Hearing the noise, the injured monkey raised his head to look at Buddha Shakyamuni. Hee. The injured monkey let out a defiant laugh. The chains rattled as his body trembled, producing a clear resonant sound. Buddha Shakyamuni regarded him intently. I can grant you your freedom. Huh, do I look like I would believe that? The injured monkey laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. But, no need for buts. The injured monkey interrupted him brusquely. You truly do not appreciate the gravity of your situation, spoke the Buddha, his voice imbued with a tone of admonition. You must understand that without my presence, your return to wholeness is forever barred. Though you may be imperishable, in your current feeble state, what do you resemble? Perhaps a mere dog? Yet what of it? I am aware that you would never possess the capability to vanquish me. The wounded monkey regarded him with a defiant smirk, exuding an air of untamed arrogance, as if such a demeanor were his birthright. Even as a mere remnant of a soul, he remained unyielding, exuding an aura of invincibility. Such audacity, such unrestrained spirit. I have come to propose a transaction. Why not lend an ear to my terms? The Buddha continued with a tranquil demeanor. There's no need, the wounded monkey retorted, closing his eyes once more, clearly reluctant to engage further. Observing this disinterest, the Buddha scoffed, then you shall remain eternally imprisoned in this place. The monkey laughed again. How can you claim something is eternal when you yourself are uncertain? I understand your anticipation, waiting for the essence to awaken, to break free from the confines, and return to merge with you. Only then will you truly liberate yourself from bondage. But it is futile. Everything you possess was orchestrated by me. He will never attain enlightenment, nor will he ever realize he is incomplete. The path he walks has been meticulously laid out by me, beyond my influence. No one else can offer you an escape. Even so, do you not wish to hear my terms? The monkey remained silent, his eyes still shut, clearly disinterested. The Buddha pressed on. Has the journey to the West encountered unforeseen complications? The grand array devised by the 3 saints still fails to yield insight, while the saints themselves bear grievous injuries from the heavenly tribulations. Casting a glance at the monkey, the Buddha spoke slowly. The journey to the West was meant to herald the resurgence of Buddhism, yet now I find myself devoid of hope. With the emergence of these uncertainties, the losses sustained in the West cannot be deemed catastrophic, but they are certainly excessive. Should we continue as planned, I cannot foresee how many will remain. The Buddha lit a cigarette, exhaling a heavy sigh. Thus, I wish to discuss candidly with you. Should the day come when I choose to establish my own path, would you be willing to assist me? Chapter 145. Preparing to slaughter the donkey to suggest establishing one's own path is indeed a bold notion on the Buddha's part. He contemplates betraying the 2 saints, leading the remaining disciples of Buddhism into independence. The monkey opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise glimmering within. As for the remaining disciples of Buddhism, I possess absolute means to control them, the Buddha declared, pacing within the depths of his cavernous abode, his brows knitted in concern. What troubles me are the 2 saints. Hence I require your aid to confront them. Humph, the monkey scoffed. Do you expect me to trust you? How am I to know you do not view me merely as a pawn in your game against the saints? Surely you jest. Even if I were to regain my peak form, I would merely reach the level of a quasi-saint. I am not so naive as to believe I can contend with a sage. Your thoughts are rather audacious. I find them quite intriguing. Yet I have no desire to engage in any endeavors. Thus you may take your leave. The injured monkey closed his eyes, remaining silent. As he gazed upon him, the Buddha's eyes deepened with contemplation. Ultimately, with a slight huff, the Buddha departed from that place. His faith in the journey to the West had waned considerably. Moreover, with 2 sages in the West currently injured, this moment presents a remarkable opportunity. No one wishes to remain a subordinate indefinitely, despite the Buddha's esteemed position. Before the 2 sages, he is but insignificant. The weakened monkey indeed agreed. He possesses a means to contend with them, for he has the support of the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Although the kingdom is currently in decline, the demon queen remains a quasi-saint. Under her guidance, the kingdom of 10,000 demons has seen a resurgence. If utilized wisely, it could serve as a formidable ally. Yet, this monkey remains obstinate. Perhaps these matters can be addressed later. The journey to the West must persevere. Should it reach a successful conclusion, he would garner considerable merit, reaping numerous benefits. However, should it falter, at this thought, the Buddha's gaze quivered slightly. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the holy mountain, continuing to observe Tang Sanzang and his companions. In the kingdom of Zhuzi, Tang Yu had indulged in food and drink, setting off with a satisfied belch. Over the past few days, he had been diligently practicing the 9 heavenly art, sensing that he was on the cusp of reaching the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Yet, once he breaks through, he would undoubtedly attract even more formidable tribulations. The last time he ascended to the realm of Deluo, even with his own concealed heavenly mechanism formation and the protection of the sage, there was a hint of his aura that leaked out. If not for the misdirection caused by the transformation of the 3 pure ones, he would have been suspected long ago. Once he steps into quasi-sainthood, Tang Yu would no longer fear exposure. Even in the face of the Buddha, he would be prepared for battle. Furthermore, the 9 heavenly art he cultivates is the progenitor of all laws, its strength surpassing that of an ordinary quasi-saint. Observing his master's silence, his disciples mistakenly believed he was concerned about their weapons. However, little did they know, Tang Yu was the one harboring worries. Master, just ahead lies Leopard Head Mountain, said Zhu Beiji. Tang Yu absent-mindedly responded with a few murmurs. Hidden in the shadows, Maitreya Buddha, upon witnessing this scene, felt a surge of delight. In a flash, he appeared in the lair of the yellow lion spirit, preparing to stealthily place the weapons within, intending to frame him. As long as Sun Wukong and the others eliminated the yellow lion spirit, this trial would be deemed barely accomplished. At Leopard Head Mountain, the yellow lion spirit remained blissfully unaware that he had been unwittingly ensnared in the Buddha's scheme, which would ultimately cost him his life. It is indeed quite a tragic fate. At this moment, he was in his abode, retrieving some silver to send a little demon out for wine. The little demon took the silver and departed, but had scarcely gone far when he encountered 4 monks, radiating a palpable aura of malevolence. Sun Wukong, catching a whiff of their presence, became instantly alert. In a flash, he appeared beside the little demon and struck down with his staff. Even Tang Yu, who wished to intervene, was too late. Truth be told, he bore no desire to harm the yellow lion spirit. Overall, this lion was a pitiable creature, entirely exploited by the Buddhist sect. Moreover, the yellow lion spirit never engaged in thievery. He diligently cultivated within his own cave. Such a being naturally evoked some sympathy in Tang Yu. However, this sympathy was confined solely to his impression of the creature, not extending beyond that. His inclinations remained entirely conventional. Whether divine, human, or demonic, even the Buddha, malignity does not stem from one's origins, but rather from the heart. For instance, his disdain for those bald monks of the Buddhist sect only grew. In their pursuit of the grand endeavor of the journey to the West, they had schemed against all sentient beings, ensnaring countless innocents, both humans and demons, for the sake of their sect's prosperity. Yet, their shamelessness knew no bounds. How could anyone possibly contend with that? Cloaked in the guise of saving all beings, they amassed great merit. Apologies, but the beings are quite well, requiring no salvation from you. It was merely a pursuit of their own interests. The little demon lay lifeless, its body twitching slightly before revealing its true form. Sun Wukong, lifting it by the head, chuckled heartily. What a surprise, a wolf transformed. Ba, Tang Yu involuntarily muttered a Buddhist chant. Wukong, since the demon is deceased. Let us proceed on our journey. Indeed, my dear monkey brother, it is imperative to find the weapon. I, Pigsy, wish to see what sort of demon dares to steal my weapon. Zhu Beiji rolled up his sleeves and huffed. Beiji, refrain from taking action. I shall orchestrate everything. Tang Yu thought to himself with a cold smirk. He had already devised a strategy for this challenge. Casting a glance at the donkey beneath him, he contemplated its fate, deeming it suitable for slaughter. This donkey belonged to Zhang Guolao, maintaining a close connection with him. Perhaps it was a form of telepathy between master and steed. Thus, keeping it would pose a threat. Otherwise, he might risk exposure through this donkey. As for what to ride, the lion seemed a promising option. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. The black donkey trembled slightly, sensing an ominous premonition arise within, a chilling sensation coursing through it. The black donkey looked around, taking some time to regain its composure. Soon, the master and his disciples arrived at the Tiger Mouth Cave. Before they could approach, Sun Wukong had already bellowed, "Demons, come forth to meet your demise. Quickly return my disciple's weapon." Reporting, "Great King, a monkey with a thunderous visage insists that you surrender his disciple's weapon." A little demon relayed. The yellow lion spirit was instantly befuddled. What weapon? He was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Chapter 146. Deceiving the yellow lion spirit. Outside the cave, Sun Wukong continued to bellow, "Monsters, come forth and meet your demise. Return the weapons of my disciples." The yellow lion spirit, brandishing a weapon, emerged amidst a throng of lesser demons. "Who dares to intrude upon my leopard head mountain? As for the weapons you speak of, I have seen none. Now begone." The yellow lion spirit swung his weapon with an unmistakable air of authority. It turned out to be a lion spirit. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "Amitabha." Tang Yu recited a Buddhist invocation as he stepped forward, his countenance radiating an aura of compassion. To the untrained eye, he could easily be mistaken for an enlightened monk, were it not for his notorious deeds along the way. "Wukong, stand down, and allow me to enlighten him with my Buddhist teachings." The onlookers, unable to suppress their skepticism, exchanged glances. "Your Buddhist teachings? Spare us. Your Buddhism is merely an indulgence in vice." Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, the Buddhas were equally perplexed, unaware of Tang Sanzang's intentions. The Buddha, with a slight furrow in his brow, lit a cigarette. Pondering the actions of Tang Sanzang, an uneasy premonition stirred within him. The situation seemed to deviate from expectations. He silently hoped that the concealed Maitreya Buddha would seize the opportunity to facilitate the resolution of this predicament. The yellow lion spirit scrutinized Tang Yu. "Where did this monk come from? Today, I am in a good mood, so you had better leave." "Amitabha," replied Tang Yu. "I am but a humble monk from the eastern Tang, journeying to the west to seek the Buddhist scriptures. I am also a virtuous man with 10 lifetimes of cultivation. It is said that consuming my flesh grants immortality." His 3 disciples stood in bewilderment, utterly confused by their master's intentions. The hidden Maitreya Buddha shared their perplexity, wondering if Tang Sanzang had lost his senses to make such proclamations. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish?" the yellow lion spirit queried, equally baffled. "What connection do I have with your 10 lifetimes of virtue? As for the notion of immortality through your flesh, I scoff at such absurdity. What I mean to convey is that I am a holy monk, exceptionally esteemed." And then, the yellow lion spirit, with an innocent expression, remained clueless about the monk's motives. "If you seek scriptures, why come to my tiger cave? Why speak of these nonsensical matters? Come, benefactor, I have resolved to impart some Buddhist teachings to you." Tang Yu strode confidently toward the tiger cave, inviting, "Please, sit as you wish." The yellow lion spirit rolled his eyes, thinking it peculiar that this monk acted as if he were in his own home. Yet, still in a state of confusion, he followed inside. The 3 disciples exchanged glances, entirely at a loss for what to do. "Brother Monkey, what is happening?" Pigsy asked, bewildered. "I have no idea," Sun Wukong replied. "But with Master entering like this, could there be any danger?" Pigsy's concern grew. "Do not fret, brother. Reflect on Master's journey. Has he ever truly suffered a setback?" Sha Wujing nonchalantly sat down, casually removing a skull necklace, and began to fidget with it. Zhu Beiji pondered for a moment, realizing that it seemed others were the ones suffering losses, while his master had yet to face any misfortune. Even the Buddhist sects had been severely deceived by his master. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He decided to let things unfold as they may. After all, he was not destined to perish. The designated messenger for the Western Paradise would not meet his end at any cost. The concealing heaven formation shrouded the cave, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern what Tang Sanzang had discussed with the yellow lion spirit. Tang Yu had relayed a few minor issues to him. In essence, he was merely a pawn, a piece utilized by the Western Buddhist sect. Are you suggesting that the Western Buddhist sect is deliberately exploiting me to facilitate an ordeal? The yellow lion spirit replied, still in a state of confusion. The magnitude of Tang Yu's claims was overwhelming, entangling the entire Buddhist community, which left him momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Buddhist sect was a treacherous assembly, employing this situation to orchestrate his demise, only to seek vengeance at the hands of his grandfather, the 9 holy spirits, thereby creating trouble for them. If you doubt my words, I can assure you that the weapons of my 2 disciples lie within your cave. You may dispatch someone to investigate. The yellow lion spirit's expression fluctuated, clearly deep in thought. Moments later, he bellowed, summon someone to search the cave for any suspicious weapons. Soon, the little demons unearthed the weapons belonging to Zhu Beiji and his companion, presenting them before the yellow lion spirit. By heaven, it is true, he exclaimed in disbelief. It appeared that the monk had spoken the truth. He realized he had been unwittingly ensnared by the Western Buddhist sect, and a wave of indignation surged within him. He had never resorted to plundering or harming mortals. He believed in fair trade, and even hosting banquets required his own funds. Yet, those bald-headed monks were exceedingly insidious. According to Tang Sanzang, it seemed his grandfather, the 9 holy spirits, would also be implicated. With this revelation, the yellow lion spirit began to curse the Western Buddhist sect in his heart. You see, what I have said is no falsehood. You are indeed a pawn being exploited. I share this with you because I recognize that, at your core, you are not malevolent, and I wish to save your life. Otherwise, why would I bother? It would be far easier to have someone eliminate you. My eldest disciple is none other than the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who could dispatch you with a single strike. Not to mention, Tang Yu himself could easily handle a creature like you. The great sage equal to heaven? The yellow lion spirit's eyes shifted, as if grasping something profound. Indeed, you should comprehend his formidable prowess. A creature of your caliber could be sent to the Western paradise with a mere blow. Yet, I, seeing your inherent goodness, could not bring myself to allow that. Thus, I have come to disclose the truth to you. Tang Yu adopted a demeanor of compassionate benevolence. After a prolonged silence, the yellow lion spirit sighed deeply. Holy monk, what should I do? He was thoroughly ensnared by Tang Yu's persuasion, utterly at a loss for what steps to take next. With the Buddhist sect intervening from behind, any misstep could lead to his utter annihilation, and he secretly chuckled to himself. Tang Yu realized he was indeed a genius. With just a few words, he had managed to bemuse the yellow lion spirit. It would be inaccurate to say he merely deceived him. Rather, he embellished the disreputable actions of the Buddhist sect and presented them to him. He also touched upon his own circumstances and the precariousness of the 9 sacred spirits, instilling a degree of fear within the lion. The lion was not so much intimidated but rather cautious, knowing the influence of the Buddhist sect loomed behind him. To confront them without preparation would be sheer folly. Thus, the yellow lion spirit found himself utterly bewildered. Amitabha, since I have shared this with you, I naturally possess a way to ensure your safety. Tang Yu uttered a Buddhist chant, speaking with great compassion. Chapter 147. Prepare the cauldron. Ready to slaughter the donkeys suddenly, the yellow lion spirit knelt before him, exclaiming, I implore the holy monk for salvation. If you can rescue me, I would gladly serve you as a beast of burden. Fear had taken hold of him completely. In times of peril, the instinct to survive transcends even the boundaries of demonkind. The lion understood that he had unwittingly stepped into a trap set by the Buddhist sect, as he had no means to secure his own safety. Thus, he turned to Tang Sanzang, the bald monk, for help. In the West, the assembly of Buddhas was left in utter astonishment. Much of the situation had been obscured by Tang Yu, and what they perceived was merely what he allowed them to see. They watched as Tang Sanzang, the bald monk, elucidated Buddhist teachings, contemplated the cosmos, and expounded upon the realms of existence, all while skillfully manipulating the yellow lion spirit. Yet, with just a few phrases, the lion submitted in reverence. How remarkable! Was Tang Sanzang's understanding of Buddhist doctrine truly that profound? To them, it seemed but the most rudimentary interpretations of the teachings. Indeed, there were instances where he misinterpreted concepts, presenting a narrative devoid of logic, merely stringing words together. What could be the cause of this? The Tathagata Buddha gazed into the mystic mirror, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before him. What on earth was happening? With just a few words, the yellow lion spirit had capitulated. The assembly of Buddhas shared expressions of confusion. If even the Buddha was unaware of these matters, how could they possibly grasp them? The Tathagata's gaze grew increasingly vacant, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Trembling, he retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Fearing that unforeseen variables were at play, he had believed this trial would pose no challenge. Yet, at this critical juncture, it had dealt a heavy blow to the Buddhist order, leaving their minds reeling. Let it be, the Tathagata's voice trembled, his eyes hollow, exuding a sense of resignation. The assembly of Buddhas exchanged glances, and the ancient lamp Buddha pondered before speaking. Buddha, it appears this trial cannot proceed. However, concerning the 9 sacred spirits, the yellow lion spirit must perish. It seems we, the disciples of the Buddhist sect, must take action to eliminate him and frame Tang Sanzang and his companions for the deed. The Tathagata smiled wryly. As long as uncertainty lingered, progress would remain elusive. He was certain that even if they followed through with this plan, unforeseen complications would surely arise. The gaze of Guanyin Bodhisattva flickered with surprise. She had not anticipated that Tang Yu could so effortlessly subdue the Huang lion spirit with just a few words. However, given that Tang Sanzang was an unpredictable variable and had already ascended to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, dealing with a mere Huang lion spirit would undoubtedly be a trivial task. Observing the current state of the Buddhist sect, with its members indulging in smoke amidst swirling pink veils, she increasingly sensed the abnormality within the Buddhist community. Moreover, she harbored suspicions that the issue might very well be related to the smoking habits. This realization brought her a sense of relief. Fortunate was she that she had refrained from partaking, for had she succumbed, she would likely have found herself akin to them. With the presence of such unpredictability, it seemed that no matter how events unfolded, there would inevitably be unforeseen outcomes. Suddenly, the Buddha of infinite light blinked, as if he had overlooked something significant from the very start. It appeared that the members of the journey to the west possessed an uncanny foresight, always preparing in advance for the challenges ahead. From the perspective of the Buddha, the absence of any sage's intervention indicated that the individual at the center of this unpredictability must possess some extraordinary artifact to cloak their own celestial secrets. Alternatively, if this variable itself was indeed beyond prediction, that too could account for the sage's inability to foresee it. Yet, the notion that this individual transcended the sages was utterly implausible, for no one could genuinely escape the celestial order. Even the attempt to do so would likely be thwarted by the higher powers, who would have already sensed the anomaly. Furthermore, there were numerous suspicions surrounding this variable existing within the ranks of the journey to the west. Even if it were a variable, it could not possibly possess complete insight into the Buddhist arrangements. The Buddha of infinite light took a deep drag from his smoke. Casting a penetrating gaze upon the assembly of Buddhas below, his expression growing somber. This prompted the assembly to straighten up, completely bewildered by the Buddha's demeanor. Yet, it was evident from his eyes that he was in a state of discontent. Upon reflection, such feelings were understandable. After all, overseeing the vast expanse of the Western paradise while managing the incessant troubles of the journey to the west was a considerable burden. Each step of the journey was fraught with obstacles, and it was a testament to the Buddha's resilience that he had endured thus far, where others might have succumbed to madness under similar pressures. Contemplating this, even those who had previously held reservations about the Buddha found themselves sympathizing with him. It was indeed a formidable task to safeguard such a vast domain, facing numerous challenges that required his direct involvement. As for the complications arising from the journey to the west, despite the existence of uncertainties, it was imperative that they devise a means to continue the journey. The ancient Buddha sighed, remarking that after years of preparation by the two sages, it was inconceivable that they would abandon their efforts at this juncture. Moreover, the flourishing of the Buddhist community relied heavily upon the success of this endeavor. The Buddha of infinite light regarded him thoughtfully and nodded in silent agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in the ancient Buddha's words. His gaze then swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Guanyin Bodhisattva. The revered Guanyin, upon receiving the edict, descended to the mortal realm to assist Maitreya Buddha in devising a strategy to eliminate the yellow lion spirit, while subsequently framing Sun Wukong and his companions for the deed. The intention was to relay this information to the ears of the 9 sacred primordial spirits. Accepting the command, Guanyin departed from the Ling Mountain and journeyed downward. On Leopard Head Mountain, Sun Wukong and his companions began to feel a sense of unease. The duration of their master's absence raised concerns about his safety against the monsters. Just as Sun Wukong prepared to voice his worries, a thunderous roar erupted from the Tiger Mouth Cave, shaking the very heavens and resonating throughout Leopard Head Mountain. Many creatures upon the mountain trembled and prostrated themselves in fear. Two brilliant beams of light shot forth from the cave, revealing the weapons of Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, which they promptly grasped in their hands. With a deafening roar, a massive lion emerged from the cave, its golden mane shimmering. With fierce eyes and an imposing physique that exuded an aura of dominance, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Perched atop the lion was a young man. His complexion fair and eyes slightly squinted in a smile. "Master," exclaimed Sun Wukong and his three disciples, gazing in disbelief at the figure on the lion's back. They were utterly in awe of Tang Yu, who had seemingly tamed the formidable beast through some unknown means. Amidst the reverence of Amitabha, "My dear simpleton and naive one, I have retrieved your weapons. As for this lion, under my profound Buddhist teachings, it has chosen to embrace our faith. Now, naive one, ignite the fire and prepare the pot," Tang Yu instructed, glancing at the black donkey tethered nearby, having resolved the matter of his steed. He contemplated the prospect of butchering the donkey for a feast, pondering the flavor of this divine creature belonging to Zhang Guolao, which he suspected would surpass that of ordinary donkeys. Chapter 148. Cooking the donkey. Following Tang Yu's command, the naive one promptly set to work. A large iron pot thudding against the ground as he prepared to kindle the fire. The hidden Maitreya Buddha was utterly bewildered. The moment he witnessed Tang Sanzang riding forth on the lion, he was taken aback. Could it be that Tang Sanzang's Buddhist prowess had reached such heights that he could easily persuade the yellow lion spirit to repent and embrace the faith? Then, upon observing Tang Sanzang instructing Sha Wujing to boil water and prepare the pot, Maitreya Buddha's confusion deepened. Surely, he did not intend to consume the yellow lion spirit? The bewilderment left him grappling for understanding, as he could not fathom Tang Sanzang's next move. "Master, who are we cooking?" inquired Sha Wujing, perplexed. Tang Yu glanced at the black donkey tied to the tree and chuckled. "Today, I shall treat you to donkey meat. The meat of dragons is rare, while that of donkeys is more accessible. I believe tasting this heavenly donkey will yield a flavor akin to the divine." The black donkey, suddenly chilled to the bone, widened its eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the looming threat. What was this? To be eaten? Even Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, along with the hidden Maitreya Buddha, were left in shock. Sha Wujing wielded a large kitchen knife, rubbing it against his shoe soles twice, and strode purposefully towards the black donkey. He had long harbored the desire to do this. At that moment, upon hearing Tang Yu's words, he hastily prepared to take action. The black donkey let out a startled cry, breaking free from its reins, its four hooves flailing as it soared upwards. How terrifying! It sought to return to the heavenly realm, to be by Zhang Guolao's side, where it would be safe. "Wukong, strike it dead." Tang Yu signaled to Sun Wukong to act swiftly and prevent the donkey from escaping. In a flash, Sun Wukong moved, and soon after, a pitiful cry emanated from the black donkey. It plummeted from the sky, and Sha Wujing caught it with ease, immediately beginning to bleed it out with swift, decisive motions. At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, she gasped in shock. "Heavens! They are actually slaughtering Zhang Guolao's donkey and intend to consume its flesh." The reason Zhang Guolao ranks among the 8 immortals is directly tied to this donkey. At one time, Zhang Guolao was merely an impoverished old man, possessing nothing but this donkey. The villagers would not even deign to speak to him, and they would whisper behind his back that no one would attend to him when he passed away. However, by chance, while riding the donkey, he came across a 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu, which the donkey inadvertently led him to. At that time, the Hisho Wu had already been partially consumed by the donkey. Despite Zhang Guolao's advanced age and lack of formal education, he immediately recognized the herb. After consuming it, both he and the donkey ascended together, becoming one of the 8 immortals. Thus, without this donkey, it would have been impossible for Zhang Guolao to attain immortality. This is what one calls opportunity. With opportunity, one can stumble upon fortune. At this moment, the donkey had already been eviscerated by Sha Wujing, its head severed into pieces. As for the donkey's head, Sun Wukong smashed it with a single blow. Maitreya Buddha stood in stunned silence, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. At that moment, he sensed Guanyin Bodhisattva's presence. Ascending into the heavens, they both stared in bewilderment at the actions of the master and disciples below. "What shall we do?" Maitreya Buddha inquired. Guanyin Bodhisattva rolled her eyes. "How would I know what to do? What will Tang Sanzang ride now? Moreover, with Zhang Guolao's donkey suddenly dead, which was borrowed from our Buddhist realm and the heavenly court, dying at the hands of the pilgrim, the heavenly court could easily exploit this incident." Maitreya Buddha became anxious. "Perhaps he will ride a lion?" Guanyin Bodhisattva's lips twitched, seemingly suppressing a laugh. Just imagine that scene. A pristine monk riding a massive golden lion, charging through the mountains and valleys. The imagery is simply exquisite. However, Tang Sanzang truly is remarkable, changing his steed midway through the journey. Maitreya Buddha's eyes widened in realization, followed by a sigh. So that was it. It seems Tang Sanzang had this intention from the very beginning. But how did he manage to subdue the yellow lion spirit? The Buddha remarked, "Let me descend to assist you in devising a method to clandestinely eliminate the yellow lion spirit." Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva responded, a smirk barely contained. Maitreya Buddha's lips twitched, yet he remained silent. Slaying the yellow lion spirit seemed straightforward. However, what then? What would Tang Sung ride? Without a mount. Given Tang Sung's proclivity for slumber, he might very well doze off right there. Avalokiteshvara understood this predicament well and, suppressing a chuckle, stated, "It appears I must return to the Western paradise to report this matter to the Buddha." The assembly of Buddhas rubbed their eyes in disbelief, collectively gasping in astonishment. Had Tang Sung truly subdued the yellow lion spirit? Even more alarming was the revelation that he had slaughtered Zhang Guolao's donkey and prepared it for the pot. All the Buddhas turned their gaze towards the Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha blinked several times, momentarily bewildered. He inhaled deeply, muttering, "There are no strategies, no blood tactics, none at all." His gaze was vacant, devoid of vitality, and his voice carried a hint of fatigue. The yellow lion spirit had indeed been mounted. But the slaughter of Zhang Guolao's donkey was an entirely different matter. The celestial beings were now poised to extort him, lacking any pretext until this incident. Now, with Avalokiteshvara having descended to assist Maitreya, the question remained. Slaying the yellow lion spirit was simple, but what would Tang Sung ride? Without a steed, how could he venture to the Western paradise? Given Tang Sung's recent actions, even a fool would deduce the improbability of such a journey. The Buddhas exchanged glances, and it was evident from their voices that the Buddha seemed to be on the verge of despair, his heart heavy with resignation. Amitabha, the pursuit of enlightenment is paramount. I implore the Buddha to regain his resolve, the ancient Buddha of radiance consoled. Yet, he too comprehended the gravity of the situation. From the outset of the journey to the west, complications had arisen, leaving Shakyamuni Buddha quite exhausted. With a sigh, the ancient Buddha questioned, "What is to be done?" Shakyamuni Buddha managed a bitter smile. Even the ancient Buddha was rendered perplexed. If the yellow lion spirit were to be slain, what then would Tang Sung ride? Conversely, if he were not to be killed, how would the arduous journey to the 9 saints' primordial spirits proceed? "I possess no further insights," the ancient Buddha lamented. At that moment, Avalokiteshvara returned to the Western paradise. "Buddha," Shakyamuni Buddha gestured dismissively, "there is no need for further discourse. I am already aware." Avalokiteshvara, standing before the Buddha, conveyed a clear message. "Since you are already informed, what course of action shall we take?" Shakyamuni Buddha lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling and rising, obscuring his profound gaze. Despite the unforeseen trials, there remained another pressing matter that required his immediate attention. After a moment of contemplation, Shakyamuni Buddha declared, "Let this difficulty remain as it is for now." His voice was heavy with weariness. What else could be done? If the yellow lion spirit were truly slain, would Tang Sung still undertake the journey to the Western paradise? Devoid of strength, he would undoubtedly collapse on the spot. It was futile to assert otherwise. Due to the recent actions of Tang Sanzang, such an occurrence is undoubtedly within his capabilities. With a mere wave of his hand, he and Guanyin Bodhisattva found themselves enveloped in chaos. This left Guanyin Bodhisattva somewhat perplexed. "I harbor a suspicion," the Tathagata Buddha said, narrowing his eyes gravely. "I beseech you, Buddha, to enlighten me," Guanyin Bodhisattva replied, entirely unaware of the nature of the Buddha's suspicions, which seemed shrouded in mystery. Especially as he had brought her into this chaotic realm. "I suspect there is a traitor within the Buddhist order." Guanyin's heart began to race. Could it be that she had been exposed? Thus, I wish for you to investigate discreetly, the Tathagata Buddha continued, taking a slow drag from his pipe. It has become evident that a traitor lurks among us, likely in concert with the unpredictable forces at play. Otherwise, even the most formidable of variables could not foresee every challenge that arises. It is patently impossible. Therefore, until this traitor is dealt with, our entire order remains vulnerable, perpetually led by the whims of fate. Guanyin Bodhisattva's expression shifted to one of confusion. Might the Buddha harbor some doubt? After all, I am close to Tang Sanzang, arguably the very traitor you seek. The notion of a traitor seeking out another traitor stirred a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Indeed, I do harbor some doubts, though they are not yet definitive, the Tathagata Buddha replied, pacing thoughtfully with his hands clasped behind his back. The figures I suspect, Happiness Buddha, Manjushri, and Samanabhadra, are all former disciples who have strayed from our teachings. Yet, Buddha, you may be overlooking one individual. Me, Guanyin Bodhisattva interjected. You are someone I trust implicitly. I have never doubted your loyalty. Otherwise, I would not have entrusted you with such a grave responsibility. I appreciate your faith, yet you have misjudged, Guanyin Bodhisattva contemplated inwardly. Until this traitor is unmasked, we shall remain perpetually ensnared by the unpredictable. The Tathagata Buddha sighed. Thus, it is imperative that we identify and eliminate this individual. It is truly disgraceful that such treachery has infiltrated our ranks. In the Buddha's view, the removal of this traitor could potentially allow the journey to continue, ensuring that challenges are not foreseen nor preemptively countered. Presently, the entire Buddhist order finds itself in a state of passivity, akin to being led by unseen hands. Amitabha, I shall endeavor to investigate. Guanyin Bodhisattva recited a sacred phrase. That is well. You are the only one I can trust now, the Tathagata Buddha stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Guanyin's mouth twitched once more. The irony of a traitor being tasked with uncovering another traitor was not lost on her. The futility of the endeavor was all too clear. Observing the Tathagata Buddha's sorrowful demeanor stirred a flicker of sympathy within Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the heavenly realm, the deities had concluded their morning assembly and were keenly monitoring the movements of Tang Sanzang and his companions. Zhang Guolao burst into tears, lamenting the loss of his donkey, which had been struck down by Sun Wukong. It was devoured, he cried, his wails echoing through the Lingshao treasure palace. The scene is somewhat peculiar. An elderly man with a head of white hair weeps bitterly, resembling a child in his sorrow. Yet, the celestial beings around him comprehend the gravity of the situation. After all, this donkey was a cherished companion to Zhang Guolao. Without this donkey, his ascension to immortality would not have been possible. Li Jing stands amidst the crowd, his physical form restored, yet the exquisite Linglong Pagoda remains elusive. Ultimately, the Jade Emperor selected a chipped bowl from the heavenly treasury and cast it toward him, assuring him that despite its flaws, this bowl was indeed a genuine sacred weapon, merely marred by participation in a great battle. Although its power may have diminished slightly, it remains fully functional. As the King of Heaven, Li Jing felt incomplete without holding something substantial. However, wielding a mere broken bowl appeared rather absurd. Once the illustrious King of Heaven, he is now humorously dubbed the King of Bowls. With a deep sigh, Li Jing offered words of comfort. The donkey cannot be resurrected, grieve not. At these words, Zhang Guolao's sobs intensified. The Jade Emperor sighed. Do not weep. I shall grant you a steed when the time comes. Yet, he found himself pondering the implications of this event, sensing an opportunity to negotiate with the Buddhist realm. However, he knew that persuading the aloof Buddha to part with his treasures would not be a simple endeavor. Nonetheless, he resolved to devise a strategy to extract some form of tribute. Lighting a cigarette, he noted with dismay how quickly it dwindled. Only one remained. Tai Bai, go fetch some cigarettes from Tang Sanzang, the Jade Emperor commanded, feeling that without them, his thoughts lacked clarity. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai Jinxing cast a glance at Li Jing, who maintained his imposing demeanor, clutching the broken bowl. The very instigator of this calamity was indeed Tai Bai Jinxing himself. Yes, Your Majesty, he replied, though his expression suggested he had much more to say. The Jade Emperor, well aware of his character, sighed. Later, select some magical artifacts from the heavenly treasury to exchange with Tang Sanzang. He realized that this endeavor was becoming quite costly. Though initially insignificant, it accumulated to a considerable expense over time. As you wish, Your Majesty. Tai Bai Jinxing acknowledged hurriedly before taking his leave. After the court session, The Jade Emperor ascended to the 33 heavens. "I pay my respects, old lord." He bowed slightly. The venerable Lao Jun opened his eyes as he sat in meditation. "What is it? If I may inquire, old lord, what is the nature of the recent upheavals in the journey to the west?" The Jade Emperor hesitated but ultimately voiced his curiosity. The continuous disruptions in the journey to the west, without a doubt, hinted at some underlying chaos. "The upheaval in the journey to the west pertains to matters of the west," Lao Jun replied tersely, then closed his eyes again. His words clearly indicated that even if disturbances arose in the journey to the west, they bore little relevance to the affairs of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor let out a bitter smile, remarking that the heavenly court had already intervened in the matters of the journey to the west. He feared that any unforeseen events might cause unnecessary losses to the heavenly court. The loss of the pagoda by King Li, the betrayal of Neza, and now even the donkey of Zhang Guolao had been stewed. Some difficulties below still required the intervention of the heavenly court personnel, which inevitably caused him to worry. The journey to the west had become an unstoppable tide. The cooperation between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect should be approached with caution, Taishang Laojun remarked calmly. Chapter 150. For now, let it be. The journey to the west is an undeniable trend, and the heavenly court had long been entangled in it. Initially, it was believed that upon the completion of the journey to the west, the heavenly court would gain some merit. However, it now appeared otherwise. The hidden variables within the journey to the west had already begun to inflict successive losses on the heavenly court even before their full involvement. If they truly intervened, the Jade Emperor could scarcely imagine the consequences. Yet, abstaining from intervention was no longer feasible. Some difficulties below still required the heavenly court's personnel to take action. Thus, he felt compelled to express his concerns. After a brief moment, the Jade Emperor departed. Taishang Laojun opened his eyes and approached the heavenly Tao stone. As if pondering something profound, was it truly necessary to proceed thus? To take a risk? No. There remained the unpredictable variable of Tang Sanzang, which might yet yield unexpected rewards. With a gentle wave of his hand, the heavenly Tao stone shimmered, revealing the depths of the 19 layers of hell. The woman within remained peacefully asleep. The lightning tribulations summoned during the inquiry into the heavenly mechanism had all been absorbed by her. Was this a final transformation utilizing immense power? Observing her, she seemed unchanged from the past, yet Taishang Laojun sensed something amiss, though he could not discern precisely what it was. What kind of transformative path was this? And where lay my own path? The Jade Emperor returned to the heavenly court, his expression grave. Before he could speak, he witnessed the 4 heavenly kings, bruised and battered, kneeling before him, lamenting their plight. They had quickly descended to find the 7 fairies who had been cast down by the 6-eared macaque, intending to escort them back to the heavens. However, the 7 fairies were thoroughly enjoying their time in the mortal realm, accompanied by men. Despite numerous entreaties from the 4 heavenly kings, the 7 fairies remained resolute. Ultimately, they even resorted to violence against the 4 heavenly kings. Unbeknownst to them, it seemed that the 7 fairies had become entangled with the cowherd, and rumors suggested they were to wed. The 4 heavenly kings, unable to overpower them, hastily returned to report all that had transpired. The Jade Emperor felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly toppling from his dragon throne. How dare those mortals lay claim to my daughter and even seek to take her altogether? With a wave of his hand, he beheld the situation and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. There stood the cowherd, in his 60s, with graying hair, small eyes, a large mole on his face from which sprouted a hair, and a disconcerting grin revealing a set of yellowed teeth, a visage of utter repulsiveness. My daughter has taken a liking to such a man? If one were to consider a normal person, even the Jade Emperor would be incensed. Yet his fury would not manifest in such a manner. At this moment, he felt as though his dignity had been stripped away by these children. With a flick of his fingers, his expression shifted slightly. It became evident. The cow of the cowherd was originally the celestial golden bull, but due to a minor transgression, it had violated heavenly laws. Consequently, the Jade Emperor cast it down to the mortal realm, where it would endure the suffering of reincarnation. However, it harbored dissatisfaction and covertly incited the cowherd to seek revenge, wreaking havoc upon his offspring. Li Jing, the Jade Emperor bellowed. Present, Li Jing stepped forward, holding a bowl with broken edges. I command you to lead 50,000 elite soldiers to the mortal realm and retrieve the 7 fairies for me. The Jade Emperor declared loudly. As you command, Li Jing responded hastily, setting off to assemble the troops. The Jade Emperor trembled in anger, instinctively reaching for a smoke, only to find he was out. Where is the Great White Star? Has he met his demise on the way? When the Great White Star descended to the mortal realm, he happened upon Tang Yu and his companions indulging in meat. A sycophantic grin spread across his face, for flattery was his forte. Third brother, he, enjoying a feast? Tang Yu did not even glance his way, savoring the donkey whip, a remarkable delicacy. As his master, it was only natural that he partake of it. Third brother, he. The Jade Emperor has sent me to exchange for some cigarettes, the Great White Star said, his demeanor obsequious. After finishing the last morsel of meat, Tang Yu casually tugged at the Great White Star's garment, wiping his mouth and hands. The Great White Star shuddered at the act, yet he had no choice. He needed something from Tang Yu. It must be said that Zhang Guolao's donkey was indeed delectable. Most importantly, it was a divine donkey, with its flesh infused with a hint of essence. Even a small piece of meat was a boon for mortals. However, for the group of masters and disciples, it held no significant value. Their only impression was that it tasted delightful. Up in the heavens, Maitreya Buddha rolled his eyes at this spectacle. What is the Great White Star doing again, exchanging for cigarettes? The Buddhist sect's grand scheme to extort from the heavenly court has already declared bankruptcy before it even began. Poor Tathagata Buddha had made numerous preparations for this. The vision was enchanting, yet reality was harsh. Patting the head of the lion beside him, Tang Yu let out a satisfied burp. Money. The Great White Star waved his hand, and a plethora of treasures cascaded down. These were items he had carefully selected from the heavenly treasury, although some of the finest treasures had been discreetly withheld for himself. After all, the Jade Emperor was none the wiser. Despite appearing destitute, the Great White Star had accrued considerable wealth. Tang Yu assessed the offerings and, after a moment's contemplation, produced 3 packs of cigarettes, tossing them directly to the Great White Star. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for him to depart. Third brother, I take my leave. I take my leave. The Great White Star chuckled, retreating a few steps before taking to the clouds. The donkey was entirely consumed, with not a trace remaining, not even the broth, which had been drunk by the 3 simpletons. Observing their satiation, Tang Yu gracefully flipped over and mounted the lion. Oh, the sensation of riding a lion surpasses that of a donkey by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, the majesty of riding a lion is unparalleled, a far cry from the humble experience of riding a donkey. He had long grown weary of that donkey, and now relished the thought of it retreating as he enjoyed a feast. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yu signaled his disciples to embark on their journey. Sha Wujing hastily tidied up the pots and pans, securing them upon himself. These were valuable items, certainly not to be discarded, as one never knows when they might be needed. High above, the Maitreya Buddha watched them as they ventured beyond Leopard Head Mountain, particularly noting Tang Sanzang, who soared through the clouds on his lion, moving with remarkable speed. What was the delay with Guanyin Bodhisattva? Why had she not yet returned? Merely observing as the master and his disciples exited Leopard Head Mountain? Furthermore, had not the Buddha intended to eliminate the yellow lion demon? Was that plan still in motion? A radiant beam of light flickered, and Guanyin Bodhisattva materialized, uttering, Amitabha. The Buddha has decided that this difficulty shall be met in due course. With no alternative available, perseverance was the only option. Moreover, it seemed that the Tathagata was losing interest in the journey to the west, contemplating instead whether he should embark on an independent venture. Chapter 151. They are all incomplete, however. The Tathagata discovered certain complications with the idea of venturing out alone. This included the loss of the merits of the Buddhist path and the power of faith. It was akin to a business scenario where the chairman neglects his responsibilities, leading to the company being drained by subordinates, who abscond with personnel and resources, leaving the company intact yet devoid of funding and assets. Another scenario involved seizing everything from the company, a path the Tathagata contemplated to fully appropriate the Buddhist domain. Yet, as a capable chairman, he understood the need for cautious and prudent action, adopting a strategy of gradual development rather than reckless abandon. Contemplating the Tathagata's audacity left Guanyin Bodhisattva at a loss for words. After the chaos, the Tathagata had confided in her about everything, including his plans for independence, which elicited a degree of admiration for his boldness. With the Buddha having made such declarations, Guanyin felt that this challenge could be set aside, and Maitreya Buddha had nothing further to add. He returned directly to Ling Mountain, feeling detached from the events, content with his comfortable and stable life. enjoying a smoke. Yet Guanyin sighed and continued to follow Tang Yu and his companions, for the journey to the west must persist, and her watchful eye was still required. Not long after their departure, a series of system notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Ding! Congratulations, host. Utilizing the six-eared macaque, you have slain the tiger subduing Arhut and seized fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward, 5 million fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Utilizing the six-eared macaque, you have caused an uproar in heaven and claimed fortune from the heavenly court. Reward, 8 million fortune points. The relentless barrage of notifications left Tang Yu feeling dizzy with excitement, immediately prompting him to erupt into laughter. It is astonishing that such a series of actions has led to such significant events. Even the 7 fairies have descended to the mortal realm, engaging in trivial matters with the cowherd. Now, he possesses over 40 million units of fortune, which can be deemed a considerable sum. However, assistance is still needed for the Hongming purple chi of the old mother of Li Mountain, as well as for Guanyin Bodhisattva, who must find a way to help her ascend to the level of a quasi-saint. Additionally, there are items he wishes to exchange. He must also contemplate how to elevate his disciples, including Tang Yu. Reflecting on this, he finds himself still lacking, as the demands on his resources are numerous. Riding upon a lion, he fell into deep contemplation. As night descended, Tang Yu and his fellow disciples established a camp deep within a forest. They had no need to worry about ferocious beasts or venomous snakes. Slowly, Tang Yu opened his eyes. Within his gaze lay a vast void, devoid of whites, yet shimmering like countless stars in motion, reminiscent of the universe's inception during primordial chaos. The eye of heaven and earth, a technique within the 99 celestial arts, has now been fully mastered by Tang Yu. This eye transcends the famed fire eyes of Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong had once possessed the eye of heaven and earth at his birth, allowing him to peer into the heavens and stir commotion, while also gazing into the depths of the underworld. However, after consuming earthly sustenance, common mortal fare, his eye of heaven and earth vanished. Following the tumult in the heavenly palace, he cultivated the fire eyes instead. Yet, in Tang Yu's perspective, the cultivation of the fire eyes was likely linked to the original, innate eye of heaven and earth. Casting a glance at his disciples, he could clearly perceive every detail of their beings. However, upon closer inspection, he paused in surprise. Sun Wukong's primordial spirit bore a distinct crack, evidently a remnant from the battle between the demon clans and the heavenly court years prior. It was apparent that his own magical power was nurturing and attempting to mend that fissure, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Furthermore, Tang Yu discerned that Sun Wukong seemed to be missing a soul fragment. This indicated that at this moment, Sun Wukong was not a complete entity. A shiver ran down Tang Yu's spine as he recalled the words of Guanyin Bodhisattva, stating that Sun Wukong's second rebellion against the heavenly court stemmed from memories of his past. Yet, he was no longer the formidable demon king he once was, for his primordial spirit had sustained grave injuries that had never healed. Subsequently, he was suppressed beneath the five-finger mountain by the Buddha, leading to a total amnesia. The nature of his seal remained a mystery, even to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Now, Tang Yu comprehended the truth. A soul had been forcibly extracted from him, along with all its memories. He reflected on the once proud and unyielding demeanor of the Demon King, contrasting it with the current state of Sun Wukong, which evoked a sense of sorrow within him. The loss of that soul was not merely a loss of memories, but also of the pride and defiance that once characterized the great sage equal to heaven. Turning his gaze towards Air Days, he noted the absence of emotional ties within him. No wonder, after all. Throughout their journey, although Zhu Beiji appeared to be lustful, his attraction to beautiful women was merely a fleeting, primal release. Even when he showed a hint of reluctance towards the goddess of Jin Sheng Palace, he soon forgot her entirely, as if she had never existed in his life. Now, Tang Yu comprehended that without emotional ties, he had ceased to feel any genuine affection. For him, beautiful women were but a momentary pleasure. Turning over, the simpleton gritted his teeth, snoring away, and after lifting his rear, let out a passing gas. Sinking back into slumber. Looking towards the third fool, he remained intact, presumably untouched due to his insignificant threat, merely a trivial pawn in the grand scheme of things. Of little consequence. Tang Yu suddenly felt a tinge of sorrow. This group of travelers had all been manipulated, merely to ensure their compliance on the journey westward, fulfilling the tribulations of the journey to the west. For reasons unknown, he felt a sudden chill. If the monks of Buddhism were aware that he was a variable, would they not treat him as they did Sun Wukong, stripping him of everything and compelling him to follow the path preordained by their doctrines? It was indeed a plausible scenario. At this moment, what mattered most was for Tang Yu to strengthen himself, to achieve sainthood. He must attain this state to escape the predetermined trajectory. Then, faint sounds reached his ears. Tang Yu's figure flickered, and another version of himself emerged. Hovering in the sky beside Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Buddha had begun to suspect an internal traitor within the Buddhist realm. Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed lightly, and yet, I am tasked with the investigation. A glimmer of surprise crossed Tang Yu's eyes, and his lips twitched involuntarily. The idea of Guanyin Bodhisattva probing for a traitor amused him. He gazed down at his slumbering disciples, sighed, and remarked, Wukong is missing a soul, and Beiji has lost his emotional ties. Guanyin Bodhisattva stared at him in astonishment, unaware of these developments. The soul that Wukong lacked had presumably been extracted along with some of his memories. Tang Yu mused, but why has Beiji lost his emotional ties? Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva paused, as if recollecting something, and uncertainly murmured, could it be that? Chapter 152. The extortion approaches. Guanyin Bodhisattva slowly spoke. It is said that many years ago, Marshal Tianpeng had a romantic liaison with the river of weak water, but later lost control. The specifics remain unclear, merely hearsay. However, it is quite possible that when he encountered weak water, his emotional ties were extracted at that moment. Poor simpleton. It is indeed tragic that he has lost his emotional ties. Throughout their journey, no matter how beautiful the women were, they were merely transient pleasures, never truly touching his heart. Moreover, there is Wukong, who appears to be missing a soul, likely extracted along with his memories. Tang Yu spoke solemnly. I always believed he was sealed away, yet it turns out that a soul was indeed drawn out. Guanyin sighed. After a long while, Guanyin departed. Having primarily intended to inform Tang Sanzang that the Buddhist sect had begun to suspect the presence of a traitor within its ranks, Tang Sanzang was completely unperturbed, which reassured her. In her view, Tang Sanzang would undoubtedly devise some countermeasures. Let them harbor their suspicions. After all, they had not yet cast their doubts upon Guanyin herself. The thought amused Tang Yu, for indeed, the Buddha was quite audacious, entrusting such a significant matter to Guanyin. One wonders what expression would grace the Buddha's face should he ever discover that Guanyin was the traitor. In the Western paradise, the Buddha observed the travelers with a grave countenance, smoke curling from his pipe as he sat upon his lotus throne. That young Tang Sanzang truly knew how to maneuver. He had even exchanged his steed. Yet, how he managed to subdue the yellow lion spirit remained a mystery to the Buddha. Report to me, O Buddha. The great white star seeks an audience, Ananda announced. The Buddha narrowed his eyes slightly. He was aware that the heavenly court would surely exploit the incident concerning Zhang Guolao's donkey. They seek to extort from me, but they shall find no success. Let him enter. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha awaited the great white star's words. Soon, the great white star entered. I pay my respects to the Buddha. Great White, what brings you to our Western paradise? The Buddha inquired, feigning ignorance. Your Holiness, Zhang Guolao's donkey has been consumed by Tang Sanzang. The great white star discreetly observed the Buddha, continuing, during the journey westward, the white dragon encountered an unforeseen incident. Guanyin borrowed the donkey, only to find it met with calamity. His words were tactfully phrased, avoiding a direct demand for an explanation, instead alluding to the borrowing of the donkey by the Buddhist sect. The misfortune that befell Zhang Guolao's donkey weighs heavily upon my heart as well. I have instructed my subordinates to recite the rebirth chant 100 times. I believe it will leave this world in peace. We in the Western paradise are preparing to rest. If the great white has no further matters, you may take your leave. The great white star stood awkwardly, momentarily at a loss, unable to anticipate that the Buddha would so abruptly dismiss him. The carefully prepared rhetoric had completely lost its utility. Your Holiness, it is said that since the incident arose from the donkey borrowed by the Western paradise, might there be some responsibility on our part? Responsibility? What responsibility? The Buddha flicked away the ash from his pipe. The journey to the West was orchestrated years ago in collaboration with the Jade Emperor, although unforeseen circumstances did arise, leading to some unexpected events. Even the Buddhist sect suffered considerable losses. As for Zhang Guolao's donkey, I can only express my heartfelt sympathy. As for responsibility, I do not believe there is any responsibility here. Are not all actions taken in pursuit of the journey to the West? This statement effectively rendered the Jade Emperor speechless, leaving him utterly bewildered and unsure of how to respond. In truth, prior to this encounter, the Jade Emperor had already surmised a semblance of the situation. Attempting to extort from the Buddhist sect is akin to attempting to ascend to the heavens. It is an endeavor fraught with difficulty, particularly with the Buddha, renowned for his shamelessness and audacity, capable of turning black into white and rationalizing the unreasonable. There was no hope of extorting a significant amount. Yet, at the very least, Zhangguo Lao's donkey had perished due to the tribulations of the journey to the west. Surely, the Western paradise ought to show some form of acknowledgement, even if it is merely a pack of cigarettes. However, judging by the current circumstances, that seems impossible. There is nothing left. The Jade Emperor, still in a state of confusion, paused momentarily before gritting his teeth and saying, "Your Holiness, the Emperor wishes to convey that Zhangguo Lao's donkey, after all, sacrificed itself due to the tribulations of the journey to the west. Thus it should be regarded as a martyr-esque donkey. Moreover, it has made some contributions to your Holiness. Therefore, the Emperor suggests that a token gesture would be appropriate." The Buddha chuckled softly, replying, "Tai Bai. I acknowledge that the donkey borrowed from our sect has indeed perished. I have already expressed my deep sorrow over this loss, and I have instructed my subordinates to recite the rebirth incantation as a form of compensation. We are preparing to take our leave now. You may depart." With that, he began to usher them out, leaving Tai Bai with no words to offer. With a heavy heart, he returned to the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor's countenance was as dark as thunder. Although he had long been aware of the shameless nature of the Buddhist sect, he was taken aback by their audacity. Their lack of shame knew no bounds, transforming the blackest of deeds into white. Alas, let us not dwell on these matters for the moment. The heavenly court is currently in tumultuous times. Li Jing has already descended to the mortal realm, and it won't be long before he brings back the 7 fairies. Thus, this matter need not weigh on my mind. Sitting upon the dragon throne, he lit a cigarette. This was a moment of indulgence. It was only when smoking that he felt a sense of relaxation. He glanced towards Zhuang Wangjing and his disciples. The sight of Tang Sanzang riding a lion made him involuntarily twitch at the corners of his mouth. Tang Sanzang had certainly become quite the spectacle. Recently, the Buddhist sect's demeanor had been rather peculiar, as if they were no longer concerned with the affairs of the mortal realm. As Tang Yu rode his lion through the lower realms, he drew a multitude of astonished gazes, some even screaming in terror. "Master, why don't we take a moment to rest in this small town?" Zhu Beiji suggested. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. "Very well. Let us find an inn to rest." Upon locating a suitable inn, Tang Yu led his companions inside. With a resounding thud, a bag of silver was tossed onto the table. "We would like several rooms, and please prepare a hearty meal with plenty of meat." At the sight of the silver, the innkeeper's face lit up with joy. "Just a moment, esteemed guests," but before he could finish his sentence, the sight of a large lion made him leap 3 feet into the air in fright. "Do not be afraid. He does not bite," Tang Yu reassured him, patting the innkeeper's shoulder. "Quickly, prepare our meal. What is the next tribulation?" Tang Yu lit a cigarette and fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 153. The Clash of the Demon Empress and the Buddha. It seems to be the Fire Cloud Cave, the domain of that little rascal, the Red Boy. Speaking of the Red Boy, he is, after all, the nephew of Sun Wukong. The Red Boy's father, the great sage of heaven, the Bull Demon King, is a sworn brother of Sun Wukong. Should I, in consideration of Wukong's reputation, spare this little rascal's life? The matter concerning the Red Boy was orchestrated by the Buddhist sect. Ultimately, he was taken in by Guanyin Bodhisattva as the child of goodness and converted to Buddhism. Even if the Bull Demon King were to learn that this was all a scheme by the Buddhist faction, he would not dare to voice any complaints. The situation prevails over individual will. Many years ago, during the battle between the Demon Clan and the Heavenly Court, he managed to survive against all odds. This was due, on one hand, to his prior connections with the Heavenly Court, and on the other hand, to the Bull Demon King's astute understanding of circumstances. Thus, he did not meet the fate of other demon kings, who perished in battle or fell victim to the compassionate embrace of Buddhism. In the West, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddhist figures observed the 4 disciples feasting with calm and composed expressions, accustomed to such sights. If Tang Sanzang were truly to abstain from meat and wine, they might even suspect that he was an impostor. Regarding this tribulation, what are everyone's thoughts? The Buddha, appearing weary, addressed the assembly of monks below. There was no need for further contemplation. This trial would undoubtedly harbor unforeseen developments. With the presence of variables, there were likely traitors within the Buddhist ranks. This situation is quite troubling. The monks exchanged glances, remaining silent. What could they possibly say? Even the Buddha himself seemed powerless regarding the journey to the west. Amitabha, it appears we must remain vigilant, only responding to challenges as they arise, remarked the ancient Buddha of lantern light, his expression one of distress. Without his input, no one else dared to speak, causing the Buddha's countenance to darken. At this juncture, there was little choice but to proceed accordingly. The Buddha's gaze appeared hollow as he sat listlessly upon the lotus throne, puffing on a cigarette. It was evident to all that the Buddha was fatigued. Consequently, during this period, the spiritual mountain remained unusually tranquil, for no one wished to provoke the Buddha's ire. Manjushri Bodhisattva, it is your duty to descend and once again caution the bull demon king. I fear he may intervene in this calamity due to his affection for the red boy, who is his own child. The Buddha, in his wisdom, perceived that if any unforeseen occurrences were to arise during this trial, they would likely involve the bull demon king. Thus, he sought to prepare in advance by sending a warning. The command of the Buddha is acknowledged, and Manjushri heeded the call, descending to the mortal realm. On Guanyin mountain, within the banana leaf cave, the bull demon king was drowning his sorrows in drink. He was acutely aware that Tang Sanzang and his companions were soon to arrive at the fire cloud cave, where his child resided. Yet, as a father, he found himself utterly powerless, forced to watch as his son became a pawn of the Buddhist sect. The sect had promised to grant the red boy a position as a Buddha, but after being used by those self-serving monks, would there be any hope left for him? By that time, rather than referring to him as his son, it would be more accurate to say he was a disciple of the Buddha. He sighed heavily, seized the wine jug, and took a drink. Suddenly, a familiar aura wafted through the air, causing the bull demon king's expression to shift. The fairy Zixia seeks an audience with the great sage, the bull demon king, echoed a voice as clear as silver bells from outside the cave. The Princess Iron Fan gazed anxiously at her husband. My lord, why has she come? During the battle between the demon clan and the heavenly court, the bull demon king had refrained from intervening, seizing the opportunity to separate from the 10,000 demons' kingdom and establish his own domain. Fear not, my lady. I shall go out to investigate, the bull demon king reassured, patting the hand of the Princess Iron Fan. The woman stood gracefully in the sky, clad in purple, her beauty ethereal, as if she were ready to ascend to the heavens at any moment. Old Bull pays his respects to the demon queen. The bull demon king greeted her, his expression somewhat complicated. Gazing at him, the demon queen smiled faintly. I happened to pass by this route, and after many years, wished to stop and see an old friend. The bull demon king fell silent for a moment, then sighed. It was with great reluctance that I distanced myself from the 10,000 demons' kingdom. The circumstances were beyond my control. Had I not made that choice, I might have perished in battle. Yet now, I bear the stigma of a traitor to the demon race, and even the entire 10,000 demons' kingdom scorns me. All of that is in the past. I have long forgotten. My appearance today is merely to see an old friend, the demon queen said softly. How is he? The bull demon king suddenly inquired. The demon queen fell silent, pondering her response for quite some time. At that moment, a figure approached rapidly from afar. Manjushri Bodhisattva froze for a moment before turning to flee. What the he muttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is the Buddha deliberately sending me to my doom? With a slight huff, the demon queen's delicate hand unfurled, revealing a small purple flower. Before he could escape too far, the purple petals scattered and struck Manjushri Bodhisattva. What the he cursed, his entire being brimming with spiritual power. The flower shattered instantly, transforming into swirling petals that danced around him. Help! Manjushri Bodhisattva cried out, having just emerged from a sauna, fearing he would be forced back in. This is too much. A booming voice resonated throughout Guanyin mountain. Although the Tathagata Buddha intervened in a timely manner, one petal still managed to shatter Manjushri Bodhisattva's physical form. Undoubtedly, he would have to return for another soak. Bewildered, Manjushri Bodhisattva looked around, his expression morphing into a grimace that was almost more sorrowful than tears. What on earth? How did she suddenly appear here? The Tathagata Buddha also felt perplexed. Manjushri Bodhisattva had barely emerged from the sauna, and now he faced the prospect of returning once more. The aura of a quasi-saint enveloped Guanyin mountain. The bull demon king hastily knelt down. I pay my respects to the Buddha. The demon queen remained silent, her purple attire billowing, her aura rising as she gazed fearlessly at the Tathagata Buddha. Do you think there is no one in the Buddhist realm who can contend with you? The Tathagata Buddha's voice thundered, reverberating in the bull demon king's mind like a cacophony. In the realm of Buddhism, where numerous deities reside, who would dare to underestimate the Buddhist order? The demon queen spoke with a calm yet assertive tone, inquiring about the intentions behind such reckless harm inflicted upon my Buddhist sect. The Buddha, feeling somewhat perturbed, could sense that the aura emanating from this woman was not inferior to his own. While he had long recognized that she had ascended to the threshold of sainthood, he believed there would still be a discernible gap between them. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. She was indeed his equal. What then? Is the purpose of the celestial court and the Buddhist order in audaciously harming the people of my demon kingdom? The voice of the demon queen turned frosty. The demon race, known for its malevolence, should rightfully be eradicated. The Buddha stood firm, stating, "It is well known that the celestial court governs the three realms, and the Buddhist order seeks to liberate all beings, while the demon race embodies wickedness. How can they be allowed to persist? The so-called malevolence of the demon race is but a hypocritical guise employed by you, a means to manipulate others and position yourselves as the righteous." The demon queen scoffed lightly. Chapter 154, Collaboration. The demon queen, with a stern visage, gazed intently at the Buddha. Her aura surged, and her purple robes billowed majestically. Her delicate face was icy, imbued with a captivating yet formidable presence. The Buddha let out a snort, poised to speak, but suddenly seemed to recall something. Perhaps the trials of the journey to the west could be resolved as well. With this thought, his eyes ignited with fervor as they met those of the demon queen. Her brow furrowed, and from her delicate hand blossomed a purple petal, as if ready to strike at any moment. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, the Buddha quickly cleared his throat, attempting to dispel any misinterpretations. "My apologies. I am a monk. Such glances should not lead to misunderstandings." With a wave of his hand, he summoned immense power to transport the demon queen into the void, disregarding the bull demon king entirely. This oversight left the bull demon king feeling somewhat disheartened, as his modest strength rendered him invisible to the eyes of others. By most standards, the bull demon king was considered to be of considerable rank, yet he had not ascended to the pinnacle of power. Thus, being overlooked was somewhat understandable. If one possesses strength, they may choose to ignore me. Conversely, if I disregard you, you must simply endure. As the demon queen was about to break free from the chaos into which the Buddha had drawn her, she realized that, while it may be a challenge for others, escaping was a trivial matter for her. "You need not take action. I wish to discuss certain matters with you." The Buddha lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The demon queen, who had been poised to strike, now fixed her gaze upon him. "If I were to join forces with the celestial court against the demon kingdom, do you have a plan?" The Buddha replied with a sinister smile. "As it stands, the demon kingdom can only await total annihilation. You might find a means to flee, but the other demons are doomed. I am aware that the demon kingdom possesses a grand formation. Once activated, it can at least ensure the safety of our realm." The demon queen's expression remained unchanged, her gaze unwavering, though the fluttering of her garments betrayed her inner turmoil. A palpable aura gradually coalesced around her. To activate the grand array of 10,000 demons requires the essence of 100,000 fiends. Considering your realm of the 10,000 demons, let us not even mention whether such a multitude exists. Even if they did, would you stand idly by as all the creatures plunged into the fray? If the grand array were indeed to be unleashed, your kingdom would ultimately be reduced to a mere husk. The Buddha of Enlightenment, puffing on his pipe, chuckled softly, his laughter imbued with confidence, exuding a sense of dominion over the world. With a satisfied draw from his tobacco, he mused, what a genius I am." The Buddha's spirits soared even higher. In times of adversity, one must not despair. Perhaps a solution will arise unexpectedly. And indeed, this moment is just that. A spark of inspiration has ignited a solution. What exactly do you wish to convey? This discourse left the demon queen somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, his assertions held merit. The grand array of 10,000 demons did exist within their domain. It had been laid down by the demon king many years prior, with countless demons ready to offer their corporeal forms and blood to the array. However, she had been deceived and lured out of the 10,000 demons' kingdom, which incited the demon king's wrath. He led the entire kingdom in an all-out assault on the celestial court, igniting a fierce conflict between the demon race and the heavens. Under the guidance of the demon queen, the 10,000 demons' kingdom had gradually grown stronger. Yet, to activate the grand array would likely require the sacrifice of every demon within the realm, leaving it an empty shell. Furthermore, how could the demon queen bear to witness the demise of her kin? I can remain untouched by the demon realm, the Buddha proclaimed, attempting to exhale a smoke ring. Though his execution was rather clumsy, producing nothing but a wisp of smoke, the demon queen remained silent. She understood that nothing comes without a price. Given the Buddha's words, he undoubtedly harbored his own objectives. However, perhaps she would need his cooperation in the future. The Buddha revealed his intentions. Cooperation? I do not believe that the current 10,000 demons' kingdom possesses anything worthy of your attention, Buddha. The demon queen's voice was sharp and clear. As for this cooperation, I am presently unable to specify its direction. The Buddha, hands clasped behind his back, paced thoughtfully through the chaos, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Upon hearing this, the demon queen smiled, a hint of disdain in her expression. So, the cooperation you propose is entirely at your discretion. You dictate the terms? No, that is not my intention. Rather, I find myself at a crossroads with two possible paths. The exact course will depend on future developments. The Buddha narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, there were two paths. The first involved utilizing the 10,000 demons' kingdom, which might enable him to fulfill the trials of the journey to the west. As for the second path, it entailed establishing a new stronghold. At that time, perhaps the 10,000 demons' kingdom would serve as an ally. One must concede that the Buddha had considered his options thoroughly, having devised two routes. Do you truly believe I would trust you? The demon queen's skepticism was palpable. What collaboration are you referring to? I have no interest in it. Even if cooperation were genuinely possible, how could I trust that you wouldn't use the 10,000 demon kingdom as a mere pawn? I cannot afford to take that risk. There has been no clear outline of the cooperation details, and even if there were, I could not place my faith in the Buddhist sect. This is of no concern to you. Should cooperation truly be feasible, I assure you that I would engage sincerely and would never harm the people of the 10,000 demon kingdom. Although the kingdom has been striving to develop under your leadership, its resources are limited. The Buddhist sect could provide some assistance in that regard. The demon queen held a purple flower delicately to her nose, inhaling its fragrance, a satisfied smile gracing her face, reminiscent of youthful innocence and radiance. Furthermore, the Buddha Shakyamuni has fully revealed his trump card. Upon hearing this, the demon queen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed intently at Shakyamuni, her eyes unblinking. Do you not wish to know why he has become this way? I could enlighten you. Shakyamuni exuded a confident demeanor. The demon queen pondered, as if weighing her thoughts. The two conversed deeply within the chaos for an extended period, seemingly conspiring about something that would remain unknown to outsiders. A satisfied smile danced upon Sakyamuni's lips, clearly pleased with the outcome. Just as he was about to depart the chaos, a sudden, imposing aura surged from behind. What do you intend to do? Shakyamuni asked in astonishment. The demon queen replied with a faint smile. I have just stepped into the quasi-saint realm and have yet to test my abilities. Seeing the Buddha now stirs my desire to attempt a challenge. Sakyamuni's expression hardened, but then he chuckled. If the demon queen has such intentions, I shall gladly oblige. Chapter 155. The Red Child. Both were testing each other. The Buddha wished to ascertain the strength of this woman who had just entered the quasi-saint realm and whether she surpassed him. A clash erupted within the depths of chaos. After some time, the demon queen emerged first from the tumult, her complexion slightly pale. Below, the bull demon king felt his heart race. Could it be that a confrontation had occurred with Shakyamuni? Before he could ponder further, another aura spread forth, unmistakably that of Shakyamuni, who maintained his composure and chuckled. I shall return to the spirit mountain now. With the trials of the journey to the west, I hope you will take care. This remark was evidently directed at the bull demon king, who, with a somber expression, lowered his head and replied, Yes, I understand. Manjushri Bodhisattva felt somewhat aggrieved. Given his current state, he had expected the Buddha's arrival to vindicate him, yet to his surprise, the Buddha was smiling amiably at that woman. As they neared the spirit mountain, Sakyamuni's expression subtly shifted, and he let out a grunt as a drop of blood seeped from his fingertip. What? Has the demon queen managed to injure Shakyamuni? Manjushri was taken aback. Is the demon queen truly that formidable? She could see through Manjushri's thoughts and did not feel well herself. Sakyamuni's face darkened as he remarked, "She has become remarkably powerful indeed." In the midst of chaos, the two individuals appeared evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Upon reflection, this is quite a natural phenomenon, given that both have reached the pinnacle of quasi-saintly cultivation. The differences between them are minimal, and this is not a life-and-death struggle. However, should such a battle truly ensue, even the Buddha might be uncertain whether he could vanquish this woman. Even if he could, it might cost him dearly, perhaps even his life. The demon queen nodded subtly to the bull demon king before her figure vanished. Only after both had departed did the bull demon king rise. He was acutely aware that the arrival of the Western Paradise's Buddhist emissaries served as a warning to him. Yet, was the demon queen merely passing through? He could not be sure. In the desolate pine valley, within the fire cloud cave, the red boy lounged confidently upon his throne, listening to the report from a lesser demon. He chuckled heartily. "I never imagined that Tang Sanzang would venture into my pine valley. It is said that he is a virtuous man who has cultivated for 10 lifetimes. Consuming his flesh would grant eternal life. I shall capture him shortly and share him with my minions." The lesser demons erupted in cheers below. The red boy, with a self-satisfied grin, pondered for a moment before stepping out of the fire cloud cave. Do monks truly embody compassion? He chuckled to himself as he positioned himself strategically on the path that Tang Yu and his companions would inevitably traverse, even conjuring the appearance of being bound to a tree. Tang Yu rode leisurely atop his lion, ambulating at a relaxed pace, his demeanor calm and unhurried, akin to a tourist savoring the scenery. He dismounted occasionally to pause and appreciate the beautiful sights. The Buddhist monks had no recourse against his demeanor. Would they compel him to hasten? Unthinkable. The journey to the west is laden with pitfalls, which no one wishes to navigate. Moreover, if the Buddha himself is not anxious, why should they be? Suddenly, the red boy discerned the presence of the master and his disciples. Why have they not yet arrived? His small eyes widened in confusion. More than an hour had passed. They should have been here by now. Maintaining the same position for such a duration was becoming tiresome. He shifted his stance, dangling from the tree as he awaited Tang Sanzang and his entourage. At that moment, Tang Yu had dismounted from his lion and was reclining beneath a tree, indulging in a midday nap. Zhu Beiji, holding a larger leaf, fanned him gently. Time passed as they waited, yet Tang Sanzang and the others did not appear. The red boy's patience began to fray. What is this? Have they taken a wrong turn on the path? He lamented, feeling the weight of time. Remaining motionless was tiresome. He was still a child at heart, lacking in patience. After hanging there for so long, his arms began to ache. Little did he know, Tang Yu was not far off, watching him with a bemused smile. Whose unruly child is this? At such an age, without clothing. How indecorous, with his little backside exposed. The bull demon king's son clearly lacks proper upbringing. Tang Yu plucked a twig from nearby, crafting it into a small slingshot. He picked up a small stone from the ground and, with a few gestures, aimed at the diminutive figure of the red boy. With a swift motion, he released it. Thwack. The shot was remarkably precise, landing just a meter shy of the red boy. What on earth? A swift breeze rushed past, leaving the red boy momentarily dazed. As he distinctly felt a gust, something had zoomed by him. An inexplicable sense of foreboding began to stir within him. What the devil is happening? Tang Yu seized another small stone, placed it in the slingshot, and took aim. Thwack. What gives? How could my aim be so off? This is quite uncharacteristic, as he usually excelled at shooting. Ultimately, Tang Yu reached the conclusion that it wasn't his aim that was lacking. Rather, the slingshot was ineffective, and the red boy was simply too small. He discarded the slingshot onto the ground. Tang Yu swiftly appeared at the entrance of the fire cloud cave, transforming into the likeness of the red boy. However, the child was not clad in garments, leaving certain parts exposed. Reluctantly, Tang Yu conjured a pair of shorts to wear. Yet, he feared that the sudden appearance of such attire might raise suspicions among the little demons. Thus, he resorted to crafting a thong. This contraption was decidedly uncomfortable, requiring him to occasionally adjust it, pulling the fabric away from his rear to alleviate the discomfort. With each step, there was friction. Every stride felt like a potential mishap. As he continued, the irritating chafing was palpable. It dawned on him how he had arrived at this predicament. "My lord," one of the little demons remarked, puzzled. "Didn't you go to capture Tang Sanzang? How could you return so swiftly?" Observing the group of unclad little demons, Tang Yu suddenly felt the weight of being the first to don clothing. While everyone else was bare, he stood out as an oddity, enduring countless glances and judgments. With a sudden motion, Tang Yu delivered a resounding slap, leaving the little demon bewildered, covering its face in confusion. Why is the Lord striking me? There was a mosquito. Tang Yu took his seat on the throne of the red boy and waved his hand. Bring forth the wine and dishes. The command of the Lord was met with immediate compliance. The little demons quickly prepared the offerings, and Tang Yu indulged in the feast. Regarding the endeavor to capture Tang Sanzang, the king felt a sense of trepidation, for he was well aware of the formidable presence of Sun Wukong, the monkey who was not to be underestimated. Tang Yu declared, "Thus, this king has resolved." The little demons gathered closer, sensing that their lord had a scheme in mind. Their spirits heightened in anticipation. In an instant, Tang Yu, disguised as the red boy, fixed his gaze with newfound intensity. What is the king planning? The little demons felt a surge of energy. That Sun Wukong possesses incredible abilities, mastering 72 transformations. I just went out to scout and discovered he was not by Tang Sanzang's side. I suspect he may have transformed into a little demon and blended in. As soon as these words were spoken, the little demons became anxious, casting doubtful glances at one another. They feared that one among them might be the monkey known as Sun Wukong in disguise. It appeared that Sun Wukong had not approached. Yet to be on the safe side, this king resolved to issue each of you a token to confirm your identities. Furthermore, pay close attention to the secret code. If anyone fails to match the code, they might very well be that monkey or even impersonate me or one of you. However, should the code not align, do not hesitate to eliminate them, striking them on the head. The little demons straightened their postures in acknowledgement. Yes, your majesty, as you command. They leaned in, eager to hear the secret code from Tang Yu. Clearing his throat, Tang Yu said mysteriously, "Listen well, the code is, Heavenly King covers the earth tiger. Hoeing grain under the midday sun. The pagoda suppresses river demons. The little demons are rather buoyant." After proclaiming the code, Tang Yu asserted with authority, "Have you all memorized it?" "Yes, we have, indeed. This code is quite memorable." They grasped it swiftly. Observing that they had committed it to memory, Tang Yu began distributing the tokens. The phrases he used sounded somewhat like insults, yet as decreed by the king, none dared voice any complaint. Tang Yu produced a token, upon which 4 bold characters were inscribed. "I am your father." Everyone took note, for this is my token. If I lack this token or the code does not match, it surely signifies a counterfeit. Thus, eliminate them. "Yes, your majesty, we understand." Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "I am now unburdened, and soon I shall capture Tang Sanzang to share the blessings of longevity with you all." The little demons erupted in cheers, howling with excitement. A group of younglings, likely unable to solve a third-grade math problem. With just a few words, they were led astray. Meanwhile, another Tang Yu slumbered beneath a tree. In truth, he was not asleep at all, but rather keenly aware of every movement of the red boy. This mischievous child was anxiously scratching his heart and liver, driven to desperation. The red boy was on the verge of collapse. Right before them, how could they not advance? The sun was setting, yet he dared not approach recklessly, fearing that he might reveal himself and be discovered by that monkey, Sun Wukong. After pondering, he moved forward a bit, tying himself to the tree. "Help! Help!" he cried out, convinced that being so close, they would surely hear him. "Truly, I am quite clever. What is happening? How perplexing." It was understandable that Tang Sanzang, being asleep, would not hear. But how could it be that Sun Wukong and the others exhibited no signs of awareness? This was entirely unexpected. Tang Yu concealed himself beside the red boy, grinning as he watched. "Shout all you want, it will be of no use. For this realm has already been sealed by my magical power. Not even a shout, let alone a leap, would draw anyone's attention. Help! Help!" The young child, with a voice raised to the heavens, called out twice more. Such a loud sound, infused with his own magical prowess, surely could not go unheard. A look of turmoil crossed the boy's cherubic face. Strangely enough, this mischievous child appeared rather endearing, his cuteness undeniable. As a monk, one might ponder whether it was truly justifiable to treat a child in such a manner. For a fleeting moment, Tang Yu felt a twinge of guilt, which quickly dissipated. After all, this little rascal was over 300 years old. He merely had the form of a child. It was rather pitiable that, at such an age, he had yet to find a romantic companion. Casting a glance at the young one, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy. How unfortunate. He reminisced about his own childhood, recalling that by the age of 7, he was already donning adult-sized trousers. The thought became unbearable. The child descended from the tree, perplexed at the apparent deafness of those around him. Yet he shrugged it off. There would be other opportunities, and they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Tomorrow would bring another chance. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with delight as he spotted a thong that Tang Yu had carelessly discarded nearby. The blue and white fabric was particularly appealing. It was a product of Tang Yu's magic, still retaining its enchantment, having been carelessly tossed aside. With the innocence of youth, the child examined the triangular piece of cloth for quite some time, utterly baffled as to its purpose, yet finding it aesthetically pleasing. He decided to place it atop his head, instantly brightening his expression with joy. He struck several poses, convinced of his own charm. Tang Yu winced, instinctively gasping in shock. He had forgotten to retrieve his magical artifact. Yet, the sight of the child in that attire was undeniably amusing, resembling an ancient warrior. The child, pleased with himself, ambled towards his lair. At the entrance of the cave, a small demon blocked his path, reciting the secret code. "What is this nonsense?" the child asked, bewildered. "Go Xingzi, what are you up to?" The small demon instantly became tense. "This is absurd. It must be that monkey, Sun Wukong, in disguise. What is that thing atop your head?" The demon, observing the child's demeanor, quickly deduced that he was not their king. Testing the waters, the small demon produced his identification token. "Look," he declared. "Wangba Dizzy." The child felt a wave of dizziness. "Go Xingzi, when did you change your name to Wangba Dizzy?" The small demons immediately fell into a heightened state of alert. It was evident this was not their king. "Seize him," they shouted, brandishing their weapons. Meanwhile, in the west, the assembled Buddhas were nearly taken aback. "What has transpired? Why is there discord among us?" The Buddha remained silent, for he had anticipated such turmoil. He had foreseen the potential for chaos, thus it was not a surprise. Lighting a cigarette for himself, he pondered the unfolding events. Yet, he could not decipher the cause of this internal strife, despite his attempts at divination. Originally, he believed that witnessing Tang Sung in slumber was merely a consequence of unforeseen variables intervening. However, the reality appears to be more complex. The variables have wreaked havoc in the fire cloud cave, creating chaos within the abode. It remains a mystery how he managed to deceive these minor demons into compliance. This predicament seems destined for ruin. Even the Tathagata Buddha himself could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Chapter 157. Let us take a stroll. The multitude of Buddhas in the spiritual mountain shuddered at the sight of the Tathagata Buddha's mirth. How could the Buddha be laughing when this ordeal seemed poised for disaster? Was it a sign of overwhelming despair? Had the Buddha lost his sanity? Such a possibility loomed large, especially after years of meticulously planning the journey to the west, only to be met with unexpected complications. The series of unforeseen events would test the limits of anyone's fortitude. "Buddha, hold strong," Maitreya Buddha exclaimed, his face etched with terror. The great enterprise of the Western paradise was at stake. If the Buddha were to lose his wits, it would spell doom for all. Only the Tathagata could manage the unruly denizens of the spiritual mountain. The potential for disarray among the followers was alarming, particularly in these tumultuous times for the Buddhist community, which could even attract the ire of the heavenly court. The Tathagata's laughter abruptly ceased. The gazes of the assembled Buddhas turned cold, their apprehension palpable. What did Maitreya mean by urging him to remain steadfast? The laughter stemmed from his foresight regarding the emergence of variables. He had anticipated these challenges and had already dispatched Avalokiteshvara to prepare for them, reveling in his own cleverness. Yet, the Buddhas regarded him with an unsettling expression. "Why do you all look upon me so?" The Tathagata felt discomfort under their scrutiny. The Buddhas exchanged glances, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. The ancient Buddha of lighting broke the silence, uttering a sutra. "Amitabha, though the journey westward is fraught with uncertainty, as long as we strive together, opportunities will surely arise." The Tathagata nodded in agreement. The ancient Buddha speaks wisely. However, as long as these variables persist, I find it difficult to find peace. The Buddhas shared knowing looks, clearly affected by the weight of the unforeseen challenges posed by the journey to the west. "Buddha, do not let the uncertainties burden you too heavily. As monks, we must understand that the nature of cause and effect is predetermined by the heavens." The ancient Buddha continued to offer solace. What monks? Those scriptures, with their doctrines of emptiness, were mere fabrications. They had never truly comprehended them and used them to mislead others. Thus, when Zhu Beiji intruded into the treasure trove of the Buddhist temple and damaged numerous scriptures, the Buddha remained unfazed, candidly informing his proud disciples, Ananda and Kasyapa, that they had merely concocted tales to deceive others, oblivious to the truth themselves. As for the notion of cause and effect, it was a slight modification of the cosmic laws derived from Taoism, which had been repurposed into the Buddhist understanding of causality. The Tathagata Buddha found himself momentarily bewildered. What nonsense was this old fellow spouting? One should not impose excessive pressure upon oneself. Could it be that the unpredictable events surrounding the journey to the West have caused him to behave unusually? Upon this reflection, the gaze directed at the ancient Buddha of light transformed immediately. The ancient Buddha reassured that he was well aware of the matters concerning the journey to the West. Thus, there was no need for undue concern regarding these affairs. Nor should one burden oneself excessively, for that old fellow might indeed be unwell. It is worth noting that the challenges of the journey to the West have been the sole concern of this seat, constantly seeking solutions. What ailments could you possibly have? At such an advanced age, one should be capable of withstanding pressure. If one cannot endure, then achieving great things becomes an elusive dream. Amitabha, as the Buddha has stated. The old monk shall surely keep this in mind. Yet, even the Buddha must occasionally relax. Despite the limited resolutions thus far, there is still time to rectify our course as we proceed. The ancient Buddha of light sighed inwardly, recognizing that the pressure had indeed become overwhelming. The Tathagata, while grappling with the unpredictable changes in the journey to the West, also bore the responsibility of overseeing the spiritual realm and attending to the needs of the multitude of Buddhas below. Indeed, O Buddha, a measure of relaxation is warranted, chimed in Maitreya Buddha, with the assembly of Buddhas in Ling Mountain nodding in agreement. However, the countenance of the Tathagata grew increasingly somber. Relaxation? While I am burdened with concern and labor, you dare suggest I relax. Do you not understand what that entails? At this, the assembly of Buddhas fell into silence. How could we possibly discern your desires for relaxation? You are the Buddha. Even if you were to emulate Tang Sanzang's carefree spirit, it would matter not. For we could feign ignorance. After all, such immense pressure can easily drive one to madness. Upon hearing of the unforeseen variables, the Buddha had laughed heartily, clearly stirred by the unexpected. Yet, finding a way to unwind posed a formidable challenge. For a time, the Buddhas exchanged glances, each at a loss for words. O Buddha, while little one is still indulging in a sauna, might I suggest a stroll around Mount Wutai? Maitreya Buddha proposed, recalling the picturesque scenery he had encountered there. Perhaps a glimpse of the natural beauty would lighten the Buddha's spirit. The Buddhas of Ling Mountain grew increasingly anxious. Should the Buddha truly falter, it would spell disaster. Recently, there was an unsettling aura about the Buddha, even arranging for discreet resource deliveries to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts, advising those involved to be courteous and not boastful, lest they find themselves in dire straits. Coupled with today's peculiar laughter from the Buddha, doubts arose among the Buddhas regarding his well-being. The Tathagata furrowed his brow deeply. While I toil with concern, you rascals would have me embark on a journey. Lighting a cigarette, he cast a dark look downward, causing the Buddhas to collectively gasp. They had intended to ensure the Buddha's safety, yet he appeared irate. When did he become so capricious? I find merit in the words of Maitreya Buddha. Indeed, the scenery at Mount Wutai is particularly delightful at this time. Of course, if the Buddha does not favor Mount Wutai, Mount Ame and Mount Jiuhua each possess their own unique charm. To behold the landscapes and immerse oneself in nature, to take a leisurely stroll, can undoubtedly uplift one's spirits. The ancient Buddha of light recited a sutra, smiling as he spoke. What is the fuss about rebellion? The Tathagata would surely wish to admonish them. In such times, they still desire to travel. However, as the esteemed figure from the Western paradise, one must comprehend the inclinations of the heart. Presently, all Buddhas express this sentiment. To disregard such a desire could foster resentment within, potentially influencing future uprisings negatively. Since the Buddhas are in unanimous agreement, I shall fulfill your wish. The assembly of Buddhas was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by fulfilling our wish? We are concerned for your well-being. We merely wish for you to take a break and enjoy a stroll. The uncertainties of the journey to the West have always been your burden. What has this become? Our wish. Amitabha, this is indeed splendid. The Buddha need not worry about matters at Lingshan, as I shall temporarily oversee it. Maitreya Buddha appeared to genuinely consider the Tathagata's concerns. Amitabha, Maitreya Buddha speaks wisely. This old monk is willing to share the burden with you. The ancient Buddha of light recited a sutra, preparing to alleviate the Tathagata's troubles. Are these two planning a rebellion? Observing them, the Tathagata's gaze grew profoundly serious. Chapter 158, The Lingshan Tour Group. Are you two in charge of Lingshan? Huh. This is clearly an attempt to usurp power. Who granted you such audacity? No need for that. Maitreya Buddha and the ancient Buddha of light. You may lead the assembly of Buddhas on a journey to refresh your spirits, while I remain here to safeguard Lingshan. Instantly, the assembly of Buddhas was bewildered. What does this mean? We clearly intended for you to take a break and stroll about. How has it transformed into us traveling? However, it is indeed tempting. Mount Wutai, Mount Ame, and Mount Jiuhua all boast splendid views and unique characteristics. They have been engaged in their duties for so long without a proper respite. Some were left utterly perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. The intention was to allow the Buddha a moment of leisure, to relax and rejuvenate. How has this turned into our excursion? Buddha, the ancient light Buddha, was equally baffled. This is not how it should be. Enough, let us depart for travel. Let us take a leisurely stroll and refresh our minds. The Tathagata's voice boomed with frustration. His expression darkened to the utmost degree, reflecting their collective sentiments. A band of inept individuals. What folly is this? At such a time, they wish for leisure and travel? Moments later, each Buddha donned a small triangular bag upon their backs, gazing at the firmly shut gates of Lingshan with bewilderment. They were completely at a loss. To encourage you to travel and refresh your spirits was intended for your benefit. Why then the outburst of such anger? Ahem. There are indeed a few days each month that men experience. I trust everyone can understand. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp cleared his throat and spoke at an opportune moment. Oh, the assembly of Buddhas responded in unison with a meaningful exclamation. Upon reflection, it was somewhat comprehensible. The Buddha had been exhibiting unusual behavior lately, his mood fluctuating between melancholy and joy. What could they do? Should they truly embark on a journey? In an instant, all the Buddhas turned their gaze toward the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp. He, too, found himself in a quandary. What a predicament! His good intentions to invite the Tathagata on a trip had unexpectedly resulted in being cast aside. Nevertheless, it was of no use to dwell on it further. Thus, he resolved to lead everyone on a tour. Consequently, they began to deliberate on potential travel destinations. Some wished to visit Mount Wutai, while others preferred Mount Jiuhua or Mount Ame. However, for them, such journeys would pass in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, they divided into several groups. Each individual, bald and draped in robes, carried a triangular pouch. The Ling Mountain Tourism Group. They set forth toward their respective destinations. Observing the vast expanse of Ling Mountain, the Tathagata's lips involuntarily twitched. There was no one around. A congregation of inconsequential beings. Once I emerge, I shall re-establish my company. I will ensure each of you meets your end. Regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain a proper work ethic. With a flick of his hand, the Xianguang mirror materialized. Let us first see what Tang Sanzang is up to. In the mortal realm, at Fire Cloud Cave, the little demons faced off against the Red Boy. The outcome was predictable. They were utterly defeated, crying for their parents. From their words, the Red Boy quickly grew furious. Clearly, someone was impersonating him. Those wretched monkeys. In his eyes, there was no one else but Sun Wukong. Observing the chaos wrought by infighting in Fire Cloud Cave, the Red Boy's teeth ground together. That cursed monkey, I shall not let you escape. Armed with his weapon, he dashed out in a fit of rage, seeking vengeance on Sun Wukong. After all, he was still a child at heart, headstrong and impulsive, wholly indifferent to the consequences. Tang Yu rode ahead on his lion, forging a path, charging forward with great speed. The wind blew through his hair, feeling exceptionally refreshing. Suddenly, the Red Boy, wielding his fiery spear, appeared high in the sky. Huh! Tang Yu seized the yellow lion spirit. I am a lion, not a horse. The yellow lion spirit rolled its eyes. What nonsense! Sun Wukong stood in front, laughing heartily. Whose little one are you? Sun Wukong, you wretched creature, how dare you invade my cave? The Red Boy shouted, brandishing his fiery spear. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong momentarily froze, then burst into laughter. Who are you, little one? Withdraw at once, lest you provoke my wrath. He regarded the Red Boy, whose head was adorned with a rather peculiar headgear. Tang Yu stifled a laugh and gently cleared his throat. Wukong, step back. One should not speak so to a child. He beckoned to the Red Boy, saying, come down. The Red Boy, somewhat bewildered, nevertheless descended, landing not far from Tang Yu. utterly unaware of the intentions of this bald monk. Child, where's your mother? Furthermore, you ought to wear trousers, as your current attire is rather indecent and unbecoming. What business is it of yours, you bald monk? Today, I, the great king, shall capture you and share you with my companions for eternal life. This proclamation, though delivered with bravado, lacked the requisite gravitas. Fantasies may be enchanting, yet reality is often harsh. What nonsense are you contemplating? Tang Yu scoffed, rolling his eyes. Child, I concede that I am indeed a virtuous man with 10 lifetimes of cultivation. But tell me, does feasting upon my flesh truly grant immortality? You are merely regurgitating hearsay. Old monk. Upon observing Tang Yu's demeanor, Zhu Beiji nearly choked on a piece of fruit, coughing violently. They all say so, the red boy asserted, brandishing his fiery spear at Tang Yu. Alas, you have yet to experience the harsh lessons of society. Come here, I shall elucidate this matter for you. Despite his uncertainty, the red boy found himself inexplicably drawn to approach. If consuming my flesh grants immortality, then would it not follow that a mere bite would suffice for the same effect? Moreover, consider the multitude of demons along the way. If they all sought to devour me, my modest weight would scarcely provide enough to share. Thus, dear child, you have been deceived. Indeed, many assert that consuming my flesh leads to everlasting life. However, the truth remains unknown to anyone. Much like your own existence, dear child. Charming as you are, if I declare you a girl, does that make it so? Tang Yu gently ruffled his hair, stating, thus, it is completely implausible, is it not? The red boy's small face was a portrait of confusion, clearly contemplating Tang Yu's words. You are quite remarkable, young lad. This monk takes a liking to you. Tang Yu pulled him closer and whispered, are you still a virgin? I can find you a girl. Oh yes, indeed. At this, the red boy's eyes brightened. Is that truly possible? What could prevent it? You are already of age, Tang Yu continued to entice. When I was your age, I had already experienced the pleasures of life, harmonizing yin and yang, traversing the cosmos, which greatly benefits one's cultivation. Chapter 159. To capture a female demon, the red boy was indeed intrigued, suddenly finding Tang Yu more agreeable. This bald man was rather commendable. Huh, isn't he a monk? What is this oh yes all about? The red boy's expression was torn between eagerness and anxiety, wavering between acceptance and hesitation. Well, this holy monk. Tang Yu lit a cigarette and waved his hand. Trust me, consider this. What do men seek in their lives but beauty and dominion? Observing Tang Yu smoke, the red boy's face brimmed with curiosity. Tang Yu offered him a cigarette, saying, have one. This is an ordinary cigarette, not laced with anything. Tang Yu felt a fondness for the red boy, who appeared adorably youthful. The red boy took the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. This feels rather nice, he remarked, thoroughly enjoying the experience. What is this? He asked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. This is known as a cigarette. It's quite enjoyable, I assenti it. The 3 disciples were utterly bewildered. Their master effortlessly swayed the red boy with his persuasive words, guiding him along. Originally, Sun Wukong anticipated a fierce battle, his hands itching from the prolonged absence of combat against demons. Concealed in the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't help but twitch her lips. According to the Buddha's instructions, should the red boy falter, she was to intervene, assisting Tang Sanzang into the fire cloud cave. She had been contemplating her approach, but at that moment, it seemed entirely unnecessary. Even if she merely guided Tang Sanzang into the cave, the red boy would treat him with respect. However, Tang Sanzang's antics were truly amusing, prompting even Guanyin to smile. With just a few words, he had led the red boy astray. Enjoyable, the red boy nodded in agreement. Tang Yu produced a pack of cigarettes, placing it in the red boy's hands. Take this. I tell you, even if someone from the Buddha's realm or the heavenly court came to exchange it, they would pay a hefty price. But you, my boy, I like you. Take it and smoke. What a good person Tang Sanzang was. Thank you, third brother. No need for formalities, my child. Although the red boy was but a child, he possessed a commendable demeanor. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for receiving Tang Yu's cigarettes without cause, he said, third brother, my cave is not far ahead. Why not come and visit for a while? This child was quite perceptive. Yet, Tang Yu hesitated. Is that all right? What is wrong with that? Let us go? Thus, the master and his disciples followed the red boy to his cave as guests. Guanyin Bodhisattva deemed it necessary to return to Mount Ling and inform the Tathagata Buddha, seeking his counsel. However, upon her return, she was taken aback. Where is everyone? There was no one around. Only the Tathagata sitting alone in the foreground, smoking, his brow furrowed with sorrow. Buddha, where is everyone? Guanyin Bodhisattva inquired. Was something significant amiss on Mount Ling? This desolation was unprecedented. They have gone for a stroll. The Tathagata Buddha replied, his eyes vacant and hollow. Being the leader felt quite stifling. He never anticipated that those young ones would actually leave. They were off sightseeing while he remained to guard Mount Ling. Wasn't he that frustrating? A stroll? Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips twitching as she stared at the Buddha, wondering if he was jesting. At this moment, all the Buddhas had gone for a leisurely walk. Guanyin was utterly speechless, at a loss for words. They said they wanted to take a walk. The Tathagata Buddha flicked the ash from his cigarette, sighing. Moreover, I suspect there is something amiss with the ancient Buddha of light. Could it be a matter of internal betrayal? The Buddha's suspicions turned towards the ancient Buddha of light. I suspect he has been provoked. He seems somewhat unhinged. Guanyin Bodhisattva felt dizzy. Provoked? Unhinged. The Buddha, enveloped in contemplation, found himself at a loss for words. The gentle whispers of the fan's private accounts floated softly, brushing past the head of the Tathagata. A faint mist obscured his profound gaze, rendering him enigmatic and inscrutable. This was merely the sentiment of the Buddha. Observing the vast emptiness of Ling Mountain, he let out a heavy sigh. Ah, how fortunate you are. I have indeed not misjudged you. Regaining his composure, Guanyin Bodhisattva spoke. I report to you, Buddha, that Tang Sanzang and his companions have been invited by the Red Boy into his cave to be guests. Regarding this predicament, what do you think? The Tathagata, perceiving everything clearly through the mystic mirror, had anticipated complications. Yet, he had naively hoped they could at least overcome this challenge. Now it seemed that even that was in jeopardy. The Buddha's eyes brightened slightly. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Shortly, descend to the earthly realm and directly take the Red Boy as the good wealth boy. As you command, revered Buddha. Are there any leads concerning the traitor? Upon hearing the mention of the traitor, Guanyin Bodhisattva's heart quickened. I have been diligently investigating. The Buddha rubbed his forehead, weariness evident in his demeanor. The variables remain undiscovered. And now a traitor has emerged. Such a headache. The gravity of the situation regarding the changes in journey to the west weighed heavily upon him. Guanyin Bodhisattva descended to the earthly realm, preparing to take the Red Boy as the good wealth boy. However, the thought of the collective outing from Ling Mountain caused her lips to twitch involuntarily. Within the fire cloud cave, the Red Boy graciously invited Tang Yu and his companions inside. This left the little demons puzzled. Had not the king intended to capture Tang Sanzang? Why had he invited them back? Did he harbor some other scheme? Upon returning to the cave, the Red Boy hurriedly instructed the little demons to prepare food and drink to entertain Tang Yu. Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji were left in a state of bewilderment, completely sidelined, as their master effortlessly resolved the situation. Moreover, the Red Boy addressed him affectionately as third brother. Fully aware of the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds them, the Red Boy recognized the value of the gifts he had received, especially since Tang Yu intended to help him find a companion. This only heightened his anticipation. Third brother, what do you think? The Red Boy scratched his head, feeling somewhat shy. Tang Yu, perceiving the boy's intentions, smiled inwardly. Do not fret, follow me, and there will be plenty of food and drink. And you may embrace the ladies at will. Observing the Red Boy's attire, Tang Yu contemplated. However, your clothing is quite inappropriate. Thus, he decided to alter the boy's style. He fashioned a little skirt from leaves and adorned him with a red vest, personally tailoring the outfit. On the Red Boy's head sat a small gourd, creating a delightful gourd boy appearance. Tang Yu was quite pleased with the transformation. After a moment's reflection, he instructed Sun Wukong, Wukong, go and fetch a female demon for me. Chapter 160, Becoming the Son-in-Law of the Jade Emperor. Fetch a female demon? Though Sun Wukong felt a twinge of confusion, he resolved to obey his master's command. Pigsy's eyes lit up at the mention of a female demon. Master, how about I accompany Monkey King? Tang Yu, recognizing the simpleton's thoughts, handed him a potion. Go, go. Return swiftly. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Pigsy vanished, with Pigsy's speed particularly remarkable. Meanwhile, the three foolish ones indulged in a feast, while Red Boy gazed at Tang Yu in perplexity. Before long, Sun Wukong returned, clutching a female demon, a butterfly spirit of exquisite beauty. As for Pigsy, the destination was evident, the Western Paradise. Even the Buddha, Tathagata, craned his neck to observe with keen interest. In the heavenly realm, the Jade Emperor widened his eyes, diligently taking notes on Tang Sanzang's explanations. Impressed by the monk's talents. This Tang Sanzang is indeed remarkable, he mused. Concealed in the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva's face flushed crimson. She hurriedly recited a few verses of the Heart Sutra, murmuring, Amitba, Amitba. The sight was almost unbearable, causing her eyes to sting. After a while, Red Boy emerged. His face aglow with embarrassment, his demeanor bashful. Although Tang Yu had merely provided theoretical knowledge without full practical application, it was enough to redden his cheeks. After all, he was still a child, unaccustomed to such experiences. Yet, he became increasingly eager about the teachings Tang Yu had shared. Within the cave, Tang Yu regarded the female demon, uttering a Buddhist chant with a sly grin. Amitba, dear lady, I have come to offer you salvation. The theoretical instruction had left him feeling quite uncomfortable, questioning the necessity of it all. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have a tangible result to utilize. Thus, with joyous laughter, he exclaimed, Oh yes. A little demon turned to Red Boy, inquiring, Are you all right, my lord? I'm fine, I'm fine. Cough, cough, dog Shensi. You shall remain here to guard the cave while I accompany third brother on a journey to learn and experience the Great Way. Red Boy's anticipation for Tang Yu's teachings intensified, almost longing to embark with them immediately in search of a brothel. It dawned on him that Tang Sanzang had not sent Sun Wukong to capture the female demons for himself, but rather for his own enjoyment. Alas, the innocent child had been fundamentally altered by Tang Yu's influence. Yes, my lord. Pigsy soared far and wide, the potion already coursing through his veins. In his view, amidst these desolate mountains, female demons should abound. Yet, despite flying great distances, he found none. The potion's effects surged, igniting a warmth within him, even causing him to struggle with his flight, stumbling clumsily. Below, a woman lay prostrate not far off, and Pigsy's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of light in the darkness. The celestial maiden appeared somewhat disheveled, having narrowly escaped with the seventh sister while the formidable King Li had descended to the mortal realm and captured her 5 other sisters. However, she was grievously wounded in the process. It must be said that King Li, wielding a mere broken bowl, was proving to be more formidable than his dilapidated tower. Although the bowl bore a chip, diminishing its power slightly, it still surpassed the capabilities of the tower. At that moment, she felt her own magical prowess waning, compounded by her injuries. She wondered where the seventh sister had fled. Cursed fate. After a hard-won descent to the mortal plane, amidst a rare opportunity for leisure, they were so hastily summoned back to the heavens. Moreover, they had all grown rather fond of that old man, the coward. The 7 sisters nearly resorted to violence. Suddenly, she sensed something and turned her gaze into the distance. Pigsy, panting heavily with a flushed face, appeared on the scene, resembling someone on the verge of transformation. Marshal Tianpeng. The celestial maiden regarded the unexpected arrival of Pigsy with astonishment. He seemed to regain a semblance of clarity. What? The celestial maiden? He exclaimed, struggling to maintain control. I must control myself. No, I cannot hold back any longer. What is this potent medicine? With that, Pigsy slowly advanced, his last flicker of lucidity eroded by the effects of the drug. His master had instructed Monkey King to capture a female demon, and here he was, faced with a celestial maiden awaiting him. Pride swelled within him. Do not come any closer. The celestial maiden cried out in alarm. Please, do not approach. But Pigsy, now emboldened, paid her no heed. It was a futile request. In the heavenly realm, the gods widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Many rubbed their eyes, questioning their own sight. What a marvel! Marshal Tianpeng had transformed into the son-in-law of the emperor. Just as Li Jing had pinpointed the celestial maiden's location and prepared to march forth with his forces to retrieve her, he stood there, holding the broken bowl, as if struck by lightning, utterly motionless. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor remained in the Queen Mother's palace, oblivious to the chaos. The celestial maiden was being pursued by a pig. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing wore a bewildered expression, repeatedly rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What was this? A sight too shocking to behold. The entire heavenly court fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Xianguang mirror had long since dissipated. Moments later, the Jade Emperor, with a flushed face and a satisfied demeanor, sat upon his dragon throne, exhaling contentedly. Indeed, Tang Seng's theories had proven accurate. He had witnessed their validation in practice. It was then that he noticed the peculiar behavior of the assembled gods. What is happening here? The Jade Emperor inquired, suddenly recalling that he had abruptly departed from the morning court session. It seemed his work ethic was in question. However, he is the leader. Who would dare utter a word of dissent? The voice of the Jade Emperor trembled with disbelief. Chapter 161. The Pig's Assault. After much hesitation, Taibai Jingxing found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly convey to His Majesty that the celestial maiden had been assaulted by a pig? If he were to express it thus, the Jade Emperor might well succumb to fury and meet his end. Taibai cast a desperate glance around at the other deities, silently beseeching them for assistance or a suggestion. Yet, in the heavenly court, he was somewhat overlooked, and the gods pretended not to notice his pleading gaze, completely ignoring him. The Jade Emperor chuckled heartily. Taibai, do not hesitate to speak your mind. He was in high spirits, having gained profound insights from Tang Sanzang's theories that had opened the door to a new era of understanding. Your Majesty, the celestial maiden. Taibai Jingxing gritted his teeth and exclaimed, has been assaulted by a pig. He blurted it out without a second thought. The Jade Emperor stared at Taibai in disbelief, seemingly unable to digest the gravity of what had just been said. With a wave of his hand, the Xianguang mirror materialized, revealing a shocking scene before him. The cigarette he had been holding fell from his lips onto the table, igniting the official documents before him, which began to emit wisps of smoke. The Jade Emperor stood frozen, as if in a trance. In this critical moment, it was Taibai Jingxing who acted swiftly, using his magic to extinguish the flames on the documents, though they were now charred and unrecognizable. What have I just witnessed? The Jade Emperor stammered, utterly incredulous. Your Majesty, this. Taibai Jingxing was at a complete loss for words. Li Jing, the Jade Emperor's voice boomed. I command you to bring the celestial maiden back immediately. Furthermore, let it be known that anyone who dares to speak of this matter again shall face dire consequences. As for Marshal Tianpeng, see to it that he is dealt with. Everyone knew that Marshal Tianpeng was the second elder brother among those journeying for the scriptures. To eliminate him, the Buddhist sect of the Western Paradise would never acquiesce. Li Jing's expression fell, standing awkwardly in place, momentarily forgetting to accept the imperial edict. In the midst of this tension, he felt an unwelcome dampness at his rear. His condition flared up again. Understood, Li Jing replied. His face contorted with discomfort as he accepted the command. He discreetly sought a place to insert a cushion into his trousers, casting furtive glances around. Oh, no one is watching, he thought, before hastily descending to the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, Zhu Beiji, still under the influence of medication, was laboriously engaged in his tasks, while the celestial maiden had surrendered any notion of resistance. As the saying goes, when one can no longer resist, one must learn to enjoy the situation. Boom. The war drums echoed through the heavens as celestial soldiers materialized. Tianpeng, how dare you? Li Jing bellowed. With an army of heavenly soldiers densely arrayed across the skies, Zhu Beiji suddenly regained his senses, cold sweat pouring down his brow. What on earth had he been doing? In a frantic rush, he stood up, forgetting to pull up his trousers, and sprinted away with all his might. Behind him, white smoke billowed, a clear testament to his remarkable speed. Li Jing paused momentarily, yet chose not to pursue. Instead, he waved his hand, adorning the celestial maiden in her garments. He then ascended back to the heavens with her. A faint smile gradually graced the celestial maiden's face. How delightful! Upon hearing this, Li Jing and several heavenly soldiers nearly tumbled headfirst in disbelief. As for Zhu Beiji, he had departed without a second thought. He bore a significant responsibility, embarking on a journey to the west to seek scriptures. If he were to perish, Li Jing could easily envision his own dire fate, which would be equally grim. Thus, he refrained from the chase. Upon returning to the heavens, he promptly reported to the emperor that Marshal Tianpeng had escaped, and he was unable to catch up. Indeed, such is the wisdom of King Li, truly astute. At Huiyun Cave, Tang Yu emerged with a cheerful demeanor, exuding satisfaction. Red Boy and the others turned their gazes towards him. Following closely was the butterfly spirit, fidgeting with her attire, appearing quite bashful. Third brother, Red Boy inquired, I wish to ask why, despite the theoretical teachings being for himself, he has engaged in practical application. Tang Yu chuckled, drawing the butterfly spirit closer. This is Little Dai, allow me to introduce you. He gestured at Red Boy. Prepare the food and drink. Engaging in physical exertion can be rather exhausting. I must replenish my strength. With a sigh, Red Boy hurriedly instructed the little demons to make the necessary preparations. At that moment, a gust of wind swept past everyone, followed by a resounding bang that caused the entire cave to tremble. Zhu Beiji found himself embedded in the wall, taking quite some time to extricate himself. His face etched with urgency. Master, help! Help! Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he gone out with medicine, reveling in freedom? Why was he now calling for assistance? Zhu Beiji, stammering, eventually relayed the events that had transpired, albeit in a somewhat disjointed manner. Yet, Tang Yu grasped the essence of the situation. This fool had become the son-in-law of the Jade Emperor. Tang Yu's lips twitched involuntarily, leaving him momentarily speechless. Fear not. My foolish disciple, I am here for you, he reassured. From his perspective, it was hardly a matter of concern. Even if a hole were poked in the heavens, it would be inconsequential. After all, the Buddhist disciples would be there to clean up the mess. Speaking of those Buddhist disciples, a flicker of sympathy arose within Tang Yu. However, upon reflection, he realized that all of this chaos had been orchestrated by those very same disciples. Consequently, that flicker of sympathy vanished without a trace. In the Western paradise, the Buddha, with a puff of smoke, slapped his forehead. Alas, how did things escalate to this extent? Zhu Beiji is truly audacious. Surely, the heavenly court could not have anticipated this. It was evidently implausible. Yet, Zhu Beiji could not be allowed to perish. He opened his mouth to issue a command, but was abruptly reminded of the vast emptiness of Ling Mountain. Indeed, everyone had gone on a pilgrimage, wandering about. Upon calculation, he realized that the heavenly court had already dispatched troops. It is evident that this matter pertains to Zhu Beiji. When one wishes to issue commands, there is no one available to heed them. Thus, the Buddha, Tathagata, had no choice but to personally intervene, stepping forth to the southern heavenly gate. Upon the Buddha's arrival, the Jade Emperor naturally sensed his presence. In an instant, he appeared before the Buddha, yet at that moment, his countenance was grim, revealing his displeasure. Regarding the affairs of Tianpong, the Buddha coughed lightly, indicating that unforeseen variables had interfered, resulting in such an outcome. Get lost. The Jade Emperor, truly incensed, hurled this epithet without a second thought. The celestial maiden had been compromised by a pig. What infuriated him further was his suspicion that she had somehow lost her senses, even pleading for Tianping's life. This only intensified the Jade Emperor's wrath, leading him to issue a direct order for her confinement. His hatred for Tianping now ran deep. Cursed Tianping. How dare he act with such impunity, as if he had never faced consequences? The Buddha's expression faltered. What an audacious affront. I have seldom lowered myself to converse with you in such a manner, and yet you respond with such disrespect. Li Jing, immediately lead the heavenly troops to descend and eliminate Tianping, the Jade Emperor declared through clenched teeth. Chapter 162. A piercing strike. Li Jing glanced between the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. In this clash of titans, it was the lesser beings such as himself who bore the brunt of the fallout. Nevertheless, as a denizen of the heavenly court, he was bound to heed the commands of the Jade Emperor. With the decree issued, he had no choice but to comply. Understood, Li Jing replied, brandishing a cracked bowl and turning to leave, striking a pose reminiscent of the mighty Toda Li Tianwang. Yet, in his grasp, that worn bowl appeared somewhat ludicrous, provoking an urge in onlookers to toss in some coins. Jade Emperor, surely you are not oblivious to the repercussions of your actions? The Buddha's expression darkened. I have afforded you ample respect. This entire situation is clearly the result of external interference. Yet you offer me no courtesy, appearing as if you are intent on extinguishing Tianping. What repercussions? I have given it no thought. The Jade Emperor replied coldly. The celestial maiden had indeed been compromised by a pig. Previously, when Sha Wujing had been reprimanded by the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Emperor had remained silent, as there had been no tangible misconduct. However, Zhu Beiji's actions were blatant and brazen. If he were to tolerate this, he would no longer deserve the title of sovereign of the three realms. This affront had reached his very doorstep. Jade Emperor, it is clear that unforeseen forces are at play here, and I implore you to reconsider, the Buddha implored, unable to avoid softening his tone. He was now devoid of allies. All had gone out for leisurely strolls. The Jade Emperor, of equal stature, was surrounded by numerous subordinates, while he stood alone. A solitary commander. Tai Bai Jing Xing, I command you to descend and assist Li Tianwang, the Jade Emperor reiterated coldly. Such a matter leaves no room for negotiation. The countenance of the Tathagata grew increasingly somber, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Overall, The situation was quite unexpected and left him with no viable options. Initially, he had presumed that Tang Sanzang's visit to the lair of the Red Boy was merely a variable, suggesting that subsequent complications would be unlikely. However, to his astonishment, this was merely the beginning. Additionally, the Tathagata sensed the Emperor of Heaven's ulterior motives, clearly aimed at self-aggrandizement. Although he publicly mobilized troops to deal with Zhu Beiji, he secretly sought to extort the Buddhist sect. With a mere word, the emperor could wield immense influence, thus preserving his own dignity while extorting the Buddhist community. The Tathagata was acutely aware of the emperor's cunning schemes. Could he truly endure such extortion? This dilemma weighed heavily on him. In the mortal realm, Li Tianwang and Tai Bai Jingxing swiftly appeared above the fire cloud cave. The celestial soldiers surged forth like a dense, oppressive cloud. Zhu Beiji, overwhelmed, fell to his knees, despite his reluctance, as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Bold Tianpeng, how dare you commit such an act? You are guilty. Li Jing's voice thundered with authority, though the broken bowl in his hand appeared rather peculiar. Sun Wukong wielded his golden staff, spinning it in a graceful arc. Meanwhile, the Red Boy was filled with exhilaration, having never witnessed such a spectacle, igniting within him a desire to cheer. Zhu Beiji, drenched in sweat, stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. It was not entirely his fault. The potency of the elixir had overwhelmed him. Old Li, the deed is done. There's no need for theatrics, Tang Yu remarked nonchalantly, glancing curiously at Li Tianwang's odd bowl, pondering its significance. Are we begging for alms? One might as well have a cane, he mused. Tai Bai Jingxing was about to speak when he seemed to recall something, his face suddenly adorned with a sycophantic grin. Third brother, this Tianpeng has acted without regard for the dignity of the heavenly court. You must understand the gravity of this matter. I understand nothing of the sort. This is my disciple, and I will protect him, Tang Yu declared with an air of authority. His words touched Zhu Beiji deeply. Bold Tang Sanzang, step back. Li Jing bellowed, astonished that a mere mortal would dare utter such daring words. Had he not been the seeker of scriptures, Li Jing would have swiftly dealt with him. Tang Yu's eyes narrowed, confronting the audacity of the old general. Wukong, he commanded, pointing at Li Jing, silence him. If trouble arises, I shall take responsibility. With a growing understanding of Tang Sanzang's status, Sun Wukong recognized the protective aura surrounding him, akin to a death-free pass. Advancing with his golden staff, he pointed menacingly at the celestial soldiers, causing them to instinctively take a step back. Just as Li Jing opened his mouth to speak, his expression suddenly changed, unleashing a howl reminiscent of a wild wolf echoing through the deep forest. Alas, he trembled uncontrollably, plummeting from above as if devoid of agency. He lay sprawled on the ground, arching his back, his countenance contorted in agony, shaking violently. To his dismay, a gun was lodged squarely in his posterior, quivering ominously. Oh dear, he lamented, his voice filled with despair. Tears were absent, as he felt the sting of yet another injury before the last one had even healed. The situation was dire, misery compounded upon misery. He resembled a large shrimp, curled on the ground. The celestial soldiers gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Who had perpetrated this act? Was it the Monkey King? Yet, he remained rooted in place, though the possibility could not be entirely dismissed. With Sun Wukong's current prowess, executing such a feat stealthily was certainly within his capabilities. Who dared to harm a high-ranking official of the heavenly court? Tai Bai Jingxing called out, unable to bear the sight of Li Jing any longer. Blood oozed from his wound, the gunshot having struck true, the entire barrel embedded within. One could only imagine the extent of the injury. Tai Bai instinctively tightened, horrified by the audacity of such a vile act. Suddenly, an enormous hand swung out from the shadows, delivering a resounding slap to Tai Bai Jingxing's face, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. Before he could comprehend the situation, a massive rock came crashing down upon him, pinning him to the ground. Li Jing remained prostrate, his rear end elevated, crying out in distress. Tai Bai's head buzzed, his vision blurred, as he spun in confusion, collapsing onto the very spear that had impaled Li Jing. Li Jing's eyes widened in shock, a heart-wrenching scream escaping his lips, causing his body to tremble in pain. Concealed in the shadows, Guanyin Bodhisattva was poised to reveal herself but froze at the sight, casting a furtive glance toward Tang Sanzang. The celestial soldiers grew tense, ever vigilant. As the two leaders, Li Tianwang and Tai Bai Jingxing, had been incapacitated. The source of their terror lay in the uncertainty of who had launched the attack. Chapter 163. The emergence of variables. The celestial soldiers were gripped by a palpable fear, anxious that they too might become victims of a similar assault. Observing Li Tianwang's plight was almost unbearable. The soldiers exchanged glances, instinctively forming protective circles, their backs pressed together in a primal effort to safeguard their vulnerable flanks. Li Jing remained hunched, still moaning in agony, the spear quivering ominously in his backside. Meanwhile, the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, far removed in the heavenly realm, bore witness to this unfolding drama. A shift had occurred. The slap that had resonated moments ago, though imperceptible to many, was distinctly felt by those of their exalted status. However, no calculation could decipher the unfolding events. Both the Buddha and the Jade Emperor appeared simultaneously above the fire cloud cave. What on earth, they mused, could prompt such chaos over a mere pixie? In both the East and West, the Titans have arrived. Behold the Jade Emperor. Behold the Buddha. The Tathagata wore a grave expression, performing a series of intricate finger calculations. Tang Yu felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, barely escaping detection. As for Li Tianwang and the Great White Star, they were undoubtedly his creations. The Bodhisattva Guanyin, concealed in the shadows, gracefully emerged and offered a slight bow. Revered Guanyin, you were just here. Have you made any discoveries? The Tathagata inquired anxiously. It was evident that variables were at play, yet he could not decipher what lay hidden. For it was clear that some artifact was obscuring the heavenly secrets from him. Guanyin understood the Buddha's intent. I report to you, my Buddha, that I have found nothing unusual. The Red Boy and the other minor demons below were collectively bewildered. They could never have anticipated that their fire cloud cave would attract such formidable figures. The Red Boy began to tremble, realizing that with such an assembly, neither he nor even his father, the Bull Demon King, would stand a chance. Third brother, he stammered. Being young and inexperienced, he was utterly terrified. Tang Yu silently scoffed at him. However, it could be said that apart from him and Sun Wukong, everyone else was quaking in fear. Do not panic. It is not a grave matter, Tang Yu reassured. Trust third brother, everything will be fine. Zhu Beiji trembled. This is serious. The Jade Emperor has personally descended. Is there any hope left for us? The Jade Emperor seeks atonement, Zhu Beiji stuttered. Such disgrace. Tang Yu rolled his eyes. After spending so much time in his company, Zhu Beiji had learned nothing. What are you afraid of? You bear the heavy burden of the pilgrimage to the West. As long as you do not perish, everything will be all right. Just act. After investigating for a moment, they found nothing. The Jade Emperor scoffed. You commit such acts and expect me to atone? Though he had descended to address the variables, others perceived it merely as a response to Zhu Beiji's predicament, which somewhat diminished his grandeur. The sovereign of the three realms descends so easily. Yet, he maintained the appearance of authority. It is evident that the variables are meddling here. I trust you can discern this without further elaboration. The Tathagata gestured towards Li Jing and the Great White Star below. Look at your men, who have been tormented by these variables. One is bleeding profusely, and the other has suffered a grievous blow to the head. However, for the Tathagata, there was a hint of schadenfreude in witnessing this turmoil unfold in the heavenly court. Alas, your majesty, Li Jing quivered, his voice trembling and his face a mask of despair. Please save me. Even he did not understand why he had suddenly been struck. The pain was unbearable. The Jade Emperor paused, feeling that Li Jing had brought great shame upon himself. Moreover, his posture was undignified. What was he doing, presenting his rear? With a wave of his hand, the weapon embedded in Li Jing's backside was swiftly extracted, causing blood to spurt several meters, splattering all over the Great White Star. At that moment, the Great White Star remained in a state of utter bewilderment. Even extending his tongue to lick, Li Jing cried out in despair, trembling all over. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead, gritting his teeth. Tian Peng, how could you commit such an act? Do you have anything to say for yourself? The Jade Emperor stood high above, arms crossed, his robes billowing, exuding an air of authority. His demeanor elicited a soft click of the tongue from Tang Yu, who marveled at the display of power, effortlessly summoning thousands of followers, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Regardless of the competence of these heavenly soldiers, at least they exuded a formidable presence. In stark contrast stood the Buddha, with only Guanyin Bodhisattva by his side. In terms of aura, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Your Majesty, Tian Peng acknowledges his transgressions. Zhu Beiji was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had inadvertently become the Jade Emperor's son-in-law. Nevertheless, he maintained a certain decorum, refraining from disclosing the matter of his medication. Jade Emperor, I urge you to heed my words. The Buddha stepped forward, stating, Tianpeng bears significant responsibilities. We must avoid any mishaps. As you must have observed, the recent events were clearly a result of unforeseen circumstances. The Jade Emperor responded with a slight narrowing of his eyes. But was this action instigated by Tianpeng? Cursing inwardly, the Buddha recognized the Jade Emperor's intent to extort. Yet, the Buddha was not one easily manipulated. He was no longer a member of the heavenly court, now considered an entity of the Western paradise. Do you have no commentary on this matter, Buddha? The Jade Emperor questioned, arms still crossed, gazing slightly upwards. Before the Buddha could respond, the Jade Emperor waved his hand dismissively, commanding, seize him. Tang Yu pondered. With the Buddha present, his own involvement was unnecessary. He believed the fool was unlikely to meet his demise, so there was nothing to fear. Instantly, a throng of heavenly soldiers surged forward, but the Buddha's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort, an imperceptible pressure descending upon them. The Jade Emperor's countenance shifted slightly, his own aura rising, refusing to yield. The heavenly soldiers found themselves in turmoil, oscillating between moments of relief and overwhelming pressure. The Buddha intensified his presence further. Before the Jade Emperor could take action, a cacophony echoed as soldiers began to plummet from the sky, crashing to the ground, creating a mountain of bodies several meters high. You despicable fiend! The Jade Emperor gritted his teeth, never anticipating the Buddha's underhanded tactics. It was a deliberate attempt to humiliate the heavenly court, inflicting no mortal harm, yet under such pressure. Their cultivation began to wane, rendering them unable to recover for the time being. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? I simply lost control for a moment. The Buddha thought to himself, suppressing a smirk. Where are Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing? Just moments ago, the two had knelt upright. Yet now they were nowhere to be seen. As the pile of bodies shifted, for figures lay beneath, their breath shallow, life slipping away. Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, along with two others, namely Tai Bai Jinxing and Li Jing, find themselves in a precarious situation. In Chapter 164, How to Exhale Smoke Rings, Li Jing, already gravely injured, was nearly dispatched to the afterlife under immense pressure, appearing as though he might ascend to Buddhahood at any moment. His eyes rolled back. He seemed on the brink of passing away. As for Tai Bai Jinxing, he was frothing at the mouth, almost ready for a funeral. The two simpletons, Er Daitu and San Lungzi, fared slightly better, yet their condition was hardly reassuring. Tang Yu, sensing the dire turn of events, hastily retreated with Sun Wukong and the Red Boy to the entrance of the Fire Cloud Cave. Peering outside, he cursed under his breath. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Jade Emperor was immediately filled with wrath, while Guanyin Bodhisattva could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Amitabha, the Jade Emperor, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged for a swift resolution, promising that he would provide an explanation regarding Zhu Beiji's actions. The Tathagata Buddha felt somewhat intimidated. Reflecting on the unfortunate turn of events that led to Tai Bai Jinxing's demise and Li Jing's near ruin, observing Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing, he felt a strange sense of balance within himself. It dawned on him that if the Jade Emperor's fury escalated, he would not emerge unscathed. Indeed, Zhu Beiji's transgressions had crossed a line. Contemplating this, the Tathagata Buddha even entertained the thought of bringing Zhu Beiji to account for his misdeeds. You revel in your freedom, yet it falls upon me to clean up your mess. Just wait until you arrive at the Spirit Mountain. I shall settle the score then. The Jade Emperor's lips twitched slightly. However, after careful consideration, he realized it was no small feat to extract anything from the Buddhist realm. Moreover, the ongoing conflict between the two parties offered no benefits. The various celestial beings undoubtedly kept a watchful eye on the unfolding drama, and should matters escalate, they would surely intervene. With a fierce glare directed at the Tathagata Buddha, the Jade Emperor declared, "You shall pay for this." With a wave of his hand, he departed with the heavenly soldiers, carrying the injured Li Jing and the ailing Tai Bai Jinxing back to the heavens. Tang Yu was taken aback by their sudden retreat, having anticipated a grand and tumultuous battle. Instead, they left in a most undignified manner. Yet, he understood that a conflict was simply untenable. The Tathagata Buddha's previous words indicated a retreat from confrontation. The Jade Emperor, aware of the wisdom in knowing when to withdraw, led his legion of celestial soldiers away, illuminating the skies once more with their presence. The long-lost sun shone brightly, casting its radiant light into his eyes. To his surprise, Tang Yu discovered a latent talent for poetry within himself. Truly remarkable. With a wave of his hand, the Tathagata Buddha restored Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing to full vitality, causing them to leap about joyfully. They quickly prostrated themselves, too fearful to meet the Buddha's gaze. Zhu Beiji, the Tathagata Buddha thundered, his voice reverberating like thunder, leaving everyone's heads buzzing with astonishment. Buddha questioned Pigsy, who nearly succumbed to the weight of his actions along the journey. What have you to say for your misdeeds? The bewildered Pigsy retorted. But it was my master who led me here. Why do you not confront him instead? Throughout their pilgrimage, a monk ought to embody the essence of detachment. Yet the Buddha cast a meaningful glance at Tang Yu, as if addressing him directly. With a disdainful smirk, Tang Yu produced a cigarette, igniting it and exhaling a stylish smoke ring. The Buddha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How do you create that smoke ring? He inquired, having failed to master the technique himself despite prolonged practice. Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a wave of dizziness, nearly toppling from her perch. Oh, Buddha, how swiftly you shift from stern admonitions about the sacred quest to inquiring about smoke rings. Would you like to learn? I shall teach you, Tang Yu replied, casually producing another ring. The Buddha, intrigued, lit a cigarette of his own, keenly observing Tang Yu's movements. Pay attention, Tang Yu instructed, tilting his head back to release another smoke ring. The Buddha attempted to replicate the action, but his efforts resulted in a misshapen puff, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Was he, the sovereign of the West, to be outdone by Tang Sanzang? Suddenly, the Buddha regained his composure. What folly is this? Have I lost all semblance of dignity? Tang Sanzang smiled, observing the Buddha's discomfort. Though the journey is arduous and distant, one must never succumb to lethargy. The quest to the West is a noble endeavor for the benefit of humanity, and I expect your utmost diligence, the Buddha sternly admonished. Reflecting on the mischief Tang Sanzang had engaged in along the way, it was disheartening to witness a devoted monk devolve into such antics, particularly given his role as the chosen seeker of scriptures. Understood. Is there anything else? Tang Yu replied lazily, a hint of impatience lingering in the air. The Buddha's eyes widened in disbelief. What impudence is this? When I travel, am I not met with reverence and respect? Why, then, does this Tang Sanzang elicit such impatience? With a huff, he regarded Tang Sanzang more deeply. Come, brother, your arrival is not without significance. Allow me to present you with something remarkable. Tang Yu spoke with an air of mystery. Remarkable? This piqued the Buddha's curiosity, for he knew this cigarette had originated from his own hand. What could this new treasure be? Feeling intrigued, Tang Yu turned and walked toward the fire cloud cave. The Buddha hesitated briefly before appearing within the cave alongside Tang Yu. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. The Buddha had effortlessly followed Tang Sanzang into the fire cloud cave, the domain of the Red Boy. Yet none dared to enter at this moment. Seating himself confidently at a stone table, Tang Yu revealed a crystal bottle, emblazoned with bold letters that read, Red Star Erguo Tu. The Venerable Buddha was not unfamiliar with this peculiar substance. During his time at the Guanyin Zen temple, he had once observed Tang Sanzang presenting it. At this moment, his curiosity was piqued even further. Tang Yu poured 2 glasses, placing one before the Buddha. Brother, my heart is heavy, he lamented, sighing deeply before downing his drink in one swift motion. The Buddha, gazing at the beverage, was uncertain of its nature. After taking a whiff, he noted its somewhat pungent aroma. After a brief hesitation, he lifted the glass and consumed it in one gulp. The fiery spirit left the Buddha momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible enhancement in his cultivation. For someone of his stature, even the slightest improvement was a formidable challenge. His eyes brightened as he stared at the liquor. Chapter 165, Sharing a Drink with the Buddha. The improvement in his cultivation was merely an illusion. A clever trick orchestrated by Tang Yu. Remarkable. You can certainly hold your liquor. Not a hint of flush or breathlessness after that shot. Tang Yu swiftly poured another glass, and the two engaged in a merry exchange, each puffing on cigarettes as they reveled in their drinks. The Buddha's gaze grew somewhat dazed as he belched, completely forgetting to resist the effects of the alcohol with his powers. Meanwhile, Tang Yu appeared to be in far better condition. Brother, my heart is burdened, Tang Yu continued. The Buddha took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling in frustration. My brother, I share your plight. As the alcohol began to take effect, the Buddha's eyes reddened, and he looked as if he might weep. You see, if only you all focused on retrieving the scriptures from the West, but alas, an unexpected complication arose. Is this not absurd? Brother, you may not fully grasp the severity of these issues, but they weigh heavily on me. The Buddha downed another glass, visibly intoxicated. He belched once more, tapping his toes and rubbing his nose, causing Tang Yu to shiver with discomfort. With two other saints observing closely, he thought to himself, when others see me, they view me as the Buddha, the supreme being of the West. They assume I am formidable. Yet, there are matters beyond my control. Ultimately, it all came down to a lack of strength on his part. My brother, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Your understanding of my struggles brings me solace. This was undoubtedly significant news. It appeared that the Buddha was also dissatisfied with his current state. However, with two saints present, he felt powerless. Brother, I comprehend. Truly I do. Tang Yu patted his chest, adopting a sympathetic demeanor. The Buddha's eyes brimmed with tears, feeling as if Tang Sanzang was his kindred spirit. Do not cry. Do not cry. Your brother is here. Whatever troubles you, feel free to share with me. Tang Yu comforted as he placed a hand on the Buddha's shoulder. Taking the bottle, the Buddha poured himself another glass. This was indeed a precious elixir for enhancing his cultivation. Even if asked to dispel the alcohol now, he would not entertain the thought. How could he waste something so beneficial for his spiritual advancement? Let us consider today's events, dear brother. It is evident that variables have intervened. To be frank, when I first witnessed your indulgence, your deviation from restraint, I felt a tinge of discontent. However, upon reflection, I realized that this is a matter of variables and bears no relation to you. Thus I came to understand. Tang Yu nearly spewed his drink in surprise. My apologies. Brother, I am indeed the variable in question. Goodness, having smoked and imbibed, one wonders when I shall find you a companion to share in some merriment. As long as you understand, brother, there are matters I wish to elucidate, yet you are a busy man, and the opportunity has not presented itself. Sometimes, these affairs are beyond our control, and we find ourselves at the mercy of circumstances, Tang Yu expressed with a hint of insincerity. I comprehend, dear brother. There is no need for further explanation. I understand, replied the Buddha, his face flushed and eyes clouded with inebriation, patting his chest to emphasize his understanding. As long as you grasp this, brother, Tang Yu sighed, I too feel a sense of embarrassment regarding these matters. I am the designated pilgrim to the West, and I feel honored by this role. Moreover, my pilgrimage to the West to seek scriptures and pay homage is an endeavor to benefit mankind. A noble deed that cannot be neglected. Brother, I understand. I know this is not your desire. The Buddha seemed genuinely intoxicated, pouring forth his woes to Tang Yu. Even now, the West is devoid of inhabitants. They have all ventured out for leisure. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. What a revelation. It appears the entire West has embarked on a journey. With the Buddha here drinking with me, does that imply that the holy mountain is deserted? Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure stealthily departed from the cave, undetected. Yet, the Buddha's divine insight sensed a subtle disturbance, though he could not pinpoint its nature. Brother, I empathize with your plight. Being a leader is no easy task. Tang Yu, ever considerate, refilled the Buddha's cup. With every utterance of brother, he forged a bond of camaraderie. The Buddha seemed to have found a kindred spirit in Tang Yu, engaging in light-hearted banter, while some of Tang Yu's remarks went unheard, merely responded to with nonchalant hums. Outside the cave, Guanyin Bodhisattva and others exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unsure of what course of action to take, particularly Guanyin, who had been instructed by the Buddha to descend and retrieve the red boy. Yet, with the Buddha now present, she found herself devoid of authority in the matter. What could Tang Sanzang possibly intend by inviting the Buddha into the cave? The youthful countenance of the red boy contorted with concern. Being but a child, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no fear. Tang Yu swiftly made his way to the holy mountain. Indeed, one essence manifests as three. One Tang Yu accompanied the Buddha in revelry, while another took advantage of the vacated holy mountain to explore. Before him stood the grand plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. As he stepped inside, Tang Yu paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight. This was indeed the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, adorned with pink silken drapes and flickering pink candles. Is this truly not a brothel? Stepping out from the grand gates of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, I took a moment to observe once more. Indeed, it was the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I had not anticipated that the decor of the temple would possess such a certain elegance. The delicate pink hues exuded an air of ambiguity, a hazy beauty. Although I had previously learned from my brother that the temple was deserted due to its occupants wandering off for leisure, I remained cautious. Cloaked by the concealing heavenly array, I occasionally rendered myself invisible and began to wander through the temple grounds. Where might the treasure of the Buddha be located? Last time, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra had witnessed my affectionate encounter with the white rat spirit and lost control momentarily, resulting in a fit of laughter. This led to a punishment from the Buddha, leaving him in a state of reflection. He was still mulling over his actions, but what a frivolous penance it was. He would occasionally lie down, tossing and turning, and at times sit up, feeling discomfort in every position. The only solace he found was in the presence of a cigarette. Without it, he might have gone mad. During this period, the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra had become particularly indulgent in smoking. Hidden in the shadows, I found myself momentarily taken aback. What was this old fellow up to? He was tossing and turning, occasionally rising to perform a few push-ups. Should I send him away? I decided to set that aside for now. Locating the Buddha's treasure took precedence. Within the merit pool, the Bodhisattva Manjushri was still indulging in a sauna, feeling rather stifled. He had only been active for a few days before being confined once more. At that moment, he leaned against the edge of the sauna pool, drifting into slumber. His head bowed, drool trickling from his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, I quietly approached. This was indeed the merit pool, a treasure in its own right. System. Is there a magical artifact capable of collecting the water from the merit pool? I inquired, reaching out to the system. Chapter 166. Emptying the Buddhist realm. The system quickly provided a response. The infinite universe bag. 300,000 fortune points. If you don't want it, let it be. Although somewhat costly, I did not hesitate to exchange for it. This was the merit pool, after all. It had taken the entirety of Buddhism ages to accumulate such wealth. I had not expected it to become mine so easily. The Bodhisattva Manjushri, still blissfully asleep in the pool, wiped the drool from his mouth, opened his eyes in confusion, and found himself floating in the water, resembling a drowned soul. Observing the flabby flesh on his body, I felt a wave of discomfort. I opened the universe bag and slowly began to gather the water from the merit pool. Eventually, only a murky residue remained. I decided to leave it behind. After contemplating for a moment, I kindly refilled the pool with ordinary water, ensuring that it appeared similar to the original. To enhance its appearance, I cast a spell that made the entire merit pool shimmer, resembling the sacred water it once contained. With everything in place and the merit pool water secured, Manjushri had not sensed a thing, continuing to snore peacefully. It was only after I departed, with a gentle breeze passing through, that he wiped his mouth and finally sat up. What was happening? Feeling a slight chill, I sensed something amiss with the waters of the merit pool. Upon inspection, however, I could discern no apparent difference. Surely, my lack of restful sleep had begun to take a toll on my mental state. Manjushri Bodhisattva leaned against the edge of the pool, continuing to slumber peacefully. After a moment of groping about, I finally located the Buddhist treasure trove. Yet, it was surrounded by a barrier of magical prohibitions. It was evident that entry had been secured by the hand of the Buddha. Following the previous reckless intrusion by Zhu Beiji into the Buddhist treasury, the Tathagata had wisened up, realizing that precautions were necessary. For others, slipping in unnoticed might prove quite challenging. However, for me, it was a trivial endeavor. Could the system provide a means to enter without detection and without breaching the magical prohibitions? I had no choice but to consult the system, for I possessed the requisite conditions. The spirit-binding talisman could nullify all magical prohibitions, but it was a one-time use. With an auspicious value of 200,000, I exchanged it without a second thought. Upon entering the Buddhist treasury, my eyes widened in astonishment. What a windfall! There were several precious artifacts of great sanctity. Beside me lay a piece of scrap metal, the key to the treasure of heaven and earth. I could hardly contain my laughter, for this unexpected delight was too good to be true. Including this one, I now held 3 keys. Previously, the 6-eared macaque had procured one from the Dragon King's treasury, and I had traded for another with the Bright Star. It seemed I was truly on the verge of assembling the complete set of keys to the treasure of heaven and earth. Without further ado, I unfurled my bag. No, it was the infinite Xiankuan bag. As I traversed the treasury, not a single blade of grass remained. The once abundant Buddhist treasury was now entirely devoid of its contents. Even the layer of dust on the ground had been swept away by my efforts. Yet, in a gesture of goodwill, I utilized some other items to refill the treasury, departing with a sense of satisfaction. The prohibitions set by the Buddha remained intact, completely undisturbed, perfect. At the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, I began to gather the Buddha's throne, while the adjacent lotus seat was now mine to claim. Eventually, upon realizing there was nothing left of value, I even took the plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Monastery. Seizing a piece of ordinary wood, I carved it with flourish and hung it up. I laughed heartily, pondering how the Buddha would react upon returning to the monastery to witness this scene. Then, I contemplated whether I should send Manjushri, who was indulging in a hot spring, to rest. There was also Samantabhadra, engaged in deep contemplation. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. In the mortal realm, at the Fire Cloud Cave, I continued to address the Tathagata as old brother and come brother, reveling in our jovial drinking session, particularly as the Buddha's face flushed with delight. Come, brother. I can no longer drink, I gestured, releasing a hearty belch. Old brother, your capacity for liquor is rather lacking, the Tathagata chuckled, squinting with mirth as he puffed on a cigarette. Indeed, come brother, my drinking prowess leaves much to be desired. Today, I find myself inebriated and plan to rest throughout the day, embarking on a journey for enlightenment tomorrow. Sleep is of no concern. I can slumber for as long as necessary. Tang Yu produced several bottles of erguotu and 2 packs of cigarettes, offering them to the Buddha. These are on the house. My friend, take them. Enjoy them on your way back. The Buddha, feeling rather embarrassed, insisted that he could not accept such gifts. However, Tang Yu pressed on, declaring that these were meant for the children of the West, encouraging everyone to partake. Without further ado, he thrust the cigarettes and liquor into the Buddha's hands. With a slight sway, the Buddha rose unsteadily, his eyes glazed, and lost his balance, crashing against the wall of the Fire Cloud Cave, leaving a large dent in the shape of a person. Pulling himself away from the wall, he clutched the cigarettes and liquor, belching as he patted Tang Yu's shoulder. My dear brother, no need for words. You are indeed my true brother. Should any matters arise, we shall consult our elder brother. Though he possesses limited abilities, he commands a loyal following. Do not be deceived by the Jade Emperor's facade. He poses no threat to us. He has his supporters, and we too have ours. Fear not, for our elder brother stands with us. The Buddha's chest resonated with his affirmations, yet his feet continued to trace circles beneath him. Observing his imminent fall, Tang Yu swiftly extended a hand, inadvertently tearing the Buddha's robe. The sight of the Buddha's pale flesh, clad only in a pair of bright red undergarments, left Tang Yu momentarily speechless. He swore he intended only to assist the Buddha, with no ulterior motives. What are you staring at? Brother, this is my zodiac year. The Buddha explained as Tang Sanzang gazed at his red undergarments. Tang Yu's lips twitched in response. Yes, elder brother, let me assist you outside. You've had enough to drink. It's merely a little, it's nothing significant, the Buddha dismissed, waving his hand, circling his feet. Outside the cave, several individuals grew increasingly anxious, particularly upon hearing a loud crash from within. Could Tang Sanzang have come to blows with the Buddha? Guanyin, concerned for their safety, called upon Sun Wukong to investigate. Just then, a hazy figure emerged from the cave, rendering everyone speechless. Chapter 167. The Buddha's intoxication. The Buddha appeared clad solely in his small red undergarments, leaning heavily against Tang Yu, muttering incessantly. Tang Yu struggled to escort him out of the Fire Cloud Cave, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Your tolerance for alcohol leaves much to be desired. My dear brother, no need for words. I am simply very happy today, the Buddha proclaimed, wrapping his arm around Tang Yu's neck, his eyes glazed over, as if in a daze. Guanyin, Sun Wukong, and others stood in utter disbelief. They were all left as if struck by lightning, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. What on earth had transpired? My heavens! The Buddha had transformed into this state, fraternizing with Tang Sung. Most importantly, where were his garments? Would it be too much to ask for him to don some attire? Those red undergarments were rather indecorous. Brother, my dear sibling, I am quite pleased. You should return home now, back to the holy mountain, and take a rest. We shall have another opportunity to drink together, he said. Little brother, I must take my leave. The Buddha, forcing himself to stand upright, engaged in pleasantries with Tang Yu, albeit in a rather drawn-out manner, which began to annoy Tang Yu. Yet he felt utterly powerless to change the situation. With a sway, the Buddha took to the skies, reminiscent of a hen soaring aloft. It was then that Guanyin Bodhisattva snapped out of her shock. The Buddha has indulged too much. She found herself at a loss for words. However, a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. The Buddhist order was doomed. Why don't you go assist him? At this rate, he'll struggle to find the holy mountain. Tang Yu remarked. Upon hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva quickly reacted and hurried after him. As for the red boy, well, they could wait until the Buddha sobered up to address that matter. Observing the pitiful female demon beside him, Tang Yu pulled her close and headed towards the cave dwelling, leaving behind a parting remark. Once I've rested, we shall set forth. Outside the cave, several individuals exchanged glances. Brother Monkey, what is going on? Pigsy inquired, still bewildered. He had expected the Buddha to deliver a lecture to his master, yet he had not anticipated that the two would indulge in drink, and that the Buddha would become inebriated. Just recalling the Buddha's earlier demeanor made his mouth twitch involuntarily. I have no idea. Don't ask me, Sun Wukong replied. Leaping up into a tree, the red boy's face was filled with disbelief, and after a moment, he finally exclaimed, Third brother, that's impressive. He wished to align himself with Tang Yu, and now that he had established a fraternal bond with the Western Heaven's leader, who would dare to provoke him? Despite the Buddha's intoxication, he flew with remarkable speed, with Guanyin Bodhisattva frantically pursuing him from behind. Buddha! Buddha! No, you're going the wrong way. Turn around quickly. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he reached the heavenly court. Suddenly, the sight of the Buddha in his red undergarments materialized in the heavenly court, a vision Guanyin Bodhisattva dared not contemplate. Struggling to catch up, she finally intercepted him. How dare you block my path? The Buddha exclaimed, letting out a heavy belch that nearly made Guanyin Bodhisattva retch. She held her breath and approached him. Buddha, I am Guanyin Bodhisattva, she said, guiding him with a gesture. Now you may proceed straight ahead. The Buddha, still in a daze, turned around again. This is incorrect. You are going against the flow. Turn around, go straight, and then you will arrive at the Great Thunder Monastery, Guanyin Bodhisattva patiently instructed. If this truly led them to the heavenly court, she dared not imagine the consequences that would unfold. In a state of bewilderment, the Tathagata once again lost his head. Yes, this time it was correct. Proceed straight, ascend, soar, the Bodhisattva Guanyin urged. No sooner had the words left her lips than the Tathagata shot forth into the sky. Guanyin was momentarily taken aback before hastily pursuing him, calling out from behind, You veered off course, Tathagata. At this moment, the sacred mountain became utterly desolate. In the grand hall, apart from the silken drapes of the fans, there was nothing else remaining. The dimly flickering candles, remnants of fervent followers, continued to burn slowly, exuding their last stubborn rays of light. Tang Yu ultimately refrained from confronting the Bodhisattva's Manjushri and Samantabhadra, for he sensed a faint presence, reminiscent of Gao Tzulan. Just as he prepared to investigate, several more auras abruptly emerged, unmistakably belonging to the denizens of the Great Thunder Monastery. After a brief hesitation, he decided to withdraw. Indeed, it was a tour group led by Maitreya Buddha, returning from a leisurely stroll around Mount Wutai, their hearts content. Each bore a triangular pouch brimming with souvenirs, engaging in lively discussions about the scenic views. It was evident they were quite pleased with their excursion. Another group approached from afar, led by the ancient Buddha of lighting lamps. Let us pause here for a moment. Maitreya Buddha quickly recognized the ancient Buddha of lighting lamps and his entourage. From a distance, a congregation of monks could be seen, their heads aglow. The ancient Buddha of lighting lamps, accompanied by other Buddhas, appeared and exclaimed, Ah, how was your journey to Mount Wutai? Naturally smooth. I wonder how the journey to Jiuhua Mountain fared for the ancient Buddha? Maitreya inquired. Exceedingly delightful, especially in this season, which is perfect for travel, the ancient Buddha of lighting lamps replied, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Having ventured out, it seemed as though they had all rejuvenated considerably. We each prepared some gifts for the Tathagata, he added, producing a firework. These are best admired when set off at night. What a coincidence. I too have prepared some fireworks, Maitreya Buddha chimed in, unveiling his own gift, revealing they were both indeed fireworks. The Buddhas trailing behind had also prepared small tokens for the Tathagata. It was only fitting to bring gifts upon their return from such an outing. As they shared laughter and made their way toward the Great Thunder Monastery, a figure suddenly rushed forth, clad in a stark white, with only a pair of bright red shorts fluttering in the wind, decidedly eye-catching. Shortly thereafter, another figure materialized, frantically chasing after him, shouting, Tathagata, break, slow down. We are nearing our destination. The Tathagata squinted at what lay ahead, something utterly dazzling to behold. The assembled Buddhas were completely taken aback. This red shorts-wearing figure was none other than the Tathagata himself. Before many could fully comprehend the situation, he careened forward, colliding with several Buddhas, who cried out in alarm as they plummeted toward the lower realms. What is happening? The assembly of Buddhas found themselves in collective confusion. The ancient Buddha of lighting lamps hastily invoked his powers to catch those falling. Slow down, Tathagata, please. Guanyin Bodhisattva shouted anxiously from behind. Bang! The entire Great Thunder Sound Temple trembled. The Buddha, the Tathagata, seemed to be embedded within the temple itself, leaving an imprint upon the wall, a human-shaped silhouette. From behind, one could see the bright red shorts still stubbornly swaying. From a distance, the Bodhisattva Guanyin was taken aback upon seeing the plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and looked again. Chapter 168. The Buddhas in poverty. Guanyin remained in a daze for quite some time, gazing at the plaque that read, Great Thunder Sound Temple, Brothel. Surely, this must be the doing of Tang Sanzang, she thought. Yet she had no intention of drawing attention to it. The other Buddhas were equally captivated by the Tathagata embedded in the wall, oblivious to the bizarre situation. What could have happened to the Buddha? The assembly of Buddhas exchanged confused glances, utterly bewildered. Guanyin, the Maitreya Buddha, was the first to inquire. What on earth is going on? This is utterly strange. How could the Tathagata end up in such a state, clad only in red shorts and embedded in a wall? The Buddha struggled to detach himself from the wall, swaying unsteadily, and with a hearty chuckle, he exclaimed, Ah, you all have returned. Buddha, are you all right? Maitreya asked with concern. All is well, all is well. A little drink is nothing to worry about, the Tathagata replied with a burp, nearly causing Maitreya to retch. He led the assembly into the Great Thunder Sound Temple, only to be met with astonishment. Aside from the Tathagata, nothing seemed amiss. Maitreya and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The temple was empty, devoid of anything, as if it had been ravaged by bandits. What in the world? The Great Thunder Sound Temple has been robbed. What kind of thief would clear out the temple like this? The Buddhas were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. It must be a dream. How could the Great Thunder Sound Temple be robbed so thoroughly? There was nothing left. Only the vast emptiness of the temple standing in solitude. The Tathagata, still oblivious to the situation, with bleary eyes and a foolish grin, said, Why do you have two heads? How dare you use transformation techniques in my presence? Reveal your true form at once. Buddha, please wake up. Look, something has happened. Maitreya urged, shaking him in an attempt to bring him to awareness, so he could grasp the enormity of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's loss. Who could have done this? The temple had been completely emptied. If word got out, the heavenly beings would surely laugh uncontrollably. What has happened? What trouble could there be? With me here. Who would dare cause a ruckus? The Tathagata retorted, burping again, exuding an air of invincibility, dismissing everyone around him. Even if the Bodhisattva of the golden light stood before him, the Buddha would not shy away. Buddha, please wake up. Maitreya was on the verge of tears. In the Great Thunder Sound Temple, an unprecedented event transpired while the Buddha was inebriated. What a predicament! Reluctantly, Maitreya Buddha and the ancient lamp Buddha exchanged glances. Together, they wielded their powers to expel the alcohol from the Buddha. The Buddha, still dazed, seemed yet to awaken from the blissful intoxication. What transpired? He rubbed his temples, bewildered at how he had indulged in drink alongside Tang Sanzang. Furthermore, it appeared he had uttered something, but the content eluded his memory. Alas, a blackout. One must not indulge excessively in wine. Yet, upon noticing the jar of erguotu still cradled in his arms, he recognized it as a potent elixir that could enhance one's cultivation. However, as he glanced down, his expression froze. He was clad only in a pair of red undergarments. Hastily, he conjured a robe for himself. Who can enlighten me as to this predicament? He inquired about his lack of attire. His gaze fell upon Guanyin Bodhisattva, who he recalled had been by his side throughout. She surely comprehended the situation thoroughly. Buddha, perhaps you should first inspect the Thunder Sound Temple, Guanyin Bodhisattva suggested. Rolling her eyes. The Thunder Sound Temple? What has transpired there? The Buddha nearly fainted upon witnessing the scene before him. What an astonishing sight! The Thunder Sound Temple was utterly desolate. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the Buddha rushed towards the temple's treasury. To his dismay, it was piled high with bricks. Who was responsible for this? Who could have done such a thing? The Buddha felt a surge of madness. The treasury was bare, and the Thunder Sound Temple had been emptied. In an instant, The very foundation of the Buddhist order lay in ruins. Treasures accumulated over millennia had vanished without a trace. Ah! The Buddha let out a furious roar, spinning in circles as if possessed. After a considerable time, he finally calmed down. The spiritual mountain was entirely emptied. Even the lotus thrones of the Buddhas had disappeared. Now, all the Buddhas stood in the vast hall of the Thunder Sound Temple, exchanging incredulous glances, unable to fathom the events that had unfolded. The audacity of theft occurring within the Thunder Sound Temple. And what manner of thief was this? Taking everything in sight. Even undergarments were stolen, with not even a spare change of clothes left behind, along with robes and prayer beads. Everything that had once resided in the temple was now gone. Yet, this thief exhibited remarkable skill, having bypassed the Buddha's magical prohibitions, and did so without leaving a trace. The Buddha had remained completely unaware, indicating that this thief was likely of considerable cultivation. How infuriating, with such a level of mastery, to stoop to thievery within the Buddhist realm. The Buddha sat in the forefront, on a small wooden stool, smoking, his brow furrowed in distress. This was indeed a miracle. The Buddhist realm had been stripped bare. The Buddha doubted whether he was dreaming. Yet, even if it were a dream, it could not be this terrifying. As he gazed upon the assembly of Buddhas below, a shadow of gloom fell across his countenance. Had it not been for your suggestion to venture out, leaving the sacred mountain unattended, would such an incident have transpired? The Buddhas below held their breath in trepidation. Investigate this matter for me. Ascertain who is responsible, thundered the Buddha Shakyamuni. Yet, the identity of the culprit eluded all calculation. The entire Buddhist realm lay desolate, devoid of essence. Yes, Buddha, the assembly responded, though their confidence in unearthing the truth was utterly lacking. Such an act, executed with such stealth, was beyond their investigative prowess. Rising to his feet, Shakyamuni kicked a nearby stool in frustration, clenching a cigarette between his teeth. He seethed. Who could it possibly be? Who, for heaven's sake, is responsible? The enormity of the situation was unfathomable. The Great Sound Temple had been completely stripped bare. In his fury, he let the cigarette fall, extinguishing it beneath his foot. He paced restlessly, preparing to light another, only to realize he was out of tobacco. The 2 boxes of cigarettes gifted by Tang Sanzang had slipped from his memory. Lost in the chaos. Gone. All gone, he lamented, staring vacantly at the empty cigarette box. Are we now so impoverished that we cannot afford even a single pack? Chapter 169. Let us borrow 2 packs of cigarettes. The vast Buddhist domain now seemed incapable of procuring even a solitary pack of cigarettes. Can you believe it? Buddha, hold fast. You must endure. Maitreya Buddha watched with growing concern as Shakyamuni's demeanor grew increasingly abnormal under the weight of despair. With this new, profound blow, they feared for Shakyamuni's fortitude. With a deep sigh, Shakyamuni retrieved the extinguished cigarette, but, blowing on it gently before placing it back in his mouth. The heavens have forsaken the Buddha's realm, he murmured, his gaze hollow as he surveyed the barren Great Sound Temple. Meanwhile, the true architects of this chaos, Tang Yu and the butterfly spirit, laughed heartily, reveling in their victory as they prepared to embark on their journey with their disciples. The butterfly spirit simply accompanied them, adding a new companion, the red child, to their ranks. Surely, the Buddhist order was too preoccupied to concern itself with them at this juncture. Amused by this thought, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Having scarcely ventured far, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have captured the red child. Plundering fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward, 3 million fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have emptied the sacred mountain, plundering fortune from the Buddhist realm. Reward, 10 million fortune points. Listening to the sweet melody of the system's notifications, Tang Yu beamed with delight, considering it the most exquisite sound in existence. This venture was undeniably profitable. Haha. He also exchanged the assorted treasures from the Buddhist treasury for fortune points, though he dared not utilize any magical artifacts. The moment he did, Shakyamuni would undoubtedly sense their presence. Thus, he resolved to bide his time until he reached the level of quasi-saint. Third brother, where can we find a brothel? Inquired the red child, donned in his garb reminiscent of the Calabash brothers. Curiosity about brothels piqued his interest, as Tang Yu had promised to take him to experience one. Why the rush? Once we enter the city, with its brothels, I shall take you for a delightful stroll. Tang Yu remarked, smirking as he cast a glance at the eager red boy. The child scratched his head, falling silent. Not far ahead, the town emerged, dimly visible. The yellow lion spirit hastened his pace at their urging. Tang Yu pointed to a nearby brothel, patting Red Boy's shoulder, encouraging him to venture forth and put his theoretical knowledge into practice. Concerned that Red Boy might not understand the nuances due to his youth, Tang Yu assigned Days to accompany him. The two swaggered confidently into the brothel. Tang Yu's speculation proved accurate. At that moment, the Great Thunder Sound Temple was utterly preoccupied, having no capacity to concern itself with him. With such events unfolding, who still had the leisure to attend to his affairs? The temple had been vacated entirely, leaving the Buddhas standing below, while the Tathagata sat upon a small wooden stool, sighing heavily. Observing the Buddha's demeanor, the other deities exchanged glances, unsure of how to console him, for they too were victims in this scenario. Who would dare approach Tang Sanzang to borrow a couple of packs of cigarettes? At this juncture, the Tathagata abruptly regained his focus. Heavens, they've forgotten about Tang Sanzang. This calamity is truly a disaster. He quickly glanced at their activities. Tang Yu and Sun Wukong squatted at the entrance of the brothel, smoking, while Tang Yu lewdly pointed out passing women, embodying the essence of a rogue. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji and Red Boy toiled diligently within the establishment. The entire Buddhist community was once again astounded. Red Boy had actually entered a brothel. Had he matured sufficiently? One hoped he wouldn't be led astray. Avalokiteshvara, hurry. Devise a means to take Red Boy under your wing as a virtuous child. The Tathagata maintained a diligent attitude, even amidst such turmoil within the Buddhist realm. Still concerned with the journey of the West. Although this tribulation had concluded, efforts to mitigate the aftermath were still necessary. After all, lessening the losses was beneficial. Upon receiving the Buddha's decree, Avalokiteshvara departed without hesitation, so swiftly that the Tathagata could not even call her back. He sighed heavily. Maitreya, descend to the mortal realm and borrow a couple of packs of cigarettes from Tang Sanzang. We are out. It was indeed disheartening. The current state of the Buddhist community was such that they could not even afford a single pack of cigarettes, which was utterly ridiculous. Maitreya had long enjoyed a cordial rapport with Tang Sanzang, so he believed that borrowing 2 packs would not pose a problem. However, his expression turned grim as he pondered their prolonged acquaintance, concluding that it might be a challenge to obtain credit. Buddha, perhaps if you speak with him earnestly, you might lend us 2 packs. The Tathagata's voice faded into emptiness. This is truly dire. Though Maitreya was uncertain whether Tang Sanzang would lend to him, the Buddha's words left him no choice but to accept the decree and descend to the mortal realm. Upon arrival, Red Boy emerged from the brothel with a satisfied smile, his steps light and his face adorned with traces of rouge. What a delightful experience. The little one stumbled slightly, exhausted yet exhilarated. The dim-witted companion followed closely, his face reflecting a similar sense of satisfaction. As for Guanyin Bodhisattva, she had long since arrived. However, the Red Boy was so engrossed in the brothel that he had not found an opportune moment. Alas, a once innocent child has been utterly ruined by Tang Sanzang. Just as she was about to reveal herself, she reconsidered. This was a town, and the Red Boy was rather difficult to handle. Should things escalate, it would not end well. Thus, she decided to bide her time. Tang Yu had already sensed Guanyin Bodhisattva's presence, fully aware of her intentions. Yet, he hesitated to intervene. He held a certain fondness for the Red Boy, yet felt powerless to assist. Oh well, after all, having been exposed to such delights, the Red Boy must have begun to appreciate the wonders of life. Tang Yu glanced sideways, spotting Maitreya Buddha squinting with an amused expression. Third brother, he chuckled, wearing a sycophantic grin. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. What is it? He was well aware of Maitreya's purpose. It was undoubtedly related to cigarettes. Third brother. About this and that. Maitreya stammered, struggling to articulate his request. Just speak plainly, Tang Yu retorted bluntly, taking no offense in addressing Maitreya directly. What do you mean by just speak plainly? Why is that phrase so unpleasant? Maitreya's smile faltered momentarily, yet he pressed on. Third brother. That Buddha said. May I borrow 2 packs of cigarettes? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Yu's eyes. Goodness. Has the Buddhist community fallen so low that they cannot afford a pack of cigarettes? He stifled a laugh, realizing he was the catalyst for this predicament. Borrow 2 packs of cigarettes? Tang Yu feigned astonishment. Indeed, the Buddha instructed me to ask for 2 packs. Maitreya felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering how the Buddhist community had come to this, unable even to afford their own cigarettes. No, this is a small business. We do not extend credit. Tang Yu firmly declined. Is it true that your esteemed Buddhist community lacks the funds for such trifles? Are you attempting to swindle me? Chapter 170. Unable to afford even cigarettes, Tang Yu, however, was suppressing laughter. Has the Buddhist community truly reached this point, lacking even the money for cigarettes? It seemed he had done little more than empty the Buddhist treasury. The vast resources of the Buddhist community surely could not be in such dire straits. Little did he know, the depth of the Buddhist legacy had already fallen into his hands. All the inhabitants of Great Lane Temple were left standing, sleeping in the main hall, resembling homeless children. Many Buddhas were in such dire straits that they had not even changed their undergarments. One could argue that Tang Yu was more sinister than a bandit. At least bandits chose their spoils, whereas he simply took everything without a second glance, taking advantage wherever he went. Third brother, please help. The Buddhist community has encountered some unexpected challenges, and we are temporarily lacking in resources. However, in the future, I assure you, we will repay you double, Maitreya pleaded, nearly in tears. Such incidents of theft within the Buddhist realm are matters that should never be disclosed to Tang Sanzang. They are far too shameful, and it is undoubtedly best that as few people as possible are made aware of them. Even now, Maitreya Buddha finds himself in a state of bewilderment. Could it truly be that the Buddhist domain has been violated? He struggles to accept such an implausible reality. Oh, what has transpired within the Buddhist sanctuary? Tang Yu inquired. Feigning ignorance, this left Maitreya Buddha in a predicament. How could he articulate such a disgraceful event as theft? Well, my dear third brother, it's nothing of great concern. Perhaps you could extend a temporary credit for a couple of packs? Rest assured, once resources permit, I shall repay you at the earliest opportunity. The Buddhist establishment is vast and prosperous. Surely, this modest sum is not a burden? Maitreya straightened his posture, invoking the grandeur of the Buddhist lineage. Indeed, he reflected, there was a time when we were indeed affluent, our foundations even surpassing those of the heavenly court. One must remember the two revered saints, Jane and Juanti. I perceive a connection between you and the West. I sense a bond with this treasure. These assertions had previously drawn many individuals and precious artifacts into their fold. Yet now, all that wealth had been utterly depleted. Years of accumulated wealth had vanished, leaving them in dire poverty. Even the simple act of indulging in a smoke had become a challenge. Ah, you claim to be prosperous, yet you come to me for a loan for cigarettes? What nonsense! Tang Yu scoffed disdainfully. This is a small business. I do not extend credit. You may either present a treasure or take your leave. With a sigh, he produced a cigarette enriched with special ingredients and offered it to Maitreya Buddha. Thank you, third brother. Thank you, Maitreya expressed gratefully. Tang Yu spoke earnestly. Our collaborations are not rare. We have established a mutual understanding. If circumstances allowed, would I truly deny you? However, I too face financial constraints. Let us not delve into other matters. I have several disciples to support and this lion to feed, alongside the occasional expenses at the brothels. These all accumulate into a significant outlay. Thus, my life is not without its challenges. Can you appreciate my situation? Maitreya Buddha was rendered speechless, his lips twitching involuntarily. You still incur expenses for food and drink? Isn't it Sun Wukong who provides you with sustenance in these desolate mountains? Well, he conceded. If there is any substantial expenditure, it indeed arises from visits to the brothels, which are not insignificant. Maitreya sighed. Third brother, I find myself at a loss. If I had any means, I would not need to approach you for assistance. It is quite humiliating. Just one pack, please. I truly have nothing. It's not that I am stingy. I am genuinely impoverished. Do you know why I don't frequent brothels? Because I am destitute. Hence, I must send the foolish one instead. Had I the means, I would have indulged long ago. Truly, third brother, I am in dire straits. Maitreya Buddha regarded Tang Yu for a moment in silence before ascending into the clouds. He understood well that seeking cigarettes from Tang Sanzang was a slim chance indeed. Yet, the Buddha had insisted he come, which felt utterly humiliating. Still, he could not comprehend how the once glorious Lingshan had fallen into such disarray. Upon returning to Lingshan, he found the Buddha seated before him on a humble wooden stool, eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, some other Buddhas sat cross-legged upon the ground. Some have simply laid down and drifted into slumber. Buddha, I am somewhat troubled. I fear I have disappointed you, unable to bear the weight of your expectant gaze. Tang Sung, there can be no credit. Alas, the Tathagata Buddha muttered under his breath. Did you not speak to him properly? We have resources to share. I replied, indeed. I mentioned that we could offer him twice what he needed, yet Tang Sanzang steadfastly refuses to accept on credit. Moreover, I sense that he is not in a favorable position financially. Consider this. Zhu Beiji and the Red Boy have indulged in the pleasures of brothels, while he has abstained. Every time he sees such establishments, he does not rush in. Thus, I believe he may indeed be in a tight spot. It seems unkind to add to his burdens at this time. Maitreya Buddha was genuinely concerned for Tang Yu. Primarily, he and Tang Sanzang are long-term partners. Through repeated interactions, I have found Tang Sanzang to be quite commendable, always offering him cigarettes and the like. One must understand the importance of gratitude and reciprocation, do they not? The Tathagata furrowed his brow, his countenance laden with sorrow as he gazed at the desolate Ling Mountain. He could no longer afford to smoke. Buddha, I still have half a stick here. The silver-headed Jingdi trembled as he offered his meager supply. The Tathagata's eyes brightened instantly. He hurriedly accepted it, lit it, and took a puff. Now, the Buddhist realm lay utterly barren. The pressing issue is to devise a means to replenish the Buddhist treasures. Such a disgraceful matter must not reach the heavenly court. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor would surely be amused to the point of laughter. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of discontent. Why is our Buddhist realm so desolate, while your heavenly court remains abundant and prosperous? Yet, the Tathagata found himself utterly powerless. Should we resort to pilfering from the heavenly treasury? That does not seem entirely out of the question. The Buddha's gaze flickered as he pondered deeply, and the assembly of Buddhas fell silent. Some lay down below and quickly succumbed to sleep. Before long, rhythmic snores, grinding teeth, and the sounds of flatulence melded together, creating a symphony of delightful yet exasperating music that echoed in the Tathagata's ears, causing him to grit his teeth in annoyance. In the merit pool, Manjushri Bodhisattva sensed something was amiss. Ordinarily, the merit pool nourishes the soul, yet he now felt utterly disconnected from it, even floating somewhat. He plunged his head into the water and took a sip. Instantly, his complexion changed drastically, and he began to retch violently. Someone, come quickly, there is a crisis. Manjushri's voice trembled as if something unimaginable had occurred. Hurry, someone, a grave matter has arisen. Moments later, others rushed in. Upon seeing the murky pool before him, it felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, nearly causing him to faint. Chapter 171. The merit pool is also empty. The water in the merit pool has vanished. Compared to the treasures of the Buddhist realm, this merit pool is of utmost importance. Yet now, it is entirely depleted. This must be a dream. It cannot be real. Suddenly, the Tathagata laughed, slapping his own face repeatedly. Buddha, hold on, you must endure. The assembly of Buddhas gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Collectively believing that the Buddha had suffered an immense blow, they offered words of comfort, urging him to endure. Buddha, hold on. The holy mountain remains, the Buddhist realm persists, and we can gradually accumulate merit once more. Indeed, the Buddhist community must stand resilient and persevere. Yet, the Tathagata remained motionless, his fists clenched, overwhelmed by an impulse to succumb to despair. Everything was lost. Everything. But wait. No, there is still hope. Yes, there are still Tang Sanzang and his companions. Should they successfully complete the journey to the west, merit could indeed be restored, perhaps even in greater abundance. However, the thought of uncertainty poured over him like a cold bucket of water, jolting him back to reality. With the presence of such unpredictability, the idea of fulfilling the journey to the west seemed increasingly unattainable. Calm. He must strive for composure. The Tathagata forced himself to regain his tranquility, and in an instant, he appeared amidst the chaos. He sought the audience of the two saints. He had exhausted all options. His bloodline was depleted. It was time to seek assistance from the powerful allies behind him. The last time the two saints had been struck by heavenly lightning. He wondered how they had fared since then. Speak, came the resonant voice of Zhuanti. To report to the saints, the holy mountain has suffered an incident of theft. The Tathagata felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his face, yet he had no choice but to convey the unfortunate news. What did you say? Zhuanti suddenly opened his eyes wide, then cupped his ear. The Tathagata took a deep breath. The holy mountain has been robbed. The treasury has been entirely plundered. To be precise, even the holy mountain itself has been stripped bare, including the waters of the pool of merit. Upon hearing that even the pool of merit had been drained, Jane reached out and brought the Tathagata closer, delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. The Tathagata saw stars, his head buzzing. How could you lead if you cannot even protect the holy mountain? It is filled with lifeless souls. What can you possibly do? What use are you to me? Another 2 sharp slaps followed. The Tathagata dared not express his indignation. Do you think I wished for this? The holy mountain has been emptied. Do you think I am not pained by it? Most importantly, I can no longer even afford to smoke. You 2 ancient wretches. Just wait. Zhuanti gasped for breath. Regarding the treasury, he was utterly indifferent, having long since exhausted even the finest treasures within. However, he deeply cared for the merit. It is crucial to remember that both he and Jane were still burdened by considerable merit debts. Years of diligent accumulation vanished in an instant. Who could bear such loss? Who did this? Who is responsible? Zhuanti said through gritted teeth. Rubbing his aching face, the Tathagata replied, I could not ascertain the culprit. That is why I sought the saints for guidance. Zhuanti hastily began to calculate, his expression darkening further. This is dire. The moment one glimpsed his countenance, it was evident that he could not decipher the matter. Could it be that uncertainty has intervened once more? The Tathagata's expression froze, a wave of despair washing over him. Brother, what on earth are you attempting to accomplish? In the realm of the westward journey, one finds oneself ensnared in an unexpected predicament. It seems that once again, fate has intervened, and the chaos reverberates. The voice of the Buddha resounds amidst the tumult. It appears that unforeseen variables are at play. How fares the tribulation of the journey to the west? For a moment, the Buddha is at a loss for words. What can be done? The completed tribulations are few and far between. If this continues, the very essence of the journey may well be lost. It is a dire situation indeed. Very well. Step aside, the Buddha instructs. Though the Buddha does not explicitly articulate the issues plaguing the journey, the expression upon his visage speaks volumes. With a subtle calculation, one can glean the gravity of the situation. The Buddha, rubbing his face, retreats to the mountain of spirit. Upon witnessing the Buddha's somber demeanor, the slumbering Buddha in the great thunder sound temple awakens, as does the ethereal presence of Manjushri Bodhisattva, who stands silently in a shadowy corner. Alas, the Buddhist order finds itself in such dire straits that even the most basic of comforts elude them, let alone the elixirs for the restoration of their forms. Yet, the spirit lingers on, unperturbed by the prospect of demise. At that moment, Kasyapa softly approaches, reporting to the Buddha, the star of Tai Bai requests an audience. The Buddha is well aware of Tai Bai's intentions. After all, Zhu Beiji has already made his declarations to the Jade Emperor. It is likely that Tai Bai comes in relation to this matter. What an onslaught of events. The Buddha sighs, let things unfold as they may. The Buddhist order has been reduced to abject poverty, devoid of all resources. Even a mere mouse scurrying about would lament in such dire circumstances. Can one truly fear extortion from the heavenly realm? It is but a jest. After a moment of contemplation, the Buddha's figure flickers and appears outside the great Thunder Sound Temple, or rather, still within its confines. The other deities remain oblivious to the fact that this rogue has even removed the temple's plaque and rewritten it. I bow to the Buddha, Tai Bai exclaims, astonished that the Buddha has personally emerged. Instinctively, he reaches for a cigarette, only to find his pockets empty. The Buddha, slightly miffed, rubs his nose. Tai Bai, what brings you to the Western Paradise? Reporting to the Buddha, I have come regarding the matter of Tianpeng and the Celestial Maiden. Tai Bai, having met his demise, was resurrected by the Jade Emperor through an elixir from the Supreme Lord. He had suffered an unjust fate, crushed under the weight of circumstances. The Celestial Maiden had been pursued by Zhu Beiji, resulting in losses among the deities. Thus, it is inconceivable that the Jade Emperor would swallow this grievance lightly. With Tai Bai's resurrection, he has come to seek insight from the Buddhist order. Is there any tobacco? The Buddha's inquiry leaves Tai Bai momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he realizes the gravity of the situation. The Buddha is requesting tobacco from him. Regardless of the circumstances, he stands as a figure of great authority. Equal to the Jade Emperor, Tai Bai produces a cigarette, ready to offer it, but the Buddha swiftly snatches the entire pack. In a flurry, he lights one for himself. Inhaling deeply, the Buddha, with a hint of enjoyment on his face, recalled the matters concerning the heavenly canopy. However, pressing matters within the Buddhist realm occupied his attention. Once these affairs were settled, he planned to personally consult the Jade Emperor. The Buddha intended to employ a strategy of delay. As for any form of compensation, it had become impossible. Even if the heavenly court wished to extort something, there was nothing left to take. The great Thunder Sound Temple had been thoroughly emptied, leaving it in utter destitution. a disgraceful situation that must remain concealed from the heavenly court. The star of white jade felt somewhat troubled. Although the Buddha had spoken thus, he had not provided a definitive answer, making it difficult for the star to report back. Chapter 172, The Good Wealth Boy. The Buddha sighed deeply. It was not that he was unwilling to offer compensation to the heavenly court, but the reality was that he could no longer afford to do so. Just relay this. Inform the Jade Emperor that once I have concluded my matters, I shall personally seek him out to provide an explanation. With that, the Buddha shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, and walked toward the great Thunder Sound Temple, sighing heavily. The star of white jade wished to say more, but saw the Buddha entering the temple and felt a sense of loss over a half package of cigarettes. With matters still unclear, a wave of frustration washed over him. Seeing no one paying him mind, he returned to the heavenly court, knowing that this was his superior's business, and simply passing on the message would suffice. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple, the sign gleamed brilliantly, captivating the eye. Yet, the multitude of Buddhas remained engrossed in the shame of the theft, oblivious to the world around them. Who among them, after all, would casually look upwards? The sight of the empty great Thunder Sound Temple prompted the Buddha to shake his head in self-mockery. Could it be that the temple had been robbed, emptied out entirely? Who would dare to believe such a tale? Each of these Buddhas appeared as destitute as homeless children, gazing up at the Buddha as if awaiting his guidance. Yet, the Buddha himself found no clear path forward. One step at a time, he thought, whatever will be, will be. The unexpected twists in the journey to the west had already drained him, and now, with such a calamity occurring, a sense of resignation began to take hold. Meanwhile, as Tang Yu and his companions exited the town, the Bodhisattva Guanyin suddenly manifested before them. I pay my respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva, exclaimed Zhu Beiji and San Lungzi, hastily kneeling. Ba, Red Boy, what is your purpose in following the seekers of the scriptures? Guanyin inquired. This left Red Boy momentarily bewildered. Should he divulge that he was accompanying his elder brother to a brothel? However, the little rascal, quite headstrong, pouted defiantly and retorted, What business is it of yours? Guanyin's gaze turned cold, yet upon glancing at Tang Yu, she softened her tone, saying, Red Boy, I am in need of a good wealth boy. Why not take refuge with me? I won't go, Red Boy replied decisively. Ba, Tang Yu murmured a Buddhist chant, leaning closer to Red Boy's ear and whispering, You foolish child, this is a good opportunity, you should go along. Consider this, dear child, if you do not show reverence to the Bodhisattva, the consequences could be dire, potentially even implicating your father. As for the Red Boy, Tang Yu has long recognized that he cannot remain by his side indefinitely. His conversion to the Buddhist path is fated and unalterable. Ultimately, this is all due to the tribulations of the journey to the West. Moreover, being in the company of Guanyin Bodhisattva is certainly preferable to associating with those ineffectual figures of the Buddhist realm. Do you not agree with what Sangu has said? Of course, Guanyin is already his ally, yet such sentiments must remain unspoken to the Red Boy. Trust me, Guanyin will not neglect you. Simply walk alongside her in peace. Otherwise, ponder the guilt you might feel should your actions bring trouble to your father. Tang Yu gently urged him on. The primary point is that the youthful Kaizi, accompanying Guanyin, is no different than being with him. Sangu, I do not wish to, the Red Boy lamented. Once he takes refuge in the Buddhist faith, the stringent rules will prohibit him from drinking and eating meat, and most importantly, visiting brothels, an indulgence he has only recently begun to savor. To have that pleasure abruptly taken away would be akin to a death sentence. Fear not. Sangu understands your concerns. Look at me. I partake in wine and meat without issue, he reassured. After a long pause, the Red Boy remained silent. Be obedient. Dear one, if you wish to play with me, you may do so at any time. Rest assured, the Bodhisattva will not confine you. Tang Yu continued his persuasion. Very well then, Sangu, the Red Boy conceded, finding merit in his words, primarily fearing that his actions might affect his parents. Who does not know that the Buddhist realm is filled with scheming individuals? Guanyin Bodhisattva cast a deep glance at Tang Yu, secretly wishing to inquire if he was involved in the theft from the Buddhist treasury. In her view, it was highly likely that Tang Sanzang was the culprit. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. Having already secured the Red Boy, there was no need for further delay. With the Red Boy in tow, she headed straight back to Mount Luojia in the South Sea. As for the Buddhist realm, she had no desire to return. It held nothing of value anymore. Just a gathering of Buddhas in various states. The butterfly spirit trembled in fear, as a mere little demon. How could she not be intimidated in the presence of the Bodhisattva? Little butterfly, do not fear. All is well. Tang Yu gently comforted her, holding her hand. Upon hearing this, the butterfly spirit gazed at Tang Yu with admiration. Her man was indeed extraordinary. He did not regard the Bodhisattva with reverence, and most remarkably, he shared drinks and camaraderie with the Tathagata. Yet, for the butterfly spirit, Tang Yu felt a twinge of concern. Keeping her by his side seemed unsustainable. Those ineffectual figures of the Buddhist realm would surely object, potentially resorting to underhanded tactics. If she were to be implicated, it would be troublesome indeed. Truth be told, the butterfly spirit's delicate and endearing appearance made it difficult for Sangu to part with her. However, his own limitations prevented him from keeping her close for an extended period. Little butterfly, you must understand that I bear a heavy responsibility, he stated. The butterfly spirit looked at him and nodded. Yes, I understand. I am the one appointed to undertake the journey to the west. Thus I cannot be burdened with your presence for too long. Do you understand? The butterfly spirit immediately welled up with tears, remaining silent for an extended moment. In her eyes, it seemed that Tang Yu intended to abandon her. Why are you crying? Tang Yu sighed. It is not that I do not wish to have you with me. Rather, I am currently unable to do so. Rest assured, I shall return to fetch you. Should I consider sending her to the kingdom of all demons? If I were to depart alone, her safety would be a concern, especially with those unscrupulous monks potentially lurking in the shadows. This is not without its possibilities. Tang Yu was well aware of those deceitful monks. You should wait for me in the kingdom of all demons. When I return, I will come for you. By the way, you have an elder sister named by Susu. Inform her that I am embarking on a journey for scriptures, and there is no time for romantic entanglements or trivial matters. She should remain at ease. And that applies to you as well, Tang Yu imparted earnestly, upon realizing that he was not abandoning her, but rather concerned for her well-being. The butterfly spirit's sorrow transformed into joy. Yet, the thought of parting from Tang Yu cast a shadow over her mood once more. Be good and wait for me, he reassured her. Ultimately, the butterfly spirit reluctantly waved goodbye to Tang Yu as she ventured towards the kingdom of all demons. However, for his beloved, the third brother was not miserly. He exchanged for a veil of obscurity and several valuable items, some of which were to be entrusted to Bai Susu. Chapter 173. A stroll. Having resolved matters of affection, Tang Yu and his companions resumed their journey. It was indeed inconvenient to travel with a lady, rendering even the brothels off-limits. Take, for instance, the previous town. Tang Yu was quite eager to indulge in some revelry. However, with the butterfly spirit beside him, pouting and gazing at him with a pitiful expression, such indulgence was out of the question. Ultimately, the third brother could not bear to hurt his beloved's feelings. Master, are you truly allowing third sister-in-law to leave? Zhu Beiji inquired. What alternative is there? It is perilous for her to remain by my side, Tang Yu replied. Would those deceitful monks permit me to travel with a woman? Clearly, that is impossible. If anything were to happen to Xiao Dai, what would become of me? Therefore, it is better to let her depart now while it is absolutely safe, for the Buddhist sect is currently bewildered by the theft incident. They are too preoccupied with the journey for scriptures to concern themselves with a mere female demon. What master says makes sense, Zhu Beiji nodded. Makes sense, does it? You, the pig without a single hair, do you truly comprehend these matters? Tang Yu scoffed, as he leisurely rode his lion onward. Sun Wukong swung his iron staff, striding far ahead. Moments later, Tang Yu dismounted his lion, signaling for a rest. Let us sleep for a while before continuing. In the west, the Buddha sat upon a wooden stool, crossing his legs and puffing on a cigarette, his brow furrowed in deep thought. This cigarette had been pilfered from the Morning Star. How could the Buddhist sect find itself in such a predicament? The Buddha remained perplexed, utterly unaware of where things had gone awry. Below, the assembly of Buddhas found themselves bereft of their lotus thrones, all claimed by Tang Yu. They sat directly on the ground, some reclining, in a myriad of shapes. Among them, certain Buddhas wore their undergarments inside out. Why, you may ask? It was simply because their undergarments had been confiscated. This thief was truly audacious, taking whatever he pleased. Even the venerable Tathagata found himself bereft of undergarments. Alas, such an event within the Buddhist realm was unforeseen by me. The Tathagata flicked away some ash and let out a heavy sigh. Now, our Buddhist community is utterly depleted, impoverished, and I trust that all Buddhas have witnessed this. We are even without funds for purchasing tobacco. However, I am aware that each of you possesses some private savings. The Tathagata gazed downward and waved his hand, conjuring a large basin. The Buddhist community is in distress, and I wish for everyone to unite in overcoming this adversity. Hence, I shall convene a donation meeting. The amount contributed is at your discretion. But do not forget, you are all members of this community. Upon finishing his words, the Tathagata gestured, indicating that they could begin donating. The Buddhas exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Maitreya Buddha who took the initiative and set an example. He tossed some treasures into the basin, all of which he had painstakingly accumulated. With a leader emerging, more followed suit. Before long, the basin was filled to the brim. The Tathagata instructed that the contents be transferred to the Buddhist treasury to be appropriated. This was also to show the Buddhas that he intended to use these treasures to strengthen the Buddhist community, not to purchase tobacco. The treasures from the Buddhist treasury flowed into the basin, concluding the fundraising. Although 4 basins were considerable, they were but a mere fraction compared to the former treasury. Utterly insignificant. The Tathagata waved his hand, and the mystic mirror appeared, prepared to ascertain the whereabouts of Tang Sanzang and his companions. Shortly, he planned to retrieve some treasures from the treasury to barter for tobacco, aiding his endeavors. Now that the Buddhist community had just conducted a fundraiser, the treasury was slightly replenished. It was imperative that no one else be allowed to seek Tang Sanzang with the treasures. Thus, the Tathagata had no choice but to personally embark on the quest to find Tang Sanzang for the exchange of incense. However, the matters of the journey to the west could not be forgotten. What was the next calamity? Recently, I have been troubled, my head aches, and my memory falters. Hastily, I summoned the script for a glance. I see. The next trial involves 7 spider spirits and 1 centipede spirit. Yet, upon recalling that the spider spirits are all female, the Tathagata shuddered, sensing impending trouble. I can only hope that Tang Sanzang remains composed and stable, allowing the Buddhist community to enjoy a few peaceful days. Suddenly, a peculiar feeling arose within the Tathagata. It seemed that since the inception of the westward journey, the Buddhist realm had never known tranquility. How vexing. Abruptly, his gaze sharpened. He saw Tang Sanzang soaring through the air on the back of the golden dragon, seemingly returning. What could this mean? Was he returning to the Tang dynasty? Silver-headed Jeti hastened to descend and discover Tang Sanzang's intentions. The Tathagata hastily commanded this. Yin Tukai wore a pained expression, as he truly wished to remain uninvolved in the matters of the journey to the west. Boss, Jin Tukai has already met his demise. He lamented, fearing he might follow in his footsteps. The celestial beings in the west now shared an overwhelming sense of dread regarding the travelers. It felt akin to a thunderclap. One wrong move could lead to self-destruction. Reluctantly, Yin Tukai accepted the Buddhist decree and descended towards the mortal realm. Tang Yu rode atop the Yellow Master, soaring through the clouds. The gentle breeze was refreshing, prompting him to ponder whether he should visit Gao Laozhuang to check on Gao Zuolan. However, the monks of the Buddhist order would likely disapprove. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, a flash of brilliance appeared before him. Yin Tukai materialized. Tang Sanzang, where do you think you are going? Yin Tukai demanded, eyes wide with astonishment. As Tang Yu, on the Yellow Master, zipped past him, a gust of wind followed, causing Yin Tukai to squint against the breeze. Tang Yu made a swift turn and began to retrace his path. Another rush of air swept by, leaving Yin Tukai momentarily bewildered. He watched as Tang Sanzang, riding the Yellow Master, sped away until he was merely a distant speck. A phrase echoed back to him from Tang Sanzang. I'm just wandering. Yin Tukai caught his breath, nearly choking on the words. What else with this wandering? Are you not aware that the entire Buddhist realm is focusing on your every move? Even the slightest disturbance raises alarms. Tang Yu, meanwhile, continued his skyward frolic atop the Yellow Master, casually exclaiming, What are you staring at? I'm just wandering. As he passed by Yin Tukai again, he added, I won't die from your vexation. The reason I swapped Zhang Wolao as donkey was not merely for fear of exposure. That donkey was utterly insignificant. Riding a lion is far better. I can roam freely and irritate those pompous monks in the west. Yin Tukai's countenance darkened with frustration. Forget it. If you wish to wander, then wander. I am returning to the west to report to the Buddha that there is nothing to concern ourselves over. Tang Sanzang is merely wandering. A gust of wind heralded Tang Yu's return, now riding the lion alongside Yin Tukai. Where are you off to? He inquired. Yin Tukai, exasperated, replied, I am going back to Ling Mountain. What else would I be doing? Take me with you, then. I want to wander there too, Tang Yu urged. Catching up once more. I've never been to Ling Mountain. What is it like? In Tukai felt tears welling up. If he were to bring Tang Sanzang back to Ling Mountain, surely the Buddha would strip him of his skin. Why is he riding a lion anyway? Would he even be able to wander without it? Third brother, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? In Tukai halted, wearing a face etched with despair. As he realized he could not escape from Huang Shijing, he pondered the unsettling possibility of being dragged back to Lingshan. A pilgrim riding a lion, directly heading to Lingshan? The mere thought sent a shiver down In2Jidi's spine. Did I not mention it? I'm just wandering about. Since you're heading back to Lingshan, why not take me along? I've never been there, and I'm curious about what it's like, Tang Yu inquired eagerly, resembling a child brimming with curiosity. Third brother, Lingshan is nothing extraordinary. It's quite similar to the temples in the mortal realm. You should return and fulfill your pilgrimage in due time. You will see it for yourself, In2Jidi replied. I'm merely taking a stroll around Lingshan. By the way, is the Buddha present? Could he possibly grant me the scriptures directly? If I receive the scriptures, can I return to the Tang dynasty immediately? Third brother, I implore you, please go elsewhere for your wandering. Is that too much to ask? In2Jidi was on the verge of tears. Were it not for Tang Sanzang's identity as the pilgrim, he would have genuinely wished to rid himself of him. Why must you be so bothersome? Focus on your pilgrimage and refrain from aimless wandering. Why can't I visit Lingshan? I am a monk as well. I only wish to take a brief stroll. It's harmless. Tang Yu continued to persist. Riding Huang Shijing, he trailed In2Jidi at a leisurely pace. As they descended further, they were indeed nearing Lingshan. In2Jidi had no choice but to alter his course. Third brother, the pilgrimage is of utmost importance. In due time, you will naturally witness what Lingshan has to offer. Could you perhaps wander elsewhere? Then may I return to the Tang dynasty to see my elder brother? Would that be acceptable? Could you and the Buddha grant me a leave of absence? Tang Yu continued his relentless chatter. By the way, old In, what is it like to attain Buddhahood? Are the benefits satisfactory? Is there a weekend off? And do they provide social security and housing funds? In2Jidi was utterly bewildered by his inquiries. However, the thought of returning to the Tang dynasty was absolutely out of the question. Third brother, you cannot return to the Tang dynasty. Your immediate priority is the pilgrimage. I understand that, but I'm just wandering around. What is the cuisine like at Lingshan? Is there soup? In2Jidi fell silent, choosing not to engage further. Old In, please respond. I'm merely trying to gather some information in advance. I've heard that I may also attain Buddhahood in the future. How is this salary structured? Monthly or annual? He was on the verge of tears. In2Jidi genuinely felt an urge to kneel before Tang Sanzang. Third brother, what exactly are you aiming for? I beseech you, please go away. Go away. Tang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Can't I just wander for a while? Fine, third brother. As long as you don't follow me. You may wander as you please. In2Jidi, utterly exasperated, waved his hand to signal him not to follow. This left Tang Yu somewhat disheartened. Was his character so lacking? Did he really annoy others? Well then, I shall continue to wander. Tang Yu turned the lion around. Watching Tang Yu depart, In2Jidi let out a long sigh of relief and swiftly made his way toward Lingshan. Before him, Lingshan appeared, ethereal and majestic. Suddenly, a voice startled him, nearly causing him to stumble. Is that Lingshan ahead? It's vast. Observing the figure beside him, Tang Yu, who was mounted on a lion, silver-headed Jidi remained in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. Third brother, did you not venture elsewhere for a stroll? What on earth does Tang Sanzang intend to do? Is he truly planning to take him back to the Spirit Mountain? At this thought, silver-headed Jidi shivered. At that moment, even the Buddha would surely strip him of his skin. Flashing a grin, Tang Yu remarked, I'm following you. His demeanor seemed to convey a message. Look how clever I am. I stealthily trailed you to the Spirit Mountain for a jaunt. Third brother, I beseech you, let us descend, silver-headed Jidi lamented. Isn't the Buddha at the Spirit Mountain? Allow me to inform you. That is my domain. Is he busy? Should I seek him for a drink? From a distance, Tang Yu spotted the grand plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, inscribed with the 6 prominent characters of Great Thunder Sound Temple, which he had penned himself. He was astonished that none of the Buddhas at the Spirit Mountain had noticed. At the Spirit Mountain, the Buddhas held their breath, particularly the Tathagata, whose expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? How could Tang Sanzang be brought back to the Spirit Mountain? This Huang Shijing is truly troublesome. But if he were to eliminate it, what would Tang Sanzang ride? There was a significant possibility he would simply fall asleep right there. Moreover, Zhang Guolao's donkey had already been consumed. If he were to acquire another mount, Can one truly guarantee that Tang Sanzang would not devour it? This situation has become hopeless, devoid of any viable options. Observing Tang Sanzang persistently entangled with silver-headed Jeti, the Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, inquired. Gazing at the Tathagata, what should we do? Tang Sanzang, mounted on a lion, was nearing the entrance of the great Thundersound Temple. If things progressed poorly, he might even enter to sit for a while. What if he directly approached the Buddha for scriptures? The Tathagata furrowed his brow deeply, letting out a heavy sigh. He stepped forward, appearing beside silver-headed Jeti. Ah, Brother Lai. Tang Yu greeted with a smile. The Tathagata was taken aback. What sort of address is this? Cursed Tang Sanzang. However, he vaguely recalled that during their drinking sessions, this was indeed how he had been addressed. His memory was a bit hazy. One ought not to indulge excessively in alcohol. The Tathagata shot a glance at silver-headed Jeti, signaling him to quickly vacate the premises, leaving the matter to him. Silver-headed Jeti understood the Tathagata's intent perfectly and turned to leave at an astonishing speed, as if pursued by a specter. Ah, old Silver. Upon hearing Tang Yu's call, silver-headed Jeti shivered, nearly losing his balance. Noticing that silver-headed Jeti was ignoring him, Tang Yu sighed. Tang Sanzang, undertaking the monumental task of seeking scriptures from the West, how can you disregard this and come to my spirit mountain for what purpose? The Tathagata spoke with an air of authority. This old rascal has become quite arrogant, forgetting the times they shared drinks together. Tang Yu replied, Brother Lai, I merely came for a leisurely visit, and I fortuitously encountered silver-headed Jeti. I thought I would take a look at the spirit mountain. By the way, Brother Lai, could you directly hand me the scriptures? It is no small feat for me to come here. I wish to take them with me. Chapter 175, Brother Lai, shall we have a drink? Upon hearing this, the flesh on the Tathagata's face twitched involuntarily. Directly give them to you? What of the calamity of the journey to the West, then? What nonsense is this? Why go through the trouble of orchestrating a plan for you to endure countless hardships in pursuit of the sacred scriptures? Why not simply have Sun Wukong deliver them directly? Tang Sanzang's journey to the West in search of enlightenment demands numerous tribulations. Without such trials, how could one attain the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism? Although the path is fraught with difficulties, it is imperative to remain steadfast in your true intentions and constantly bear in mind the grave responsibility ahead. The Buddha spoke with profound sincerity. Yet, he pondered whether he should take this opportunity to ask Tang Sanzang for some cigarettes. Perhaps it would be inappropriate to exchange so openly right after the recent fundraising. It would be better to do so discreetly. With a sigh of apparent disappointment, Tang Yu expressed his thoughts. The Buddha nodded slightly. Tang Sanzang, you must remember, under no circumstances should you entertain thoughts of giving up. The journey to the West is of utmost importance and carries immense merit. Brother, what you say is too profound. I cannot comprehend it, Tang Yu replied. Are you busy? Have you finished work? This left the Buddha momentarily bewildered, utterly at a loss for the meaning behind his words. Shall we find a place to drink? Tang Yu suggested. Drink? After the previous incident, the Great Lane Temple has been entirely emptied. If we were to drink again, I fear the temple might vanish entirely. However, the last incident occurred because the temple was left unguarded while the monks were away on pilgrimage, resulting in theft. Now that the monks are present, there should be no further issues. Drink a bit? The Buddha found himself somewhat tempted. After all, the 2 bottles of erguo he had brought back had mysteriously disappeared. Additionally, he had no cigarettes left and could not make a direct exchange. It would be inappropriate for him to watch Tang Sanzang indulge while he remained dry. Besides, the Buddha enjoyed the pleasant buzz that comes with mild intoxication. Yet, to venture out for drinks seemed somewhat reckless. Nevertheless, considering his status as the leader, perhaps it wasn't so inappropriate. But drinking with the one on a sacred mission could delay the pursuit of enlightenment. However, since Tang Sanzang was off wandering on his lion, he was already somewhat delayed, so what difference would it make? Observing the Buddha's growing interest, Tang Yu urged, let us drink, brother. The Buddha hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since you are so insistent, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. What a pretender, Tang Yu scoffed inwardly. However, I still have some matters to attend to. Brother, you go about your business. I will wander a bit, and you can find me later, Tang Yu said before riding off on his lion. The Buddha watched Tang Yu with a sense of helplessness. What should be done? If he were to roam like this every day, it could lead to troublesome consequences. Entering the Great Lane Temple, the Buddha announced, I shall step out for a moment. I will return shortly. His meaning was clear. Keep watch over the temple and ensure no further thefts occur. However, it seemed unlikely that anything could be stolen now, as the temple had already been stripped bare. Riding on his lion, Tang Yu noticed Li Jing in the distance, holding a chipped bowl with a toothy grin. Momentarily taken aback, behind him trailed a few celestial soldiers. The once great Li Tianwang has now become the rather comical Bull King, his toothless grin adding to the absurdity. Tang Yu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, as Li Jing and the others beheld Tang Sanzang riding atop a lion. Galloping towards them in a state of distress, they were momentarily struck dumb. What on earth has happened to this pilgrim? What mischief has befallen you, Li Tianwang? Observing the peculiar bowl in Li Jing's hands, Tang Yu remarked, "That bowl of yours is quite unique." Li Jing, wide-eyed, felt a sense of discomfort in holding the bowl. Yet, despite its chipped edge, this artifact was a sacred treasure, far surpassing his own lost Linglong pagoda, which he had resigned himself to never recovering. Let it be lost, he thought. After all, this humble bowl proved quite useful. Noticing Li Jing's silence and the celestial soldiers behind him, Tang Yu suddenly inquired, "Oh, who are you leading the troops to confront?" Though 6 of the 7 fairies had returned, the youngest still remained absent. The Jade Emperor had dispatched him to retrieve the little 7th. "Tang Sanzang, why are you not diligently pursuing your scriptures, instead gallivanting on a lion?" Li Jing admonished sternly while adjusting his posture, still recovering from his previous injuries and the recent stab he had received in Huiyun Cave, which had nearly proven fatal. Though the Jade Emperor had healed him with elixirs, an uncomfortable sensation lingered, akin to a persistent stickiness. Fortunately, he had brought several cushions to alleviate his discomfort. "I'm fine. I'm just taking a stroll," Tang Yu replied, riding away on his lion. Below, on a deserted island, he gestured for Huang Shijing to land. He promptly prepared a feast, roasting a whole lamb that sizzled enticingly. However, knowing that the Buddha would not partake in meat, he thoughtfully arranged some cucumbers, large peppers, and tomatoes as well. "System, do you possess any elixirs that could strip someone of their powers?" Tang Yu inquired. The system quickly responded, scattering spirit pill. Note, ineffective on saints. For those below saint level, consumption results in a month-long loss of powers, rendering them entirely mortal. Cost, 200,000 luck points. Despite the steep price, Tang Yu decided to exchange for it. Before long, the Buddha arrived, his gaze drawn to the succulent roasted lamb before Tang Yu, causing him to swallow hard. In contrast, his own meal consisted solely of cucumbers, large peppers, and tomatoes. "Brother, welcome," Tang Yu warmly greeted, then presented a pack of cigarettes to the Buddha. The Buddha's eyes brightened as he eagerly lit one and began to smoke. "Cheers, brother." Tang Yu lifted his cup. The Buddha's brow furrowed, still clouded with melancholy. Yet he raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, seemingly seeking solace in the drink. Watching the Buddha indulge, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Brother, my apologies. For the coming month, you shall be left to your own devices on this deserted island. Survival awaits you. Do your best." Indeed, in the cup of wine consumed by the Buddha, Tang Yu had discreetly placed the scattering spirit elixir. He had just surveyed the island, which was utterly desolate, surrounded solely by the vast ocean. The mere thought of the Buddha attempting to survive alone on a deserted island provoked a chuckle within him. "Brother, what is going on?" Tang Yu inquired, wielding a knife to slice a piece of roasted lamb, which he then savored. This action caused the Buddha to swallow repeatedly. Chapter 176. The Loss of Power. Observing the Buddha's reaction, Tang Yu stifled a smile as he leisurely indulged in the lamb. "This must be quite tempting for you. Buddha, please, eat up, don't be shy," he encouraged, gesturing towards the cucumbers and hot peppers before the Buddha. With a grunt, the Buddha poured himself another glass of wine, seeking solace in the drink. Such significant upheaval within the Buddhist realm must surely weigh heavily upon him. "Brother, what troubles you? Feel free to share with me." Tang Yu, ever perceptive, feigned ignorance. As the 2 glasses of wine were consumed, the Buddha's complexion began to flush slightly. "My dear brother, let us not dwell on it," he said, his expression clouded with melancholy as he continued to drink. Tang Yu refrained from pressing further, joining him in his libations. Moments later, they resumed their familiar titles of brother and older brother. "Isn't it peculiar? Ling Mountain has been robbed, and I can scarcely believe it. This thief, he steals whatever catches his eye." Under the influence of the wine, the Buddha lamented to Tang Yu, expressing his grievance. To add insult to injury, he had been slapped several times by Zunti. However, such a humiliating incident was not something he could divulge to Tang Sanzang. Some things were best kept to oneself. Feigning astonishment, Tang Yu exclaimed, Buddha, how can this be? The great Thunder Sound Temple was actually robbed? Pausing for effect, he continued, logically, no one should know the precise location of the Buddhist treasury, nor could they execute such a clean operation. Could they? Upon hearing this, the Buddha's eyes gleamed with realization. Indeed, it is highly plausible. How could I have overlooked such a crucial point? Aside from a few principal Buddhas, no one should know where the treasury lies, especially given the spells and prohibitions I have set in place. To have it stolen so effortlessly suggests an internal issue within the Buddhist order. With a cigarette in his mouth and his eyes narrowed, the Buddha mused, these Buddhas claiming to go on a pilgrimage likely had ulterior motives, seizing the opportunity to plunder the treasury while Ling Mountain lay unguarded. It must be so. There is certainly a traitor within the ranks. And I have already tasked Guanyin Bodhisattva with investigating. It appears that this internal traitor is indeed responsible. At that moment, the Buddha experienced a profound epiphany, feeling as though a veil had been lifted from his mind. It must be an insider's doing. There is no escaping that. Seemingly inspired, the Buddha raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, giving Tang Yu a thumbs up. Brother, your insights have truly enlightened me. You are indeed correct. It is highly probable that the issues lie within the Buddhist sect itself. Flicking away the ash, the Buddha continued to hold the smoke between his lips. In truth, I had long harbored suspicions regarding the presence of a traitor within the sect, and I suspect this incident is the work of that very individual. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. He merely intended to suggest that the act of theft could be attributed to their sect, inciting internal discord among them. To his surprise, no further words were necessary. The others had already made the connection. Truly, as the leader from the West, his ability to deduce was impressive. Do you have any suspects? Tang Yu inquired as he refilled the Buddha's cup. The Buddha, with a hiccup, his face flushed and eyes glazed, replied, not at present. But I suspect it could be a select few individuals. The suspects he considered were those who had previously betrayed the Chan sect. Guanyin Bodhisattva? Tang Yu ventured, curious to see if she was among the suspects. The Buddha shook his head. That is impossible. I have unwavering faith in her. Consider this. Regarding the theft at Ling Mountain, Guanyin Bodhisattva has always been outside the Fire Cloud Cave and even escorted me back to Ling Mountain. Could she have had the opportunity to steal? It is inconceivable. Initially, he had indeed drunk too much and lost his memory, but as he calculated, he regained clarity. Frankly, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Tang Yu's thorough analysis clearly indicated no suspicion towards Guanyin Bodhisattva, and he held great trust in her. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Let us drink, the Buddha said, his eyes clouded with intoxication as he clinked glasses with Tang Yu. I believe it is nearly time for me to depart, Tang Yu announced, rising to his feet. I still have to fetch the scriptures. This took the Buddha by surprise. Why the rush? Let us drink a bit more. No, fetching the scriptures is of utmost importance. It cannot be delayed, Tang Yu asserted with conviction. He had already mounted the yellow lion. Take your time, brother. I must take my leave. We shall drink again when the opportunity arises. The Buddha furrowed his brow and waved his hand, signaling him to go. Before Tang Yu departed, he intentionally kicked the roasted lamb into the sea. The Buddha felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, having anticipated tasting it once Tang Sanzang had left, only to see it unexpectedly tossed into the water. Riding the lion, he ascended to the sky, casually waving his hand. The concealment of heavenly secrets formation enveloped the island, obscuring its mysteries. However, at that moment, the Buddha perceived no anomalies. He took the remaining half bottle of wine and drank alone until nothing remained, preparing to return to Ling Mountain. As he stood, a sudden shock overtook him. What in the world? Where has my power gone? His body felt utterly devoid of strength, and he vaguely sensed hunger stirring within. What is happening? The Buddha exclaimed in alarm, desperately attempting, I shall fly. But alas, he fell heavily onto the sandy shore. After a considerable time, he finally rose to his feet, only to discover a humanoid imprint on the sand. The Buddha, filled with an overwhelming sense of dread, trembled uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. I can't believe this, he thought, attempting to take flight once more. But once again he found himself sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his nose. This cannot be happening. How could this be? The Buddha was utterly bewildered. His powers had vanished, and an unsettling hunger gnawed at his belly, a clear indication that he had been reduced to a mortal state. Help! Somebody please! He cried out, only to quickly realize the absurdity of his situation. If the celestial beings were to hear him, they would surely find it laughable. Even in such dire circumstances, the Buddha was determined to uphold the remnants of his dignity. Suddenly, several sharks breached the surface of the ocean, startling him into a moment of sheer panic. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, hastily retreating a few steps toward the island, blood still trickling from his nose as he wiped it away. To him, this seemed like a vivid dream. "It is impossible for my powers to have disappeared. This cannot be real. Perhaps if I sleep, when I awaken, my powers will return."